Chapter 1. Traversing the Stars, starting in Wild Mode. Earth, May 17th, 2023. In the jungle, a lithe figure darted through the underbrush with astonishing speed. It was a woman, tall for her kind, likely around 170 centimeters, clad in a sleek black combat suit, deftly wielding a sharp wolf-tooth dagger. Behind her, a hail of bullets whizzed through the air. With a nimble roll to the side, Bo, leveraging her agility, evaded the mercenaries' lethal shots like an elusive eel. Her heart raced, blood coursing through her veins, and a flicker of crimson fury ignited within her once amber eyes. With a swift pirouette, in the blink of an eye, she leaped before her enemy, her movements so rapid they were scarcely perceptible. The dagger plunged mercilessly into the adversary's left eye. Ah! A cry of agony escaped his lips as he collapsed, clutching his face, reduced to a quivering heap. In that moment, Bo abruptly withdrew and lunged to her right, soaring gracefully as she latched onto another enemy's arm. A swift twist, akin to a gymnast executing a flawless routine. And with a crack, the enemy's arm was grotesquely bent backward by 180 degrees, followed by a sharp pain coursing through their neck. Before they could utter a sound, blood gushed forth, saturating the ground. Having dispatched two foes, Bo showed no inclination to linger and bolted once more. Yet as she burst from the jungle, a colossal waterfall, approximately 1 kilometer wide and plunging nearly 100 meters, loomed before her. The thunderous roar of cascading water pierced her eardrums, leaving only one thought in her mind. I cannot be captured. Without hesitation, she leaped into the abyss. Boom! Plummeting from such height. Even as she executed a perfect dive into the water, the impact left her body nearly paralyzed. Move, Bo. Eliminate the enemies. Only then will you have earned the right to die. Move. Moments later, her tightly shut eyes flew open. Bo flailed her stiff limbs, propelling herself upward with a forceful kick, bursting through the surface with a splashing sound. Phew, phew, phew. She collapsed at the water's edge, gasping for breath, punctuated by violent coughs that threatened to rupture her lungs. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Are you all right, classmate? A concerned voice broke through her haze, tinged with urgency. Instinctively, Bo reached for her thigh. Where's my dagger? Failing to find it, her gaze fell upon a curly-haired boy, around 17 or 18 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes. At that moment, the boy's ocean-like eyes brimmed with tears as he sobbed, "Thank heavens. I'm so relieved you're okay." Bo! Well, how should one put it? She too felt immensely grateful to be unharmed. But who could enlighten her on what had transpired? The 100-meter-deep waterfall still loomed. The vast expanse of jungle remained intact. Yet all those mercenaries who had pursued her were nowhere to be seen. Before her, a stream of boys and girls clad in identical blue and white combat uniforms ran towards her. What is happening? Moreover, each of them was wielding cannons? As a seasoned Special Forces soldier who had undertaken perilous missions globally, Bo had never encountered such advanced weaponry. The metallic sheen of the cannons suggested they were anything but ordinary. She pondered. Perhaps she had indeed perished, merely not descended into the afterlife. Yet even if she hadn't, what was this technologically advanced realm? It couldn't possibly be akin to a sci-fi film, where she had met her demise on Earth and then awakened in the future. Later, Bo would discover that she had indeed traversed dimensions. But this was not the future, it was a distant star system, situated 3.2 million light-years from Earth. Chapter 2. No old grudges. Could it be a new vendetta? Star calendar. May 17th, 3202. Planet A308. In the infirmary of the Alliance Military Academy, Bo lay on a hospital bed, while the pretty curly-haired boy before her sobbed, "Thank you, Bo. If you hadn't pulled me back, I would have fallen." The body she now inhabited also bore the name Bo. Memories from the original owner revealed that they had been participating in the military training for new students at the Alliance Military Academy. On the very first day of training, she had the fortune of being the first to ascend the mountain, only to be carried down. Fortunately, her injury was not due to laziness or lagging behind, but rather in an effort to save the weeping boy before her. His name was Lucas, possessing a fair and handsome visage reminiscent of a European. With soft, slightly curled golden hair and a sprinkling of charming freckles on his upturned nose, he appeared utterly harmless. Such an adorable lamb, Why would he choose to attend a military academy? Lucas, the waterfall was too high, and I have a slight fear of heights. My legs went weak, causing me to slip. I'm so sorry. Bo, I dragged you down with me. Thank goodness you're fine, or else I would have had to join you in a tragic fate. Sob, sob. Bo's lips twitched, internally thinking, dear boy, tragic fate is not quite the expression you should be using here. Yet only Bo understood that Lucas was mistaken. While it was true that his legs had given way, she had not fallen from the waterfall to save him. Something had collided with her. At that moment, she had clearly grasped Lucas' arm, but suddenly, something hard had struck her from behind, causing her to lose her balance and tumble down. Looking back now, it must have been one of those cannons strapped to the student's arms. As for whether the person who bumped into her acted in a moment of panic or intentionally collided with her, that remained unclear. Unfortunately, the original owner hadn't turned to see who had struck her. Bo, stop crying, I'm fine, aren't I? Lucas, but you've lost points. That indeed seemed to be a serious issue. After all, the point system at the Alliance Military Academy dictated everything. The uses of points included, but were not limited to, tuition waivers, distribution of light brains, lodging quality, rental time for weapons and mechs, and free medical treatment. Moreover, there were penalties. Regardless of the base score, the student with the lowest score was bound to face punishment. It was rumored that the punishment system at the Alliance Military Academy was exceedingly brutal, with low scores resulting in a death mode, and negative scores leading to a hell mode. Thus, the pressing question was, Lucas, do you know how many points I have left? Lucas hung his head lower. I'm sorry. Initially, all new students start with 0 points, and one must perform well to earn points. However, you didn't complete the task on the first day of training, resulting in a 10-point deduction, so now, Bo felt a chill run through her. Great. What a way to start in hell mode. How is a person from Earth supposed to cope? Lucas, Bo, I'm sorry. But don't worry, you'll speak to the instructor and take the punishment for you. Bo, if only you hadn't trembled so much that the chair you sat on shook while saying that, I might have actually agreed. Bo, all right, enough about that. Tell me, do you recall who was standing behind me at the waterfall? Lucas, I remember. There were 2 people behind you, the class monitor on the right and the class beauty on the left. Oh, Bo let out a meaningful sound. Both were formidable individuals. Furthermore, speaking of the devil, he appeared. The class monitor, Quan Liyun, with single eyelids and a buzz cut, stood at 193 centimeters tall. Coming from a wealthy family, his siblings held positions in the military, granting him both influence and power, which is why he was elected as class monitor. At that moment, he approached with 2 eggs and an apple in hand. Upon seeing Bo, he promptly thrust them into her grasp, smiling, "Hurry and eat. Everyone saved these for you." In this age of rampant scarcity, fresh fruits and eggs were commonplace on Earth. Yet here, such meager items would cost at least 200 star coins. Thank you, class monitor. She always greeted others' kindness with a smile. Quan Liyun chuckled, scratching his head awkwardly, his already small eyes narrowing into mere slits. Beside him, Monica huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. As the class beauty, Monica was undeniably stunning, with fiery red hair styled in cascading waves, exquisite features, and a curvaceous figure. Even clad in the blue and white student combat uniform, her allure was undeniable. She hardly resembled a military student. However, she hailed from a prominent political family, with both parents holding high-ranking positions in the Alliance, leading many to speculate that her attendance was merely for show, and post-graduation, she would likely follow in her parents' political footsteps, never seeing the battlefield. Yet, whether it was Bo's imagination or not, she sensed that this class beauty seemed to harbor a dislike for her. Flipping through the original owner's memories, she found no old grudges to account for it. Was the animosity newly forged without the original party's knowledge? However, one does not strike a smiling face. With a handful of apples and the other clutching an egg, Bo maintained a professional smile, saying, "Thank you all for coming to see me." Monica scoffed coldly. "Don't flatter yourself, I certainly didn't come to see you." Bo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Still smiling, oh? Then what brings you here?" Monica replied, "Are you aware that due to your negative 10 points, our entire class is now at the bottom of the rankings?" Bo gazed at her for a moment before earnestly asking, "So what?" Clearly taken aback by her unexpectedly nonchalant reaction, Monica exploded. You actually appear unconcerned? There are penalties for finishing last in total points, and the entire class suffers together. Don't tell me you simply fell behind and have forgotten everything. Not quite forgetting is not something that happens so easily. However, Bo's tone shifted, and the smile vanished from her face entirely. Are you suggesting that for a mere few points, I should ignore someone in peril? Monica's expression faltered, and she instinctively glanced at Lucas, defending herself. I never said that. Besides, you fell from the waterfall and were fine, right? Even if you hadn't pulled Lucas, he might have been fine too. Even if? Might? As a seasoned elite special forces operative, having executed numerous classified missions, Bo was least inclined to trust such subjective conjectures. Does she think this is a game? Her expression darkened further as she sincerely inquired. Are you serious when you say that? Monica began. Of course I. But before she could finish, Bo interrupted. Then why don't you try jumping from the waterfall yourself? If you come out unscathed, I shall admit that I was wrong today. You. Monica's face paled, yet she found herself unable to retort. Her initial intention had simply been to vent her frustrations about the poor points, the looming threat of punishment, the humiliation of finishing last, and above all, her belief that someone of her stature should not be assigned to such a lackluster class. Yet Bo's aggressive demeanor thwarted her attempts. Wasn't she there to admonish her? How did she end up being outmaneuvered instead? At that moment, the well-meaning class leader intervened. All right, let's not quarrel. This situation cannot be entirely blamed on Bo. Her intentions were good. Saving someone is never wrong. Although it has indeed affected the class, we are a team, after all. It's merely a punishment. We can recover the points tomorrow. Does this class leader even hear what he is saying? In the year 3202, how could such naive remarks still be uttered? I'm quite curious. Bo suddenly interjected, smiling as she interrupted the class leader. May I ask how many points our class has actually earned? Alas, Quan Luyun sighed, 270 points. It's rather unfortunate we are only 9 points shy of second to last. So, even if you score 0, as long as we don't lose those 10 points. Bo suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was soft, yet it pricked Monica's face, causing her to flush with anger. What are you laughing at? Bo offered no courtesy, retorting directly, I find it amusing that you all are not much better off than I am. Yet you seek to place the blame for finishing last solely on me. Monica challenged, what did you say? Repeat that. If she wanted a repetition, she would receive one. Bo replied, so, apart from the two of us, did the rest of you 28 not earn a single extra point? With that statement, Quan Liyun's expression soured. Yet Monica boldly defended, even if we didn't earn extra points, as long as the entire class completed the first day's military training tasks, we would still have the basic 300 points, which would surpass 2 other classes. Oh, so finishing third to last is your goal. Bo nodded, but the calmness in her tone only served to infuriate Monica further. Unable to bear Bo's demeanor, Monica was about to retaliate once more, but Bo preempted her, sincerely asking, may I inquire about the top class score? And how many points did the class in fourth to last place achieve? With that question, even Monica was rendered speechless, because the highest scoring class, A1, had amassed a remarkable 358 points, securing 7 or 8 extra points. As for the class in fourth to last place, while their score was not particularly high, they still managed to achieve 301 points. In simple terms, even if all members of Class E1 had performed perfectly, accomplishing the military training tasks, they would still fall short by 1 point. Monica finally grasped the deeper implications of Bo's words and couldn't help but clench her fists in frustration. Chapter 3. So it was you. Upon realizing that she understood, Bo ceased her aggressive demeanor. With a serene smile, she calmly bid farewell. You all should head back. After all, don't we have to line up for punishment soon? It is also good to warm up a bit beforehand. Monica, upon hearing this, was infuriated. You are utterly unreasonable. The class monitor swiftly grabbed her. All right, Monica, let us just return for now. She is still a patient. Give her some space. Perhaps it was that simple phrase, give her space, that greatly satisfied Monica's sense of superiority. After letting out a cold huff, she finally followed the class monitor out, however, as she left. Lucas, with a pale face, cautioned her. You're finished, Bo. How dare you offend Monica and the monitor? They will definitely target you from now on. Moreover, the fact that we're at the bottom of the points. We do have our share of responsibility. Bo turned to him. Did you not comprehend what I said earlier? Bo continued. In our class of 30 students, the baseline score for completing military training is 10 points. Without any contributions or failures, everyone passing means a total of 300 points. With you at -10 and me at 0, they only scored 270 points. Does that not clarify the issue? Lucas blinked his beautiful blue eyes. What issue does that clarify? Bo sighed, feeling exasperated. I truly wish to refrain from explaining. However, the Earth's elder sister tends to have a bit of patience for charming youths, she remarked. It is just the beginning of military training. The difficulty on the first day is naturally at a beginner's level. At this level, they cannot earn additional points, so there is no hope for future tasks. Ultimately, the fundamental reason for being at the bottom is that everyone is rather weak. Otherwise, how did Class 1 achieve a total score of 358? Lucas nodded vigorously, finding her reasoning quite sound. But the honest child stated the truth. However, this does not absolve us of the blame for dragging the entire class down. Does it? Have you not read the military training rules? Bo reminded him. Rule 47 states, the bottom 3 classes in total points must all face punishment. There is such a rule. Lucas immediately pulled out the military training regulations he carried with him and, indeed, found Rule 47 clearly stating that it wasn't just the last class that faced punishment, but the bottom 3 classes. This meant that even if the 2 of them had performed impeccably and completed the military training tasks successfully, with a score of 300, they would still be in third to last position and thus subject to punishment. Lucas tucked the regulations away, looking bewildered. Then why are they still coming to blame us? Perhaps they are feeling humiliated and angry. On one hand, they feel embarrassed, and on the other, they recognize their own incompetence. Naturally, they cannot face that side of themselves. Therefore, they can only vent their anger and resentment onto others. Moreover, someone must bear the blame for being in last place. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on them. Lucas finally understood, gazing at Bo with admiration. Xiao He, you understand so much. You're so mature, Bo replied. Xiao He, you better show some respect. I'm a full 10 years older than you. However, the original owner was indeed in the same grade as them. Just Xiao He? That name sounds rather peculiar. I refuse. Just call me Bo. Lucas. All right, Bo. Hey, why are you getting up? Bo stated. I'm heading back to the camp. Why are you going back to the camp? Bo reiterated. To receive punishment. Wasn't he agreed that the whole class would face it together? Lucas grew anxious. But you still have a fever. It's all right. I'm already better, in a way. Lucas firmly pressed her back down onto the bed. I promise to take your punishment. I'll go speak to the instructor now. Quite loyal, the little curly-haired boy dashed off immediately after speaking. Bo called after him, unable to stop him. Wait. I really am fine. In truth, Bo was not merely putting on a brave face. She genuinely felt better. She was unsure whether it was due to this body possessing an extraordinary and almost abnormal recovery ability, or if all humans in this galaxy were like this. However, based on her past experiences, she was indeed fully recovered. Thus, shaking her head, she sighed and got off the bed once more, leisurely chasing after him. Although she had clashed with the class flower and the monitor earlier, she still held a sense of collective honor. Moreover, having occupied the original owner's body, she felt a responsibility to ensure a good life ahead for her. School is essentially a small society. Within a class, joys cannot be enjoyed individually, and hardships must be shared. Otherwise, one would either be regarded as an outsider or become a target of bullying. Neither of those lives were what the original owner desired. So, let this Earth elder sister step in to help the kind original owner make amends. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Bo entered the camp. She heard one of the universal phrases uttered by teachers across Earth. She hadn't anticipated such uniformity among educators throughout the universe. However, considering it was only the first day of school and the instructor had already expressed such heartfelt lamentation, which indirectly stemmed from her actions, she felt a twinge of shame, though in reality, she felt none at all. She took a step forward. Report. Classy 1, Bo. Requesting to return to formation. She executed a perfectly standard military salute, causing the instructor's eyes to light up momentarily. She stood perfectly straight. Her right hand raised, fingers together and naturally extended, with her middle finger lightly touching her temple, level with her brow. The palm faced downward, angled outward at 20 degrees, the wrist straight, and the right upper arm slightly horizontal, aligning with her shoulders, all while maintaining direct eye contact with the instructor. It had been a long time since the instructor had seen such a standard salute, especially from a new student. He thought to himself that this child must have undergone prior training, or perhaps had a military background. However, once enrolled in the military academy as his student, regardless of past backgrounds, if one did not meet standards, they must face punishment, the instructor coldly remarked. So it was you, at this moment, Upon hearing the name Bo, the E1 class students, who were standing under the scorching sun, all turned their gazes towards the source of the voice to see the culprit who had caused their class to face punishment. Then they collectively gasped, "Wow, she is so beautiful." Although they were currently drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy, their legs trembling, and desperately wanting to collapse, how could they possibly harbor hatred towards such a charming culprit? She could rival our class flower, couldn't she? No, no, this one is clearly a sweet and innocent darling, unlike Monica, who is more like a fiery rose. As the students murmured amongst themselves, the instructor suddenly bellowed, "Silence." Instantly, the entire squad fell utterly silent. Chapter 4. The culprit is not her report, instructor, she still has a fever. It was Lucas's voice, at that moment. He too stood under the blazing sun. Although it was already late afternoon, early autumn brought with it high temperatures, leaving beads of sweat glistening on Lucas's face. Though Lucas was a weepy little curly-haired boy, he had indeed returned and proactively requested to take Bo's punishment. However, the instructor was strict but not a true tyrant. He wouldn't be excessively harsh on a new student, so he only made Lucas face his own punishment while reserving Bo's for later, stating she would be punished next time, though in truth, he had no intention of punishing her again. After all, even the most reckless and impulsive act of saving someone cannot be deemed an absolute error. Therefore, as long as Bo played the fool and didn't return, the punishment would simply pass. Yet, she was stubborn and ran back herself, so the instructor could not be blamed. With a serious expression, the instructor asked, "Do you understand what returning to formation means?" "Yes," Bo responded loudly. "Class E1, Bo. Requesting to return to formation." The instructor nodded in approval. "Fall in." Bo lowered her salute and quickly jogged back into formation, but just as she had returned, the instructor called out again, "Bo, step out." Without hesitation, Bo stepped out. Following that, the instructor issued a stern command. Frog jumps, sprint 500 meters, complete 4 sets of alternations, then return to stand at attention for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Lucas grew anxious again, wanting to say he would take her place, but Bo interjected before he could. "Yes, instructor." With that, she confidently jogged to the sidetrack of the training ground to begin her warm-up exercises. To be honest, the instructor had not anticipated her compliance. After all, Bo had a rather delicate appearance. Even if her temperament was not weak, she could hardly be deemed unjustly penalized in this instance. However, here was a military academy, and the instructor's commands were equivalent to military orders. Even if Bo felt dissatisfied internally, her outward compliance was deemed acceptable, while the instructor felt a sense of satisfaction. He suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Report," someone protested. "Instructor, why does she have fewer exercises than us? We are all doing 8 sets." The speaker was a girl named Nora, sporting a bob haircut. With a healthy tan and deeply set features, reminiscent of a mixed-race individual from Earth, as fellow newcomers, Bo had no impression of this girl, but if memory served her right, she was likely one of Monica's 2 close friends, lackeys. The instructor replied curtly, "She has a fever." "Do you also have a fever?" "Nora," but she quickly added, "Report, officer. If it weren't for her causing our entire class to come in last, we wouldn't have to suffer punishment as a group." "What did you say?" "Repeat that." The instructor's expression instantly darkened. "You are a collective, bound by mutual interests and shared honor and disgrace. You should work together towards a common goal, assisting one another." Rather than shifting blame from the outset, however, it was evident that even with the instructor's admonition, Nora remained unconvinced. All of them were freshmen, barely familiar with each other's names. Discussing a sense of collective honor with them was purely a waste of time. Nora even suspected that the instructor was intentionally protecting Mint. She retorted more bluntly, "Report, instructor. I am merely stating facts. No matter how many times I say it, I remain unyielding. With 30 students only scoring 270 points. How can you say I'm not justified?" At this, the instructor was nearly laughing in frustration. Is high school mathematics taught by the physical education teacher? Don't think that just because she deducted 10 points, you wouldn't be at the bottom even if those points were added back. At this remark, even Nora's not-so-fair complexion flushed slightly. Perhaps it was the embarrassment of being reprimanded that made her blood rush. And she couldn't help but continue, "Report, instructor. Don't say that. She's still running a fever." Another female classmate pulled Nora back, preventing her from further digging her own grave, although her tone was rather condescending. Mint recognized this girl. She was another close friend of Monica's. If this wasn't aimed at her, Mint would find it hard to believe. "Nora, why not say it? If she wants special treatment, she shouldn't attend a military academy." Wouldn't it be better to go to one of those finishing schools in the Alliance to learn tea ceremonies and flower arrangements? One must admit, this girl was quite bold. However, just as she finished speaking, she was met with Mint's deathly glare. Despite her sweet and adorable appearance, Mint's eyes radiated a murderous intent that struck Nora directly. She immediately fell silent, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Finally, Mint raised her hand. Report? Instructor, I also have something to say. The instructor glanced back at her, displaying a warning expression that seemed to say, enough already, don't stir up trouble. What do you want to say now? Don't cause a scene. Mint, whatever number of groups they form, I shall form the same number, so there is no need to reduce mine. I am not running a fever. The instructor's face darkened, about to speak, when Mint added, moreover, I believe it's better to clarify something directly with my classmates. After saying this, Mint's calm gaze swept across the room. Excuse me, is there anyone who happened to see who pushed me off the waterfall? She specifically used the word push. This was a subtle psychological tactic. Although the sensation at the time was that she had been knocked off by a cannon, the meanings of push and knock were entirely different. Using push was clearly more attention-grabbing. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the individual responsible certainly knew what had happened at that moment. Yet, afterward, Mint had seen no one stepping forward to disclose the truth or apologize. Since the perpetrator had done a good deed and wished to remain anonymous, she felt compelled to unearth him or her. However, as soon as her words were uttered, the room fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause of over 10 seconds, the instructor finally bellowed, Mint, do you know what you're talking about? Mint, report, instructor. I merely wish to inform my classmates that the person who pushed me down should lose those 10 points more than I. No one expected such a turn of events. Perhaps no one anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl possessed such a forthright character. Even the curly-haired boy widened his beautiful blue eyes in astonishment at Mint. Just earlier, he had accompanied her in the makeshift medical room for quite some time, and she hadn't mentioned this incident even once. Yet now, she boldly addressed it in front of the entire class. It was evident that if Mint had returned without being cornered, this matter might have simply been overlooked. Yet, everyone insisted on fixating on that negative 10 points, leaving her no choice but to unveil the truth, proving that she was not the culprit, but rather that another individual was responsible. Chapter 5. Unintentional confession. The instructor's expression grew increasingly grim as he loudly reprimanded. I just said, you are a collective, bound by mutual interests and shared honor and disgrace. You should work together towards a common goal, assisting one another, rather than. Mint interrupted him. But instructor, isn't this akin to murder? The instructor was momentarily speechless. And the students erupted into chaos. Could she be serious? Had she truly been pushed? Perhaps she was merely trying to deflect blame. Yet, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was lying, so assertive. If it were me, I certainly couldn't maintain such composure. Moreover, if she had indeed been pushed, the responsible person must be identified. This is attempted murder. With such a troublemaker in class, who knows who might be the next victim? But why push her? Why not someone else? The situation spiraled out of control, with a cacophony of voices. In truth, the instructor felt that using the term murder to describe the incident was somewhat exaggerated. However, if what Mint said was true, then the severity of the matter exceeded his expectations. Just as the instructor found himself at a loss, unsure of how to appropriately address the situation, Monica suddenly shouted at Mint. Her face pale. What do you mean? Are you trying to shift the blame onto others for the mess you've created for the class? Nora. Yes, Monica is not that kind of person. Even if she was running behind you at the time, she would never push you down. What is this saying? One should not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. Nora's silence would have sufficed. But once she spoke, everyone understood why Monica was so infuriated. It was because she had been the one running behind Mint at the time. Was this not an unintentional confession? Someone muttered under their breath. Others chimed in. It seems like Monica has never liked Mint from the start. Didn't they clash right after the class separation? Monica was full of hostility, while Mint appeared like a little rabbit. Constantly bullied. Truly, a single remark ignited a torrent of speculation. Whether Mint had been pushed off the waterfall remained conjecture, but the previous incidents of Monica bullying Mint were witnessed by the entire class. Instantly, Monica's face turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not push her down. Quan Luyun. Everyone, please stop arguing. This is merely her one-sided account. We cannot confirm that someone actually pushed her. So why direct the blame at Monica? Even if she did have a conflict with Mint before, I believe Monica is not that kind of person. Let's all remain calm, however, before he could finish. Mint coolly interjected, surely, No one is unaware that there were two people running behind me. This single statement seemed to awaken Monica as she instinctively turned to look at class leader Quan Luyun. His face paled as well. "Why are you looking at me?" "I didn't push her," the classmates exclaimed. "Exactly. The class leader is so upright. He would never do such a thing." Wow. It's only been a few days since school started, and everyone already knows whether the class leader is upright or not. What a flattering observation. Although Monica was somewhat ostentatious, she was the type of girl who dared to take responsibility for her actions. If she had done it, she wouldn't deny it. But what motive would the class leader have to push Mint? Even for a crime, there must be a motive, right? As the classmates clamored, Mint stood alone, speaking like a villain. Surely, no one is unaware that a mini drone has been following us, right? Who could it be? No need to argue. The instructor will know once he checks the surveillance. At this, the room fell silent once more. The classmates were as quiet as chickens, for indeed, no one knew that a mini drone had been following them. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. In such a vast forest, fraught with danger, with so many classmates, all being freshmen, it would be quite normal for there to be a drone monitoring them in case of emergencies. As for the instructor's silence, it was due to his astonishment at Mint's remarkable insight. During military training, mini drones had indeed been following every class of students. Moreover, the newly developed military drones were incredibly small, only the size of ABE.in, such a heavily armed and tense atmosphere. It would be typical for the students not to notice them, but Mint had discovered it. Did she indeed have a military background? Had someone tipped her off about the military training beforehand? Yet if not, that would make this student quite formidable. Simultaneously, the class leader Quan Luyun, who had been consistently rebutted by Mint, found her statements alarming. In just those two sentences, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He could almost guarantee that Mint knew he was responsible, even though he hadn't meant to do it. He had never considered admitting it. But if the drone had indeed captured everything, then he was finished. His hands clenched into fists tightly, he glared furiously at Mint, only to find her smiling at him with a triumphant expression, one that seemed to say, "I've finally caught you." This led Quan Luyun to make a grave misjudgment. Gritting his teeth, he dejectedly stepped forward. "Report, instructor, I did not push her." At the moment, Lucas was about to slip down, and both Mint and I reached out our hands simultaneously to try to grab him. She simply acted faster than I did, pulling Lucas back just as I was unable to withdraw in time, caught too close to her. Perhaps it was the barrel on my arm that inadvertently brushed against her. But I absolutely did not push her. So that's how it was. Bo maintained an air of nonchalance, her gaze icy enough to pierce through Quan Luyun's heart, with a half-smile that lacked warmth. She remarked, however, given how chaotic the situation was at the time, I truly didn't see what was happening behind me. Feeling a force that knocked me down, it's only natural to think someone else had pushed me. Right? But, if that's the case, class leader, you should have clarified sooner. Once everything is explained, there would be no issue at all, class leader. Damn it, this woman is doing it on purpose. Yet, with matters escalated to this degree, if the instructor remained oblivious to what transpired, he would hardly be worthy of his title. Bo's words rang true, yet Quan Luyun's expression did not seem to suggest deceit. However, as the instructor, he would refrain from drawing any conclusions in the absence of concrete evidence. Enough shouting, continue training. We will investigate the truth and ensure no student is wrongfully accused. Yet, whether or not he uncovered the truth had become inconsequential. For at this moment, each student had already formed their own judgment. Glances of sympathy and disdain were cast towards Bo and the class leader. The individuals involved, surprisingly, placed their hands behind their heads and slowly crouched down. Then, to the astonishment of all, Bo began to hop calmly like a frog. Jump, 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 jump. Chapter 6. The TR Combat Mecha, truly spectacular. Her composed demeanor garnered the instructor's admiration, although it stirred up a commotion. If her account was indeed factual, her method of handling the situation was nothing short of perfect. She uncovered the truth while simultaneously earning sympathy. This student is quite skilled. Meanwhile, the skilled one was panting heavily. Help! She had grossly overestimated the physical capabilities of her body. After barely completing one set of 8 frog jumps, her legs felt as if they were about to give out. What was she to do? Had she boasted too much? Forget about 8 sets. She couldn't even manage 4. Was it too much to hope for a world war or a cosmic explosion to rescue her from her current predicament? Boom! Almost as soon as this thought crossed her mind, a deafening explosion echoed from deep within the jungle. The flames shooting into the sky instantly illuminated half the heavens. Bo thought to herself, No way? Was this a coincidence? The students exclaimed. What was that sound? It scared me to death. What is happening? There's a fire in the forest. Oh my, such a large flame. The heat wave is reaching us. The instructor reacted swiftly, decisively ordering, What are you all dawdling for? Everyone, fall in, disperse, and return to camp immediately. Yet even with his command, the fledgling class was still inexperienced, retreating in a disorganized manner. The instructor, now unable to lecture, scowled and shouted behind the students, Run faster, haven't you eaten? With that shout, the students gradually quickened their pace. At that moment, a shrill alarm resounded throughout the jungle, and the instructor's wrist terminal began to beep urgently. A voice crackled through, Instructor Zhou, you must lead your students to the safe zone immediately. Be quick. We're on the move, but old Lin, what is going on? Don't ask, just retreat. Hurry. Otherwise it will be too late. Instructor Zhou, realizing the urgency, ceased his questioning and led his students in a frantic dash down the mountain. Just then, a student pointed skyward in astonishment. What is that? Damn. It's Chengying. A male student, eyes reddened, shouted hoarsely in Hongguang and Xiaolian. Oh my, am I truly fortunate enough to witness these three mech battle kings on my first day of school? The boy was clearly beside himself, completely disregarding the instructor's orders as he jumped and shouted in excitement. So cool. I want to pilot such a mecha. The instructor's face darkened, nearly cursing aloud. Damn. Are you all out of your minds? Under what circumstances would these three mech battle kings be deployed, and do I need to explain that? Move quickly, keep up. The previously exhilarated male students snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Indeed, Chengying, Hongguang, and Xiaolian were no ordinary mechas. They only mobilized in the presence of an S-level or higher large-scale anomaly. The simultaneous deployment of three mechas indicated the dire situation at hand. The realization struck the foolish students, and they turned pale, scattering in panic. Meanwhile, massive, continuous explosions echoed one after another, in the blink of an eye. Smoke and flames erupted throughout the jungle. As she gazed at the sky ablaze, Bo felt her heart, once stagnant, ignite with fervor. Upon realizing she had been transported to a foreign planet, with little hope of returning to Earth, she had mentally succumbed to a state of resignation. After years of struggle on Earth, she was weary. Now, with a fresh start, she merely wished to be an ordinary student, graduate smoothly, and live a simple life. Yet, what was that? A mecha? A star-spanning weapon capable of flight and combat? Indeed. While the original owner had some knowledge of mechas from books and models seen in interstellar markets, she had never encountered a real one. Especially for Bo, as a special forces soldier from Earth, although she frequently dealt with cutting-edge weaponry, this was a tangible mecha she had only ever seen in sci-fi films. What was this called? Bo felt like a child who had finally entered a wonderland of interstellar marvels, unable to tear her eyes away. This thing was absolutely incredible. Right, how does one pilot it? Hand controls? Sensors? No, wait. Chengying, Hongguang, and Xiaolian were all newly developed combat mechas from the Alliance Research Institute. Featuring the latest revelation technology, the TR combat mechas were controlled directly by mental power, and only those with grade A mental strength or above could operate them smoothly. As she flexed her fingers, a sudden urge to try her hand at it surged within her. She wondered what it would feel like to touch it. She wanted to give it a go. However, what was the original owner's mental strength level? Why was such crucial information absent from the original owner's memories? Just as she pondered this, a girl's scream pierced her thoughts. What is that? An anomaly. Bo, run. With that single sentence, all eyes turned toward Bo. Not 100 meters behind her, a man enveloped in an orange-red flame-like aura emerged from the jungle. In that moment, his features were obscured, but his towering figure exuded an overwhelming presence. Wherever he passed, everything was obliterated. Bo's back tightened in an instant. Instinct urged her to flee, yet at that moment, she felt as though her body was entirely beyond her control, as something intangible began to invade and dominate her nerves. That powerful, utterly oppressive aura rendered her immobile as if she were carved from stone. Not only was she unable to run, Bo found herself unable to take even a single step. Another scream erupted as, in the blink of an eye, the terrifying man had closed the distance behind her, reaching out a hand directly toward her. In the next moment, Bo felt herself enveloped in a fiery embrace. Instantly, heat radiated throughout her body, as if she had been thrown into freshly erupted magma, searing her to the core. Chapter 7. Rare Type Mental Power Heat. She felt as if she would perish from the heat. Instinctively, Bo's body underwent a transformation she could not articulate or control. An invisible force surged from within her, like a wild grass growing uncontrollably. She sensed this unknown essence rushing forth, and when the fiery figure gripped her tightly, it surged into him through his fingertips without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, Bo heard a heavy, suppressed, excruciating gasp behind her. So painful. It was a boy's voice, raspy, as if he were enduring an unimaginable agony. Perhaps it was the nurturing instinct of an elder sister from Earth or the flicker of motherhood within her that stirred. Before she even realized it, she had instinctively reached out, gently placing her hand upon his arm. The boy's muscles were taut, rigid as steel. He seemed to oscillate between immense pain and profound comfort. In the midst of her confusion, the boy suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. In an instant, as their bodies pressed closely together, a powerful force surged forth from the tips of Mint's fingers, akin to a tidal wave. Subsequently, it frantically poured into her body. Mint's vision blurred, and she felt as if she had been drawn into a kaleidoscope of time and space. The sensation bore a resemblance to the consciousness realms depicted in the cultivation novels she had idly read on Earth. Yet within the young man's spiritual ocean lay a hellish sea of blood and fire. The scorching air instantly reminded her of the fiery mountain from Journey to the West. When Tang Sang and his 3 disciples reached that place, they likely felt much like she did now. However, within the flames that the Monkey King's party traversed, there were only Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King. But in Mint's world, within the sea of fire, there was a monstrous beast tightly bound by countless massive iron chains. On the brink of madness, at first glance, the beast resembled a tiger, the size of a bull, yet it sported a pair of enormous wings at its back. In a moment, strange fragments of knowledge surged into Mint's mind through the original owner's memories. She finally understood that this was not the consciousness realm of a cultivator, but rather the young man's spiritual ocean. Humans possessing an S-class or higher mental strength can manifest their spiritual power in the form of beasts. Some formidable individuals may take the shape of wolves, eagles, or lions, while others of lesser strength might manifest as dogs, monkeys, or rabbits. But this young man was exceptional, for if Mint's guess was correct, the beast engulfed in the sea of flames was none other than the ancient creature Cheongqi. What immense mental power could bring forth a beast that exists only in myth and legend on Earth? Those wolves, eagles, and lions seemed utterly weak in comparison. However, the bad news was that although this ancient beast was trapped in the sea of fire, it was glaring at her with its crimson eyes, as if ready to snap its chains and devour her in the next moment. Indeed, one should never tempt fate, even in their thoughts. Just as the notion flickered through Mint's mind, Cheongqi actually broke free from its iron shackles and lunged at her with its gaping maw, teeth bared in a menacing snarl. Almost instinctively, Mint manifested her own spiritual beast form. A soft cry emerged from her, as she initially could not see what her spirit had transformed into due to her back being turned. All she knew was that it was enormous and emitted a scent reminiscent of seafood. This was bad? There was no way she could win. Mint felt as if she was doomed. Yet, in the next moment, that overwhelming seafood aroma swept over her head, and then a tidal wave surged through the entirety of the young man's spiritual ocean. Finally, Mint discerned what her spiritual beast form was. That colossal entity was so astonishing that she couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck?" It turned out to be the blue whale, the largest marine mammal on Earth, in its fish form reminiscent of the mythical Kuanping. Was this not a victory? Later on, it couldn't exactly be described as a crushing defeat, as the opponent had offered no resistance. Perhaps this interstellar Cheongqi had never encountered such a colossal being before. Therefore, upon the appearance of the massive blue fish, the fiery Cheongqi was rendered dumbfounded. Seizing the moment of its astonishment, Mint's blue whale unleashed a powerful jet of water from its blowhole. Like a fire extinguisher, it methodically doused the raging flames within the young man's spiritual ocean, extinguishing the furious inferno from head to toe. Meanwhile, in reality, the scene witnessed by the classmates of Classy One was nearly frozen in time. Mint had become a hostage, enveloped in the surging spiritual power of the opposing force, rendering their appearance obscured. All the students were anxious for her safety, fearing she was finished, with some timid classmates even breaking into tears. Yet Instructor Zhou, unlike the students, immediately recognized that 2 powerful spiritual forces were resonating. Perhaps even merging. One was aggressive, while the other was soothing and smooth. Aggressive spiritual power was the most common throughout the galaxy. The only difference lay in the threshold of spiritual power, ranging from C-class then B class, A class, to S class. The strongest originally reached the SS class. However, more than a decade ago, the military discovered a child who had survived radiation during wartime. It seemed that due to this influence, the child's spiritual power level had reached SSS, though their name, age, and appearance remained unknown. It was only known that they were adopted by the Supreme Commander of the Alliance and later became known as a human weapon of mass destruction due to their extraordinary combat prowess. A sense of foreboding surged through Instructor Zhou's mind. Could that walking weapon of mass destruction be right before him? However, Mint's demeanor at that moment was remarkably calm, her expression almost gentle. Thus, her type of spiritual power was evidently healing. Another bold hypothesis sprang to Instructor Zhou's mind, causing him to tremble with excitement. Good heavens! The rarest healing talent in the entire Alliance, and judging by this child's spiritual power threshold, it was high enough to rival that of an SSS class attacker. Students with such abilities were fewer than 100 in all the military academies of the Alliance. Could it be that after years of hardship, he had finally stumbled upon a treasure? Chapter 8. What an angelic beauty! Awe! Instructor Zhou's heart was filled with a cacophony of ecstatic screams. Just then, his wrist communicator chimed. Instructor Zhou, why are you dawdling? Hurry and evacuate your class. Instructor Zhou glanced at Mint. But that person is also my student. The voice from the communicator conveyed an excited yet suppressed tone. Rest assured, from this moment on, the Alliance will cherish this student even more and ensure her safety. This was indeed true. After all, she was a rare healing type. Instructor Zhou finally relaxed his anxious heart and waved to the students behind him. Classmates, follow me down the mountain quickly. None of the students knew what had transpired, but most were terrified. With an instructor leading them down, they anxiously followed suit. Only Lucas kept glancing back, unconvinced about Mint's safety. At that moment, he saw the terrifying man behind Mint suddenly collapse to the ground, and Mint, instead, reached out to embrace him. To be honest, Mint regretted hugging that young man the instant she did. What did it matter to her? At such a moment, she should have decisively fled while he was weak. However, what a divine beauty! Unlike Lucas, who was cute and delicate, this young man's features were sharply defined. Precisely the kind of chiseled appearance that internet novelists adored. While he was undeniably handsome, he exuded no femininity whatsoever. His features were strikingly aggressive. In summary, he possessed an allure that left even Mint at a loss for words, causing her desire to escape to vanish in an instant. After all, everyone harbors a love for beauty. Moreover, the young man lay in her arms, completely devoid of aggression, as if he were lifeless. Yet Mint knew he was merely exhausted. His spiritual power had surged, and had she not fortuitously encountered him, he likely would have been overwhelmed and incinerated by his own power. However, Mint was pleasantly surprised as she raised her hand to inspect her palm. The original owner was quite impressive. What superhuman ability was this? Quite satisfactory. Mint felt elated. Are you all right, Mint? A sudden unfamiliar voice broke through her thoughts, causing her spine to tense instinctively. Years of training had honed her alertness. Yet she had failed to sense the approach of this individual. No, it wasn't that her vigilance had waned. Rather, this person had concealed their presence. This individual was a master. Fortunately, Mint's spiritual field had not yet fully receded, allowing her to sense the goodwill emanating from the stranger. No danger. Alarm lifted. Oh, I'm fine, she smiled, then pointed to the young man in her arms. He seems to be in trouble. He is fine. A shadow loomed before her. A tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, clad in immaculate military attire, suddenly appeared before her. His smile was warm and amiable. Thank goodness for you. Mint casually glanced at the insignia on his shoulder. Noting 2 stripes with 4 leaves, the starlight of A308 was represented by olive branches and eagles, signifying peace, so the military ranks here were distinguished by olive leaves. The ranks were not much different from those on Earth. 2 stripes and 3 leaves indicated a colonel's rank. Mint's gaze swept past the insignia, her curiosity piqued more by the beautiful young man in her arms. May I ask what his situation is? Colonel Caesar replied. You may, but we should find a different place to talk. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic, incredibly stylish pure white star shuttle descended before them. The star shuttle was one of the most common modes of transportation across the various planets of the Alliance. Akin to cars on Earth, but while cars ran on the ground, star shuttles flew in the sky. Mint observed her surroundings discreetly. All of her classmates had evacuated. Without hesitation, she released the young man from her embrace. Intending to follow the colonel onto the shuttle, suddenly, As a tight grip encircled her wrist, the young man, despite having his eyes firmly shut, seemed to instinctively entwine himself around her once more. This, Bo found herself immobilized. While Colonel Caesar chuckled. It's perfectly normal. He has just been pulled back from the brink of a rampage, utterly drained and in dire need of your comfort. Comfort? What comfort? And being drained? Are you sure, old man, that you aren't making inappropriate advances? The original owner has just come of age, you beast. Colonel Caesar responded. Are you still unaware that your psychic abilities are an exceptionally rare healing type? Bo pondered for a moment before nodding. She had no knowledge of this. The original owner's memories contained no hints regarding psychic powers, so she was indeed oblivious. Colonel Caesar encouraged, let us embark on this journey. I will gradually explain everything to you. However, just as Bo began to speak, the white starship before her emitted a mechanical whir, reminiscent of the sounds made by transforming robots. To her astonishment, the white starship morphed into a massive mechanical hand, gently scooping both her and the young man into its palm before delicately retracting into the cabin. Cool. So this starship can transform? An Earthling who has just delved into interstellar adventures felt a surge of excitement. Once aboard, she couldn't help but gaze around in wonder, even discreetly reaching out to touch the ship's interior. The material was unknown but felt rather pleasant to the touch. Fortunately, her exuberance aligned perfectly with the original owner's youthful age. To Colonel Caesar, it merely seemed that the girl was lively and inquisitive, brimming with curiosity about everything. His smile grew even warmer. Is this your first time aboard a transforming starship? Indeed, she replied. If you enjoy it, you may apply to the military for one in the future, he added kindly, provided you agree to my proposed recommendations. Bo thought to herself, here it comes. The next part must be the crux of the matter. Right? She remained unhurried, composedly sitting there, patiently awaiting him to elucidate. Her calm demeanor, neither anxious nor submissive, genuinely surprised Caesar, who had not encountered such a level-headed girl in quite some time. This girl was merely a freshman, just having turned 18. In the current A308 star, the average human lifespan had surpassed 200 years. AT-18, life was just beginning. Yet the tranquility in her eyes gave the impression of someone with considerable life experience. The military academy had indeed welcomed a remarkably gifted new student this year. How formidable the younger generation could be. Chapter 9. Test results, SSS rare type. Before I explain everything to you, let us first visit a particular location. With that, Colonel Caesar escorted Bo back to the military academy's psychic department. A mere letters difference almost led Bo to believe she had been mistaken for a lunatic. However, upon arriving at such a place, she quickly grasped his intentions. They likely sought to assess her psychic threshold. Excellent. She was eager to uncover this mystery. After all, judging by her recent sensations, the original owner's psychic threshold was at least A grade, with a minimum guarantee of S grade. She was unsure how many students at the military academy were S grade or above, but she anticipated it with enthusiasm, thus willingly followed him inside. The only hindrance was the humanoid ornament clinging to her. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to abandon the young man, primarily because, even in a semi-comatose state, his body remained tense, his expression pained, as if he were still engaged in a fierce struggle with himself. Suddenly, a term flashed through her mind. Psychic contamination. She felt that the young man's condition resembled this, yet she had no means to ascertain it. Just then, several individuals clad in lab coats approached them, with the foremost being an academic she recognized from the military academy's campus forum, Academician Yang, a doctoral advisor in the psychic department. Academician Yang was engrossed in conversation with his students when he heard the commotion, looked up, and was taken aback by the sight of a pair of conjoined twins. Instantly, he nearly dropped his glasses in disbelief. Xiaoyi actually doesn't he reject this girl? Is he supposed to be untouchable? Clearly, Academician Yang was acquainted with the humanoid ornament behind Bo. Colonel Caesar stepped forward with a smile, shaking Yang's hand. Not only does he not reject her, but can't you see? It is he who is clinging tightly to the girl, not the other way around. Yang, upon witnessing this, was left utterly astonished. While he marveled at the scene, Colonel Caesar continued, Old Yang, don't get sidetracked. Let us conduct a psychic test for this girl in advance. I suspect she possesses high-level healing abilities, and her compatibility with Xiaoyi should be exceptionally high. Freshmen at the military academy were typically required to undergo psychic testing, usually 2 months into the semester, akin to midterm examinations back on Earth. Thus, when Colonel Caesar explicitly brought a female student and requested an early test, Academician Yang's eyes widened behind his glasses. He immediately declared, "I will personally administer her test." Before Bo could enter the testing room, the young man was forcibly pried away from her. The process was tremendously arduous. In summary, Bo's uniform ended up with 2 sizable tears. However, they finally managed to separate him. As she sighed in relief, she noticed Academician Yang's gaze toward her was filled with even greater astonishment. Bo maintained her calm demeanor, simply asking, "How will the test be conducted?" Academician Yang handed her a holographic headset to wear, instructing her to lie down in it resembled a metallic coffin. Truthfully, it didn't feel promising, yet Bo hesitated not for a moment before lying down. Almost as soon as she settled in, a melodious AI voice resonated in her mind. Artificial intelligence, ID detected. A308202300529. Miss Bo, please close your eyes. In 10 seconds, the test will commence. Upon closing her eyes and then reopening them, everything before Bo transformed entirely. In this holographic realm, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of both familiar and unfamiliar small alien creatures. These creatures were of low rank, easily dispatched by an ordinary person wielding a knife. However, the predicament was that she was now encircled by thousands of such beings. After hesitating for only a second, her body instinctively sprang into action. With mere imagination, a Gatling gun materialized in her hands, followed by a rapid succession of gunfire. Tat 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 tat. The test apparatus's data screen began to wildly display numbers. Meanwhile, Academician Yang and all his students stood in astonishment, gazing at the projection screen showcasing the weapon manifested by Bo in the testing apparatus. Student 1 exclaimed, "It's actually a vintage gun, yet astonishingly suited to this holographic scenario." Student 2 remarked, "But that's not the point. The key is that her miss rate is 0. This is a vintage Gatling gun. When a machine gun fires, it causes widespread area damage. Facing such a horde of small alien creatures in this dim lighting, it's practically impossible not to miss." Student 3 interjected, "My goodness, it's only been 1 minute, and she has already eliminated over 1,000 of these small creatures, with the death toll still climbing, while her shooting accuracy remains above 90. How incredible is this girl?" Student 4 added, "Quick, look at the consumption data. Her psychic energy expenditure is so minimal it's almost negligible. How is this even possible?" 5 minutes later, Bo retracted the gun. As she withdrew the Gatling gun using her psychic energy, she felt neither tense nor exhausted. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though she hadn't had her fill. However, her hands were sore. The Gatling gun was rather heavy. While she flexed her aching hands, the world around her suddenly brightened. The holographic realm dissolved, and she returned to reality, just as the laboratory erupted in a dazzling green light. Artificial intelligence, congratulations, ID. A308202300529. Miss Bo, your test level is SSS type, special rare type, special rare type, special rare type. The important information was repeated thrice. This was the first time the testing device exhibited such autonomous reactions. Likely astonished by Bo's results. After all, while SSS-level psychics are uncommon, they are not unprecedented. However, a psychic whose type could not be accurately determined was indeed a first. Thus, the artificial intelligence resorted to repeating its announcement thrice to emphasize Bo's uniqueness. Academician Yang was left bewildered. What is a special rare type? Aren't all psychics of SSS level and above quite rare? Why isn't the result classified as either an attacking type or a healing type? A student suggested, "This seems unusual, Professor. Should we conduct another test?" Thus, Bo was once again ushered into the testing chamber, for a second test. The results of the second test emerged in just 3 minutes. Artificial intelligence, ID. A308202300529. Miss Bo, congratulations, your test level is SSS type, special rare type, special rare type, special rare type. Academician Yang, unwilling to relent, requested Bo to cooperate for a third test. Naturally, the result remained consistent. Chapter 10. The 19-year-old young Major General Academician Yang fell silent, harboring a bold conjecture in his mind. Yet lacking data to support it and with no precedents to rely on, he dared not make any assertions. As he welcomed Bo out, he inquired, "What do you typically eat?" Mint cast a glance at him, her expression one of incredulity as if to say, "Surely you don't believe that dietary habits could influence the test results." Academician Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to clarify that he held no such belief. Rather, Mint was exceptionally unique to him, and he wished to study everything pertaining to her. Her dietary choices, her beverages, her living conditions, her daily activities, and whether she had been exposed to any unusual radiation sources, among other inquiries. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Colonel Caesar interjected, insisting, "Academician Yang, please assess her mental compatibility with Xiao Yi." This prompted Yang to realize the significance of the request. Indeed, while the testing apparatus might not yield precise results, an SSS-level offensive psychic ability could never cleanse or heal another entity of the same SSS classification. Thus, Mint, who had just emerged from the testing device, was promptly placed into another compatibility machine. This device was designed to evaluate the compatibility between healing-type and offensive-type psychic entities. The higher the compatibility, the more effective the healing. Such treatments encompassed, but were not limited to, the restoration and purification of psychic entities, as well as the enhancement and leveling up of psychic abilities. These concepts were still rather nebulous for Mint, yet her lack of understanding only heightened her concern for the outcome. However, as she observed the handsome young man who still had his eyes closed yet instinctively grasped her hand, she thought to herself, if the compatibility rate does not exceed 60, then the machine must be faulty. Just as this thought rolled through her mind, the alert began to blare once more. Artificial intelligence. Congratulations. Congratulations. Major congratulations. ID number A308202305529. Ms. Mint, and ID number A308131452001. Mr. Li Xiao Yi. Congratulations to both of you. Your psychic compatibility rate is 100. Artificial intelligence. Important matters broadcast 3 times. Congratulations to both of you. Your psychic compatibility rate is 100,100,100. Whether it was Mint's imagination or not, she could almost detect a semblance of joyous excitement in the mechanical voice of the AI. While this was surely impossible, the outcome had undeniably surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving all present utterly astounded. Classmate 1. Did I hear that correctly? The first pair in the Alliance. The last pairing that achieved a 95 compatibility rate was the Alliance commander and his late wife. Wasn't he it? Another classmate immediately chastised. Pa. You're such a jinx. Can you refrain from uttering such ominous words at such a joyous moment? Classmate 1. No, I merely wanted to express how exceedingly rare this is. Okay. No wonder it's classified as rare. This result is simply astounding. Colonel Caesar could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor, breaking into a broad grin that revealed a mouthful of teeth. Academician Yang. Please keep an eye on them for me. I must report this to the military at once. You needn't bother with that, replied Academician Yang. For those above the Alliance level, the terminals are specially configured. Such high compatibility results will automatically transmit the testing data and outcomes to them. I suspect that by now, both those you wish to report to and those you do not are already aware of this result. As if to corroborate his statement, almost immediately after Yang finished speaking, both his and Colonel Caesar's personal terminals began to chime. Initially, it was just the two of them, but soon, the terminals of all the students in the psychic department erupted with alerts. As anticipated, they were undoubtedly inquiries seeking information. Despite their fatigue, Colonel Caesar and Dr. Yang still dedicated considerable time to respond to those queries. Meanwhile, what was Mint doing amidst all this? She was busily utilizing Xiao Yi's personal terminal to supplement her knowledge of various aspects of psychic abilities. It seemed this young man was a heavyweight figure. His terminal privileges were indeed different from hers, granting her access to a plethora of confidential information. The data indicated that the categories of psychic abilities originally did not distinguish between offensive and healing types. They were all classified into ABC levels and S levels, with SS, SSS levels above that, and only in recent years had the concept of SSS emerged. Decades ago, there existed a peculiar child whose psychic threshold reached SS level. Yet in terms of physical prowess, military training, or any other practical skills, he was utterly abysmal. Even the manifestation of his psychic abilities was merely a fist-sized, particularly rotund little creature. Everyone was perplexed, unable to comprehend what an SS-level little creature could possibly achieve. It was not until later, in a contaminated zone, when someone was injured by a mutant, that the child's psychic powers abruptly surged, allowing him to instinctively invade the opponent's psychic realm and heal their mental wounds using his own abilities. That child became the strongest healer in the entire Alliance, Bill Neeson. Following Neeson, healing-type psychic entities gradually entered the public eye, with several being discovered by the Alliance one after another. However, their rarity in comparison to offensive-type psychic abilities was estimated at a staggering 1,000,000 to 1. This explained Colonel Caesar's earlier excitement when he mistakenly believed her to be a healing-type psychic. Yet, as Mint casually perused the information, she found no records pertaining to rare-type psychic abilities. It appeared that the AI had simply announced this when it was unable to provide an adequate description. Unable to locate information on this matter, Mint casually flipped through Xiaoye's data. Having already learned his ID and name, she quickly found IT.name. Li Xiaoyi, gender, male, age, 19 years, occupation, military personnel, rank, Major General. Upon reaching this point, Mint's eyes nearly fell out of her head. A 19-year-old young Major General? Such a phenomenon could only occur on an alien planet. Unable to resist, she glanced at the young Major General who was still gripping her clothing, and he felt as though he was still just a child. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding Li Xiaoyi, with a psychic threshold exceeding SSS, he had yet to find a compatible healer. Mint then understood. This was the true reason Colonel Caesar had hurriedly brought her here. Chapter 11. With points, everything is negotiable. Yet, for such a young Major General, aside from the prospect of a throne awaiting inheritance, the only other possibility would be an impressive array of military achievements, of a magnitude sufficient to topple a nation. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mint cast another glance at the Xiaoyi. What on earth had this child accomplished? Moreover, if he was so formidable, could he not simply enlist Bill Neeson for his treatment? Or was it that Neeson's fees were exorbitantly high? Perhaps the distance was too great. Or was it simply that their compatibility was too low for Neeson to assist him, as it turned out? Mint had guessed correctly. After Colonel Caesar had finally managed to deal with a series of inquiries from superiors, he found the opportunity to engage in a proper conversation with Mint. He was rather straightforward. Mint, on behalf of the military, I formally invite you to join our ranks as the dedicated healer for Xiaoyi. Major General Li. Mint, just as she suspected. However, Mint replied, am I allowed to decline? Colonel Caesar was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the refusal. After finally grasping that he had indeed been turned down, he quickly pressed, why? Colonel Caesar was utterly bewildered. After all, every graduate from the military academy invariably entered the military. Compared to spending an additional 4 years at the academy, where there was no guarantee of being assigned to a desired unit, accepting his invitation should be a coveted opportunity for all military academy students. Yet this young lady had audaciously turned it down? Mint certainly intended to refuse, for beneath this exterior lay a new core, not to mention her years of experience as a special forces operative on Earth. She had no desire to transition into being a healer. Moreover, now that she had tested her psychic ability at SSS, how could she not pilot mechs? Ridiculous, however, she had questions to address. Mint, Colonel, if I agree to be his dedicated healer, will I also need to learn to pilot mechs? If that is the case, I might consider it. Assuming she was reluctant about this aspect, Colonel Caesar immediately reassured her. Rest assured, healers are not required to operate mechs. In fact, you could say that unless absolutely necessary, you won't even come into contact with them. It's truly one of the safest positions in the military. Then why bother with it? I'm not interested. However, Mint was not naive. Faced with such an opportunity, she still articulated her perspective with conviction. But Colonel, I have given it serious thought and believe that learning brings me joy. I wish to continue my studies. Colonel Caesar, however, earnestly urged her. Once you enlist, you will automatically become an officer, albeit at the lowest rank. Yet, isn't your purpose for attending the Alliance Military University to enter the military? Mint shook her head, but knowledge is boundless. As our ancestors have said, Colonel Caesar. Which ancestor? Mint retorted. Earth, Qing Dynasty, Liu Kai. Colonel Caesar was taken aback by her response. He was a military man, well-versed in military texts, but had only a cursory understanding of Earth's history and had never delved deeply into it. Thus he was unaware that there existed an ancestor named Liu Kai from the Qing Dynasty on Earth. Yet, observing the earnest determination on the girl's face, he fell into silence for a moment. Very well. We shall reconvene to discuss this matter further, and once a decision has been reached, we will notify you. However, in recent days, the situation surrounding General Cheng has been exceedingly unstable, necessitating your constant presence by his side, ideally without a moment's separation. How can that be feasible? Bo shook her head. The military academy has only just commenced its term, and I cannot afford to miss classes. Furthermore, we are currently in the midst of military training. I recently lost points for a minor infraction, and if I fail to return promptly, my deductions will only accumulate. Not only would I face daily penalties, but it would also adversely affect my class. I am a girl of considerable collective honor. I simply cannot. Colonel Caesar interjected. For a duration of 3 days, as long as you remain steadfastly by General Lee's side, I shall personally contact your principal and arrange for you to receive an additional 20 points per day. No, 30 points. Such a splendid offer. It's a deal. Boh's eyes sparkled with delight. Why didn't you mention this earlier? With points at stake, I can negotiate anything, Colonel Caesar mused. Did this girl just play coy? Regardless of her intentions, he had no time to ponder, for Bo had unequivocally declined the role of General Lee's dedicated medical attendant. This matter required immediate escalation to his superiors for a reassessment of strategies, seeking a solution that would satisfy both parties. After all, the young lady is a lover of literature. One cannot fault her for that. Thus, Colonel Caesar proceeded to contact his superiors, while Bo was ushered into General Lee's private ward to keep him company as he slept for 3 days. The primary reason being, the young man clung to her hand with an unyielding grip, rendering separation nearly impossible. So they simply remained together. Ultimately, Bo's initial intention in staying was to heal him, and physical contact is the swiftest method for a mental healer to mend the psychic wounds of an aggressive telekinetic. After all, it was merely holding hands, and Bo thought, okay, no problem. She could certainly manage that with such a charming young man. 3 days later, upon awakening, General Lee did not utter a single word to Bo before being whisked away by a Golden Star shuttle dispatched by the military. Meanwhile, Bo, after a lengthy inquiry from the principal, was personally escorted back to the jungle training camp by instructor Zhou, and everyone else was still undergoing military training. All were engaged in drills, except for Bo, who had missed 3 days of diligence. Instructor Zhou remarked, I have gathered a general understanding of the situation. In any case, I appreciate your efforts over these past 3 days. However, let me be clear. Regardless of whether you have ingratiated yourself with some military bigwig, as long as you remain my student in my class, you will be subjected to the same training regimen as everyone else. There will be no exceptions. That is indeed the best outcome. Bo replied nonchalantly, yet she inquired, by the way, instructor, was everyone else all right during that time? Instructor Zhou responded, no issues, except for you. Bo interjected, I am perfectly fine, and I even managed to earn us 90 points. Instructor Zhou frowned. What 90 points? The mere mention of those 90 points instantly lifted Bo's spirits. Colonel Caesar promised that as long as I accompanied General Lee for 3 days, he would grant me an additional 30 points per day. Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou came to a sudden halt, nearly causing the shuttle to veer off course. What did you say? You spent the past 3 days accompanying the general? Fortunately, Bo's reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, she might have lunged towards the instructor's control panel in the front. Struggling to maintain her composure, she replied, yes, didn't the principal inform you? Instructor Zhou clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms, seething with indignation at the audacity of those in the military. Chapter 12. Trust me, I am truly unique. It was only then that Bo realized there may have been a misunderstanding and hastily clarified. Instructor? It was General Lee Xiaoya. You know him, right? Upon hearing the name Li Xiaoya, the furious Instructor Zhou gradually calmed down. Is it him? Yes. His psychic powers went berserk, causing quite a commotion in the jungle, and 3 mech battle kings were dispatched to subdue him. However, they were unsuccessful. It was only by chance that I encountered him, and my psychic abilities harmonized perfectly with his, allowing me to purify the psychic pollution within him. Hence, I was specifically retained. Instructor Zhou finally grasped the situation. So, when you said you accompanied him for 3 days, that was the context? Indeed, Bo chuckled, finding amusement in his reaction. What else would you have thought? Instructor Zhou was momentarily speechless, but excitement soon surged through him. So, you are truly a high-level healing psychic? He had previously inquired with the principal about this, but unfortunately, the principal had divulged nothing further. Now that Bo had brought it up herself, he eagerly pressed for clarification. To his surprise, Bo replied, Not exactly. Not exactly. How could that be? I distinctly saw you. Instructor Zhou trailed off, waiting for Bo to elaborate. Bo explained, the testing device concluded that I belonged to a special rare type. Instructor Zhou? Because the testing device could not definitively classify me as either an offensive or healing type. It deemed my condition as unique, thus labeling me as a special rare type. This, Instructor Zhou fell silent. Yet his expression spoke volumes of disbelief, as if to say, do you take me for a fool? However, he quickly rationalized it. Understood, if one cannot disclose certain information, then fabricating such classifications is unwise and would only lead to ridicule. Bo earnestly insisted. No, instructor, I assure you everything I say is true. Instructor Zhou, however, merely offered a half-hearted nod. Yes, yes, I understand. I won't breathe a word to anyone. Is that acceptable? Bo. No, it's precisely because you don't understand anything that I find myself at a loss for words. In truth, Instructor Zhou had intended to inquire further about the events of that day, but judging by Bo He's tight-lipped demeanor, he surmised he would be unable to extract any information and decided against pressing her. Soon enough, the star shuttle arrived at the jungle stop. Just before disembarking, Instructor Zhou's terminal began beeping insistently. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned halfway to Bo in the back seat. I have other matters to attend to. Do you have any issues returning to the class camp alone? No issues at all. Instructor Zhou nodded. Very well, off you go. Make sure to message me once you arrive. Understood. Bo disembarked and, out of habit, offered a salute. Instructor Zhou observed her impeccable gesture, his eyes lighting up with interest, casually inquiring. Where did you learn to salute like that? Bo replied. Ah, is it not done correctly? No, it's very standard. Does someone in your family serve in the military? Or have you been taught? Neither. I learned it on the StarNet. Instructor Zhou. What? Bo replied earnestly. I enjoy watching videos about ancient Earth, particularly from that country. See. Their soldiers are incredibly cool. I learned a few things from it, including saluting, standing at attention, marching in formation, and even flag raising. Instructor Zhou was utterly astonished. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In this era of Star 308, few pay attention to anything from ancient Earth. Yet I am different. I am an ardent admirer of the soldiers from country C on Earth. Now it was Bo He's turn to be taken aback. She had merely made a casual remark. Never expecting the instructor to take her seriously, moreover, he was a fervent fan of the soldiers from her ancient Earth. Quite discerning indeed. As they delved into the topic of ancient Earth, Instructor Zhou nearly forgot to let her disembark. But alas, his terminal chimed urgently once more. With regret, Instructor Zhou had no choice but to let her go. This time, Bo refrained from lingering and hurriedly departed. The stop was a fair distance from the students' training camp. Requiring a brisk 10-minute walk, Bo moved swiftly, reaching the entrance in under 5 minutes. Just as she was about to enter, she unexpectedly caught wind of her name. Bo. I want to leave. I'll eavesdrop. Did you hear? That girl who was abducted has returned and is about to resume military training. Really? She is back? Isn't she quite bold? After suffering such a significant trauma, are her arms and legs intact? I am not sure. I heard she was taken away by a military transformation shuttle and has been recuperating in a biological medical pod until now. My information differs. My brother works in the psychic department, and he claims to have seen that student, insisting she wasn't physically injured but rather suffered psychic damage. Goodness, I see psychic damage even worse. Will she still be able to pilot mechs in the future? Wake up. Even if she is perfectly fine, that doesn't guarantee she can pilot a mech. Only those with S-level abilities or higher can do so. But what about manual mechs? Those can be operated without psychic abilities. If that is the case, why even attend a military academy? Might as well stay home and operate a nanny mech. Exactly, but I hope that girl still has her limbs intact. After all, she is still so young. Sigh. Let us talk about something else. Someone is coming. Bo. What on earth? I was absent for just 3 days, and now there are rumors about her suffering psychic damage and missing limbs. Rumors are best left to the wise. This cohort of military students is lacking. The only consolation is that it seems other students only know the abducted girl is named Bo and are unaware of her appearance. She strolled past, pretending she hadn't overheard anything behind her. A few male classmates whispered, "Doesn't that girl look a bit familiar?" Another boy retorted, "Which pretty girl doesn't look familiar to you?" "It feels remarkably familiar. She resembles... Oh my goodness. She seems to be that classmate who was taken away. Is this for real? Let me take a closer look at her features. All I can see now is her silhouette, but she certainly appears quite appealing. Her limbs are all intact, and that figure is rather attractive. Oh, hey. Excuse me, could you please be mindful? Why do I get the impression that there's a hint of regret in your tone?" Just then, a figure rushed over excitedly, little curly, crying, "Bo, you're back? You finally returned. I knew you would be fine. So, every day after training, I waited for you at the entrance, and at last, my patience has paid off." Sob. Upon turning around, Bo noticed the several male classmates behind her suddenly fell silent, and they hurried away as if escaping. Chapter 13. Even Cabbage wouldn't dare sell at such a low price. Little Curly rubbed his eyes. "What's wrong with them?" Bo nonchalantly replied, "They were gossiping about me. You just happened to arrive and shouted my name." Little Curly's already teary face turned even redder, but soon he clenched his fists. Were they speaking ill of you? What did they say? Bo. It's probably along the lines of what you heard, right? Otherwise, why did you rush over and grab my arm? Were you worried I was missing limbs? Bo. No worries. I am a magnanimous person. I wouldn't fuss over such trivialities. But surely, there must be a source for this rumor. Do you know who spread it? I need to find them and teach them how to communicate properly. Instead of spreading gossip, Little Curly hesitated for a moment but ultimately confessed. It was the class leader, him again? Bo scoffed. Sensing the shift in mood, Little Curly abandoned his tears and changed the subject. By the way, I sent you so many messages, why haven't you replied to any? Did you block me? Block you? My terminal is broken. I haven't bought a new one yet. Actually, I don't have the money to buy one. The original owner of my terminal seemed to come from a modest background, with only a frail mother at home. Theo support her at military school. She exhausted all her savings. She cannot, and has no face, to ask her mother to buy another terminal for her. Fortunately, during military training, not having one is still manageable. Little Curly interjected. You want a terminal? Don't bother buying one. I have 4 or 5 old models I've replaced. If you don't mind. What a wealthy individual, Bo immediately responded. Not at all. I don't mind in the slightest. But, my friend, isn't the cheapest ordinary terminal still around 7 or 8,000 star coins? You casually replaced 4 or 5 old models? Do you have a mine at home? Little Curly, how did you know? But my family only has a gold mine, no energy mine, Bo. So there really is one. Bo affectionately placed her arm around Little Curly's shoulder. Lucas, you see, I'm a principled person. I dislike taking advantage of others. So it wouldn't be right to just take a terminal from you for free. How about this? Since it's an old one, you could sell it to me at a discounted price. Little Curly, sure, just name a price that's ridiculously low. Bo. All right, let us say 50 star coins. I'll transfer the money to you once I have the terminal. Little Curly's shocked expression. 50 star coins? Even cabbage at 308 stars wouldn't dare sell at such a low price. But, since you are my savior, I suppose, he originally intended to gift her 1 and 50 star coins seemed. He still felt it might be better not to give it to her after all. However, both thought she was being quite generous, considering that 50 coins could buy a good amount of cabbage back on Earth, right? Bo? Who was calling her? The voice sounds quite familiar. Turning her head, the first thing that caught her eye was a head of fiery red. Long curly-haired, and oh my. What a coincidence, it's Monica. But to her surprise, instead of mockery, Monica expressed concern. Are you all right? I heard you suffered a mental injury and were left paralyzed on one side. Having to use a wheelchair for the rest of your life, Bo. How utterly absurd. So ridiculous, it's becoming more and more ludicrous. Just a moment ago, I was merely missing limbs, and now a wheelchair has been thrown into the mix. But she quickly grasped the situation and smiled at Monica. Was it the class leader who told you this? Monica was currently assessing her from head to toe and, upon seeing that Bo appeared to have no visible issues, finally sighed in relief. She didn't think much of it. Yes, the class leader told me, but how did you know? Bo smiled. Are you two quite close? Perhaps in a romantic relationship? To Bo's surprise, Monica's face flushed with embarrassment, and she vehemently retorted, Don't talk nonsense. I am engaged. Oh my. You're so young and already engaged. Bo didn't dwell on it too much and subtly suggested. Then shouldn't you keep your distance from him? Isn't once being used enough. Do you want to be exploited indefinitely? Monica finally caught on to the underlying meaning and looked at her with confusion. Though she didn't voice her questions, her intent was clear. Bo didn't keep her in suspense and asked, That day, was it also the class leader who invited you to see me? Before seeing me, did he chatter away about how I was a burden to the class? Bo continued. After I chased you two away, did he tell the other classmates that you kindly came to see me but were scolded by me? Bo. Isn't the answer clear? He was the one who, without a care, bumped me off the edge with his arm. Yet he is desperately trying to pin the blame for the 10-point deduction on me. He took you to the infirmary, intentionally provoking me, and constructed the illusion that we were enemies in front of the entire class. Once everyone believed that we had a deep-seated grudge, he could conveniently shift the blame for my fall onto you. If things went awry, he could easily claim, the classmates misunderstood you. I never said anything bad about you. I was only defending you. A masterstroke. The class leader is quite the strategist. Wouldn't you agree? Monica? With each of both statements, Monica's expression darkened. By the end, her face grew increasingly red, but this time it was out of anger. She wasn't genuinely foolish. After that day, she had questioned the class leader about the incident, and he had indeed parroted what Bo said, insisting that everyone was merely misunderstanding, and he had never spoken ill of her. Thus, while Monica harbored doubts, she couldn't be certain he was truly scheming against her. However, after Bo's analysis, how could she still be in the dark? Monica, the proud and temperamental young lady, was not someone easily manipulated. Very well, I will be keeping an eye on that little schemer. Quan Ryuyan, I will verify your claims, and if you have not lied, I shall formally apologize for my rudeness in the infirmary that day. Bo. In that case, don't wait, just apologize directly, because I truly did not lie. Monica, how can such a girl exist in this world? She completely disregards the norm, leaving me at a loss for words. Monica's cheeks flushed, for even though she believed Bo's words were true, publicly apologizing was not an easy feat for her. She attempted several times to speak but struggled to find her voice, finally forcing herself to say, yes, just as she uttered a single word. Her expression suddenly changed. Her gaze sharpened, fixating on something not far behind Bo. Chapter 14. Sudden turn. Bo turned around, her brow instinctively furrowing. Oh dear, what perfect timing. Quan Ryuyan seemed equally surprised to encounter Bo at the military training camp entrance, and even more so to find Monica with her, looking rather annoyed. This cunning individual was adept at reading others' expressions, and with someone as expressive as Monica, he could easily decipher her feelings, prompting him to adjust his demeanor and approach them with a smile. Bo, welcome back. I heard you were injured, and everyone is quite worried about you. Bo's previously gentle smile vanished upon seeing him, replaced with a serious expression. Are you, the class leader, concerned for me? Weren't you hoping I wouldn't return at all? Quan Ryuyan's expression darkened instantly. He genuinely disliked Bo for making a fool of him and earning him scorn from his family. Yet, he had always maintained a facade of a well-behaved student, so in the face of provocation, he would smile outwardly while plotting behind the scenes. However, Bo was different. She was the only one who had managed to wound him in return. Thus, despite her unassuming appearance, he had to mark her as a significant figure. Still, he wished he could seal her mouth shut with a laser cutter. Suppressing his anger, he clenched his fists at that moment. A tall boy who had been walking alongside him spoke up. Classmate, don't be so unyielding. Just a moment ago, your class leader expressed deep apologies to me, hoping to formally apologize when you meet again. But judging by your attitude, it seems he no longer needs to apologize. Bo cast a serious glance at the boy, knowing that the original owner possessed a psychic level as high as SSS. It was inconceivable that she would forget the appearance of her classmates. Thus, she promptly turned to Lucas and inquired, who is he? Surely, he is not from our class. Lucas recognized the individual but hesitated to disclose his identity. It was Monica who interjected. He is the class president of A1, Jian Sheng, a class president. Nonetheless, from A1, Bo nodded in understanding. Oh, so it's a class president socializing. Quite nice, quite nice. Her tone instantly rendered the class president, Jian Sheng, rather displeased. He possessed an innate swagger, and even when confronted by a girl, he showed little regard for gentility. What do you mean? Bo, indifferent to him, merely smiled at Quan Ryuyan. So, the class president wishes to apologize to me in person? That is fine. Now that we have met, please go ahead and apologize. I will gladly accept in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Lucas, simultaneously anxious, mentally gave her a thumbs up. Monica, meanwhile, felt fortunate to witness the unfolding drama. Wonderful. It's not just her being asked to apologize in person. Quan Ryuyan, on the other hand, wished he could silence Jian Sheng's loquacious mouth with a laser cutter. Bo did not rush him, patiently waiting. The atmosphere at that moment was extraordinary. Jian Sheng was taken aback by Bo's unexpected remark, and feeling awkward, he attempted to regain his composure. I recall that after the first day of military training, A1 had the best results. What about now? Still in first place. Mentioning results ignited Jian Sheng's pride, raising his head like a boastful rooster. Of course, Bo nodded, curiously asking, oh, so, is class president Quan hoping to transfer to your A1 class? What nonsense are you talking about? Why would he come to our A1 class? Certainly, it's because your class performs well and ranks first. What other reason could there be? Jian Sheng was momentarily speechless by her blunt reasoning. However, he did not believe Bo's words and turned to Quan Ryuyan, hoping he would clarify. To his surprise, he found Quan Ryuyan wearing a playful expression. As the class president of the top-ranking class, Jian Sheng's mind was not solely occupied with impulsiveness. Hey, what does your silence mean? do you truly wish to transfer to our class? You never mentioned it before. Quan Luyan finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Don't listen to her. Jin Sheng pressed. Then give me the honest truth. Do you want to come to our class? Quan Luyan. Damn. With a curse, Jin Sheng turned to leave. Jin Sheng, listen to me. Quan Luyan chased after him. Yet, in that fleeting moment as he glanced back, a fierce glint flickered between his narrow single eyelids. Bo merely chuckled at this. Such triviality did not concern her. However, Lucas became increasingly excited. Sister, you are incredible. Can you read minds? How do you know everything? I can't, Bo replied. It's just, he was so obvious. Surely you all noticed? Monica, who had not noticed. Lucas, who had also not noticed. Did he exhibit any obvious signs? Bo. Everything was quite apparent. Lucas persisted in questioning her, but she chose not to elaborate further. All right, let us hurry back to the camp. Today's military training is over. What about tomorrow? Do you know what we will train in? Lucas. Come on, tell me. Bo simply smiled, saying nothing. It was not her intent to keep him in suspense. Rather, her psychic senses had just detected that their dear class president had returned, stealthily eavesdropping from the shadows. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhou arrived at the venue, only to discover that all the instructors and teachers from the school were present. This impromptu meeting was being presided over by Vice President Zhang Yan, who had been stationed in the contaminated zone for an extended period, only occasionally returning to the school for leave. Zhang Yan, a general in the military, concurrently served as the highest commander of the 9th District Military and as the vice president of the Alliance Military Academy. Typically, General Zhang refrained from attending meetings in person, preferring video conferences, and when he did speak, he was succinct and to the point, never indulging in superfluous dialogue. Thus, today he was equally direct. Starting tomorrow, we will revise the military training plan for the new students. According to this, a large screen displayed the new monthly military training schedule. ATA glance. All the instructors erupted in disbelief. What? Tomorrow's military training plan is directly changed to hand-to-hand combat and shooting? And in half a month, even mecha training is to be included. They had barely been in school for a week. Hand-to-hand combat and shooting might be acceptable, but typically, first-year students would have to wait at least a month or two before engaging in mecha training. Was it feasible to commence so soon? The theoretical classes followed by practical sessions were the norm. This was far too chaotic. The theoretical classes were not a concern, as most students at the military academy had already undergone theoretical and practical training in high school. But the sudden alteration of the military training plan was perplexing. This level of training was no joking matter. Vice President, has something happened? Instructor Zhou, perceptive, immediately inquired. Upon hearing this, the previously chattering instructors fell silent, all eyes fixated on the Vice President. The principal, without further ado, proceeded to show them a video. The first sight was of a building resembling a rainbow castle, followed by enormous amusement rides like a giant Ferris wheel. Pirate ship swings and other attractions. As the footage gradually panned, the joyful laughter of children could be heard. This was an aerial recording of a bustling children's amusement park. Initially, the visuals radiated happiness until, suddenly, the towering Ferris wheel snapped in half. Boom. The jubilant scene shattered in an instant, replaced by screams, cries, and anguished groans echoing throughout. The moving aerial camera now focused on a spot engulfed in flames. As the lens zoomed in, the source of the fire finally came into view. It was a mutant insect, characterized by its menacing red eyes and pincers resembling iron claws, judging by its appearance. It resembled an oversized mutant army ant. The mutation level was estimated to be grade C. Before the planet experienced mutation, army ants were notorious for their ferocity, known for their impressive hunting abilities and nicknamed miniature assassins. However, this particular specimen was at least 3 meters tall. The footage captured the amusement park sounding its final alarm, as tourists screamed and fled in panic. The military instructors watching this scene were instantly stirred. A grade C mutant appeared right in the city center? Wait, look closely. The area destroyed by the mutant is Shell City in the 4th District, the largest holographic amusement park on Star 308. The 4th District? How could there be a mutant in the 4th District? Ever since Dr. Ruan's research team discovered DR material, all 9 human habitation zones have been shielded by a DR barrier. How could such a mutant appear within the urban area and harm civilians? The facts were laid bare, rendering further inquiries meaningless. So, where exactly had the problem arisen? Vice President Jiang provided the answer. Because the DR barrier has developed a crack, the cause remains unclear. But those mutants are adept at locating such fissures and will exacerbate them, allowing them to breach through and invade our 9 safe zones. After stating this, Vice President Jiang played another video. Now, take a look at this footage. The second video appeared to be captured by an onboard camera from a mecha. And during the recording, the operator was engaged in combat against the mutants. Amidst the deafening cannon fire, the somewhat obscured image revealed a vortex-like black hole. The mutants were emerging from it, one after another. The instructors gasped in horror. The crack has truly appeared, and the breach is alarmingly large. The individuals in the later footage, were they from Dr. Ruan's team? It seemed they were working to temporarily seal the crack. That must be it. No wonder the principal initiated the emergency plan. If the DR barrier had indeed developed a crack, then any urban zone could suddenly be invaded by mutants. Moreover, our military academy is situated at the intersection of the 4th and 3rd districts. If mutants appeared in the 4th district, it was plausible that they could manifest here as well. Someone suddenly hit the nail on the head. Jiang Yin affirmed. Exactly. Thus, until Dr. Ruan's team finds a definitive method to repair the DR barrier, all military personnel must be on high alert, and our military academy is no exception. Level 1 alert. But principal, even if the new students begin training immediately, it may be too late. Operating mechas is not something one can master instantly. Even piloting a handheld mecha requires rigorous physical and fitness standards from the students. Hence, while it is termed military training, it is essentially to identify students with high psychic levels who can engage in actual combat at once. As a precaution, upon grasping Vice President Jiang's intent, all instructors were astounded. For this is tantamount to sending defenseless students directly into the battlefield. Immediately, voices of dissent arose. Vice Principal, isn't this akin to sending them to their deaths? What about the upperclassmen? Surely we shouldn't thrust the freshmen into such perilous situations just yet. The upperclassmen capable of engaging in mech combat must have already received their special enlistment notifications on their terminals. Alongside their instructors, at this utterance, the room fell silent. Soon, several upperclassmen instructors activated their terminals, and almost simultaneously, the beeping notifications echoed throughout the still chamber. A few instructors whose terminals chimed incessantly wore expressions of both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that those being specially recruited at this moment were all students with exemplary grades, indicating their outstanding performance. The more such students there were, the more fulfilled the instructors felt. Yet, as their mentors, they couldn't help but worry for these children with whom they had spent the last 2 to 3 years. After all, they were still students who had yet to graduate. To send them into battle, even if it was not the interstellar battlefield, but rather to combat the grotesque aberrations in contaminated zones, was still fraught with danger. However, from the day the children entered the military academy, they were expected to adopt the mindset of soldiers. The instructors were indeed anxious, yet felt powerless. At that moment, Instructor Zhou spoke incisively. Is this related to the situation in the jungle a few days ago? Could it be that the commotion was not solely caused by Major General Li Xiaoya? Was it a consequence of his confrontation with the aberrations that breached the rift? With those words, the entire assembly fell silent once more. This time, all gazes shifted from the vice principal's face to that of Instructor Zhou. He did not shy away from their scrutiny. Instead, he fixed his gaze steadily upon Vice Principal Jiang Yin. This time, Vice Principal Jiang revealed no further concealment, directly informing everyone. Indeed, traces of small aberrations have been discovered near the explosion zone, leading the military to suspect that some aberrations have breached the shield's rift and infiltrated our military training jungle. At that moment, Major Li just happened to be on leave, and upon encountering those creatures, he swiftly eliminated them, which consequently triggered such an explosion. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Chapter 16. The camp has truly been infiltrated by aberrations yet? Not a word of Vice Principal Zhang's statements could be trusted by Instructor Zhou. It was evident that Li Xiaoya had undergone a mental breakdown, yet he was described as being on leave. Who in their right mind would choose to vacation in the jungle? Well, although someone like Li Xiaoya could hardly be categorized as a normal person, the Vice Principal's words were riddled with inconsistencies, failing to withstand scrutiny. Nevertheless, the palpable tension surrounding the severity of the situation was unmistakable. Instructor Zhou fell silent, refraining from further inquiries, believing it more prudent to question that girl named Bo instead of the vice principal at this juncture. At this thought, Bo, upon being mentioned, could not help but rub her nose, unleashing a series of 3 sneezes. Achoo! 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 Bo, are you unwell? No, it's just, before Bo could finish her sentence, she abruptly pointed at the row of stainless steel capsules before them, exclaiming with delight, "Are we going to sleep inside these? Goodness! This is undeniably interstellar." Although they resembled metallic coffins, they were a far cry from the tents that could be easily pitched. which offered no protection from the cold in winter or the heat in summer, and were prone to insect intrusions and being blown away in strong winds. This contraption was simply marvelous. Bo was eager to try sleeping inside one. She then asked, "Which one is mine?" "Lucas, don't be ridiculous. Didn't you bring your storage ball? What are you doing here?" "What is a storage ball?" she inquired earnestly. Lucas couldn't believe she was unaware of it and assumed she was joking. "That joke isn't funny at all. But you really didn't bring one?" Bo urgently rifled through the original owner's memories. There wasn't much information on the storage ball, but she grasped the gist. It was akin to the animated series many children on Earth had seen, where one could throw a ball and a magical creature would pop out. The principle was fundamentally similar. However, the storage balls on Star 308 came in different types. Point 1 was domestic, serving as a small storage space for various items that weren't too large, but could not accommodate food as it lacked refrigeration capabilities. Another type was military grade, which every military academy student possessed, containing commonly used military supplies such as weapons, ammunition, medicine, and these capsule pods among other items. The most advanced type was the mech storage ball. This was impressive, as it could hold various sizes of mechs. Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was fantastic. After all, mechs come in various sizes. While most were comparably sized to those transformers on Earth, there were even colossal mechs that could reach heights of several dozen meters. The energy consumption of such mechs was astronomical. For instance, if the battlefield was far away, a 1-hour flight could easily consume hundreds of thousands or even millions of star coins worth of energy. While money was secondary, the primary concern was that the energy for mechs came from a specific crystalline substance secreted by aberrations, which was finite. Thus, even if one had the financial means, one could not afford to squander it recklessly. However, a storage ball was different. Carrying it meant that a single aerial battleship could transport thousands of soldiers, significantly conserving energy. Moreover, having it readily available while traveling was incredibly convenient. But now, there was only one issue. Where was the original owner's storage ball? Bo began to ponder seriously. That's right. She had been abducted by that rascal Li Xiaoya, hadn't she? Afterward, she returned directly to the military academy, so her storage ball should be in her gear bag. After she left, she wondered if any classmates remembered to help her pack. If not, it should be with the instructors. However, if the instructors hadn't collected it, not knowing what to do, Bo asked, "If my storage ball is missing, can I ask Instructor Zhou for another one?" "Lucas? Monica? So, it really can't be done," Bo exclaimed. "I just don't understand why Instructor Zhou bothered to bring us back if he was just going to hold us back." A sharp voice suddenly interrupted. It belonged to a seemingly inconspicuous boy from her class, with a slightly tanned complexion and short, curly hair that paled in comparison to Lucas's. Lucas instinctively defended Bo. "Don't speak like that. Didn't Bo clarify the deduction issue last time?" "The boy, that's just one side of the story. How do we know if she is telling the truth? Besides, how can someone who loses their storage ball treat military training like a game or a camping trip?" The boy's incessant prattling suggested he wouldn't stop easily. Seeing that Bo remained silent, he presumed she was feeling guilty and became even more emboldened, continuing his tirade. Bo remained quiet, not because she was at a loss for words, but rather because she was pondering. How could there still be boys exhibiting such severe delusions of grandeur in a military academy? Grabbing Lucas, who was still attempting to defend her, Bo's mental energy gently pulsed as if sensing something. Her brow furrowed as she lifted her gaze to the distance. Then, she kindly warned the boy. "Hey, there's a cockroach coming. You might want to run." The boy. "What is a cockroach? Why should he run first?" The boy looked utterly bewildered. Just then, from among the onlookers drawn by their argument, someone suddenly shouted, "Damn! It's an aberrant cockroach." Hearing the shout from behind, the boy was momentarily stunned, then laughed dismissively. "You think you can scare me? I am not an idiot. How could there be aberrations in the new recruit training camp? It's not like..." But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed two monstrous, dark brown creatures towering over 3 meters in height around him. Following that, the camp of another class erupted in increasingly frantic screams. "Run? It's an aberration, a Class C cockroach. These things can't even be burned by fire." The boy's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively turned to flee. However, upon turning, he realized that Bo wasn't trying to scare him. Behind him loomed a far larger and more terrifying aberrant cockroach. The boy was instantly paralyzed with fear. This was his first encounter with an aberration. And it was a Class C at that. It's worth noting that while he had seen and fought many of these creatures in videos and holographic games, reality was an entirely different experience. Simply gazing at the enormous monster rendered his legs unable to move due to sheer terror. Breaking into a cold sweat, he forced himself to take a step, only to trip over his own feet. As he fell to the ground, the boy could only emit a faint, mosquito-like cry for help. Help! Help me! Chapter 17. A cute girl could never be so fierce, but who would come to his rescue? In this camp, all there were first-year novices. Being able to protect themselves was already commendable, let alone saving someone else. Furthermore, this was not a matter of encountering a criminal, but rather an aberration. The C-class aberration, impervious even to gunfire, could only be confronted with the handheld cannon on their training uniforms. But now was a time of respite, and everyone was clad in casual attire. The young man's face turned ashen. At this moment, he could do nothing but pray. Bohua, we must hurry. Run. Lucas's instinct was to grab his friend and flee. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fierce gust of wind surged beside him. In the blink of an eye, Bohua's figure vanished, darting like lightning towards the stunned young man. Lucas's heart sank. Don't go over there, it's dangerous. But in the next instant, he felt Monica tug at his collar, forcefully shoving him into the nearest capsule. Stay hidden, don't come out. Monica's judgment proved astute. At this juncture, there was no time to run, given their proximity to the threat. Yet, though the capsule was small, its unique material could withstand the impending danger until the instructors arrived. But Bohua, as Monica leapt into another capsule, she deliberately chose one with a clear view to the outside, equipped with a small transparent window. She crouched inside, her body taut as she observed the unfolding scene not far away. Then, she witnessed the most unbelievable spectacle of her life. A thunderous crash resonated. It was the sound of the aberration's antennae crashing down onto the ground. The young man felt a sharp pain on the side of his face, and instantaneously, one half of his visage flared with searing agony. Just as he thought his end was nigh, he was suddenly tackled by a soft body. Bohua, in a swift roll, narrowly evaded the two whip-like antennae. As she halted her roll, she immediately released the young man's form. With no time for further words, she merely admonished, if you wish to survive. Hide well with that, she surged forth like an arrow into the darkness, and this time, she charged directly at the towering aberration, more than 3 meters high. Another resounding crash echoed. The aberration swung its antennae, but each strike narrowly missed Bohua, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade the lethal blows, twisting her body into an incredible form. Each time, she narrowly escaped the aberration's deadly assault. However, while she could dodge the direct attacks, the force of the sweeping antennae still sliced through her clothing, leaving behind several gashes. One such cut even drew blood. The stinging sensation momentarily disoriented her. As the pain of falling into water resurfaced in her mind, instantly, Bohua recalled the last moment of her life on Earth. Unsure if that body still drew breath, she figured it was likely long gone. Yet, since fate had transported her here, it granted her another chance at life. Who would wish to die a second time? Certainly not she. Abruptly, a fierce resolve ignited within Bohua's gaze, her eyes brimming with a fierce determination. She rolled to the side again, leveraging her slight and agile physique to consistently evade the aberration's lethal strikes. Moreover, she was not merely evading. With each roll and leap, she drew closer to the aberration. A peculiar instinct surged within her blood coursing faster, her focus sharpening. Under such circumstances, she ought to have felt fatigued, yet she found herself increasingly alert. Everything before her seemed to slow down. Particularly, the aberration's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, akin to a cinematic reel. Is this the realm of those with SSS-level mental acuity? She adored this sensation. Ha! A sudden exclamation escaped Bohua as she executed a flying kick. Despite her petite stature, she propelled herself 2 meters into the air, her toes striking the aberration's chest with a force that, while not injuring it, nonetheless sent the creature sprawling backwards several meters. Upon landing, Bohua immediately assumed a grounded stance, swiftly adjusting her center of gravity. With graceful movements, she initiated a Tai Chi sequence, pushing forth with her hands in a fluid, circular motion. At that moment, the aberration regained its footing, seemingly infuriated by her kick. It opened its maw wide, emitting a series of eerie shrieks. Despite its massive size, it charged with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, alas, Bohua had never been ordinary in her sight. The aberration's actions appeared sluggish, resembling a slow-motion sequence. Step by step, it approached, Yet Bohua countered with another push, utilizing its momentum to strike its forelimb with a resounding impact. Once more, she redirected its force, pushing the towering aberration back several meters. The creature seemed taken aback by her strength, momentarily stunned before it let out a frenzied screech, lunging at her with savage intent. Again and again, the aberration attacked. Yet Bohua's movements were fluid and graceful. Each time she countered, it appeared effortless, and no matter how frantically the aberration lashed out, it could never land a blow upon her. All of this transpired before the astonished gazes of Monica and the other classmates who had also sought refuge within the capsules. And then, chaos erupted. Each of them thought, what on earth is she doing? Taking on a C-class aberration solo. Am I seeing things? This can't be real. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. But still, she looks amazing. And what are those strange movements? They resemble a dance. But how could dancing combat an aberration? This defies logic. It's impossible. A girl so adorably petite cannot be this fierce. Yet, when she's fierce, she's also so cute. She's incredible. Will she be eaten? Oh no, she dodged again. She evaded it once more. Unbelievable. Oh my god, she's astonishing. How is she doing this? I want to learn that. But hold on, Bohua, I've already contacted the instructors. They'll reach the battlefield in 50 seconds. Chapter 18. What can be accomplished in 50 seconds? The answer is, with a leap, Bohua flipped toward a makeshift storage area within the training camp, where various communal tools were piled high, typically devoid of weaponry. Yet, Bohua's mental acuity sensed the presence of a familiar cold weapon amidst the disarray. Rolling, dodging, rolling again. Each maneuver was perilously close, barely evading the aberration's most ferocious strikes. However, the physical capabilities of this body paled in comparison to her own on Earth, and after several exchanges, fatigue began to take hold. But to pause would be to embrace death. Bohua's mind raced, her heightened mental clarity allowing her to evade the aberration's attacks while simultaneously pinpointing the exact location of the item she sought. Expanding her mental field, Bohua instinctively located her desired weapon. She found it, as her mental field locked onto it. An abandoned mechanical crossbow came into view. IN-Star 308, firearms were the norm. Cold weapons were rarely utilized, save for mundane tasks. After all, with firearms legalized, who would wield a blade against an aberration? Yet, Bohua had always favored cold weapons, particularly daggers and longswords. The mechanical crossbow was suited for ranged combat, with limited use, but she had experience with it. Once more, she unleashed her mental scanning, measuring the quiver at 24 centimeters, the crossbow at 65 centimeters long, with an estimated draw weight of 75 kilograms. This was it. With a swift roll, she dove into the storage area, adeptly grasping the mechanical crossbow. Almost simultaneously, the aberration's scythe-like forelimbs crashed down into the storage area. Once again, Bohua evaded, leveraging her formidable mental awareness to sidestep the lethal strike effortlessly. Taking advantage of the storage room's cover, she crouched in a corner, rapidly inspecting the structure and function of the mechanical crossbow. With lightning speed, she disassembled and reassembled it in a blur. With a satisfying click, it was complete. Bohua smiled, a light chuckle escaping her lips, akin to the sound she made upon completing a significant task. Almost concurrently, the beast's frenzied forelimbs finally breached the storage area. As Bohua's slight figure huddled in the corner contrasted starkly with the massive aberration. All who beheld the scene held their breath. Bohua, Lucas cried out in desperation. You must survive. Almost in tandem, Bohua, seemingly on the brink of exhaustion, suddenly sprang into action. She did not retreat but advanced, the freshly assembled mechanical crossbow in hand. With her heightened mental acuity, she had already predicted the aberration's trajectory, aware of its next move, where it would strike, and how to counter. As she charged forward, the aberration's movements fell behind her, a step too late. Every strike was executed with unparalleled precision. The classmates hiding within the capsule were once again awestruck by her display of prowess. Each one of them shouting in excitement, desperately exclaiming, Go, fellow students, strike, kill it, slay this beast. Ah, she is truly magnificent. My goodness, how does she manage such extraordinary predictions? Each move seems to render the aberration powerless. Her maneuvers are so audacious, they send shivers down my spine. Is this the strength of a military academy student? Is this the ability of a mere freshman? Can a human truly accomplish such feats? What is that in her hand? A bow and arrow? Surely not. Could it be? Is she really intending to use that to slay a classy aberration? What a ludicrous international jest. This was no jest of any kind. International or otherwise, at that moment, Bo's eyes sparkled with the fiery brilliance of Earth. She had not come to this world merely to serve as fodder for insects. Bo took flight, at least in the eyes of others. Her actions in the night resembled that of a crane soaring into the sky. It was as if her feet were equipped with mechanical springs, enabling her to leap directly from the ground onto the back of the aberration. Following that, she wielded her crossbow with an assertive momentum, defying gravity as she ascended from the creature's legs to its head. Then, with a sudden halt, she audaciously maneuvered around the aberration's head and directly into its line of sight. Before shoving the mechanical crossbow she had just assembled into the gaping maw of the beast. The crossbow lodged itself in the aberration's mouth, preventing it from closing. The aberration emitted a furious screech. Raising its head and, along with the weapon, flinging Bo into the that critical moment, Bo seized the opportunity, her legs extending straight as she braced herself against its forelimbs, forcefully plunging her weapon deep into the center of the aberration's mouth. She drove the entire crossbow into its maw before decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot resonated as the massive body of the aberration trembled violently. Subsequently, with a resounding pop, its brain matter splattered. Coating Bo from head to toe in a viscous, dark green fluid, as the creature fell, she too collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. At that moment, the tardy instructors finally arrived on the scene. Instructor Zhou was the first to rush towards Bo. Bo, are you all right? Instructor, do you have any paper? Huh? This is utterly revolting. If you don't have any paper, could you possibly take off your shirt to let me wipe my face? Upon finishing her sentence, she could hardly contain herself, retching, Ugh, it truly stinks. Instructor Zhou, very well. At least I needn't worry about her safety, but for her to request that I remove my clothing for her? After she wipes her face with it, will it still be usable? Just then, a boy came huffing and puffing from behind, and without a moment's hesitation, Instructor Zhou seized him as an impromptu aid. Lu Yao. You, take off your shirt? Give it to her. The boy, Lu Yao, happened to be the one who had previously looked down on Bo, only to be saved by her later. He was bewildered by the situation. Yet without a second thought, he removed his t-shirt and handed it to Bo. Bo, unfazed by the potential awkwardness of using a boy's shirt, immediately began to scrub her face with it. The force she applied was so vigorous that the bare-chested boy winced in sympathy. Don't scrub so hard. Do you want to lose your face? Bo retorted with conviction. It's precisely because I care about my face that I must clean this up quickly. Who knows if it's toxic and whether it might disfigure me? Chapter 19. You are too reckless. As they exchanged words, the distant sound of booming artillery echoed from other parts of the camp. After all, they were not the only ones facing invasion. Their side was merely the only one encountering a cold treatment from the aberration, while others had their heads blown off without hesitation. Without delving into the chaos that transpired earlier, once the instructors arrived, they swiftly eliminated all aberrations within 4 to 5 minutes. The camp was temporarily secure, and Bo was taken away. However, her departure ignited a frenzy among her classmates. Where's Bo? She's been taken away again? Yes, you should have seen it. It was incredibly exhilarating. My goodness, Bo is simply divine. She is now my idol. I truly witnessed it. Darn it. My view from the capsule was obstructed. I couldn't see everything, but she seemed to defy the expectations of a freshman. Absolutely astounding. I regret running away so quickly. It feels like I've missed out on a fortune. Is it true? Did she single-handedly take it down using that small bow and arrow we typically use for shooting balloons? What small bow and arrow? Can you not possess any common sense? If not, just check the interstellar network. It's called a mechanical crossbow, a ranged weapon. In contrast to the excited or regretful expressions of the classmates, Lucas clenched his fist and turned to leave. Monica intercepted him. Where are you going? Apparently caught off guard by her calling, Lucas hesitated before responding. I want to check on Bo's condition. How can you check? You don't even know where they've taken her. However, Lucas replied, I know. She's using my old terminal, so I can locate her. Upon hearing this, Monica's expression shifted from joy to one of realization, as though she understood their relationship. Why is she using your old terminal? Lucas, sensing her misunderstanding, quickly clarified. Her terminal was broken, so I sold her mine for a paltry price. 50 star coins. Upon hearing the price, Monica was rendered speechless. Lucas, perhaps you should consider hiring someone to manage your finances. Lucas grew flustered. No, I wanted to give it to her for free, but she insisted on paying me, saying she didn't want to take advantage of me, so she gave me 50 star coins. Monica looked at him with an even stranger gaze. 50 star coins? You would have been better off not accepting anything. Lucas felt wronged. I didn't want to accept it either, she insisted. Monica sighed. Forget it. Let's just hurry and see where she has been taken. Lucas pouted but complied, checking the friend locator on his terminal. In the medical room, Monica decisively stated, "Let's go see." "Wait, I'm coming too," a boy's voice chimed in, and when they looked up, it was none other than Lu Yao, who had previously mocked Bo only to be saved by her later. Lucas had a poor impression of him and assumed he was looking to cause trouble again, promptly retorting, "What do you want now?" "Nothing. I'm going to thank her and apologize." To their surprise, Lu Yao exhibited a remarkably straightforward nature. He had openly insulted Bo before but now sought to apologize, acknowledging his wrongdoing. However, Lucas was highly distrustful of him and initially reluctant to include him. Yet Lu Yao insisted, "Don't be like that. I truly recognize my mistake. Just give me a chance." Ultimately, Lucas, being a kind-hearted individual who harbored goodwill towards all his classmates, observed that Lu Yao appeared sincere and reluctantly nodded. "You better keep your word. Otherwise, I will report you to the instructor." Lu Yao approached, throwing an arm around Lucas's shoulder. "All right, I'm not that ungrateful. If it weren't for her, I would have been done for." This was indeed the truth. Lucas fell silent, and soon he led the two of them towards their destination, following the locator. In the temporary medical room of the training camp, Academician Yang held Bo's medical examination report, his expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. "Isn't it said she fought against an aberration? All her bodily data is completely normal. No injuries." It is worth noting that Academician Yang had come specifically for Bo. For the past few days, he had been observing this exceptional girl, noting that her daily habits mirrored those of ordinary people. He had intended to observe her a while longer, but Bo insisted on returning to military training. Unable to deter her, Academician Yang had no choice but to come himself. Little did he know that within an hour of his arrival, he would receive news of Bo's incident. When he heard that she had defeated a Class C aberration with her bare hands, he was shocked yet found it reasonable. After all, she was an SSS-level psychic, a unique type, so such a feat was not surprising. Nevertheless, he still felt uneasy and decided to personally check on Bo's condition. Fortunately, there were no issues. However, Instructor Zhou inquired, "Then why did she suddenly fall unconscious?" Academician Yang glanced at Bo, who lay on the bed, and upon hearing her soft snores, could only respond, "She must be asleep." "Huh?" Instructor Zhou was taken aback. Academician Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, patted Instructor Zhou's shoulder with a serious tone. "In any case, old Zhou, this year, your class has welcomed an extraordinary new student. Her heart is as vast as the universe. However, it is precisely such a big-hearted individual who is worthy of being called an SSS-level psychic." With that, Instructor Zhou suddenly exclaimed, "What? You said she is what level of psychic? SSS?" Equally astonished were the three others lurking outside the door. Eavesdropping Lu Yao was struck dumb. "Did you all hear that? Did I misunderstand? Is Mint truly an SSS-level psychic? Am I perhaps miscounting an S or a plus?" As another girl, Monica was even more taken aback. After all, she had always considered herself one of the most exceptional girls among this year's freshmen, yet even she only possessed an S level of psychic ability. But Mint had achieved SSS directly. The disparity in levels was staggering. She felt no need for envy or resentment. However, despite the turmoil within, she maintained an air of composure. "You heard correctly. That is indeed what Academician Yang just stated." "SSS? How can this be? Isn't there only one reclusive individual with the surname Lee in our 308 star?" Lucas, usually reserved, was the last to speak, but as soon as he did, the other two shot him incredulous looks. "Monica, are you implying that I am calling the esteemly a recluse? Ruyu, are you suggesting that I am labeling the esteemly a recluse?" Lucas. Chapter 20. Is this the hidden strength of SSS? Unlike them, Lucas was acquainted with Li Xiaoye in reality, and quite well. Hence, he understood that Li Xiaoye's situation was not as the world perceived it in the military's propaganda. He was portrayed as a war god, a walking weapon of destruction. Yet the Li Xiaoye Lucas knew had no friends and spoke very little. If that isn't reclusiveness, what is? Just as he was about to defend himself, the door to the infirmary was suddenly flung open from the inside. Academician Yang looked at the three novices with a leisurely expression. "Oh, have you come to check on your classmate? What were you discussing outside? Come on in. However, once inside, you'd better keep your voices down. After all, this is the infirmary. After being invited into the infirmary, the three novices felt as though they were under scrutiny from instructors. Instructor, we came because we were feeling unwell and wanted to get checked. But we didn't expect to find you here. Instructor Zhou. Do you think I believe that? Ryu? The novices fell silent, each appearing dejected and downcast. Yet Instructor Zhou suddenly stated, "It's fortunate that you're here. Explain to me in detail what happened at that time." Upon hearing this, the novices exchanged glances, each contemplating who would step forward to speak, when the timid Lucas took the initiative. Instructor, I recorded the entire incident. Would you like me to project it for you? He said, showcasing his latest limited edition terminal. Good heavens! Upon hearing there was a recording, Instructor Zhou immediately responded, yes. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside the infirmary. Someone entered without knocking. Everyone turned to see who had arrived, and Instructor Zhou reacted the fastest, standing at attention and saluting. Greetings, Commander. Although Jiang Yin was the vice principal, he held the rank of general in the military. So most of the time, people referred to him as Commander. The three novices hurriedly followed suit. At attention, salute. In unison, greetings, Vice Principal. Jiang Yin waved his gloved hand. Enough with the formalities. I've heard that a young girl here managed to take down a mutant with her bare hands. Where is she? Upon finishing his sentence, he spotted Mint lying on the hospital bed and exclaimed, injured? Academician Yang chuckled as he explained, no, she is likely just exhausted from defeating the mutant and fell asleep. Jiang Yin. Report, Commander. I'll wake her up right now. Just as Instructor Zhou was about to take action, Jiang Yin waved his hand dismissively. No need. Let her sleep. Tell me the situation. Never mind. Let us discuss it over there, allowing her to sleep soundly. Instructor Zhou dared not utter a single word of dissent, promptly following Jiang Yin to another part of the hospital, lowering his voice to avoid disturbing Mint. Report. Commander, I arrived late. By the time I got there, she had already dealt with the mutant. For the specifics, we may need to ask these kids. They were there at the scene, witnessing everything firsthand. As he spoke, he gestured to Lucas. This young man claims to have recorded the entire event. Would you like to see it? Certainly, Jiang Yin replied readily, then turned to Lucas. In such a situation, you were still recording? Lucas quickly saluted again. Report, Vice Principal. At that moment, I thought I was done for and figured that if I were to die, I might as well leave something behind. So I activated the recording function, originally intending to record my last words. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, everyone stared at him in shock. His face flushed red with embarrassment, yet he bravely continued. But I had only said a few words before I saw Mint furiously taking down the mutant. I adjusted the terminal's direction to capture how she fought the mutant instead. However, I was hiding in the capsule, recording from the visible window at the front, so I could only capture the angle from my side. Jiang Yin. Enough. The process isn't crucial. Let us see what you recorded. Upon hearing this, Lucas excitedly activated the terminal. In truth, he wanted to watch it again, as he had been too tense earlier, preoccupied with crying and cheering her on, and hadn't he closely observed how Mint had defeated that creature. However, as soon as the video projection appeared, instead of the mutant's eerie cries, what emerged was Lucas's tear-streaked face. Mommy? Daddy, I might be dying. Wah! Everyone simultaneously turned to gaze at the curly-haired boy, who was now so embarrassed he wished to dig a hole and hide. Lucas was on the verge of tears. Please don't look at me, watch the video. It'll be over soon. I didn't cry for long. Really? He indeed hadn't cried for long. Soon, the camera angle shifted, capturing the battle outside. Although the footage occasionally included Lucas's sobs and gasps, especially his final plea. Mint, you must survive. To be honest, while a boy crying might be looked down upon, Lucas's kind and innocent nature made it impossible for others to dislike him, especially the girls, who found him somewhat endearing. As for the atmosphere after watching the video, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Instructor Zhou was completely engrossed, utterly captivated by the earlier battle, for among everyone present, only he understood that Mint had likely utilized a long-lost ancient martial art from Earth. He was an enthusiast of Earth's heritage, particularly enamored with ancient civilizations. Tio discovered that one of his students shared such interests was a divine reward. Moreover, that mechanical crossbow had originally belonged to him. It was set aside because it was unsuitable for students, and he had merely placed it in the storage room, never anticipating. Instructor Zhou was secretly thrilled, his fingertips trembling with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was fixated on the final moment captured in the footage. Lost in thought, this is an era of complete mechanization. As long as one possesses psychic ability and can master the operation of mechs, physical prowess is no longer of utmost importance. This isn't to say personal physical capacity is irrelevant, but rather that combat with machinery is more convenient and possesses greater lethality. Yet, this does not diminish the significance of physical combat, and this girl named Mint is single-handedly reshaping his biases. He could clearly perceive that Mint had employed her psychic energy during her struggle with that mutant, allowing her to deftly evade all its attacks, ultimately defeating a sea-level mutant almost barehanded. Such capability, not only is it remarkable for a freshman at a military academy, even seasoned soldiers might struggle to achieve it. Is this the hidden strength of SSS? Previously, they had only acknowledged the role of psychic energy in mech control. Yet now, witnessing this, the application of psychic energy should not be confined to such a narrow scope. Isn't it time to establish a special combat course focusing on psychic energy as a supplement and physical combat as the mainstay at the military academy? Chapter 21. The young wild boy is a bug. While everyone was lost in thought, Academician Yang had quietly approached Mint's hospital bed. He was eager to wake her and urgently inquire about her diet and training routines that had enabled her body to reach such limits, as well as how she could jump so high to tea that moment. Mint, rather than being in a deep slumber, had been forcibly dragged into Li Xiaoya's mental sea. Unlike the previous fiery inferno, this time the mental sea resembled a seemingly endless flat expanse. There was no visible end, nor any undulations. She could even walk on the water's surface. With each step, ripples emanated beneath her feet. How wondrous! This was Mint's initial impression. Her second thought was, what is this strange place? How did I get here? How do I get out? I'd rather be dead than be trapped here for eternity. Yet, as a former elite female soldier of the Great Flower Kingdom, her indomitable spirit remained intact, refusing to yield until the final moment. Thus, Mint stood firm, her legs apart, channeling her energy. Is there anyone? After calling out, there was no response from her surroundings. Even the water beneath her feet remained still. She thought perhaps her voice hadn't been loud enough, so she took a deep breath, placed her hands on her hips, and shouted with all her might. Hey, 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 is there anyone? As the final word barely escaped his lips, the once tranquil surface of the sea suddenly surged with tumultuous waves. Amidst the rolling tides stood a tall, slender figure, poised atop the crest of the water. The mighty waves swept towards him, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the young man found himself before Mint. It was still that exquisitely beautiful, flawless face, crafted with such precision it seemed almost like a 3D model, the only difference being the color of his hair and eyes. The boy, who previously had raven locks and dark eyes, now sported hair of a silvery hue, while his once deep black irises had transformed into a faded shade of gray. He truly resembled a character from an anime. However, the hair color could be easily altered with dye. But if his eye color had changed, it would normally imply he was not the same person. Yet, the aura this young man exuded made Mint feel certain that he was indeed the same Li Xiaoya who had saved her before. Thus, she tentatively inquired, "Are you Xiaoya?" Surprisingly, she, being such an amiable girl, addressed him so familiarly. The youth's deep gray eyes flickered slightly. "I am a year older than you." His voice was soft, a stark contrast to the mere 2 words he had uttered previously. "It hurts," which had been laden with pain and malice, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. But this time, what a charming young pup he was. He appeared quite easy to tease. Thus, Mint playfully suggested, "Then, should I call you Daoi?" Yet, no sooner had she uttered those words than she found herself protesting. No, that won't do. It sounds like I'm calling you old man. Absolutely not. You shall remain Xiaoyi." Li Xiaoya had never encountered a girl as cheerful and uninhibited as Mint, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Mint, full of confidence, stepped lightly across the water's surface until she stood before him. "Wow. Honestly, weren't you black-haired before? How did it turn white? Is it because of the injuries you sustained last time? Does that mean I didn't heal you completely?" The boy shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you." His original voice was truly melodious, bright and clear, straddling the line between man and boy, not too deep, with a hint of magnetism, and somewhat soothing. Mint suddenly recalled a certain phrase from the internet back on Earth. What was it? It felt as if her ears were about to be impregnated. That was the sensation? Li Xiaoya was oblivious to her whimsical musings, earnestly explaining. "When I release my psychic energy, my hair and eyes change color." "Huh? It can do that?" Being a fellow SSS psychic user, Mint couldn't help but raise a hand to touch her own short black hair, realizing that her psychic energy had never caused her hair to turn white. However, this color-changing phenomenon was undeniably cool. Mint gazed at him enviously. So, you mean the more psychic energy you expend, the lighter your hair and eyes become? The boy nodded earnestly, showing no signs of concealment. Mint felt a sudden urge to ruffle his hair, but at her height of just over 1.6 meters, and with him towering at least 1.9 meters, she would have to jump to reach him. Imagining that scenario made her chuckle. Even if she could reach him, it would be an utterly comical sight, so she decided against it. But that fading phenomenon isn't very friendly, is it? Mint addressed the matter directly. For instance, when you're battling enemies, they won't need any high-tech means. They could simply glance at your hair to gauge your psychic energy depletion. If they chose to attack you when you're vulnerable or your energy is low, wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? Fortunately, Li Xiaoya intended to say that no interstellar beings capable of defeating him had yet come into existence, but fearing that such a statement might come across as arrogant and displease Mint, he weakly amended in the mecha, "They can't see me." After saying this, he glanced at Mint and quickly averted his gaze. "Only you can enter my spiritual sea. Others cannot." Implicitly, it meant that when his hair turned white, apart from Mint, no one else would have the chance to see. Well, that's a relief. Otherwise, such a significant flaw would be quite bothersome. Mint's expression reflected her newfound ease. Then she inquired, "Hey, what is going on with you right now? Why is your hair so white? Is the military in such a hurry to retrieve you because they're sending you to the contaminated zone to slay alien species? Wow, just how many have you killed to expend this much energy and turn your hair white?" "Not really," Li Xiaoya explained somewhat bashfully. "It's because of you." Upon uttering those words, his ears turned crimson. He seemed not adept at forming lengthy sentences, often squeezing out a few words at a time. As if he needed to summarize. "Caesar said you were attacked by aliens and got injured." After that, he bit his lip, leaving the remainder of his thoughts unsaid. His face flushed a deep shade of red. Mint blinked, speculating. "You thought I was injured? So, you came to see me specifically?" The boy remained silent, shyly nodding. Chapter 22. "Your hair has turned white? Oh my!" Mint exclaimed in astonishment. "Then why would I expend so much psychic energy?" "Your hair has turned white." Li Xiaoya shook his head. "It's not that. It's just too far. I'm on the G6-9908 barren star." Just that one sentence nearly caused Mint's eyes to pop out. She was well aware of G6-9908. Even with a spaceship, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours to reach. Yet this young man had managed to directly establish a psychic connection with her from such a vast distance. Oh? Hence, the excessive energy consumption that rendered his hair white? Incredible. What a feat. This was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. How did this remarkable Xiaoya do it? Teach me. Teach me. I want to learn too." Mint's eyes sparkled as she grabbed his arm and began to shake it. She had heard that young girls often employed this tactic to be endearing, and young boys typically fell for it. She decided to give it a try. It evidently proved effective, for as she shook him, Li Xiaoya's face turned a shade of red, and though he seemed inclined to withdraw, he restrained himself, only managing to say with a flushed face, "Caesar said you are also an SSS psychic user." "Surely you must know how," Mint replied. "Shouldn't I know?" The boy pondered for a moment before earnestly nodding. "It's just that I don't know how to teach you. I seem to instinctively know how to do it. I just thought about coming to see you, and then I did Such an abstract way of expressing himself. How was she to comprehend that? However, his explanation was not entirely unfathomable. Perhaps when one's psychic energy reaches a certain level, some abilities become instinctual, akin to breathing, which one is born knowing how to do without needing to learn, thus making it difficult to teach others. Mint ceased her shaking, raising a hand to pinch her chin in contemplation. "All right. I'll try it myself in the future, but as of now, I don't know how," Li Xiaoya encouraged. "You will get the hang of it with more practice." Mint retorted, "Young man, such matters are not as simple as you make them sound." "But perhaps this is the world of an invincible bug. How could an ordinary person possibly grasp it?" Mint decided to ask something practical. "So, what should I do if I want to go out later?" Li Xiaoya replied. "When I leave, you can go out." Mint queried. "So, if you don't leave, I'll never be able to go out." Li Xiaoya pondered seriously and nodded. Wasn't he that akin to imprisonment? The only difference being that while a police officer guards a prison, this bug boy was guarding her. Nevertheless, his obedient demeanor, where he answered every question posed to him, made her feel an urge to tease him. However, in the end, she merely entertained the thought without acting on it, saying to him, "Since you've seen me, and I'm fine, Not injured, just a C-class alien species, easily dispatched, you know? There was no need for you to worry from so far away. The boy looked at her, remaining silent. Yet his gaze seemed to suggest that he thought she was boasting. Mint felt a surge of competitive spirit. Hey, what does that look mean? Do you look down on me? I am also an SSS. But aren't you a healing type? After saying that, he appeared to recall something of great significance and immediately fixed his gaze on her, asking earnestly, why won't you agree to be my healer? Didn't you say, our compatibility is 100%, because I have to go to school? The boy gave her a dismissive glance, bluntly stating the truth. You're lying. All right. There was simply no way to deceive someone with psychic abilities that were off the charts. After all, he didn't even need to use tone or expression to discern whether someone was truthful. A simple sweep of his psychic energy would reveal all. Therefore, Mint decided to be forthright with him. Because I want to pilot a mecha. Is it because you dislike me? Li Xiaoya was clearly still troubled by that incident, prompting him to ask, is it because I made you uncomfortable that day? Hey, young man, be mindful, that phrasing is quite misleading. Others might easily misinterpret it. How did she end up feeling uncomfortable? However, it was precisely because Bo was also a mental power user of SSS level or above that she understood the boy was not lying. He simply spoke whatever came to his mind. Moreover, when he inquired whether she disliked him, he seemed to clench his fists nervously. Did this indicate that he feared she truly harbored disdain for him? Indeed, with the compatibility rate soaring to 100, they were bound to one another in both public and private spheres. It would be ideal for them to coexist harmoniously, yet if they were to develop mutual aversion, it would indeed be a torment. Both resolved to dispel this misunderstanding. I do not dislike you. It's just that you see my mental power is SSS, and yet you want to allow me to pilot a mech to assist you. Is that reasonable? A healer? Isn't that a medical practitioner? I do not enjoy drinking milk, the impudent boy stammered, his face flushing. Bo immediately comprehended the colorful implications of his words. Speechless, do you not play games? Li Xiaoya shook his head earnestly. I do not. Then you are missing out on far too many enjoyable experiences, let me tell you. The term healer does not mean that. It refers to characters like medical practitioners in games. Of course, I am not saying that such a profession is undesirable, but I prefer combat much more, do you understand? Thus, if I were to agree to be your healer now, I might never have a chance to engage with mechs for the rest of my life. Which would be quite regrettable. The final two words caused the boy's expression to droop immediately. He fell silent. Seeing him like this, Bo's heart softened a bit. Do not be disheartened. In fact, I have already informed Uncle Caesar that whenever I am available, I will provide treatment for you. However, during regular times, I must attend classes at the Alliance Military Academy. Yet, even after saying this, the boy still did not lift his head, appearing quite affected. Bo felt at a loss and resorted to sweet words. She coaxed him. Moreover, rather than providing you treatment in a timely manner, I would much prefer that you do not get injured at all. That would be best, do you understand? At long last. The boy slowly raised his head, his deep gray eyes sparkling. Are you worried about me? Bo replied. Isn't it obvious? Why even ask? The boy's face brightened instantly, his spirit soaring. Having lived 2 lives, Bo found it remarkable to witness such overt emotion from a boy, and she was instantly enamored. Finally, she reached out to touch his silvery white hair. Chapter 23. A monumental secret soft. No different from ordinary black hair. Compared to her own, it was perhaps just a bit coarser, neither too short nor too long, flowing through her fingers. Though she had to tiptoe, Bo still felt immense satisfaction as she ruffled it again. All right. In any case, that is settled. Do not misunderstand, and besides, I am not injured, so you can rest easy and return. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya's expression darkened once more, yet he obediently nodded. Very well, I shall return. But, however, thereafter, he divulged to Bo a monumental secret. Li Xiaoya. Everything I am about to tell you must not be leaked. Not a single word. Can you manage that? Bo nodded. This was familiar territory. During her previous missions on Earth, confidentiality was the foremost rule. Even in death, one could not reveal their country or organization. The 3 mutated beasts I slaughtered in the jungle came from the barren star G6-9908. They traversed through the fissures created by the DR Great Shield and have already infiltrated the various secure urban areas of Star 308. Bo. But soon, she grasped Li Xiaoya's intent. The reason this boy was taken by the military to G6-9908, the moment he opened his eyes, was likely to confirm this matter. However, G6-9908 was so far away. How could those creatures have crossed over? As if reading her thoughts, the boy continued to explain. They arrive through small wormholes and moreover, the military's detection instruments indicate that these wormholes do not remain fixed in one place. They move unpredictably and can even disappear. Wormholes can move on their own? Disappear? Li Xiaoya nodded. They are likely artificial wormholes, formed through special methods, but the military's detection instruments can only sense the magnetic field reactions produced after the wormholes are formed. And by then, it is already too late. Whenever we arrive, there are always a few that slip through the net. Bo. So, the few I encountered earlier were the ones that slipped through? Seeing the boy nod, Bo boldly speculated. Then, does this situation you describe imply that the entire safe zone of Star 308 is at risk of sudden appearances of mutated beasts? Indeed, Bo. Then let me ask another question. What does the fissure created by the DR Great Shield mean? Was it not said that even quantum cannons cannot breach the DR Great Shield? Li Xiaoya. Whether it is the DR mechs or the shield, their power sources are related to geomagnetism. Currently, both the DR mechs and weapons can still function normally. Only the DR Great Shield, which requires more geomagnetic energy, has encountered issues, but the reason remains unclear. How coincidental is that? Bo remarked. Just as the DR Great Shield developed a fissure, artificial wormholes appeared, attracting the mutated beasts from the barren star to enter the safe zone and wreak havoc. This is a conspiracy theory. No matter how you look at it, it appears to be deliberately orchestrated, doesn't it? Dr. Wan harbored similar suspicions, but without evidence, it could not be confirmed. Having said this, the boy's gray eyes fixed on her deeply. Therefore, you must be cautious, me? Li Xiaoya. I am uncertain whether new mutated beasts will emerge at your military training base, and you still do not possess your own mech. Bo promptly corrected him. What do you mean I do not possess my own mech? Let me clarify, I have never even touched a mech, so how could I pilot one? Just then, the boy, who had taken out a silver storage sphere, froze momentarily, uncertain whether to present the item in his hand. But Bo was sharp-eyed. She swiftly snatched the object. What is this? A gift for me, the boy replied. But you said you cannot pilot one. The implications of this statement were profound, and Bo was instantly excited. So what exactly is this? A mech? Yes, it's an old mech I used before. I did not intend to give you a used one, but Dr. Wan wouldn't allow me to give away the new one. Is the old one permissible to give? It was hard not to be tempted. Bo clutched the sphere tightly, reluctant to let go. Wow. This must be quite rare. After all, it was yours. Even if it's old. It is far superior to that of an average person, right? Can I really have it? Just to be clear, I have no money. My terminal was a second-hand one I bought for $50. Li Xiaoya. A $50 terminal? Even if he exerted 1,000% of his imagination, he could not fathom just how abysmal that item must be. Is it even usable? What hardships has she endured? Just as this thought crossed the boy's mind, Bo interjected. Can I have it on credit? Or you could lend it to me temporarily, and once I have the money, I will pay you back in installments? 1,000 a month? I mean 10,000 a month. Surely, I can repay you one day and owe money. It's a gift for you. But, you still cannot pilot it, right? Bo beamed. But can I learn? I am SSS level. Others take a year to learn to pilot a mech. Can I learn in 3 days? Initially, she had made this statement jokingly, intending to boast without any cost. Little did she expect Li Xiaoya to ponder it seriously and nod. That's feasible. I learned to pilot in just 3 hours. Bo, are you even human? Is this a bug or a person? Li Xiaoya. I've given you the item, but it cannot be used unless in special circumstances. It will be recognized. The boy appeared somewhat embarrassed. There are photos online. Oh. She understood. It meant that he had been photographed with this mech when he was on the news. If she were to use it openly, people would definitely become suspicious. Bo nodded. Rest assured. I will practice in secret. Hee. Bo grinned mischievously, continuously toying with the storage sphere, her smile unwavering. Seeing her so joyful, Li Xiaoya's typically icy gaze gradually warmed. It was a relief that she liked the gift. At that moment, however, his expression abruptly shifted, as if he sensed danger from the outside world. In an instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. I must leave. This time, he spoke without hesitation. He even stood up before Bo could respond. And in a flash, the rolling waves beneath them began to recede. The gray-haired boy stood atop the crest of the waves, departing in the same manner he had arrived. Bo was left standing dumbfounded at the water's edge. Wait. Are you leaving just like that, without even saying goodbye? Yet before she could finish her sentence, a ringing sound echoed in her mind. Almost simultaneously, the real Bo abruptly opened her bright eyes. Chapter 24. A higher authority can crush you with a whoosh. She sat upright from the hospital bed. Instinctively, both began to scan her surroundings. The sea level that once could be traversed has vanished from sight, replaced by the familiar sight of a pristine white cover and the faintly pungent odor of disinfectant. She immediately realized that she had returned to the realm of reality. "Are you finally awake?" The sudden voice beside her caused her to instinctively lean back, and then Mint beheld a face, encased in black-rimmed glasses, hovering uncomfortably close. Oh dear, that lewd expression. Had it not been for her immediate recognition of him as Academician Yang, she might have instinctively shattered his glasses with a punch, with one hand pressed against his chest. She pushed him away slightly, too close. "How are you? Do you feel better?" he inquired. "If you're feeling better, may I ask you a few questions? They're quite simple, just casual answers, like..." Academician Yang had entered into his parrot mode. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone yanked him away from behind. A dignified man, clad in military uniform, stepped forward, introducing himself without preamble. "I am Jiang Yan. Do you know me?" "Ah, having studied at this military academy." How could she not recognize him? "Good day, Vice Principal." Though Mint remained seated on the hospital bed, she rendered a military salute to him. That moment, Jiang Yan's gaze brightened slightly to it. Must be said that Mint's salute was executed with greater precision than that of some seasoned veterans. This pleased him immensely. "How is your health?" he asked. "Very well," Mint replied. "Then let us converse." Upon saying this, Jiang Yan cast a glance at Academician Yang. "You? Take them and step outside for a moment." Academician Yang. He had waited so long for Mint to awaken, and yet had received no response. Reluctantly, he complied. Both in military and academic hierarchy, he remained beneath his former roommate. Rank has its privileges. He had no choice but to yield the space to the superior officer and usher the other four, who were to address him as Sir, out of the infirmary. Among them, Lucas turned back thrice, wearing an expression of concern for Mint's well-being. Instructor Zhou simply adjusted his face back to its original position, saying nothing, but the message was quite clear. Lucas pouted, entirely unfazed by the fact that the individual seeking to speak with Mint was the vice principal and a general of the military. This revelation surprised Instructor Zhou greatly. Earlier, when shown the video, this lad had been trembling with fear, yet now, for Mint's sake, he seemed to brim with courage and resolve. Youth is truly wonderful. Misunderstanding something, Instructor Zhou glanced thoughtfully in Mint's direction, reassuringly patting Lucas on the shoulder. "Rest assured, the vice principal will not harm your girlfriend." "Lucas? Who is his girlfriend? Why is he unaware?" "Before we begin our conversation, let us first take a look at this." Habitually, before delving into the main topic, Jiang Yan played the video that Lucas had recorded earlier. It was Mint's first time seeing herself from such a perspective. Even while on Earth, she had never imagined her tasks would be captured this way. It felt akin to watching an action movie, quite refreshing. However, after viewing it, she curiously inquired, "The video is good. Who filmed it?" Jiang Yan responded, "That is not important. What is important is how you accomplished it." "Oh, it was just like that. The video recorded it all, didn't it?" Mint replied nonchalantly. "Mint, I am not joking with you," Jiang Yan said seriously. "And I am not jesting with you either, Vice Principal," Mint replied earnestly. Jiang Yan pursed his lips, disliking the girl's attitude. Was she disobedient? She answered every question, yet her demeanor radiated an unyielding defiance. He had encountered many such rebellious students before, yet most were boys, unaware of their own limitations. Jiang Yan's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Mint's slender frame. Truth be told, he found it hard to fathom how such a slight body could unleash such astonishing power. He assessed her from head to toe. As a freshman, you single-handedly defeated a C-rank aberration without any systematic training. "Do you not wish to explain this to me?" Mint would respond. "How about I introduce you to my SSS-level rare psychic ability?" Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Observing this, Mint continued without a trace of modesty. "Others cannot achieve it because they lack such a high-level psychic capability, whereas I, frankly speaking, I do not consider what I did to be anything extraordinary. After all, even though I am SSS-ranked, Li Xiaoya, who is merely a year older than I, has already made significant achievements as a major, while I merely killed my first aberration, a C-rank one, that's all." This reasoning left even Jiang Yan at a loss for words. Indeed, since the emergence of the infamous Li Xiaoya, all previous anomalies had manifested through him, and now, the second anomaly had finally appeared, another rare SSS-level psychic. It seemed that this revelation softened Jiang Yan's stance, and he tried to moderate his tone. "I heard you declined the military's invitation to become Xiaoye's dedicated healer?" Mint replied, I never said I was unwilling. I agreed to treat him whenever I am available, as long as I can manage it, but I do not need to follow him around like a nanny. Right? I attend my classes, he fights his battles. They should not conflict. Jiang Yin was skeptical of her words. I want to hear the truth. Mint, however, was unfazed, responding candidly. You see, do I look like a delicate flower? Or a galactic nurse? Jiang Yin. Mint, with utmost seriousness, stated, Exactly. You also agree that I hardly resemble either, do you not? Hence, I believe I can pursue a career as a combat medic. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin comprehended everything. You wish to go to the battlefield? Is that so wrong? Mint replied directly, Do not mistake me for a mere healer. I am not solely a healing type. Even if possessing multiple skills is not a disadvantage, right? An SSS combat medic capable of slaying aberrations is surely more valuable to the military than one who can only heal, correct? Jiang Yin fell silent once more. Indeed, when compared to a mere medic, even if her compatibility with Li Xiaoya was 100, if she could simultaneously wield combat abilities above SSS, then, suddenly, the calm glimmer in his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 25. The way to wealth. He had intended to ask more, but at that moment, his terminal buzzed. Entering the room was Academician Yang, whom he had just forcibly dismissed. An urgent military communication summoned both of them to return to the Alliance headquarters for a meeting. The specific details of the meeting were not disclosed, yet given the circumstances, it was likely no trivial matter. Without further ado, they made their way to the Alliance headquarters. Once they departed, Mint finally regained her freedom. Almost simultaneously, a large figure and three smaller ones cornered him at the infirmary door. Instructor Zhou was the first to speak. What did the vice principal say to you? Mint replied, Oh, not much. Just asked how I managed to defeat the aberration single-handedly, considering I am still a freshman? Instructor Zhou nodded, clearly eager to know. So, how did you accomplish that? Mint tilted her head, replying candidly. Wasn't that video recorded by you? It was just like that. I held the crossbow, shoved it into its mouth, fired 10 bolts, and it would be a miracle if it survived. After all, no matter how tough the shell of a C-rank cockroach, its insides are still flesh and organs. Once you shoot them to bits, it dies. At this point, she could not help but commend. By the way, that mechanical crossbow is quite impressive. I wonder whose it is. Mine. It belongs to me. Perhaps buoyed by the compliment, Instructor Zhou completely forgot his authoritative demeanor and exclaimed with excitement. I also think that mechanical crossbow is fantastic. I spent a fortune to acquire it on StarNet. It cost 50,000 star coins. What? Now it was Mint's turn to be excited. That piece of junk costs 50,000? Are you out of your mind with money? You might as well give it to me. With 50,000, I can make you 10, even stronger and better ones. Just moments earlier, she had praised the mechanical crossbow, and now it had become a piece of junk. Instructor Zhou immediately donned an affronted expression. Who are you calling foolishly extravagant? Mint promptly retorted. Didn't I tell you before? I am an ancient Earth enthusiast, a diehard fan, so I can use and even craft various ancient weapons from Earth, including the mechanical crossbow you spent 50,000 star coins on. Do you think I would believe that? Instructor Zhou scoffed, yet Mint immediately began listing. Swords, guns, sabers, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, daggers, staffs, spears, rakes. Mint recited the 18 ancient weapon types from Earth. In truth, in modern society, very few people still utilize these weapons. But her ability to recite them all with ease demonstrated her profound knowledge of ancient Earth. Instructor Zhou immediately declared, If you can truly craft 10 of them, I will give you 100,000 star coins. Being penniless and burdened with debt from borrowing a mecha from Xiaoyi, Mint's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, instructor, this is your promise. However, regarding material costs, I come from a single-parent household and face financial difficulties. With a considerable sum of 100,000 star coins at stake, Instructor Zhou hardly regarded this trifling material fee with any significance. He candidly declared, I shall cover the material costs, but it must be deducted from this 100,000. Mint, with a cheerful grin, responded, All right, boss. Your word is law. Instructor Zhou pondered, How can a girl be so mischievous? The other three classmates, who had been observing the scene, were left utterly astonished. Luyu. Why is he so familiar with Instructor Zhou? Is he someone with connections? Monica. The items she just mentioned seem to be cold weapons for drum spheres. Does she actually like that? Can she even make them? Lucas. Mint really seems quite impoverished. Should I lend her some money? Mint, however, was unfazed by their thoughts. She suddenly stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. First, she planned to craft 10 mechanical drumsticks for Instructor Zhou to play with, then snap a few photos to sell online. Perhaps there were other devoted Earth fans like Instructor Zhou. Hee hee. Splendid, splendid. Who knows, in a few years, she might even repay her debt to the young rogue. Mint felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhou was reminding the other three. About tonight's events, you all understand that this must remain confidential, correct? Liu interjected, Instructor, do we really need to discuss this? Everyone is already aware. Instructor Zhou clarified. What is to remain unspoken is precisely what you all do not know. Must I enumerate every detail for you? Liu replied. It would be best if you did. I'm afraid I might inadvertently let something slip. Instructor Zhou sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Very well. If anyone inquires about Mint, no matter the question, you must say that after she was taken away, you all went to the capsule to sleep and know nothing more. Understood? The three new students nodded, but Mint exclaimed, Oh, by the way. Instructor, did you bring my military training bag down the mountain? My capsule is still inside. Without it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. It's with me. Instructor Zhou affirmed, You should return to the camp with them. I'll bring it over shortly. No. If you personally deliver it, others will think I'm receiving special treatment. Let's not trouble you. I'll accompany you to the dormitory to fetch it. After a moment's contemplation, Instructor Zhou acquiesced. All right, let us proceed. Upon exiting the instructor's dormitory, Mint found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, akin to infrared sensors, tracking her every movement. After Mint activated her capsule, she turned around helplessly. I know you all have burning questions and doubts, but could we postpone this conversation? We have military training tomorrow. If I surmise correctly, there will be significant adjustments to the training content, so it's best we rest well. To ensure we do not hold the class back, Liu was the first to voice his skepticism. With such a major incident occurring, will there even be military training? I doubt it. Mint shot him a pointed glance and retorted. Do you recall what transpired the last time you doubted me? Liu broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, a sea-level mutant had appeared behind him, and had it not been for Mint, he would have nearly become its next meal. Mint insisted, Trust me, military training will proceed, and likely, there will be additional sessions. Monica inquired. How do you know? Mint simply replied, A guess. The other 3 were left speechless. And indeed, her guess proved accurate. For when they assembled on the playground at 5 the following morning, Instructor Zhou's first words were, Students, due to last night's unforeseen events, today's military training will undergo some adjustments. The basic drills will be omitted. Instead, he paused dramatically, surveying the group. After a moment, he earnestly posed the question. How about a full-scale holographic simulation battle against mutants? Chapter 26, Holographic Simulation Battle. As soon as Instructor Zhou's words fell, the entire class, save for Mint, was left dumbfounded. What more could one ask for? This was simply splendid. The usual military training sessions were dreadfully monotonous. If they were to be exhausted, let it be through a thrilling holographic battle. Anything but those tiresome frog jumps. What is happening? A holographic simulation battle. Is this for real? What do you mean for real? The instructor just said it himself. How can you still doubt? But isn't this outside the norm for military training? My brother is also at this military academy, in his 4th year, and he had provided me with what he called military training secrets. I've been relying on those for the past few days to pass assessments and earn bonus points. Yet he never mentioned anything about a holographic simulation battle. Did previous batches of new students ever encounter sea-level mutants? The instructor clearly stated that the training content was adjusted due to last night's peculiar circumstances. So what are you all complaining about? Would you prefer to engage in mundane frog jumps, saluting, and marching instead? Indeed. If only they had announced this holographic training from the start, I would have been much more motivated. How exciting. Why didn't TU come out to play last night, then? You're such a nitpicker. A holographic simulation is not the same as real combat. Amidst the clamor of voices, Instructor Zhou blew a sharp whistle. Regaining the attention of all students, before reiterating his earlier statement, he then confirmed. So, what is your response? The students replied in unison, We are willing. We are eager. Although many students felt perplexed, the prospect of engaging in a holographic simulation battle was undeniably more appealing than the rigid and tedious nature of standard military training. Moreover, in a holographic battle, even if one were to die, it merely meant being forcibly logged out, with no real harm incurred. Naturally, the military-grade holographic pods utilized at the academy were designed for training purposes, meaning the experiences could be adjusted based on mental fortitude. While one might not truly perish upon sustaining fatal wounds, Any injury would be felt 100 through neural feedback. In essence, being killed wouldn't result in death. But the pain would be very real. In truth, military holographic simulation pods were primarily for training, hence they featured adjustable settings, allowing for the reduction of pain and other sensations. However, military academy students differed from ordinary students. Once they entered contaminated zones or engaged in interstellar battles, the reality of death was non-negotiable. Thus, the military academy believed that if students could only adapt to lower-tier training from the outset, they might misjudge their physical responses when faced with life-and-death situations on the battlefield. Such outcomes would be exceedingly dire. Therefore, while the military-grade holographic simulation pods could be adjusted, instructors would mandate that students undergo 100 realistic simulations to expedite their acclimatization to these near-combat training methods. Only in this way could student survival rates be enhanced. Being a soldier is not solely about sacrifice. It is honorable to protect oneself and survive while vanquishing foes, allowing one to emerge victorious in the end. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the students, Instructor Zhou felt a swell of satisfaction. Though he harbored concerns about this inexperienced group engaging in simulation training without preparation, the thought of the mutants that could appear at any moment made him resolute. Very well. You may now freely form teams. I shall give you 10 minutes to organize yourselves into groups of 4. Afterward, 3 groups will enter the simulation training room in batches, commencing urban holographic simulation battle drills. In truth, the term drills blatantly revealed the instructor's intent. Yet, the students were all novices, and only a handful comprehended the underlying implications of the instructor's words. Mint, being a veteran from Earth, recognized that the instructor was not merely training but also filtering out participants. Simply put, those who were easily eliminated during the simulation battle likely would not have significant opportunities for advancement in the future, unless, of course, they were the chosen ones from a novel, possessing some miraculous ability to reverse fate. Unfortunately, this was not a novel, so, during the forthcoming simulation battle, she would need to be fully alert, for with her SSS-level mental fortitude, being eliminated from a simulation battle would mean no chance of piloting mechs in the future. The battlefield is not a game, and there is no option for a one-click resurrection. At that moment, a male student raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, I have a question." Instructor Zhou replied, "Ask away." The male student continued, "You mentioned that this is a city simulation? What does that entail?" "Isn't it's supposed to be a contaminated zone simulation?" Instructor Zhou clarified, "Correct. We will not conduct a contaminated zone simulation, as that would impose an excessive burden on you newcomers. We will first engage in an urban holographic simulation. In this simulated environment, while the mutants may range from C to S level, there will be no more than 5 present at any given time." The male student responded, "Understood, instructor." Yet, upon hearing the mention of S-level mutants, the other male students became visibly excited, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. For military academy students, fervor was paramount. What young dreamer hasn't harbored a hero's aspiration? S-level mutants were creatures that could only be seen in the news or blockbuster films. Regardless of whether they could defeat them, the fact remained that in a holographic simulation, no one would truly die. They could simply dive in. Any further inquiries? If so, please voice them immediately. After surveying the students, noticing their animated expressions, Instructor Zhou deemed it unnecessary to ask further and declared, "If there are no questions, let us commence team formation. I shall grant you but 10 minutes. Commence." Mint remained silent throughout, yet her gaze flickered with a hint of anticipation. She had previously experienced the sensation of a holographic simulation while testing her mental fortitude. But how should one say it? It felt insufficiently thrilling. After all, the circumstances at that time posed no challenge for her, yet this time, she sensed it would be markedly different. Oh dear. She was rather looking forward to it. While contemplating whom to select as her teammate, she turned around. "Emma, when did you 3 arrive? Why was there no sound?" Lucas was exceedingly enthusiastic. "Let us form a team. 4 members would be just right." Monica chimed in. "After all, you are not familiar with the others. In other words, you have no friends." Among the 3, Ryu, who was least acquainted with Mint and had nearly offended her previously, awkwardly patted his head, apologizing, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. "My primary intention was to apologize to you, but I believe that teaming up with you is the greatest expression of sincerity I can offer." Hearing these grandiloquent justifications, Mint pondered seriously for 3 seconds before inquiring, "Do I have other options?" The trio responded in unison. "No." Mint, resigned, said, "Very well." She then raised her hand. "Instructor, we have formed our team." Chapter 27. Gathering Data, Speaking Facts. Instructor Zhou cast a fleeting glance at the 4 of them, revealing a countenance that was both expected yet difficult to describe, a complex expression. He then waved his hand in disdain. "Stand over there." and wait for the other students to form their teams before proceeding to the simulation training room together. Following the instructor's directive, the four sauntered to the designated area. As soon as they positioned themselves, Lucas whispered, "Everyone, stay alert and do not falter. This simulation training is not as simple as everyone imagines." Upon hearing this, Mint unexpectedly cast a glance at Lucas. She observed the handsome boy with curly hair. His face taut with tension, his brow furrowed. He lowered his voice further, speaking in a hushed tone. "Last night, I was somewhat skeptical of Mint's judgment, but now the facts have proven she was correct. However, I also contemplated that if the training were indeed intensified today, it would suggest that the school intends to expedite our growth. Even if we cannot form a fighting force, we should at least possess the capability to protect ourselves." Yet, I still underestimated the gravity of the situation. The appearance of those aberrations may not have been a coincidence. Otherwise, the instructors would not need to make such a fuss, and even after we graduate and are assigned to various military districts, we would still be operating in contaminated zones. Yet the instructors have chosen to simulate urban scenarios. Do you understand what this signifies? Ryu genuinely did not comprehend. "What does it signify?" Lucas replied. "It is evident that aberrations may have stealthily infiltrated our city, just as they invaded our barracks last night." Ryu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely not. Do not frighten me." Lucas's expression was serious. "Whether I frighten you or not, you will understand once you enter the simulation pod, and you must remember which city's simulation you are entering. Are you, ever the inquisitive one?" Continued to press. "Why is it important to remember this?" Lucas's frown deepened, and he said with increasing gravity, "If I am correct, the cities encountered in the simulation training are likely those currently under invasion by aberrations." After listening to his analysis, Monica, who had initially shown little reaction, now wore a serious expression. "Are you suggesting that all the training we undertake today is merely a prelude for our eventual deployment into the city to eradicate the aberrations?" Lucas affirmed, "Exactly. That hypothesis seems somewhat exaggerated, does it not?" "What do you think?" Monica remarked nervously, turning to Mint for her opinion. Mint remained silent, merely smiling knowingly. However, that smile was, in essence, an answer. She could not explicitly state it, as it was military intelligence, and to do so would be to put her classmate in jeopardy. Yet, a smile should suffice, right? If these individuals were not entirely dim-witted, they should grasp her hint. However, it was evident that she had overestimated the intellect of her fellow novices. Monica, astonished, exclaimed, "You concur with him?" Clearly, she was not a girl adept at contemplation, a fact evident from how she had always been manipulated by Quan Luyun. Yet, such a simple truth. The quality of this cohort of military academy students is indeed concerning. As Mint idly pondered these matters, she suddenly felt several chilling gazes directed at her from behind. Turning around, good heavens! Quan Luyun, without a doubt, was glaring at her with an ominous expression, flanked by three classmates whom Mint recognized. One was Nora, Monica's superficial friend, and the other two were Quan Luyun's loyal subordinates. Their names, well, she could not recall. Mint averted her gaze, disinterested in engaging with them, only to inadvertently lock eyes with a furious-looking boy. Jian Shang, the class leader of A1. Mint could not help but reflect. "I have heard that individuals from Star 308 have an average lifespan exceeding 200 years. Thus, compared to the mid-teenage ailments of Earth, is it that these children only develop such afflictions upon reaching university here? Never mind, as a specialized female soldier from Earth, she would not stoop to quarrel with an interstellar adolescent." Yet, she had forgotten the old Earth adage. Enemies often cross paths. Consequently, as students from various classes entered the simulation training room to draw lots, they once again found themselves facing one another at their respective holographic simulation pods. Except for Mint and her somewhat unreliable novice teammates, on her left was the class leader team represented by Quan Luyun from Class E1, and on her right was the class leader team represented by Jian Shang from Class A1. The only solace for Mint was that the simulation training would also be scored. Thus, each individual's performance would impact their Class S ranking. It seemed that, under such circumstances, these two late-stage afflicted individuals would not resort to disruptive antics that would harm themselves and others, right? Mint pondered uncertainly, and soon, the holographic simulation training commenced officially. The rules of the simulation training were rather simple and straightforward. Locate the aberrations and eliminate them. However, the number and level of aberrations released in each simulated city varied. Whether encountering A, B, or C-level aberrations, or even S-level, all depended on the luck of each team. The scoring system was also clear-cut. Slaying a C-level aberration earned 10 points, a B-level 20 points. An A level 30 points, and the formidable S level aberration awarded a whopping 100 points. This made the choice quite evident. Mint, without hesitation, opted for the S level city simulation scene, and her three teammates were left utterly dumbfounded. They all stared at her with expressions that seemed to ask, "Are you even human? What on earth have you done? Why did you not consult us before making such a foolish choice?" Their gazes filled with indignation and grievance. Mint felt no guilt whatsoever, confidently presenting her reasoning. If we had entered a C-level scenario, eliminating 5 aberrations would yield only 50 points, in a B-level scenario. 5 kills would net us 100 points, and in an A-level scenario, 5 kills would grant us 150 points, at the same time. You must remember that the rule states a maximum of 5 aberrations may appear in each city simulation. But the maximum does not guarantee the presence of 5. Thus, even if we entered an A-level scenario, if only 3 A-level aberrations manifest, we would only earn 90 points. However, by choosing the S-level scenario, we need not eliminate all the aberrations. Taking down just 2 would suffice for 200 points. We would carry the whole scene, wouldn't we? That is a valid point. Lucas, with his face taut in hand clutching his chest, expressed with a pained look, "But have you considered whether we are capable of handling S-level aberrations?" "Indeed," Mint retorted without a moment's hesitation. "What, are you lacking confidence, Lucas? Is it merely a matter of confidence?" This signifies his acute self-awareness, knowing full well that he is entirely incapable of achieving such feats. Chapter 28. If we cannot defeat them, we shall survive. Her teammates fell silent, gazing at her with near despair. Mint. Well then, let me put it this way. S-level aberrations appear formidable in your eyes, do they not? Her teammates continued to maintain their silence, their eyes questioning her. Isn't that obvious? Mint. Then that settles it. Such formidable S-level aberrations, even if the instructors are conducting training, they surely would not deploy 5 of them into the simulation zone simultaneously, would they? Perhaps they would only release 1. While you may lack confidence against 5, surely we can collectively take down 1, right? That would still earn us 100 points. Upon hearing this, the other 3 seemed to regain a modicum of confidence. From a comprehensive standpoint, Monica was indeed a girl with considerable combat prowess. Lucas, though somewhat weaker, possessed a keen intellect, adept at devising plans and analyzing situations and data. As for Ryu, he represented the archetypal brawn over brains male. His greatest asset was his awareness of his own limitations, making him highly obedient to commands. Whatever strategy he was given, he would execute without question. Moreover, since the holographic simulation is not a real combat scenario, there is no risk of death, allowing him to act recklessly. Lucas, being the cerebral type, tends to ponder more practical concerns. He remarked, "Even if we only deploy an S-class aberration in the simulated city, what if the 4 of us together can't defeat it and end up being counter-killed? Not only would we earn no points, but we would also incur a penalty of 40 points. Recalling the earlier incident where a deduction of 10 points nearly sparked a crisis, Mint found herself momentarily silent. Then she declared, "It's quite simple. Regardless of the circumstances, we must resolve to eliminate at least 1. And if, by chance, we truly cannot defeat it, we can just survive. If we manage to stay alive, we won't lose any points." The other 3 classmates could only stare in silence. What could they possibly say? They suddenly regretted teaming up with her. However, as their captain, Mint had already opted to enter the S-class scenario. Unless they chose to forfeit, activating the simulation pod would undeniably lead them into the S-class setting. The catch was that forfeiting would still count as a death, resulting in point deductions for all 4 of them. The possibility of earning points had become secondary. What was paramount was avoiding penalties, as none wished to be branded as the class scapegoats. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed. Reaching a consensus, the 4 of them ceased their inner turmoil and lay back in their respective simulation pods, immersing themselves in the experience. The holographic training pods bore a striking resemblance to capsule pods. But upon entering the holographic simulation state, one had to don a sensory receptor, essentially a helmet. Once this contraption was placed upon one's head, fine currents would connect the user's neurons, linking them to the intelligent brain system within the pod. Consequently, the user would enter a state akin to deep slumber in the external world, while their spiritual essence would be guided by the intelligence system directly into the holographic realm. Soon, a melodious AI voice resonated in Mint's mind. "Artificial intelligence, please confirm your identity. ID number A308202305529, Mint." Mint clicked to confirm. "Artificial intelligence, connection successful. ID number A308202305529. Please establish your character profile. Choose A. Self mode, B. Customization mode. There was no hesitation. Using customization mode during regular training was prohibited. One could only create a customized profile with the same ID number in a private simulator, essentially a secondary account. Mint opted for A. Artificial intelligence. Please select your equipment. The selection was extensive, including clothing, weapons, ammunition, bandages, medical supplies, food, water, and more. Mint did not deliberate for long, choosing a military green camouflaged outfit for better concealment. In addition to the standard long-range pistol provided to every military student, she selected 4 easily portable handguns. Although the firearms of the 308 star system differed from those on Earth, they were fundamentally similar, albeit with slightly greater firepower. Since she had never used any of them, she decided to take all 4. Hoping one would suit her needs. As for ammunition, she brought as much as she could carry. Bandages and medical supplies were deemed unnecessary. After all, they couldn't kill the aberration if they were to be consumed. What use would those items be? Water was essential, but she only packed 2 bottles. For food, she opted for the most convenient choice. Nutrient bars, which resembled compressed biscuits from Earth, were far from palatable but offered tenfold the satiety. Therefore, carrying a single bar could sustain her for 10 days, making it an indispensable supply for any military endeavor. Mint swiftly finalized her selections and pressed the confirm button. Artificial intelligence. Please confirm that you have completed your selections. Mint confirmed. Artificial intelligence. Connecting you to the simulated city. Please hold on. Connection successful. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous crack, the 4 emerged spectacularly. As Lucas entered, he exclaimed, "Incredible! The military-grade equipment is undeniably top tier. Nothing in my home compares." Ryue, initially astonished, instinctively retorted, "So, how many of these machines does your family possess?" "Not many, just 4, Lucas replied nonchalantly. Ryue's voice rose in disbelief. "What? Each holographic simulator costs several million. Your family has 4? Are you out of your mind?" Just then, Monica interjected, "What's the big deal? My family also has 4. Ryue, who only had 1 second-hand unit at home, felt utterly deflated. The world of the affluent was simply outrageous. Jealous yet unable to harbor animosity. He turned to Mint, catching her indifferent gaze. His heart raced. "Your family doesn't have 4 too, do they?" Mint replied, "What are you thinking? I bought my terminal for 50 star coins from Lucas." Upon hearing this, Ryue immediately felt balanced. After all, his family still had at least 1 second-hand unit. Unable to resist, he cast a sympathetic glance at Mint, but just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Mint abruptly raised her hand. "Don't speak." Her mental field detected a faint disturbance. Almost instinctively, she pushed the sensation back using her mental power. It spread like ripples, colliding with something substantial, and then the waves returned, transmitting a wealth of information to Mint's mind. Aberration, interstellar cockroach. Classification, Insecta, phylum Arthropoda, family Blattidae, level, S-class. Chapter 29. She was now engaged with a cockroach. Mint's forehead twitched. How had another one appeared? It was difficult to fathom what could provoke such an expression from her. The 3 teammates instinctively turned to see an S-class, supergiant cockroach, entirely covered in blue crystals with deformed wings. Looming before them, it was an extraordinarily massive cockroach. Even in holographic form, its nearly 10-meter height left her 3 companions gaping in astonishment. At that moment, the only thought that crossed their minds was, "How on earth do we fight this?" The same sentiment was shared by a group of young instructors standing in the main control training room. In fact, when they discovered that a freshman team had the audacity to select the S-class simulation scenario, they began to take an interest in this small group. Initially, only the instructor in charge of Class A1, Instructor AM, paid attention. He was a black man on Earth. Black individuals are naturally gifted with athleticism, and the same held true on the 308 star system. Thus, Instructor AM's Class A1 consistently ranked first in both points and student physical capabilities throughout the year. He often took pride in this, so when he heard that a freshman team had chosen the S-class scenario, his first reaction was that Jin Sheng was being overly ambitious. Yet, despite his thoughts, he approached with concern, eager to see how far this team could endure and whether they could collectively vanquish an S-class aberration. However, who were these people? The condescension in Instructor Am's tone was palpable. After all, in his view, apart from his own Class A1, he held no regard for the other classes. That moment, another tall instructor approached and glanced at the split-screen display, saying, "I recognize the one with the ponytail. Her name is Monica. Her overall data is quite impressive." "Monica? Someone inquired. Lao Zhou. Isn't she the belle of your class? Originally focused on Qian Luyun's team, Instructor Zhou was caught off guard and turned around. What about her? She's quite bold. The little girl chose the S-class simulation scenario and has already encountered her first S-class aberration. Shouldn't we see how she fares? What did you say? They selected the S-class scenario? That's utterly reckless. Instructor Zhou immediately shifted his focus from Qian Luyun's team, cutting to Mint's S-class scene. After all, she was the only student daring enough to challenge the S-class scenario, prompting curiosity among other instructors. However, upon seeing the composition of this small team, a few instructors walked away, some fell silent, and others exchanged bemused glances at Instructor Zhou. Someone quipped, 2 girls, 2 boys, especially that little boy, who looks as soft as a lamb. With such a lineup, they dare to challenge the S-class scenario? While it's true that fresh calves are unafraid of tigers, they shouldn't be so blindly audacious. Instructor Am simply smiled at Instructor Zhou, his expression laden with meaning. Youth truly has its bravado. Another instructor chuckled but added, they're not doing too shabby. Although the outcome is doomed to be failure from the onset, it's not without merit. Experiencing setbacks can be beneficial for the young. Others chimed in. Perhaps they merely wish to witness what an S-class aberration looks like firsthand. These kids are insatiably curious. It's no big deal. A few more deaths will quell their curiosity. This remark elicited a chorus of laughter. While their words bore no evident malice nor targeted anyone specifically, they perceived Mint's group as lacking strength and somewhat overreaching. Yet, Instructor Zhou felt a throbbing in his forehead. Though he recognized Mint's capabilities, the others were not up to par. Even in the depths of his blindness, he could not believe that she could truly vanquish an S-class entity single-handedly in a 1-against-3 scenario, especially without any combat experience. Nevertheless, as those instructors had asserted, experiencing such a challenge could indeed be beneficial. It might serve to humble them, to instill a sense of recklessness, however, while Instructor Zhou could entertain such thoughts. He was unwilling to hear others speak of his students in such a manner. Who among them did not wish to defend their own? A gentle smile graced Instructor Zhou's lips as he remarked, indeed, they do exhibit a certain hubris, particularly this one named Bo. Even if she single-handedly dispatched that C-class aberration last night, it does not warrant such arrogance, does it? One ought to be a bit more humble. Wouldn't you all agree? The others were momentarily taken aback by his words. Someone inquired, which Bo? The smallest one? No way. Did she really take down a C-class aberration all by herself last night? Goodness, I didn't recognize her until now. It was indeed her. My students witnessed it as well. Wait, Lao Zhou, you cannot be serious. It was truly her? How could such a petite figure achieve that? I heard the C-class aberration met a gruesome end. Its insides utterly destroyed. I did hear that it was a new student from Lao Zhou's class who accomplished that feat, and this new student was the girl who had been taken away by that monster on the first day of military training. Right? The instructors, no longer concealing their mockery, eagerly sought to catch a glimpse of Bo's face. Is she the girl who killed the aberration? I must observe her subsequent performance closely. I want to see too. I want to learn at least her technique. I heard she didn't even use a hand cannon to bring down the aberration. That's simply remarkable. Amidst a chorus of anticipation, Instructor Amu interjected with a tinge of envy. What exactly are you all anticipating? That was merely a C-class entity. This is an S-class. Even in a holographic simulation, imagine if you were to enter unarmored, without mechs, could you easily slay one? You might not even accomplish it yourselves. Yet you expect a freshman to do so? Instructor Mu had never held much regard for students from other classes. In his eyes, they could all be succinctly characterized by one word: incompetent, of course. He held a similar assessment of his own students. However, he harbored a sense of superiority, believing that while the students of Class A1 were also somewhat lacking, they were still far superior to those from other classes. Thus, he felt a twinge of irritation when he observed that no one was paying attention to his class's A squad, all eyes instead fixated on a few seemingly feeble students from a trailing class. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, Instructor Zhou also grew irritated, ready to retort, when suddenly, another instructor who had been intently watching the surveillance screen shouted, "The aberration is moving." This exclamation instantly redirected the focus of all the instructors back to the screen. Chapter 30. Do not assume you are the only one who can fly at the same moment, Bo shouted. Scatter, conceal yourselves. Lu Yu was the first to react. Indeed, in terms of physical prowess and reflexes, he was the most capable among the Ford. Most importantly, he was obedient. Thus, almost immediately upon receiving Bo's command, he dashed out of the aberration's attack range at lightning speed. The The second to escape was Monica. Although she could not outrun Luyu, her mental fortitude was of S-class, enabling her to be more perceptive in combat situations than her peers. With keen awareness, she evaded the aberration's attacks with remarkable agility, anticipating its movements with uncanny precision. Even as explosive strikes pursued her relentlessly from behind, she managed to leap away from the danger zone in a flash. As for Lucas, who appeared quite soft, by the time anyone thought to locate him, he had mysteriously vanished, and no one knew when he had hidden away, nor did anyone notice where he had gone. In any case, he had successfully concealed himself, eluding not just the aberration but even a group of instructors who could not locate him. Hey, where did that curly-haired kid go? I didn't see him either. After searching for a while, it seems we'll only find out where he went after this is all over. These kids, while looking so unassuming, are quite nimble when they move. Instructor Amu interjected with a hint of jealousy. Nimble, you say? What about the one still remaining? The one he referred to as Bo. She neither dodged nor evaded, standing still as she watched the blue crystal-laden aberration prepare to strike her in half. At last, she moved. Contrary to everyone's expectations of her bolting for safety, Bo charged directly toward the aberration. It was astonishing. Witnessing this scene, Instructor Zhou felt his breath catch in his throat. Though he understood it was merely a holographic simulation, where even death would only result in a forced logout, the tension was palpable. Instructor Zhou clenched his fists tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Yet in the next moment, his pupils dilated sharply as everyone beheld Bo soaring into the air. Even with SSS-level mental acuity, it was impossible for Bo to fly freely. The appearance of her flight was a result of her having brought along a retractable climbing harness when she initially entered the simulation pod. This climbing harness, a piece of extraterrestrial technology not found on Earth, resembled a metallic belt, but it possessed 8 circular devices that could deploy a special soft steel wire capable of lifting objects weighing up to 500 kilograms. Bo chose this harness primarily because she had encountered a C-class aberration that stood over 3 meters tall. To reach its mouth, she had to navigate around and climb onto its back. While that climbing process wasn't particularly difficult, it was highly unpredictable and prone to failure. Thus, she decided to bring the harness along, thinking that at a critical moment, she could anchor it to the aberration, or to tall structures, trees, or mountains, any sufficiently elevated surface. After that, she could manipulate the soft steel wire's extension with her formidable mental prowess, and in a flash, ascend. Little did she know, S-class aberrations could be 3 to 4 times larger than C-class ones. Nor did she anticipate that her climbing harness would prove invaluable right from the outset. Despite its seemingly simple principle, it was among the military-grade tools of the DR series. In other words, to manipulate any DR series tools freely, one would need at least A-class mental acuity, but both possessed SSS level. Thus, what was typically used by ordinary soldiers for climbing or lifting became a means for her to soar into the air. The soft steel wire was exceedingly thin, and when shot forth, it would glint in the sunlight, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, Bo's visual impact resembled that of a sudden takeoff from the ground. Furthermore, she did not merely fly in a straight line. On Earth, Bo was a special forces operative, and an exceptionally skilled one at that. Her proficiency in firearms and weaponry, as well as hand-to-hand combat, surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, given that Planet 308 was heavily mechanized, the prevalence of mechs led the general populace to forego traditional combat skills, as those with high mental acuity could easily slay aberrations without effort. Yet, she was different. She had yet to experience a mech. Therefore, she would rely on her most familiar and adept methods to defeat her opponents. However, utilizing the steel wire was a first for her. The sensation of weightlessness initially disoriented her somewhat, but her body possessed excellent balance, allowing her to regain control after just a few seconds. This was also aided by her exceptional mental control. When her mental acuity was highly focused, her surroundings appeared magnified, and her opponent's movement slowed. Thus, although to the outside world she seemed to shoot forth like a sharp arrow, in her perception, time felt as though it had slowed to the pace of swinging on a swing set. She could still manage that speed, allowing her to maneuver effortlessly, turn left, turn right, or even perform a somersault in midair, facing a 10-meter-tall aberration. So easy. Maintaining her balance, her body moved with effortless grace. While soaring through the air, a glint of determination flashed in Bo's eyes as she swiftly drew 2 handguns, firing midair. Bo unleashed a barrage of 8 shots. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets shot straight toward the aberration's left eye, while the other 4 targeted its right eye. This massive mutated cockroach was encased in a shell. Standard handguns would barely leave a mark on its body. However, whether human, animal, or insect, the eyes are relatively fragile organs. Moreover, the proximity of the eyes to the brain means that with sufficient accuracy, it is indeed possible to shoot through both eyes directly into the brain, resulting in the instant annihilation of an S-class aberration. Yet, the true terror of S-class aberrations lies in their reaction and destructive capabilities, which far exceed those of C-class entities by dozens of times. Thus, as both bullets were unleashed, they were immediately sensed by the aberration. With a mere flick of its tentacle, it effortlessly sent all 8 bullets flying away. Chapter 31. One knife is insufficient, so let it be 10. If 10 is inadequate, then 100. Simultaneously, the instructors resumed their commentary. How naive. To think one can confront an S-class aberration with just a handgun is utterly impossible. Though her abilities are commendable, her experience is lacking. Nevertheless, she does soar gracefully. Alas, can anyone discern how she ascended? Before anyone could respond to this inquiry, the figure of Mint took further action. Swiftly stowing her dual pistols, she deftly maneuvered through the air using 8 steel cables attached to her belt, traversing effortlessly while raising her right hand cannon to aim and fire mid-flight. In a state of heightened mental concentration, a series of calculations flashed through her mind. The data indicated that, at her current speed of traversal, she would close the distance to the aberration to within 10 meters in 2 seconds. In truth, the firepower of the hand cannon was insufficient to eliminate an S-class aberration unless it struck a vital spot. But where was this aberration's weak point? The eyes were out of the question, for an S-class aberration could perceive the trajectory of the bullets and easily swat them away with its tentacles. The heart was also not a viable option, as the aberration's shell, post-mutation, was coated with a layer of blue crystals of formidable hardness, impervious to the hand cannon's firepower. So, how about targeting the neck? Most creatures possess a vulnerable neck, and thus, in a fleeting moment, Mint made her choice. Since uncertainty loomed, she would fire a few rounds, boom, 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 boom. Once again, she unleashed a rapid succession of 4 shots, all while maintaining her high-speed flight. She had to balance her body while aiming, yet, to everyone's astonishment, all 4 shots hit their mark. For others, such precision was unimaginable. Even instructor Zhou wouldn't dare claim he could achieve such accuracy. Yet his student had done so. However, after those 4 shots, they proved utterly ineffective. The targeted aberration remained motionless, save for a few wisps of smoke rising from its head, as if nothing had transpired. Mint retracted her cannon and, leveraging the DR belt at her waist, swiftly darted to evade, maneuvering into the aberration's blind spot, murmuring to herself, "No good, its shell is too tough, I must devise another strategy." Every creature harbors weaknesses. Although this aberration was enveloped in blue crystals, seemingly without flaw, Mint's gaze darkened. Her formidable mental prowess surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping over the aberration. The aberration's crimson eyes momentarily halted, and its body seemed to freeze, allowing Mint's mental energy to scan over it like infrared light, until it locked onto a specific point. Found it. Mint chuckled softly, then, with a swift motion, drew 2 long blades from behind her. Indeed, cold weaponry. After all, these were the tools she wielded most adeptly during her time on Earth, and if firearms could not resolve this creature, she would have to take an unconventional approach. Though knives seemed futile against such an S-class aberration. With 2 ordinary blades in the hands of an extraordinary individual, the outcome would certainly be anything but ordinary. With precise control over the extension and angle of her cables, Mint unsheathed her long knives. But rather than recklessly charging in, she meticulously maneuvered the steel wires around the aberration, encircling it time and again. The S-class aberration, seemingly unaccustomed to facing such a tenacious foe, let out a furious roar. Emitting a series of kik-kik sounds in a desperate attempt to shake off Mint and her incessantly shooting wires, the aberration unleashed its fury, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon the virtual city. Its strength was immense. Even 5- or 6-story buildings collapsed under its assault, yet, due to its sheer size, it found itself at a disadvantage against the diminutive Mint. In the eyes of the S-class aberration, Mint appeared as insignificant as a mere mosquito. Utterly incapable of causing it harm, yet she incessantly buzzed around its ears. Just as it attempted to swat her down, she would evade. The aberration, now frantic, spun and charged in circles. Whenever it turned left, Mint would circle right. When it turned right, she would circle left, always moving in the opposite direction, binding the aberration tightly with the cables at threefold speed, wrapping it in loops. No one could ascertain how many times she had encircled it, but at last, the colossal aberration could move no more, from head to toe. It was ensnared in slender yet resilient steel wires. Finally, the aberration erupted into a frenzy once more. It let out a deafening roar. And amidst its cries, the blue crystals on its back trembled violently. With its frenzied vibrations, the cables binding it began to snap one by one. Sensing the might of brute force, the aberration grew exhilarated. Intensifying its struggle, ultimately, relying on its overwhelming strength, it shattered the last remaining cable binding it, and as it regained its freedom, its armored back violently unfurled, revealing two massive, semi-transparent wings. Yet it remained oblivious that this was precisely the moment Mint had been awaiting. A subtle smile graced her lips as the long knives in her hands found their purpose. She twisted her wrist, executing a dazzling flourish in midair, then, with lightning speed, she struck decisively. With the cables completely severed, Mint could no longer swing across. Thus, she resorted to the most primal of methods. She circled behind, relying on her legs. Landing on the aberration's back, she dashed upward with incredible speed, reaching the base of its wings in the blink of an eye. Indeed, just as everyone presumed she would maneuver to the aberration's maw, plunging her blades into its gaping jaws, they were astonished to see her halt at the wing's base. With a swift upward motion, she brought down her knives, her actions so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible, striking the soft, unarmored base of the aberration's wings. A thick, deep blue liquid gushed forth. The aberration was wounded, howling in agony once more. The intense pain compelled it to rear back, flapping its wings in a frantic ascent. However, the higher it soared, the sharper the pain at its wing base became. For Mint relentlessly targeted its injury. Repeatedly striking it with her blades, one strike was insufficient, so she delivered 10. 10 was inadequate, so she unleashed 100. The aberration roared again, its body thrashing wildly as it attempted to dislodge Mint from its back. Yet Mint braced her legs, adopting a riding posture, steadfast as a rock, unwavering despite its desperate thrashing. Chapter 32. Eliminate it. Do not relent. Witnessing the spectacle unfold, the instructors erupted in fervor. Destroy it. Eliminate it. Do not stop. What on earth? How is she wielding that knife? It's utterly cool. I almost want to learn. Good heavens, could she truly be capable of dispatching an S-class aberration with her bare hands? Although this is a simulated world, she would be the first to achieve such a feat. Old Joe, you've struck gold. Who is this child? How come I've never heard you mention her? Yet Old Joe was even more bewildered. He had never anticipated Mint's prowess to be so formidable. Given her current display of combat awareness and on-the-spot responsiveness, Instructor Joe felt he had little left to teach her. She was astonishingly strong. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Mint, imbued with strength, became increasingly exhilarated. She appeared to be a born warrior, and her decision to forego university in favor of a perilous profession was undoubtedly linked to her inherent zest for battle. Despite the dangers, such an exhilarating life was essential for someone like her. Mint acknowledged her innate craving for thrill. However, she detested losing. Moreover, she yearned to exclaim loudly, "The simulated city is absolutely magnificent." Though merely a holographic training environment, the sensation of battling the aberrations felt indistinguishable from reality, and the pressure they exerted remained undiminished. Hence, sensing the aberration's impending demise, she truly felt it. The dual blades in her hands whirled anew. Once more, the aberration emitted a wretched scream, and the wings, having endured countless strikes from Mint, finally succumbed. Severing completely at the base. That moment, the aberration had ascended to a height of at least 20 stories. Suddenly losing one wing, it plummeted into disarray. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the aberration fell to the ground, creating a massive crater. As the blue crystals scattered around that moment, Mint descended like a specter from above. Her two knives plunging with unerring accuracy into the depths of the aberration's eye sockets. With her mental energy infused in the dual blades, along with the force of her descent, the knives penetrated the aberration's eyeballs with precision and ferocity. Yet that was not the end. Mint pressed down firmly, completely piercing through the aberration's skull, transfixing both the eyeball and the brain. Regardless of whether human, animal, or this mutated monstrosity, the brain remains the central command. Destruction here will render the aberrations incapable of movement, even if they do not perish on the spot. For instance, the S-class aberration before her can only collapse to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The white foam mingling grotesquely with the dark, viscous liquid seeping from its brain. This moment, beneath that repulsive fluid, Lucas crawled out, retching. Ugh, what is that smell? It's absolutely revolting. I could choke, Mint. Where did he come from? When was he even there? This kid is truly something else. He was hiding here all along. Meanwhile, the other two, Monica and Ruayue, who had previously fled at a distance, quickly returned. However, upon witnessing the abominable state of the aberration up close, they could only gape in silence, utterly speechless. Monica. This, Ruayue. You? Did another person take it down? Mint, utterly exhausted, leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Everything else was manageable. But wielding SSS-level psychic power posed a singular challenge. It was incredibly taxing. And no wonder the young wildling's hair turned completely white from overexertion. She hoped she wouldn't end up with the same fate. Mint quickly brushed her hair aside, relieved to see it still black. With a sigh of relief, she waved her hand at the two. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and deliver the final blow. If it doesn't die. We won. Earn those 100 points. Upon hearing this, Ruayue and Monica wasted no time. They raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage upon the aberration's head, soon reducing it to a mushy pulp akin to a rotten watermelon. Almost simultaneously, the announcement blared overhead. System announcement. Slaying an S-class aberration, 100 points. Though they had long anticipated the reward for such a kill, it was only when the System S voice resonated that Monica and Ruayue truly felt the weight of their achievement. They had genuinely vanquished an aberration, an S-class one at that. Moreover, they had done so in a manner so primal, instinctual, and brutally straightforward that it was beyond their wildest imagination. Monica. That system prompt just now? It was for our team, right? It really was, wasn't it? Ruayue. Indeed. We actually earned 100 points, though I was just lying there. This 100 points feels exhilarating, Mint. You are incredible. From now on, you are my idol. My goddess. As Ruayue spoke, he attempted to embrace her. Mint raised her weapon to block him. Don't come any closer. Ruayue chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I just got too excited. But truly, you are remarkable. Lucas chimed in. Is this the power of SSS? Absolutely astounding. But, does that mean we three are just holding you back? Mint replied. I suppose it's all right. Without you three, I wouldn't have been able to form a 4-person team. The other three. This indirectly implied they were merely there to make up the numbers. Nonetheless, even as fillers, they were all exhilarated. Equally thrilled were the instructors watching them from beyond the screen, erupting once more with excitement. Incredible. These children have truly accomplished it. What do you mean, these children? It's just that one. Yet, her strength is astonishingly excessive. Isn't it? Don't say that. The other three are impressive too. Did you not notice? Monica's predictive abilities are quite remarkable. She always seemed to anticipate the aberration's moves. The tall boy was also quite good. He was the first to react, escaping when necessary. After all, knowing how to survive during a crisis is also a vital skill. Am I the only one paying attention to that little curly-haired one? Did you see where he was hiding? Who would have thought he'd be right beneath the aberration's nose? That kid is quite adept at survival. While everyone was discussing this astonishing achievement, one instructor's gaze remained fixed on Mint's belt. He inquired, Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a DR belt she is wearing? Did she just use it to swing through the air? Chapter 33. This freshman is truly impressive. Had he not mentioned it, others might not have noticed this detail. It wasn't that they weren't interested in Mint flying around. It was just that they hadn't figured out the mechanics of it. But now that this instructor had pointed it out, everyone's curiosity was piqued. What are you saying, a belt? She was flying with that? Of course. The DR belt was developed by Dr. Ruan's team. It's compact but can bear a weight of over 500 pounds. In principle, it's feasible, but being airborne isn't something just anyone can do. Exactly. Look at those flips she executed in the air. It takes at least a decade of practice to master. Could it be? You're telling me that none of you noticed? The sharp-eyed instructor pointed directly at Mint's waist on the screen. Although the action appeared somewhat inappropriate without context, when he explained it earnestly, all the instructors couldn't help but lean in to scrutinize Mint's waist. A few even reached out to touch it, albeit through the screen. How could they resist teasing a fellow instructor's student in front of him? Instructor Zhou erupted in anger. What are you doing? What is this? You lecherous bunch. Keep your hands to yourselves. Look at you. We're just admiring her belt. Exactly. It's not like we're actually touching her. Why are you so worked up? Instructor Zhou could not possibly be indifferent, but he still ruthlessly pushed everyone back, insisting they keep their distance, allowing them only to observe, not to touch. However, the DR Belt Mint War was not particularly rare. Every instructor possessed at least one, yet none had ever considered utilizing it in such a manner. The primary reason was not that they couldn't conceive of it, but rather that even if they did, they wouldn't be able to execute it. That soft steel wire, while sturdy, was as pliable as thread, and synchronizing one's body with it upon release was nearly impossible. They believed that instead of training for decades to achieve such proficiency, it would be far simpler to operate a mech and obliterate aberrations with 2 shots. Straightforward and effective. Yet, the very feat they deemed unattainable had been accomplished by a newcomer, which was quite the slap in the face. Thus, amidst their astonishment, they found themselves eager to try it out. After all, Mint's method, while seemingly cumbersome, appeared incredibly stylish. The sight of her soaring about, zipping through the air, was undeniably enticing. Moreover, given the mutations of the aberrations, which had grown exceedingly large, they often struggled to reach their heads for a decisive strike, resulting in low success rates. However, if everyone mastered Mint's technique, one instructor excitedly nudged Instructor Zhou. "Hey, who taught her that move? Was it you? Teach me too." Instructor Zhou replied. "How could I have taught her that? She was whisked away on the first day of military training, returning only last night. You all know that. Then who did she learn from?" Instructor Zhou shrugged. "How would I know? Perhaps she learned it from her family. Does it really matter who she learned it from? That's not the point," another instructor interjected. "While this belt is common, it's a military-grade DR tool. This little gadget is impossible to control without sufficient psychic power, which is why it's usually used for hoisting objects. But the way that girl just flew, wow. Not to mention, she must possess at least S-class psychic power, as an A-class wouldn't be able to manipulate it so skillfully." As the instructor spoke, he nudged Instructor Zhou's arm. "Hey, Zhou, you're on a roll. This freshman hasn't even been formally assessed for her psychic level yet, and your class already has at least 3 S-class students. Your luck is off the charts." Instructor Zhou chuckled awkwardly, though internally, he was immensely shocked. He thought to himself, just the assumption of her being S-class has them envious. If they knew she was SSS, they'd be positively weeping with envy. However, compared to Mint's extraordinary psychic power, the surprises she brought to Instructor Zhou were unending. Is this the distinction between an SSS psychic and an ordinary person? Instructor Zhou was bubbling with excitement, almost wanting to rush over and drag Mint out of the simulation pod, then embrace her tightly while patting her shoulder. Yet, he couldn't. He could only wear a beaming smile. "Oh? It's really not as outstanding as you all claim. Just average, really, with plenty of room for improvement." Yet, despite his claim of mediocrity, his smile stretched from ear to ear, leaving the other instructors unable to bear the sight of him. Look at how pleased he was. The only one who appeared disgruntled was Instructor Mu, who felt slighted. Though he was annoyed, he found himself more impressed with Mint's blade-wielding abilities. Her movements while slaying the aberration were exceptionally graceful, executed with such precision and decisiveness that they seemed to clash with the mechanized era's sensibilities. This child was proving, in the most primal way, that while aberrations may be terrifying, they are not insurmountable. They are mere humans, yet they can wield their mortal flesh to slay them directly. Instructor rubbed his fingers together, feeling a surge of excitement, for both the sense of power and the thrill of close combat undeniably stir the hearts of men. To slay alien beings with bare hands, he yearned to experience it himself. Equally exhilarated was Ruya, who bounded around Mint like a monkey. He had entirely transformed into Mint's ardent admirer, even forgetting that they were engaged in simulated training. Clinging to Mint like a parrot, he incessantly chattered. "Wow, how did you do that? I was utterly mesmerized just now, did you know? Initially, when you used those 2 handguns, I thought it was outrageous. Good heavens. Who still uses those? How could they possibly kill an alien? But then you went even further, wielding 2 knives. Knives, that's right, knives. But I must say, your knife skills are incredibly impressive. When did you practice? Have you been training since childhood? Why not take me on as your apprentice, Mint? I would be willing to toil for you." "I would enough already." Mint disdainfully pushed him away. "Who asked you to toil for me? Focus, will you? We're still in the simulated city, and the battle isn't over yet." Ria replied. "Who cares? My mind is completely filled with you. You. I can't see anything else to be. Why the way, that cool move you just did. Like this, and this, yes. How did you fly around like that? Was it because your psychic power is SSS level? My psychic power is decent too. Before enrolling, My dad had me tested, and I scored A on the upward scale, meaning that with systematic training, I could reach S level or higher. As soon as he finished speaking, all the instructors outside the screen fell silent, as if struck dumb. What on earth? Did they just hear what they thought they heard? SSS level psychic power? Chapter 34. Are the instructors even human? The instructor who had just speculated that Mint might be S level was now glaring with bloodshot eyes. Did I hear that correctly? Did that kid just say the new student is SS level? Another instructor, whose eyes were even redder, resembling someone afflicted with conjunctivitis, exclaimed, "You can't be serious. Saying she is S level was already ludicrous. And now she has jumped straight to SSS? Is that even reasonable? Old Joe, you need to clarify this for us. We demand an explanation." "Explain what? What does it have to do with you?" Joe, the instructor, roared inwardly, yet he did not express his agitation outwardly. After all, while Mint's psychic level wasn't a military secret, it was not something to be publicly paraded either. Firstly, there are exceedingly few SSS-level psychics in the entire alliance. Each one is a national treasure. Secondly, due to the rarity of such individuals, they are easily targeted by hostile forces from other planets. There had been a notorious incident in the past involving an SS-level psychic being assassinated. At that time, the Child S family had been excessively boastful, eager for the world to know of their son's accomplishments. Such ostentation attracted a swarm of media attention and the covetous eyes of villains. It was said those individuals had initially intended to lure the child to their planet with generous offers to enlist him as their combat asset, but when the child refused to become a spy, they did not hesitate to eliminate him. Considering all of this, the higher-ups had decided that, to ensure Mint's safety and to prevent her from being harassed, it was best not to disclose her status until the opportune moment. However, who would have thought that Ruya would be so careless with his words? It was indeed unrealistic to expect a few rookie students to maintain secrecy. Joe should have requested a medical brainwash for them back then, but now it was too late for regrets. After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Joe decided to look at his colleagues with a bemused expression. "You actually believe this? If she were truly an SSS-level ability user, would she still need to be my student? What could I, an A-level instructor, possibly teach her? Stand at attention, salute, march in formation?" The other instructors, upon reflection, agreed. That does make sense. After all, there is already an SSS-level ability user in the Alliance, who is currently the youngest major in the entire Federation. The instructors finally ceased their relentless questioning of Zhou and began to speculate among themselves. She must be extraordinary, at least an S-level. Right? Some even suggested, perhaps she's S-level? At this moment, Zhou chuckled slyly, his face showing eagerness. Let us hope she is indeed S-level. I wouldn't mind it being that high, if he were to outright deny this fact. The other instructors might suspect he was concealing something, but by expressing a half-hopeful, half-doubting stance regarding Mint's potential, they instead felt that such a possibility was unlikely. If the Alliance truly produced another SSS-level psychic, they would surely not just keep it under wraps, they would definitely recruit her into the military, rather than leave her in a military academy under an instructor like him to hone her skills. I still stand by my view that new student is undoubtedly above S-level. I agree. The instructors discussed with envy and jealousy, reluctant to harbor any hatred, while Zhou slyly slipped away to the side and quickly activated his terminal, sending a message to Mint, who was still in the simulated city. Quick, make Ruya shut his mouth. We can hear everything you say, Mint. She glanced at Ruya, who was still chattering beside her. Without saying much, she deftly flipped her wrist to show him her terminal. Upon seeing it, Ruya's expression changed instantly. He subconsciously looked up, only to have Mint swiftly grab his ear. She tugged firmly, causing Ruya to yelp, "Ouch! Why are you pulling my ear?" Mint offered no explanation, for even if she told him not to look carelessly, lest the instructors discover them, he would likely still act thoughtlessly. For dealing with such oblivious rookies, a simple and direct approach was the most effective. Thus, she spun him around by his ear and suddenly stated, "Do you want to know how many S-level alien beings have been deployed in this simulated city?" This remark jolted Ruya back to seriousness, and he replied with utmost gravity, "Surely not. One is already too much. Are they planning to deploy another? Who gave you the confidence to think that in a simulated city, only one alien would be deployed?" Ruya retorted. "But isn't this an ordinary simulated scenario? This is an S-level simulated city? S-level. Under normal circumstances, deploying just one could annihilate our entire team. The instructors wouldn't be so reckless as to deploy more than one before entering. Mint had thought the same. If S-level aliens were so challenging to defeat, the instructors would likely refrain from being overly harsh during training. Yet, The message Zhou had just sent her not only urged her to silence Ruya, but also hinted at another crucial piece of information. Everything they were experiencing was happening right under the instructor's vigilant eyes. Moreover, since they had chosen the S-level scenario, it stood to reason that there would be more instructors monitoring their team. Now, considering the instructor's mindset, if this were a training scenario and they observed their students completing tasks so effortlessly, would they deem the training objectives fulfilled? The answer was a resounding no. Having been an instructor on Earth herself, Mint was acutely aware of the psychological shifts that accompany such roles. Therefore, putting herself in the instructor's shoes, if she witnessed her students finishing a battle so easily, she would not simply call it off. She would unleash a second alien to test her students' limits. As this thought crossed her mind, her psychic field surged once more, her ears instinctively twitching. In an instant, Mint's previously gentle gaze turned sharp. "They're coming," Ruya asked. "Coming? What do you mean?" "Just wait and see." Almost simultaneously with Mint's shout, two crimson flashes suddenly darted into view within reach of their team. The equally S-level psychic, Monica, felt the shift and instinctively turned to look, uttering a curse that even a striking beauty like her could not suppress. What the hell? Are the instructors even human? They redeploying two at once? Chapter 35. Psychic barrier. Are you certain there are two? Mint inquired lightly, but her mere words had the curious effect of silencing Ruya completely. Although he wasn't the brightest, he wasn't completely oblivious either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been admitted to the Alliance Military Academy. He understood that simulated training was random, which meant anything was possible, and the worst-case scenario could be fort upon hearing Monica's voice. Ruya instinctively turned to glance at her. He initially thought she had merely arrived at the same conclusion, but to his surprise, Lucas, who appeared the weakest among the four, raised his left hand. As he pressed the terminal button, it revealed four moving red dots on the screen. Two creatures were rapidly approaching their location, drawing uncomfortably close. Lucas swiftly remarked, "My terminal has been specially modified to detect and identify the presence of extraterrestrial entities at extraordinary distances. Therefore, in addition to the two we can see, there are two more, one at the 4 o'clock position and the other at 8 o'clock. The one at 4 o'clock is approximately 3,000 meters away and closing in quickly, while the one at 8 o'clock is 5,000 meters away and currently stationary." Ruya wore a look of astonished disbelief, contemplating the exorbitant cost of such a terminal and wishing to acquire one for herself. Mint let out a whistle of approval. Impressive. After her compliment, she gestured for the three of them to follow her and quickly led them into a tall building. In truth, she had already gauged her abilities. Even if two S-grade creatures were to arrive at this moment, she would not be intimidated. Let us get to work, she thought, but she had to consider the three of them. Thus, a long-term strategy was necessary. Mint's eyes flickered momentarily, and her immense mental power surged forth, akin to a barrier from a fantasy novel, emanating from her in a swift wave. The invisible psychic force rippled like water, erecting a mental wall around the entire building. Once that transparent barrier fully enveloped the structure, she addressed her companions. "All right, I have shielded us from all external signals with my mental power. They can neither see nor hear us now. If there is anything you wish to say, now is the time. Let me begin." She shot Ruya a pointed look. "Didn't Officer Zhou advise you against sharing that my mental power is SSS? While I don't mind others knowing, please don't put the officer in a difficult position." Ruya flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I thought it was just the four of us. I forgot we could be monitored in a place like this. Nevertheless, I acknowledge my fault and promise it won't happen again." Since he had made such a vow, Mint did not press him further. After all, oaths were often the favorite words of scoundrels. They loved to speak but seldom acted, and those who genuinely intended to uphold their promises would instinctively know what was appropriate behavior. Mint was willing to trust Ruya. After all, aside from his penchant for boasting, he wasn't fundamentally flawed. In short, there was still hope. At that moment, Lucas glanced around in curiosity. "Did you really block the signals here? Can the officers not see us? Can they not hear us?" "Indeed. But this state cannot be maintained for too long. Once the officers notice, they will issue a warning, and we might even face point deductions. So, speak quickly, or I will retract the mental barrier." Goodness. This meant she wasn't constrained by her abilities, but was instead concerned about losing points. Lucas gazed at her with admiration. Monica, however, shook her head, indicating she had nothing to contribute. Ruya cautiously inquired, "So, everything we just did has been seen by the officers?" Mint nodded. Monica's face paled as realization dawned upon her, while Lucas suddenly recalled his previous actions. Gripping his curly hair in despair, Does this mean my cowardly display was completely exposed? This is a catastrophic social death scenario. I might as well die, Mint replied. What has occurred should not be dwelled upon. We must focus on what comes next. Do you wish to embark on a glorious comeback? If we secure those 500 points, can our class claim the top spot? When she mentioned first place, she referred to the overall class ranking. However, as soon as her words left her lips, the other three exchanged looks of disbelief, their expressions conveying, "This is no joke. How could this possibly happen?" Mint maintained a serious demeanor. "I'm not joking. I'm determined to secure those 500 points. As for whether you join me, what will it be?" This roughly translated to, "Even without the three of you, I would still achieve those 500 points, so I'm merely asking if you wish to join me or if you prefer to pursue your own paths while I claim my points." Without hesitation, Ruyao raised his hand, eager to join. "Of course I want to. A fool wouldn't he want to? A real man must slay extraterrestrial beings and take first place. After all, if it doesn't he work out, we'll just be forcibly logged out. What is so frightening about that?" This perspective quickly garnered the support of the other two. Mint was pleased with their reactions. "Excellent. Now I present two options for you to choose from." Her statement captured the attention of the three. As they turned to face her, Mint swiftly continued. "The first option is for us to split up. You three find a place to hide. And if you remain undetected, that would be ideal. If you are found, the worst-case scenario is a deduction of 300 points. And after I eliminate the 5 creatures, we will still have 200 points left, which is still the highest score for this round, not a loss." As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them fixed their gazes on her. Though none spoke, the accusatory looks made Mint understand their sentiments. She nodded. "All right, I'll present the second option. It's quite simple. You just need to follow my lead and comply without question. Can you manage that?" The three exchanged uncertain glances. Mint pressed on. "You have a maximum of 5 minutes before the 2 creatures closest to us arrive. Are you sure you want to waste time staring at me?" Monica replied. "But if you don't clarify anything, it is hard for us to follow your commands." "He can do it." Mint turned to Ruyao directly. "Isn't that right?" Ruyao affirmed. "Yes, point me where to strike, and I'll do whatever you say." "I'm in," Mint shrugged. "See? It's that simple." Monica and Lucas exchanged glances. "How is this simple? We have no idea what you're talking about." Chapter 36. Warnings are minor. Deductions are severe. Similarly baffled were the instructors outside the screen, who were intently monitoring the situation. Just a minute ago, the signal had inexplicably vanished, but it quickly returned. As soon as it did, they heard Mint's audacious and brazen proclamations. While everyone was aware of her prowess, to claim she could single-handedly take down 5 S-grade creatures, that was quite the audacity. Although it was improbable, they were nonetheless eager to see how she and her team would perform. "Oh dear, these kids are truly remarkable. I've neglected my own students, captivated solely by their exploits. Yet, if their squad could indeed defeat 5 S-grade creatures, even within a simulation chamber, it would be an extraordinary feat. I must observe closely." From the very beginning of their strategic discussions, Mint had retracted her mental barrier. The rationale was as she had previously explained to her teammates. If the signal was blocked for a brief moment, it could be attributed to a system malfunction or a bug. However, if it persisted, they would inevitably be discovered. At that point, a warning would be minor, but point deductions would be significant. Although retracting her mental power would attract considerable attention to their team, Mint feigned ignorance and countered. "Or do you two have a better idea?" This question left Monica feeling awkward. She had none, but she quickly added, "I don't have a better idea, but I'm willing to follow your lead. I mentioned what I can do. My mental power is S-grade, and my specialty lies in constructing 3D models in my mind. I've already scanned the architectural layout of this simulation city and stored it in my memory. I can connect it to my terminal shortly and share it with you all." Ruyao exclaimed. "That is impressive." Lucas also wore a look of astonishment, but soon he chimed in. "I may not be as skilled, but I can design, repair, and upgrade mechs. For example, while I might not be able to do much else right now, I can modify the weapons you're carrying to enhance their range and lethality by about 10-fold. Ruyao's jaw dropped. Is that not considered impressive? After saying that, he realized that he was the weakest link among the 4. Feeling embarrassed, I might only slow you down. Mint, however, did not share that sentiment. She earnestly inquired, "Aren't you an excellent marksman? If Monica assists you with map coordinates, what is your maximum shooting range?" Ruyao replied, 3,000 meters. Mint was taken aback. "That far?" Ruyao responded, "Is that too far? I initially thought to say 5,000 meters, but for that distance, I would need a DR sniper rifle." Mint. She had forgotten that this was not Earth. The weapon ranges on Planet 308 were indeed formidable. Yet, Ru Yao's capabilities exceeded her expectations. After all, aside from precision shooting, to be able to discern enemies beyond 5,000 meters, his eyesight must rival that of infrared technology. It seemed that was the special ability bestowed upon him by his mental power. That moment, Lucas raised his hand. That's easy. I can modify your sniper rifle to match the firepower and range of a DR sniper. Ru Yao asked, is that really possible? Lucas, very well, but I will need at least 15 minutes to recalibrate your sniper rifle. Upon hearing the mention of 15 minutes, Ru Yao nearly succumbed to existential doubt once more. However, he quickly interjected, but the alien creatures will reach the battlefield in just 5 minutes. There is simply no time. There is time. Mint's voice chimed in. 15 minutes, is it? I'll take care of it. Lowering her gaze, she glanced at the terminal in her hand and synchronized time with everyone. As she spoke, she continued, Monica, please transmit the 3D simulation map of the city you scanned into our terminal using your mental energy. By the way, how far is your mental coverage? Can you reach 5,000 meters? Monica shook her head. At most, 1,000 meters. Mint nodded, understood. I'll cover the remaining 4,000 meters. Monica gasped, just as she was about to inquire how that would be accomplished when Mint interjected again. Next, let us create a small group and maintain communication. I'll go out shortly to divert the 2 alien creatures that are about to arrive at the battlefield, while the 3 of you must act swiftly. Lucas, assist Ru Yao in modifying his sniper rifle, and Monica, keep everyone updated within a 5,000-meter radius. You must provide precise details on the direction of the alien creatures, their posture, and the potential attacks they might initiate. After saying this, she cast a deep glance at Monica. You can manage this, right? When I observed you evading the alien creatures earlier, it seemed you were not merely running around. You can anticipate their next move? Can't you? Yes, Monica nodded, filled with admiration for Mint. Only her closest family was aware of her predictive abilities. She had never disclosed it to even her good friends, yet Mint discerned everything from her previous performance. How impressive! She gazed at Mint with renewed recognition of the team, brimming with confidence. Mint cherished the look in her eyes, smiled at her, and then turned her attention to Ru Yao. You need to find the optimal sniping point? Set up your rifle there, and then, with Monica providing updates, the 2 alien creatures in the distance will be your responsibility. Is that clear? Well, Ru Yao replied honestly, even with the DR sniper rifle, it's unlikely to take down an S-class alien. Mint responded, leave that to Lucas. He'll enhance the lethality of your sniper rifle. Didn't he mention it could be increased up to 10-fold? In that case, eliminating an S-class alien should be feasible, provided you don't aim for its shell. Lucas, did I ever say I could achieve that? Why am I being assigned this task? Ru Yao retorted, I'm not foolish. I noted your movements earlier. The weak points of this type of alien are at the base of the wings and the neck, right? I'll aim there. That shows some experience, Ru Yao remarked, but I'm still not confident. Estimation and real combat are not the same. Mint reassured him, it's fine. Even if you were killed by an alien in the simulation city, you'll simply be forcibly logged out, so go ahead. Ru Yao grimaced, I don't want to die. After saying this, he clenched his fist like a man. I'll answer you again. I am confident. I can do this. Excellent. Mint patted Ru Yao's shoulder firmly. Adopting the tone of her former superior to boost his morale, I believe in you. I too think you can accomplish this. At her words, the young man's eyes sparkled. His heart raced, not from the flirtation of being praised by a beautiful girl, but from the exhilaration of being commended by the homeroom teacher in front of the entire class. He puffed out his chest. Just watch me. I will definitely take down those 2. Chapter 37. She charged out alone. Mint nodded in satisfaction, then raised her terminal once more. All right, everyone synchronize your time. It is now 9:45 a.m. Okay, Monica, prepare to transmit the map. She emanated an air of confidence, as if no matter how challenging the task, it would not pose a problem for her. This gradually calmed Monica's racing heart, recalling Mint's earlier advice to not overthink and simply follow her instructions. Thus, without hesitation, she began modeling in her mind. The S-class mental energy unfurled, penetrating the thick walls, transforming the buildings before her into mere black and white lines. I in the black world. White lines extended from her feet, gradually outlining a corner of the city in a flat diagram, which then slowly ascended into a 3-dimensional representation of buildings and streets. Even the city's streetlights were precisely delineated by white lines. She had told Mint her mental coverage was 1,000 meters. But perhaps because this was within a simulation space, when she stretched her abilities to the limit, her coverage reached an astonishing 1,500 meters. However, it was still insufficient. Within that range, she had completely locked onto the position and speed of the alien creatures. But those beyond 1,500 meters eluded her grasp. Just then, Mint's voice echoed in her mind. Monica, let me in, Monica. Do not resist. It is me, Mint. Open your mental sea. I need to enter. Monica was still confused. But soon, she seemed to grasp the concept. Thus, she followed her instincts and let it guide her. Before long, she felt a powerful force invading her mental sea, an indescribable sensation, but it felt overwhelmingly strong. Her mental energy instinctively began to resist. Yet she knew it was Mint, so Monica adjusted herself, opening a small gap in her mental energy to welcome the intrusion. Initially, that gap was tiny, and the incoming force felt like a trickle of water. But soon, that trickle expanded, growing larger and larger. When she sensed that force filling her mental sea, her beautiful golden eyes widened in shock. The immense power surged continuously. The 3D model in her mind shattered the 1,500-meter barrier. Pushing further, reaching 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, and locating the fourth alien. Further still, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, and there it was, the fifth. Almost as soon as she completed the 5,000-meter city model, Mint's voice resonated in her mind once more. Do not stray too far from me. As the words fell, she shot forth like a white rainbow, rushing out. Outside the screen, the instructors erupted once more. Everyone, did you hear that? Did you hear what they said? Someone exclaimed. Others followed suit. I heard it. But, is that even possible? Monica's modeling ability was understandable. After all, we're not entirely incapable, though the shapes we create may lack precision. However, is 1,000 meters really too far-fetched? Some were clucking their tongues. You think 1,000 meters is far-fetched? That new student named Mint just mentioned extending it by 4,000 meters. That's impossible, right? Even if Monica could model 5,000 meters herself, relying on external mental energy for continuation, that defies logic. Can it truly be done? Theoretically, it is feasible, a bold instructor speculated. If this Mint student's mental power surpasses Monica's, then in principle, she could release mental energy to her, exercising mental control. But Monica is S-class, right? To control an S-class mental energy user, the controlling party must be at least SS class or higher, correct? Even SS would find it challenging. One would need to be SSS class. Upon hearing this, all the instructors' gazes fell upon Instructor Zhou, as if demanding an explanation from this fraud. Instructor, Zhou continued to feign ignorance. Oh. She's moving indeed. Mint had taken action. She charged out alone. All eyes were once again fixed on Mint, while only Instructor Zhou clutched his chest. He felt as if he were aging, unable to withstand the excitement. Witnessing a simulation training nearly terrified him to death. Yet, was that girl Mint truly seeking death? She struggled to take down one S-class creature just moments ago, and now she aimed to confront two simultaneously. Did she truly believe herself to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King? Once she completed her training, he would surely have a serious talk with these four youngsters. But before that, he needed to see how the four performed. Yet, after Mint charged out, she had separated from the other three. Instructor Zhou glanced over here, unable to see there, and he bellowed. Split screen, quickly. Shouldn't these four students each have their own camera? Hurry. In truth, this demand was somewhat excessive. Other teams typically had a single camera, yet Mint's group required four. However, miraculously, no one objected. Primarily, whether it was Mint's extraordinary combat prowess, Monica's exceptional analytical and modeling skills, or Lucas's seemingly 10-fingered speed on the projection keyboard, everyone was eager not to miss a moment. Only Luya appeared to be the weakest among them. Yet, for a sniper, any flamboyant embellishments were of little consequence. He merely needed to meticulously analyze the modeling map to identify the optimal vantage points for his shots. Although he bore a fierce countenance, his earnest demeanor while engaged in his task was strikingly professional. A mere cursory glance at the 3D projection from the terminal allowed him to promptly mark all potential sniper locations within a 500-meter radius from their current position for Monica. The positions he selected elicited admiration even from the most seasoned sniper instructors. Impressive. This lad is quite perceptive. The initial choices were fairly standard, but the final few points? I thought only I would dare to choose them. After all, those spots are exceedingly demanding in terms of angle and precision. Even a deviation of a millimeter could prevent the sniper round from clearing any obstructions. I could not care less about that. My focus was entirely on that curly-haired individual. His coding speed was remarkable, and his data awareness was incredibly sharp. I now eagerly anticipate whether the sniper rifle he adjusts could indeed rival the range and lethality of the DR sniper. If so, the instructor cast a glance filled with determination toward Instructor Zhou, declaring in a tone of resolute intent, I must have him. Chapter 38. The strongest on Earth must also prevail on Star 308. Instructor Zhou rolled his eyes in response, casting a look that suggested he thought his counterpart was daydreaming, urging him to reflect on it himself before turning back to observe the mint on the screen. This moment, Zhou was inundated with praise from other instructors regarding their students. It must be said, he had never felt such pride in his life. He yearned to join them, to lavish praise upon his own students hundreds of times over. Yet, at this very moment, with Mint drawing ever closer to the two S-class mutants on the screen, his breath nearly caught in his throat, leaving little room for any playful banter. Initially gripping with his right hand, he now clenched his left into a fist. Instructor Zhou could not quite articulate what he was anticipating. As AM had stated, not even a handful of freshmen, let alone 5 instructors, could hope to eliminate 5 mutants without the aid of mechs. However, who would not be stirred by the audacity of those children's plans? Plans that even they dared not concoct, nor could they execute. Yet this group of audacious youths had the gall to attempt it. Thump, thump, thump. Instructor Zhou's heartbeat quickened, mirroring the accelerating pace of Mint on the screen. Just as she was about to approach one of the S-class mutants, she suddenly called out to her terminal, Monica, report. Almost simultaneously, all the instructors heard Monica's voice clearly emanating from the terminal. Proceed 6 meters straight ahead. At 4:30, behind that irregular rock, crouch down. A perfectly synchronized maneuver. At this moment, Mint had seemingly abandoned all independent thought. Following Monica's instructions without hesitation, forward she moved, crouching precisely as instructed. Almost as soon as Monica finished speaking, she had reached her position, executing the task with such efficiency and precision that it astonished the instructors watching from outside, igniting immense excitement in Monica. She had never realized how exhilarating it felt to have orders followed with such strict obedience. Her eyes sparkled, adrenaline surged within her, and her subsequent commands became even more precise and rapid. Jump, to the right, roll forward 3.5 meters upon landing, continue onward. After 5 meters, turn 75 degrees. The right eye of mutant number 3 is within range. I recommend a hand cannon attack, fire 6 rounds. Just as her words concluded, Mint's actions were already in motion, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Ceasefire, maneuver right. There is a 75 chance of obscuring mutant number 3's vision, and a 35 chance of destroying its right eye. Caution, mutant number 2 is approaching. Pre-attack range is 7.8 meters. Mint, on your back. Monica's voice was steady yet filled with fervor. Circumvent to the neck area of mutant number 3. That spot is simultaneously in the visual blind zone of both mutants. The visual blind zones of both mutants? Excellent. I have been waiting for this moment. A sly grin crept across Mint's lips, and her subsequent actions diverged completely from Monica's command because Mint was the type of person who, once unleashed, could become frighteningly unpredictable. Thus, her next maneuvers were beyond description, a dazzling whirlwind of activity. Those who had known Mint, whether for a long time or just recently, gaped in disbelief, holding their breath as they silently watched the unfolding spectacle. No one could fathom how she accomplished it. Mint's form moved with the swiftness of a gale. In her wake, the 2 seemingly ordinary long knives in her hands transformed into lethal instruments capable of cleaving through armor, sometimes appearing as though she was advancing directly, yet the trajectory of her blades was imbued with a distinctly spiraling force. She darted like a specter, concealed behind the swirling winds, flashing momentarily to the left, then suddenly to the bottom. The mutants, due to their size, were inherently limited in their agility, and thus, their initial ferocious attacks merely resulted in the destruction of buildings within the simulated city. Leaving Mint untouched, it was well understood that the more resilient an object, the more challenging it was to dismantle. Brute force could indeed dismantle it, but the recoil would invariably harm the aggressor. Mint's physical condition was evidently not suited to endure such backlash, hence, she employed a spiral slashing technique, effortlessly targeting the weak points on the mutants while evading self-harm. Coupled with her lightning-fast speed, she often found herself on one side one moment, and the next, she was on the opposite side. The rear of the mutant was inherently its visual blind spot, and to escape her relentless pursuit, it thrashed about wildly. As mutant number 2, focused on assisting number 3, Mint, equipped with Monica's timely intel, would swiftly evade to the safest position whenever number 2 prepared to AT times. She would even intentionally position herself atop mutant number 3, leveraging number 2's assault to deliver double or triple the damage to her target. She seemed to ride the winds, moving so swiftly that the onlookers could hardly discern her actions. Underneath the relentless barrage of Mint's strikes, mutant number 3 suddenly let out a deafening roar, unable to withstand her onslaught. It was finally ready to take flight. Mint smiled. Fly away? Yes, take to the skies. With a graceful leap, Mint released her twin blades, which then plunged deeply into the roots of mutant number 3's wings. Almost immediately, her mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Expanding outward from her form, it enveloped a radius of 500 meters. Mutant number 2 was instantly paralyzed by fear, its enormous pupils reflecting the manifestation of Mint's mental power. A creature so vast that it could swallow it whole. The mutated cockroach of Star 308 had never beheld such a colossal entity. And upon sighting it, it became utterly rigid. It was a primal fear that penetrated to its very core, leaving it frozen in place as Mint unsheathed her 2 exquisitely crafted handguns. The twin shots rang out with a powerful energy wave, followed by a resounding bang. Mutant number 2 was instantly decapitated. Meanwhile, mutant number 3, still striving to ascend, faced away from Mint but could keenly sense that its companion had perished. It howled in terror. The mutant let out a horrific scream, flapping its wings with increasing ferocity. Suddenly, a formidable force ensnared its wings, rendering its frantic flapping futile against such restraint. Even a mutant could feel fear. The dread of impending death gripped it, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. It twisted and struggled. But in the next moment, its body was abruptly torn asunder, at first believing it was merely its wings that had been severed, only to soon realize that the images its left and right eyes beheld were entirely disparate. It was not merely its wings that had been wrenched apart. Rather, mutant number 3 had been effortlessly ripped in half. Chapter 39. Once excited, it becomes a touch-mad silence. An absolute silence. Instructor Zhou, who had witnessed everything unfold, stood stupefied, while the other instructors collectively held their breath. After a long pause, one instructor dared to inquire in disbelief. Let me confirm, just now, I wasn't the only one who saw that, right? That truly happened, not just an illusion. Indeed, it was a dazzling spectacle, a kaleidoscope of brilliance. I could scarcely comprehend how she executed those strikes. Could such speed genuinely belong to a human? Her performance was beyond what any of us could achieve. This child, she must surely be an SS-level mentalist. Once someone voiced this thought, all eyes fell upon Instructor Zhou in unison. Old Zhou? Yet before anyone could speak further, Zhou abruptly pressed a button on the control panel, shouting into the room, "You four, get out here right now." Upon finishing, Instructor Zhou attempted to forcibly interrupt their training. Someone stopped her. "Old Zhou, what are you doing? They haven't finished yet." "Finished? What do you mean finished?" "I have questions for them right now. I need to." Others tried to persuade. "What's the rush? Waiting until the training is over to ask is the same, isn't it? We still want to see Lu use 500-meter shooting and Lucas's weapon modification effects." However, Instructor Zhou insisted, "I don't care if you want to see it or not. These are my students, and I will arrange things as I see fit." With that, he forcefully pressed the interrupt button. It wasn't that Instructor Zhou wanted to go against his colleagues. It was just that Mint's performance was too impressive. If she continued to shine like this, what was there left to hide? Starting tomorrow, her SSS status would be revealed. Moreover, it wasn't just Mint. Instructor Zhou had already noticed the uniqueness of the other 3 children. Though each excelled in different areas, together they were simply unbeatable. Therefore, he could not allow their abilities to be exposed any further. A few seconds later, the 4 little ones were simultaneously forcefully ejected by the system, and one by one, they sat up in the simulation chamber. Bewildered, Lu Yu asked, "What happened? Is it a system malfunction? I haven't even tried the gun yet. The DR sniper rifle I just adjusted." The still unsatisfied Mint asked regretfully, "Can we go back in? The data can be saved, right? Just give us 10 more minutes and we—" "Everyone shut up." Instructor Zhou shouted at her, then pointed at the other 3. You, and you, all come with me." Mint looked at her 3 classmates, who also gazed back at her, unsure of what had just transpired. However, Mint was not an ordinary 18-year-old girl. She sat there, momentarily pondering, and began to grasp Instructor Zhou's intent. Without a second thought, she stepped out of the simulation chamber first. "Instructor, can we speak privately? I have something very important to report to you." Although Instructor Zhou maintained a serious expression, he nodded shortly. "Follow me." It was tiring to feign indifference. After a long, somber journey, Instructor Zhou finally brought his students into his office. He locked the door behind him and pressed his ear against it for a while. Once he confirmed that no one was eavesdropping, he turned around with a stern expression. "You all, do you realize how arrogant you were?" As soon as she spoke, the other 3 students, excluding Mint, collectively sighed in relief. To be honest, they had genuinely thought the instructor was angry just moments ago. It appeared that it wasn't as severe as they had imagined. Only Mint remained composed, as if she already anticipated Instructor Zhou's inquiry. "What's wrong, Instructor? What happened just now?" Instructor Zhou rolled his eyes dramatically. "How can you still ask that? Don't you know what you just did?" Well, Mint scratched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm really not very clear on that." This was not her attempt to evade responsibility. Rather, the psychic abilities of the interstellar Mint far exceeded her expectations, and the things she could accomplish surpassed her control. She knew she had probably done something significant, but she couldn't see her own performance. Furthermore, she had a tendency to become a bit wild when overly excited, a behavior she was somewhat aware of from her past life, leading her comrades to quickly hide when they saw her. Now, in her excitement, she assumed the instructors must have been frightened as well. Mint touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty. Seeing her like this, Instructor Zhou softened. All right. It's also my fault for underestimating you, or rather, underestimating your Group S abilities. In any case, your performance in today's training battle was too remarkable. If I had allowed it to continue, who knows what could have happened, which is why I had to urgently eject you." Monica, somewhat confused, asked, "But Instructor, is it wrong for us to perform well?" "Of course not. But the issue is that Mint being an SSS psychic can't be known by too many people. If you continue, we won't be able to keep anything secret." After saying this, Instructor Zhou, fearing they might misunderstand his intentions, added, "You must have seen the recent news, right? High-level psychics being bribed, changing their planetary affiliations. Of course, these are just surface issues. Although regrettable, they are unavoidable. What I truly worry about is that high-level psychics have been kidnapped or even killed by mercenaries from other planets. You wouldn't want Mint to face such a situation, would you?" Right. I've seen such news," Luyu said, looking at Mint with concern. Mint pursed her lips and remained silent, clearly taken aback by the harsh environment for high-level psychics on Planet 308. Instructor Zhou continued, "The military wants to recruit you specifically. Besides your exceptionally high psychic abilities and unique skills, it is also for your safety. But if you insist on staying with the Alliance military, then you must take responsibility for your own protection. Of course, it was my oversight for not warning you about this earlier. Now that I reflect on it, you should think carefully and remember to keep a low profile. Being too conspicuous is not a good thing. Do you understand?" Understood. She truly comprehended, having experienced similar situations in her past life. However, the potential dangers of her abilities had not crossed her mind until now. Since Instructor Zhou had warned her, she would heed his advice. Mint immediately declared, "I will try to control it more in the future, but, in exceptional circumstances, I can't guarantee anything, like if someone comes to kidnap or kill me. In such cases, of course, you shouldn't hold back. Surviving is the most important thing. Do you understand?" Got it. Chapter 40. Heads may roll and blood may flow, but scores cannot be lost. Seeing her positive attitude, Instructor Zhou finally felt a bit at ease. "All right, as long as you understand." After the scolding, Instructor Zhou began to shower them with praise. "Today, you all performed exceptionally well, bringing me great honor. Hee. I am quite pleased." "Pleased? What are you pleased about? I didn't even get a chance to show off my marksmanship. You forcibly logged me out. Otherwise, I definitely could have taken down those 2 S-class mutants." Luyu complained, suddenly recalling something important. "By the way, after being forcefully ejected, do the points we earned still count? They won't be reset, right?" With that one sentence, the other 3 turned their heads to look at Instructor Zhou. To be honest, the intensity of their gazes was somewhat intimidating. Instructor Zhou, however, laughed. "Don't worry, 300 points, not a single one will be deducted from you." "No way," Mint interjected. 300 points won't do, if you're going to add points. It has to be 500, after all, it wasn't us who chose to leave. You forced us out. If you hadn't done that, we would have definitely completed the task. Luyu chimed in. "Exactly. Instructor, you must give us an extra 500 points. What are you dreaming about?" Instructor Zhou scoffed, but just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly confronted by the 4 little ones in unison. Mint stated, "We are serious." Luyu added, "Right? Heads may roll and blood may flow, but scores cannot be lost." Lucas, who had been quiet and obedient, nodded along. "Instructor, it's not that we want to make things difficult for you. But while we were in there, We calculated that with these additional 500 points, we would be first in total class points. What? Instructor Zhou quickly dug at his ears, fearing he had misheard. Monica reiterated. Although today's training hasn't concluded yet, I believe that if we add 500 points, we still have a good chance of taking first place. Still have a chance? Ha! Instructor Zhou was both amused and exasperated by their audacity. You four are truly delusional. I thought your previous performances were already outlandish, but now I see there's no limit to your ambitions. You actually want to claim the top spot in class points. Do you know how many points our class had yesterday? Although we escaped being in last place, we are still at the bottom, you know. Wake up. It wasn't that Instructor Zhou wanted to diminish their aspirations. He was merely being realistic, as an instructor who wouldn't want their class to be first. But even if Mint performed extraordinarily well, it would only reflect her personal score's potential. As for the class, dragging along 3 students is one thing, but dragging along 30 is another matter entirely. Aiming for first place. Instructor Zhou snorted dismissively. If from now on, no one from Class A1 participates in the upcoming simulation training matches, or if they do and fail to score any points, then it may be manageable, but even if they earn just a few more points, you won't be able to surpass them in total points. Moreover, Jin Shang's team was in the A-class simulation arena. With their team's strength, earning an additional 150 points was the bare minimum. This didn't even account for the other classmates in A1. You think you can challenge them with a mere 500 points? 500 points are just a mere trifle, Mint interjected. And it's not just 500 points, it's 590 points. Where did you conjure up an additional 90 points from? This question was posed by Lu Yu. Echoing everyone's thoughts, Mint replied, we earned them, 30 points a day, that's 90 points over 3 days. What? Haven't the points been added to our class yet? Colonel Caesar isn't deceiving me, is he? Instructor Zhou was left speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and, before the 4 little ones, summoned the terminal to check the scores in real time. To his astonishment, upon checking, Mint was taken aback. It had only been 3 or 4 days of military training, and even with daily points accumulation, it seemed impossible to have garnered much. Mint had initially believed that securing those 500 points would undoubtedly help her class clinch the first place. Little did she know that when the total score table was revealed, it was astonishing. Each class had amassed a considerable score, with the highest, Class A1, reaching an impressive 998 points. She couldn't help but ponder. What had they actually competed over these past few days? Or was it that the military training points were virtually free, allowing them to accumulate as they pleased? Fortunately, regardless of how high Class A1's score was, it was evident that her classmates were also striving hard. Thus, their total score reached a solid 700, and with the additional 300 points they had just earned, along with the 90 points Mint added upon returning to school, Class E1 now boasted a total of 1090 points, leading Class A1 by 92 points. Yet, as Instructor Zhou had mentioned, less than half a day had passed, and every second henceforth held the potential for the leaderboard to be updated by other classes. However, it was implausible that her classmates would not earn any points, right? Remarkably, they were indeed first, albeit temporarily, but at least they were in first place for now. Lu was the most exhilarated, as if he had been stifling his excitement for ages. With a gleeful expression akin to a serf rejoicing in newfound freedom, he brandished the terminal and began taking photos. I must capture this moment. I must flaunt it. I want to. Yet, Instructor Zhou doused his enthusiasm. This isn't the final score. The scores for Class A1 have yet to be recorded. As long as they perform normally, it's impossible for you to outshine them, Mint retorted. That may not necessarily be the case. If only you would grant us an additional 200 points, that is out of the question. Do not even entertain the thought. Instructor Zhou waved his hand dismissively. If I set this precedent, what will happen when other classes follow suit? What if they allow their students to enter S-grade simulation scenarios, forcibly log out, and then accumulate points? Lu Yu protested. But how can that be the same? Instructor Zhou remained steadfast in his opposition. What is the difference, moreover? Do you think earning 500 points is something to celebrate? Do I really need to explain the old adage about the bird that sticks its head out? Lu Yu was still unconvinced. But without those 200 points, first place would surely slip away. To be frank, that is indeed quite regrettable. After all, once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Nevertheless, Instructor Zhou held firm to his principles. If it's not meant to be, then so be it. In any case, heed my words. It is all for your benefit. Wait, how did I end up discussing this with you? The reason I called you here is to convey something of utmost importance. The 4 little ones chorused. Scores are the most important, Instructor Zhou. Chapter 41. What significance does such a first place hold? At the military academy, scores are undeniably crucial. The most immediate consequence is that insufficient personal points will prevent graduation. Moreover, the academy's scoring system is particularly ruthless. Even if one is permitted to graduate after retaking courses, the military will not accept such students. What use is a military academy graduate who cannot enter the military? Essentially, it amounts to 4 years, or rather, 5 years for those who extend their studies, wasted. Setting aside the distant matter of graduation, consider the more immediate. Class scores for military students represent collective honor, while personal points can be exchanged for star coins within the campus. Allowing for payment in the campus supermarket for meals and goods. Points can also be used to rent various combat weapons, capsule pods, medical pods, electronic caretakers, AI tutoring machines, and most importantly, the hours of mecha training. This is paramount. After all, with so many students at the military academy, it is impractical for each to possess a personal mecha, so qualified students typically purchase one themselves. Those unable to afford a personal mecha need not worry. They can utilize the academy's training mechas, yet their numbers are limited, necessitating the use of points for rental, exchanging them for time and model. For instance, the points required for an ordinary mecha differ from those needed for a DR mecha, with the latter demanding 3 times the amount. Therefore, to access superior mechas, one must earn points diligently. Furthermore, should a mecha sustain damage, points must also be spent for repairs. So, can we underestimate the importance of points? Especially for students like Mint, who lack even star coins, her future living expenses hinge on these points, making it imperative to strive for them. Yet, Instructor Zhou has made it abundantly clear, absolutely not. In this regard, Instructor Zhou is principled. While he wishes to protect his little ones, the absence of rules leads to chaos. As a soldier, he holds strong principles. Thus, he cannot make exceptions. Moreover, even if I truly wish to grant you points, do you think others would accept it? Even if our class were to reach first place, others would claim it was due to my manipulation. What significance does such a first place hold? Of course, it holds significance. Regardless of circumstances, we are still first, Lu Yu defiantly proclaimed, only to be pulled back by Lucas. Monica also chimed in. Stop saying that. Instructor Zhou has a point, and besides, there is no precedent for such matters. If Instructor Zhou were to make an exception for us, our classmates might become the targets of ridicule, Lu Yu sighed. But if we miss this opportunity, we might never get another chance. Who says there won't be another opportunity? Instructor Zhou chuckled. Do you lack faith in me, or in yourselves? He rarely praises new students, but today, he wished to candidly convey to them. If what you spoke of within the simulation city was truthful, trust me, you will undoubtedly sweep through this year's new students. Lu Yu, the fervent youth he was, felt buoyed by these words. Meanwhile, Mint quietly pondered other matters, realizing that Instructor Zhou's concerns were not unwarranted. Henceforth, she needed to temper her impulses, particularly in regard to her mental strength level. Alternatively, perhaps she should advance into the military earlier. However, serving as a personal aide to Xiaoyi seemed too unchallenging. No, she resolved to continue her fervent pursuit of knowledge. As these thoughts swirled, Mint unconsciously tightened her grip on the mecha storage orb gifted by Xiaoyi. She then directly asked, Instructor Zhou, when can we commence practical training? Practical training, as the name suggests, refers to entering the mecha and using mental strength to control the mecha in combat. Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you wish to run? The theoretical knowledge course has yet to commence. Can't they be conducted simultaneously? Practical and theoretical? Impossible, Instructor Zhou replied. Do you think operating a mecha is that simple? It encompasses numerous disciplines, all of which must be mastered before you can enter the simulation pod for preliminary training. Only when your simulation training scores exceed the passing line will practical training be arranged. How long will that take? Instructor Zhou. At the slowest, 6 months. At the quickest, 2 to 3 months. Is there enough time? Mint casually remarked. If I'm not mistaken, the aberrant creature I eliminated last night was merely a stray. Its companions may invade our military academy or ordinary residential cities at any moment. How do you know? Mint couldn't betray Xiaoyi, so she merely tapped her temple. My mental strength informed me. It seems I was correct. Instructor Zhou was momentarily speechless. Is that even possible? Can an SSS-level mental strength possess foresight? Impressive indeed, Mint averted Instructor Zhou's intense gaze. Despite not having rehearsed her fib, she felt a twinge of guilt and thus avoided eye contact. However, since they had broached this topic, she intended to inquire further about the upcoming training and arrangements. Yet, before she could speak, Instructor Zhou gestured for silence. Regardless of what you may have deduced, do not inquire further. I do not know. Moreover, even if I did, I couldn't divulge it to you. In any case, The reason I summoned you separately was to advise you to maintain a lower profile. Being overly conspicuous will make you targets. However, the selection process should automatically clear you. Mint instantly seized upon this key point. What selection process? Instructor Zhou remained reticent, only stating, "You will find out soon enough." This was already a rather cryptic response, and Mint refrained from pressing further, dutifully listening to Instructor Zhou's monologue. Before Instructor Zhou could finish his lecture, his terminal chimed once more. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowed deeply. Before answering, he cast a serious look over the four little ones, then cautiously connected the call. "Hello, this is Zhou Rue." The identity of the caller on the other end was unknown, but throughout the conversation, Instructor Zhou maintained a solemn demeanor, responding with mere murmurs and absent-minded nods. Soon, he hung up and, upon turning back to the four little ones, his tone was filled with concern. "You need to visit the infirmary. Someone will attend to you there and conduct a mental strength assessment." "Mint, do I need to be tested too?" "Haven't I just been tested, Instructor Zhou? You don't have to, but you might as well come along. Once we arrive there, arrangements will be made for you." Chapter 42. Lucas is actually SS level. Combat type. The four little ones exchanged glances, each looking at the other. After a silent communication, they obediently made their way to the infirmary. Dean Yang was still in a meeting, and they were greeted by two of his proud students, whose names they did not know, but they were certainly referred to as seniors. The four little ones chorused, "Hello, seniors. Senior A, you're here? Senior B, which one is Mint?" called out. Mint had no choice but to step forward, and the two students immediately fixed their laser-like gazes upon her. After a moment, it was Senior B who said, "You don't need to be tested, just wait over there, Mint. Can I leave then?" Before the two seniors could shake their heads, Lu Yu interjected, "How can that be? Aren't we a team? You can't be so ungrateful, Mint." "Fine. I'll wait then." Consequently, the three little ones were taken away for testing, while Mint settled into a corner of the jungle infirmary, engaging with her terminal. Senior A even poured her a glass of orange juice. Back on Earth, Mint usually preferred drinking water from a thermos, often adding a couple of goji berries for flavor. However, upon arriving at Planet 308, while there was indeed hot water, goji berries seemed to have gone extinct. Such a pity. Moreover, this planet was not only devoid of goji berries. Many flora and fauna had also perished. The primary cause was pollution, leading to the demise of most plants and a significant number of animals. Those that survived had mutated into strange forms with blue crystals growing on them. Due to the scarcity of resources, fruits and vegetables were considered luxuries here, as was juice. Mint thus lifted the glass of orange juice and took a gentle sip. Perhaps having consumed too much nutrient solution recently, she found the orange juice exceptionally delightful, delicious. As she savored the juice, she began browsing through her terminal, hoping to find recent news regarding the DR Rift and the invasion of aberrations. However, it proved to be a military secret. There was scarcely any news, let alone rumors. Occasionally, vague posts surfaced claiming to have seen something, but they were either swiftly deleted or ridiculed as jokes. After searching for a considerable time, Mint found nothing. Just as she was about to shut down the star net, a small red dot flashed in the upper right corner of her terminal. Upon clicking it, a very brief message appeared. "L, I love studying too. See you the day after tomorrow, Mint." What does this mean? Who is L? As she pondered whether Lucas's terminal hadn't completely wiped her from his friends list, sounds finally emerged from the testing room. The three had completed their tests, and the results were quite impressive. Monica was rated S level, a result she had known even before enrolling. Lu's result was as he had claimed. A potential type, meaning he genuinely had the possibility of advancing to S level after undergoing systematic training. Only Lucas's psychic test result astonished everyone. He turned out to be SS level, combat type. Such a small stature, so thin and frail, it was truly inconceivable. However, the level of psychic ability didn't directly correlate with physical fitness, which is why many high-level combat mech operators were not the typical hulking figures. Yet, Lucas's case was somewhat different. His psychic level was quite high and combat-oriented, but his personal combat score was rather unimpressive. This was also why, when they encountered an S-level aberration in the simulation city, his first instinct was not to fight but to find a place to hide. Nevertheless, his SS-level psychic ability rendered his mind exceedingly agile, enabling him to discern the quality of weapons at a glance and even manually replicate them. In simpler terms, he belonged to the engineering department, a technical type. While his physical capabilities posed a significant issue, he was inherently suited for research and development. Such technical talents were actually more favored in the military than combat types. For no matter how powerful a combat type was, they could not defeat aberrations without mechs. Yet, Lucas could assist in designing, modifying, and comprehensively upgrading the performance of mechs and weapons. This alone made him stand out among many. Thus, upon receiving the results, the two seniors from the psychic department exchanged a glance before directly providing them with an address. Senior A. This is your psychic test result. Take it and go to the 18th floor to find Instructor Long. Senior B. The results for Mint have already been conveyed to Instructor Long, so you can head straight up. Mint was unaware of who Instructor Long was, but she merely nodded in response. Showing no further reaction, Luu, however, was brimming with excitement, and as soon as they exited the infirmary, he exclaimed, "Wow! Instructor Long! Isn't he the #1 in the mech training room?" Upon hearing this, Mint finally found relevant information about Instructor Long in the original owner's memories. If Instructor Zhou could be likened to a homeroom teacher, then Instructor Long would be one of the key subject teachers, specifically responsible for teaching mech control, with a psychic level as high as SS. The reason such a talent was not actively engaged on the battlefield was that the blossoms of the Alliance were equally important. It was impossible to send all the elite forces to polluted areas or interstellar battlefields. Some gardeners must remain to nurture the future saplings. Now, Mint and her 3 companions were about to receive the nurturing love of Instructor Long. To be honest, Mint had an unsettling premonition, but Luu, with his simple mind, appeared very exhilarated. "It's Instructor Long, wow. Does this mean we can finally get on the mechs?" Monica, while equally happy, cautioned, "Don't get too excited just yet." "What if it's not the case, Luu?" "That's impossible. The 2 seniors just said we're going to the 18th floor, right?" "The 18th floor. Isn't it said in our military academy's forum that the 18th floor is like a hellish trial?" Instructor Long's nickname is the Black Dragon of Hell. Isn't it? Black Dragon of Hell? Mint, not being an avid forum user, was somewhat oblivious to these matters, but she couldn't help but think, what a rather juvenile nickname. However, she kept this thought to herself and conservatively remarked, "Even if it is that Instructor Long, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll get to operate the mechs right away. Meeting us could be for other reasons, or perhaps just to assess our adaptability to mechs. After all, everyone knows that while Instructor Long teaches mech control, he is especially adept at teaching DR mech courses." In truth, Mint was genuinely concerned that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. First, aberrations appeared in what should have been the safest military training camp. Then the military academy hastily altered their training program, and now they were urgently summoned for psychic testing. Everything pointed to one conclusion. The selection that Instructor Zhou accidentally mentioned must refer to this. Chapter 43. Ridiculed? And the 4 of them were evidently selected following the recent psychic test. It is well known that only those with A-level or higher psychic abilities can operate mechs, so, could she boldly hypothesize that this selection was indeed for this purpose? However, without verified information, Mint felt it was inappropriate to share her thoughts in advance, which is why she merely raised the issue of mech adaptability. This did little to dampen Luu's enthusiasm. As for him, the mere prospect of touching a training mech was exhilarating. Moreover, the Alliance Military Academy was not like an ordinary school. Even the training mechs retired from the battlefield were far superior in performance and power compared to household models. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he was impatient to give it a try. Only Lucas appeared somewhat dejected. "I'm definitely going to fail. I have poor adaptability to mechs, which is why I chose design." "Monica, why overthink it? We'll see when we get there." Everyone considered this. Thus, the 4 little ones quickened their pace towards the 18th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened softly, stopping on the 18th floor. The 4 of them were still chatting and laughing, but upon pushing open the door to the mech training room, they simultaneously froze. To their surprise, they found that Instructor Long's training room was divided into 2 teams, each consisting of dozens of individuals, as a cerebral type. Lucas casually scanned the faces of the crowd and immediately whispered, "Why are there so many 2nd and 3rd-year seniors?" The seniors standing in a row to the right also expressed their confusion. Each of them was tall and robust, evidently possessing excellent physical fitness. Several were familiar faces often seen on campus forums. In short, they were all exceptional students from the 2nd and 3rd years. "Oh, aren't these just the 1st-year noobs? No way. Did this selection actually allow noobs to pass? Don't joke around. Haven't they even finished their military training yet? Don't be bitter, bro. The fact is right before our eyes. They've made it to this floor. What else is there to say? They're like an airborne unit." Strangely enough, one of them appeared quite promising. Aside from that tall boy who seemed to possess some combat capability, what about the other 3? 2 delicate young ladies and a little lamb? However, the figure is undeniably alluring. A remark made by someone instantly provoked a hearty laugh from the seniors. A short-haired senior from the group on the left suddenly exclaimed, "Can you exhibit some decorum? What's wrong with being beautiful? Does it bother you? Must everyone resemble you, with your crooked and unappealing looks, for it to be considered impressive? That indeed takes skill, something most cannot achieve." Upon hearing this, the seniors and juniors on the left burst into laughter. The few seniors on the right, who had been mocking them, looked somewhat embarrassed, seemingly wanting to argue with the senior, but upon glancing at the elite students on the left, they prudently chose to remain silent. The four from the Mint group wore serious expressions, unable to muster a smile. Although they were unclear about the situation and the intentions of those seniors, it was evident they were being looked down upon. Indeed, they were freshmen and might not match up to these seniors, but to label them as mere novices without a second thought was undeniably lacking in class. Lucas muttered under his breath, particularly aggrieved by the comment that he was a little lamb. Due to his shallow tear troughs, he had a tendency to cry easily, having been called that many times throughout his life. However, it was precisely because of this that he was determined to improve himself, even choosing a military academy that no one expected he would select. Yet, these seniors were truly intolerable, little Curly Hair thought to himself. Glancing at Mint beside him, he had anticipated her to be furious at being belittled, but to his surprise, she didn't spare a glance at those seniors, instead turning her gaze towards a corner. There, a tall young man with black hair was tying a headband. His hair was of medium length, just right for tying up. His features were deep-set but distinctly Eastern. He wore military green training pants and a simple black tank top that, although not tight-fitting, still exuded a palpable aura of masculinity due to his muscular physique. After all, he was an SS-level instructor, and his perceptiveness was sharp. He quickly sensed Mint's gaze and turned to look at her. But upon noticing the expressions of the Mint group, he didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Lazily, he stated, "Place the test reports on the table. Those with A level or above stand on the left. B level on the right." This single statement conveyed a crucial piece of information. Those below B level were not even qualified to be here, which explained why they had to undergo a mental strength test before being allowed in. Those below B level could not pilot DR mechs, but they could still operate hand-controlled mechs and transmission mechs, so the group on the right likely consisted of reserve ordinary mech pilots. AS Mint had no test report. She moved towards the group on the left. The other three, upon seeing this, hurriedly placed their reports down and followed her to the left side. Observing their actions, the seniors who had previously mocked them as novices suddenly grew serious. After all, they were all standing on the right. This was quite the slap in the face, wasn't it? Were all these newcomers a level or above? Is that even true? Are freshmen today so competitive? Isn't it normal? Aren't those who are a level or above able to directly enroll as freshmen? They had been careless, mocking them earlier. Would they hold a grudge? But there was still one who hadn't laughed, the tall male student, who seemed quite formidable. He must be the one among the four with the highest mental strength, perhaps even S-level, however. At that moment, Ryu suddenly turned around, revealing two sharp canine teeth, and said with a grin, "Apologies, senior, but I'm the weakest in our team, only A, and the others are stronger than me." With this statement, the faces of the B-level mental strength seniors instantly darkened. Damn, was this guy doing it on purpose? Did he have to say it right in front of them? Ryu indeed meant to provoke them. Although he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth, it wasn't because he regretted arguing with the senior, but rather because to declare, "I'm the weakest in our team," felt painfully honest. Even though it was the truth, it was still quite a blow. Longy raised an eyebrow. It seemed he hadn't anticipated that the first four newcomers would all be a level or above. Moreover, Ryu's words piqued his interest in the other three, who appeared rather weak. Striding over, he casually picked up the 3 test reports from the table. Chapter 44. Damn. If you're not going to take it, then get the hell out. 1A, 1S level. Upon seeing Lucas's mental strength level, his brow involuntarily arched. SS level. Just like him, Longy instinctively glanced at Lucas's petite frame. His initially raised brows suddenly shifted several times, seemingly struggling to accept that this seemingly delicate level newcomer existed. However, Longy asked, "Why are there only 3 reports? Aren't you 4? Lucas and the others instinctively glanced at Mint, who was equally perplexed. Hadn't the 2 seniors just mentioned that her situation had been reported to this instructor Long? Why did he now appear to know nothing? Could it be that the seniors forgot to inform this instructor about their circumstances? In truth, that was not the case. The 2 seniors had relayed every detail without omission, but Long, accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, hadn't paid careful attention when he received the terminal earlier. As for the electronic test reports sent privately by the two students, he hadn't bothered to open them. Hence he didn't recognize Mint at all. Long he placed the test reports down. His expression sour. Fourth person, step forward. I want to accept without a report. Frankly speaking, this instructor Long left a rather unpleasant impression on Mint. She was well aware that individuals with genuine skills often had eccentric personalities, either arrogant or aloof, or looking down from great heights. During her time on Earth, she had encountered many such individuals. How had she dealt with them back then? Oh, right, by not listening and then giving them a beating. If one beating wasn't enough, then she'd give them another. The knuckles of her fingers cracked audibly, but ultimately, Mint held back. She had once been an instructor herself, and of course, had also been confronted by students. She knew all too well how that felt. Forget it. She was no longer a child. Disrespecting a superior, making them lose face in front of their students, she wouldn't find joy in that. The dignity of an adult, she'd bestow it upon this instructor Long. Thus, she looked at him calmly. Instructor, my test results should have been sent as an electronic report to your terminal. Please. Before she could finish her sentence, he impatiently interjected. Did I tell you to go get it? Are you deaf? Mint. She genuinely wanted to leave some face for him, but this guy didn't seem deserving of her courtesy. However, recalling the troubled expression of Instructor Zhou, Mint patiently repeated, Instructor, my test results should have been sent as an electronic report to your terminal. You can find it by opening the terminal, this time. Long he allowed her to finish speaking. However, just as her words concluded, he exploded with a curse. Damn. If you're not going to take it, then get the hell out. Crack, crack. The sound of Mint cracking her knuckles echoed through the previously silent training room, resonating clearly as everyone turned to stare at this fearless girl in shock. A few kind-hearted seniors and juniors silently prayed for her. However, as expected, Mint's outburst did not occur. She calmly stepped out of the line and, in front of everyone, walked straight towards the exit. Just as she was about to leave the training room, Ryu suddenly shouted, Mint, wait for me. If you leave, I'll leave too. Yet, before the last 5 words could escape his lips, his left foot halted midair. A vast wave of energy surged from Mint's body, and immediately, everyone heard a soft sound. The sound was not at all frightening, but as it rang out, everyone in the training room felt as though they had been swept into an endless deep blue sea. The surroundings transformed, no longer the mechanized training room, but rather the depths of an infinite ocean. Another soft cry emerged, accompanied by an immense creature, deep blue with a white belly, unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Someone exclaimed, What is that? Damn. It's the girl's mental strength manifestation. So powerful. What kind of creature is that? It's huge, so huge. I feel like I can barely breathe. Damn. Could that be the legendary largest marine creature? The blue whale, which was thought to be extinct? I can't believe it. It looks just like the one in the pictures I've seen in books. In reality, it was not. Only Mint knew that the entity manifested by her mental strength was not a terrestrial creature, but a mythical being born from her imagination. Although it bore the enormous size akin to a blue whale, its true name was Kuin. Throughout this entire episode, Mint never looked back. With each step she took forward, the grand image of the Kuin she intentionally manifested grew even more imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura with every 2 steps. The report in Long Yi's hand fell to the ground. It was not fear, but rather trepidation. At that moment, to others, the manifestation of the giant Kuin, as conjured by Mint, merely appeared formidable in size. Yet, in the eyes of Long Yi, the creature's gaze was fixed intently upon him. That deathly stare drenched him in a cold sweat with but a single glance. He instinctively turned his gaze toward the door, yet the Kuin's unwavering focus rendered him utterly immobile. It seemed as though that gaze silently conveyed, I shall consume you. I shall consume you. I shall consume you. It was an overwhelming and oppressive bloodline suppression. It was not that he desired to remain still, but rather, his body had become rigid and uncontrollable. Just a student. A first-year female student. How could she possess such strength? Gradually, Long Yi recalled that the infirmary had indeed contacted him earlier, mentioning that an SSS-level psychic would be coming for a mecha compatibility test. An SSS level. Long Yi certainly did not look down upon such a classification. Rather, he anticipated the opportunity to mentor a child of such high caliber. However, an SSS level. Why did it have to be a child of such frail appearance? In an instant, his mind was flooded with a myriad of emotions, and just when he thought his demise was imminent, certain to fall victim to the childish psychic attack, suddenly, a sound pierced the air. With that cry, The overwhelming tide began to recede, little by little. Almost in the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. At that moment, Mint forcefully closed the training room door with a resounding bang. After a brief silence of approximately 3 seconds, Lucas was the first to rush out. Mint, wait for me. Following closely were Ryu and Monica, who also dashed out. Chapter 45. Never compromise yourself, however. What astonished the older students even more was that after the four had exited, Instructor Long Yi, upon realizing the situation, hurriedly followed. Students, wait a moment. The upperclassmen were in an uproar. What is happening? Why is Instructor Long Yi also rushing out? Surely he doesn't intend to chase her back? It was only natural. That girl is incredibly strong. Anyone would want to call her back. But would she be willing to return? Of course. After all, Instructor Long Yi is an SS level, and his mecha control skills are acknowledged as the finest among all instructors. If one were not to learn from him, who else would they turn to? Yet, he did just tell her to get lost in front of so many of us. Does she not care about her dignity? Nonetheless, I wager a bottle of nutrient solution that she will return. I bet 10 bottles that she will not. Outside the training room, when Mint was called back, the 3 little ones had already followed closely behind her. The 4 turned in unison to see the previously indifferent Instructor Long Yi, whose eyes now sparkled with enthusiasm. You are that rare and exceptional S, recalling the earlier admonition to keep Mint's psychic abilities confidential. Long Yi quickly stifled his words and inquired, You are the high-level psychic? Mint met his gaze, not uttering a single word. Long Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment and immediately clarified. What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. I was a bit preoccupied and didn't have time to review your electronic test report. But now I shall. Preoccupied? Indeed, quite busy with posturing moreover. Claiming ignorance of the electronic report is a misunderstanding. Telling her to get lost in front of everyone is certainly not. Mint had been eagerly anticipating the upcoming training session, for this Earthling was finally about to engage with a mecha. Unfortunately, this Instructor Long Yi had truly soured her mood. On Earth, she had not only served as an instructor herself, but had also trained numerous students, many of whom later became instructors. Regardless of their capabilities, none had ever exhibited the arrogance of the current individual before her. Thus, as Long Yi eagerly opened his terminal, ready to view her test report, she boldly declared, No need, Instructor Long Yi, I feel that I might not be suited to be your student. What? Long Yi's finger, poised above the terminal, hesitated slightly. He lifted his gaze to Mint and realized that although she was petite, her eyes were sharp, and she was entirely unafraid of him. It is worth noting that while Long Yi had a temper, he was quite handsome. Many female students were enamored by his looks, often blushing and squealing in fear when they encountered him. Yet, none had ever looked at him with the same disdain as Mint did. Long Yi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are you speaking ironically? Do you mean to say that I am not fit to be your instructor? Mint mirrored his expression, raising an eyebrow in return, wearing a smile that suggested he was rather self-aware. Indeed, that is precisely what I think, Long Yi. This was the first time a student had so brazenly challenged him. Were it a male student or someone with significantly lower psychic abilities, he would have had no qualms about kicking them against the wall. Yet, Mint was not someone he could easily dismiss. After all, she was a person of significant importance to the military, and moreover, he had never taught a student whose psychic ability exceeded SS level. Mint was not only an SSS level psychic but also a rare and exceptional type. The records indicated that she could not only engage in combat with her SSS psychic abilities, but could also provide psychic healing to the esteemed General Li Xiaoyi. Such a student, once lost, would likely never be encountered again in this lifetime. To be candid, Long Yi felt a pang of regret. However, he did not believe his attitude was at fault. Rather, he felt he should have been more attentive. After receiving the call from the infirmary, he should have at least reviewed Mint's profile. Even if only to remember her appearance, it would have spared him the current embarrassment. After mulling this over, he softened his tone and said, I apologize. My attitude earlier was indeed inappropriate. Mint did not allow him to finish, directly asking, Instructor Long Yi, do you dislike being here? What? Mint continued. You wish to hunt the aberrants. You yearn for the battlefield. You aspire to achieve glory and become a hero. Yet you find yourself stationed in the rear, instructing a bunch of fledgling novices in mecha operation, which you find beneath you. You feel discontent, do you not? Yet, since you have accepted this arrangement, you should fulfill your responsibilities rather than vent your emotions and frustrations upon your students. This is a matter of professional ethics. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Long Yi's face. Are you instructing me on how to be an instructor? Mint paused for a moment. She had fallen into her old habit, inadvertently projecting her earthly self. This was a habit she needed to correct. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and stubbornly replied, "What do you think, Instructor Long E? Do you consider yourself a good instructor?" In an instant, Long E was beset by a barrage of questions and exclamations. He was acutely aware of his own disposition. He was indeed coerced into teaching students, and his emotions were evident. He longed for the battlefield, but was thrust into a position instructing a group of children who had yet to mature. While he did take his classes seriously, when it came to matters of teaching ethics, he had to admit he had fallen short. But what is a military academy? A place where strength reigns supreme. As long as he was strong enough, he would attract a throng of eager students clamoring to attend his classes. Yet, this young lady had outright rejected him on the grounds of teaching ethics. It was undeniably humiliating. Longy gazed at the young girl before him, as if seeing the words old-fashioned, prickly, difficult to deal with emblazoned above her head. However, he recognized that his earlier actions had indeed been inappropriate, and he had pursued her to make amends. "Are you certain you do not wish to learn from me? I am not exaggerating. At the Alliance Military Academy, if I claim to be second in mecha operation, no one would dare claim the first position. That was in the past," Mint retorted. "In the future, I shall be the one to claim the top spot." Long E, stunned. He had never encountered anyone more arrogant than himself, and especially not a student. For quite some time, he found himself at a loss for words. Mint, however, had no intention of engaging him further. She had never been known for her patience, and she would never endure humiliation silently. Although she had adopted a seemingly delicate and submissive persona in this new world, certain fundamental aspects of her character would remain unchanged. She was the Special Forces soldier Mint. Regardless of whether on Earth or in the stars, she would never compromise herself. Chapter 46. No matter how impressive, can you outshine Li Xiaoyi? Moreover, when it comes to mecha operation, no matter how impressive Long E may be, can he outshine Li Xiaoyi? As long as she could assist her classmate Xiaoye with his treatment in the future, seeking his guidance on mecha operation techniques, she did not believe he would refuse her. Therefore, what of being the best in military academy? Such a person was beneath her consideration, and she had no desire for him to be her instructor. More importantly, Mint had a volatile temperament. She feared that one day, if she could no longer tolerate his actions, she might inadvertently cause him grave harm. Yet others were unaware of Mint's true thoughts, believing instead that she was acting on impulse, particularly Instructor Zhou, who nearly had a fit upon receiving the news. He hurriedly summoned the four little ones into his office, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yet Mint's reasoning was compelling. As a teacher, is it not essential to instill moral values alongside mecha instruction? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If he himself embodied such a disposition, would not his students inevitably follow suit? If the instructors of the Allied forces predominantly possess eyes atop their heads, I must candidly state, it is no wonder that the rankings of military academies have plummeted so rapidly in recent years. I have heard whispers that our institution was once an unequivocal number one, yet now it seems to be teetering on the brink of falling out of the top 10. If this trend continues, number 100 is but a stone's throw away. Her 4 consecutive remarks rendered Commander Zhou speechless. The other 3 fell silent as well, their gazes divided between admiration and astonishment. "Sister, you are incredibly bold. How can you say whatever comes to your mind? While others wield their hands as weapons, your power derives solely from your words. In a word, formidable." Commander Zhou stuttered. You. In truth, after understanding the situation, Commander Zhou recognized that the fault did not lie with Bo. Although, from the perspective of a student, so openly opposing an instructor was quite detrimental, the complexities of human interaction do not always lend themselves to clear-cut judgments of right and wrong. Not every misstep warrants criticism. Nor does every commendable act guarantee praise. For instance, he found himself inwardly cursing Long E, yet he had to maintain a faade of gentle admonition towards Bo. He is your instructor, and you are but a student. If he raises his voice, you should bear with it. He isn't as terrible as you imagine. He simply has a sharp tongue. Why should I endure? It's my first time living. So why shouldn't he show restraint? He is older than I am. In reality, Bo was no stranger to this, but she spoke with unwavering confidence and conviction. Commander Zhou felt his heart sink. He pressed his hand against his chest. Do you realize what you are doing? Your actions could jeopardize your future. If that petty Long E were to take offense and tarnish your record, do you still wish to enter the military department? Upon saying this, He recalled that this young lady had just declined an invitation for special recruitment into the military. Thus, the notion of wanting to join the military, a common fear for ordinary military academy students, held no weight for her. After all, the military department was desperately seeking her. Thus, he altered his approach. Do you not wish to hold a prominent position in the military? At this, Bo pondered thoughtfully before responding with certainty. I do not desire it. My foul temper renders me unfit for an official position. I am blunt and prone to brawling, as I always have been. Commander Zhou interjected. What do you mean by always have been? Bo clarified. Oh, I mean I was never suited to be a class leader, and I certainly won't be cut out for a high-ranking position in the military. Commander Zhou retorted. How can you be so obstinate? Do you genuinely believe you are in the right? Indeed, I believe I am right. Frustrated, Commander Zhou found himself at a loss for words. Bo held no grievance against him, and witnessing his agitation, she softened her tone. Do not be upset, Commander Zhou, I understand your concerns. However, isn't it beneficial to follow you? Didn't you say that we should not underestimate ourselves, nor should we look down on you? Therefore, I shall follow you, and I assure you, my performance will not lag behind that of any student trained by Commander Long. Is that not sufficient? Commander Zhou could not help but believe her. After all, no matter how impressive the students trained by Long Yi were, their mental fortitude could never reach SSS. By this measure, he felt he had already triumphed. Yet, the selection process was different. Commander Zhou hesitated briefly before finally deciding to share everything with these 4 youngsters, including but not limited to the cracks in the DR shield and the impending threat of alien incursions that could harm civilians, necessitating the urgent selection of students for support. However, as soon as he finished explaining, he suddenly realized, never mind, given the perilous nature of this task and the fact that they were all freshmen, even if their mental fortitude was high, he still felt uneasy about sending them into action. Let it be. If you wish to follow me, so be it. But no sooner had he voiced this than Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed. Ah, so this is the nature of the selection? I acted impulsively. I should have stayed above. He tugged at his hair, feigning distress. Yet Bo replied, it is not too late to go up and kneel to admit your fault. Lu Yu immediately shook his head. Forget it. I will stick with you. I just have this feeling that those upperclassmen are rather unpleasant. Moreover, I must stay close to the strongest person. With that, he looked at Bo with a hint of admiration. Honestly, I think you looked really cool when you confronted Commander Long. It was so awesome. I want to try that too. But as soon as he uttered those words, Commander Zhou delivered a sharp blow to his head. How would you try that? Is this how you would do it? Huh? Lu Yu ducked, shouting, Commander, don't hit me, don't hit me. Bo couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Nonetheless, she sought confirmation from Monica and Lucas. What about you two? Are you going up? I'm not going, Lucas replied decisively. I'm just a mech technician. As long as I can tighten a screw properly, it doesn't matter how well I pilot a mech. Right? Plus, I don't like those upperclassmen. Humph. They called me a little lamb. Monica was the most hesitant among the 3. The main reason being she was acquainted with Long Yi. He had once served under her brother, and upon her entrance into the military academy, her brother had specifically called Long Yi to look out for her. Yet, she had not anticipated, however, Monica was a girl of strong opinions. Thus, after a brief hesitation of no more than 10 seconds, she declared, we are a team. We must stand united against the enemy, advancing and retreating together. As taught by Commander Zhou, Commander Zhou interjected, I did not intend for you to apply that lesson in this context. However, the fact that his own students held such trust in him, even when Long Yi looked down upon him, seemed to affirm an extraordinary charm in his character. The feeling of being trusted by students was truly touching. Chapter 47. Commander Long's regret deeply moved. Commander Zhou, in a moment of impulse, reached out to contact Long Yi. Initially, their exchange was filled with pleasantries, but soon after, it escalated into a heated argument. Long Yi, your manner of speaking is quite inappropriate. What do you mean I am stealing your students? Let us get this straight. They originally belonged to our class, and they only learn mech piloting from you. Moreover, don't speak so grandiloquently. They aren't following you because you drove them away with your insults. Don't blame me for not teaching them properly. Hey, I didn't teach them badly, but I will continue to do so. Just wait and see. With that, he abruptly hung up the terminal. Eyes reddened, he turned to the group of youngsters. Let us go. I'll give you all a special lesson and head to the mechs. The 4 youngsters paused momentarily, then, upon realizing what he meant, erupted in unison, yay! At the same time, Long Yi was seething on his end. He was well aware that this situation was of his own making. But he had not anticipated that Zhou Rui would not only refuse to assist him in dissuading the students, but would also join them in clamoring for him to take them under his wing. How could he teach them? As an instructor with only A-level mental fortitude, he barely met the standards for piloting the DR mech, while each of those students possessed superior mental capabilities. How could he possibly instruct them? Long Yi believed that Zhou Rui was simply envious of his prowess, intentionally creating obstacles. Long Yi, known for his quick temper, was aware of his unpopularity among instructors, and Zhou Rui's aversion to him was only to be expected. However, this time was different. He was so furious he felt compelled to contact Jiang Yin immediately, yet, sending that terminal would inevitably require him to recount the events leading up to it. Even if he succeeded in reclaiming those students, he would undoubtedly be subjected to scolding. When others berated him, he typically retaliated with fists. However, Jiang Yin was a different matter, as he knew he couldn't win a physical confrontation, despite being infuriated. Sporting bruises from previous encounters, he ultimately refrained from making that call. Just then, a commotion at the training room entrance caught his attention. He looked up to see 4 more freshmen arriving, 2 boys and 2 girls. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. What's with the color of their uniforms? Another group of first-year students. Recalling his earlier misstep, he promptly approached them. First years? Freshmen? Show me your test reports. While he understood that acquiring another SSS was virtually impossible, he still held a glimmer of hope. However, as he casually flipped through the documents, Jin Sheng, S grade, Quan Luyun, S grade, Nora, Adapanova, A. To be honest, they were all quite decent. Yet, having already seen students with SS and SSS, he found it hard to appreciate these 4. He was about to toss the reports aside when he suddenly turned back, asking, "Do any of you know a girl named Bo?" Coincidentally, they all did. Jin Sheng and Quan Luyun both had family connections in the military and were well aware of what this selection entailed. Although students selected would face considerable risks, how could one hope to achieve greatness without taking risks? Thus, upon learning they were to ascend to the 18th floor, they had quietly reveled in their good fortune for quite some time. Especially when they saw even Commander Long himself come to greet them, their sense of superiority peaked. However, before they could bask in their elation for too long, Commander Long unexpectedly mentioned a name they both detested. And simultaneously, they thought, "Why is it her again?" The 2 boys remained silent, their expressions betraying their dissatisfaction. Among the 2 young women, Nora harbored a palpable disdain for Mint, as she believed that Mint had stolen her close friend. In a bid to express her displeasure, she initiated the conversation, saying, "I know her. She is in the same class as me and him." She gestured towards Quan Ryul-Yun and added, "He is our class monitor." This revelation surprised Long Yi. "In the same class as you? What a coincidence. And what about the other 3? I think their names are Monica, Lucas, and Bro. Ah, they are all from our class. Did those 4 also come over?" Upon hearing this, Nora initially felt a pang of disappointment, but Long Yi's subsequent remark lifted her spirits once more. He stated, "Yes, they came over, but they have all already left." Left? Does that mean they were not selected? Nora, not particularly astute, unwittingly revealed her lack of intellect with her words. As everyone's gaze turned towards her, she belatedly realized that her tone was overly cheerful, bordering on schadenfreude. Although she internally harbored such thoughts, she quickly attempted to amend her statement. However, it's one thing for others, but Monica is an S-level psychic. How could she possibly not be selected? Nora remained loyal to her dear friend. Yet her words prompted a flurry of reactions from the senior students in the training room. They erupted in exclamations. "Monica is that red-haired, stunning beauty? Not only is she gorgeous, but her psychic level is so high. Damn, we just mocked her, and the fool is actually me." One of the taller boys recalled that he had mentioned his psychic level was the lowest in their squad, implying that among the 4 newcomers who had just come up, perhaps 3 were S-level. Wow, are all the new students this competitive this year? Will they even let the seniors graduate in peace? The discussions among the students were hushed, but Long Yi, as an SS-level instructor, possessed heightened senses and heard every word. Instantly, his expression darkened further. Banova, perceiving that Long Yi's demeanor was amiss, asked with a lack of bias, as she had no prior acquaintance with Mint, "Instructor Long, are you interested in learning about classmate Mint? However, we are all newcomers and barely know much. Only that she single-handedly slayed that aberration last night. Beyond that, Before she could finish her sentence, Long Yi abruptly pulled her by the collar, demanding, "What did you say?" Banova was taken aback by Long Yi's sudden aggression. "Instructor," Long Yi pressed, You said the student who single-handedly slayed the aberration last night was Mint? Yes. How did you not know? Benova replied. Long Yi's thoughts raced. Damn. He truly was unaware. If he had known, how could he have let her go? So, the best candidates were indeed the first to come up. This is infuriating. Such promising for candidates, and now they are to be taken advantage of by Zhou Rui. Chapter 48. This instructor Long is truly unrefined. Overcome with rage, Long Yi's expression began to contort. Fortunately, he had not entirely lost his composure, and before exploding, he reluctantly released Benova's collar. The girl, propelled by inertia, stumbled backward, but Jin Sheng promptly steadied her. However, Benova's complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper. Jian Sheng felt that Long Yi had indeed crossed a line. Although he often acted domineeringly in class, he never treated girls this way. Yet, this instructor Long was truly unrefined. In his agitation, Long Yi was too preoccupied to notice the reactions of the 4 girls before him. He instinctively lit a cigarette. Taking a drag before the terminal rang again. It was a call from the training room administrator. Instructor Long, you have the electronic key for training room 18023, correct? Yes. Are you planning to use that training room next? If not, can a student take it to another instructor for a mecha class? That's fine, he said, casually retrieving the key card, ready to send a student to deliver it, when a sudden thought struck him. Wait a moment. Who would want to use it at this hour? The administrator chuckled, his tone dripping with condescension. Zhou Rui from Classy 1. ITS quite amusing. ISNT it? He.S. just a regular physical training instructor. Why would he want to attend a mecha class? ISNT that overestimating his capabilities. However, we can't hinder his ambition, can we? If he wants to give it a shot, let him, after a few classes. He'll know he ISNT cut out for it. Long Yi's previously furrowed brow suddenly tightened even further. You must be new here, huh? Otherwise, how could you speak of Zhou Rui in such a dismissive manner? He is not as weak as you think. However, he couldn't bring himself to voice the latter part of his thought. The administrator, sensing his tone, inquired anxiously, what's wrong with Zhou Rui? Nothing much. Long Yi's mood shifted quicker than a page could turn, his earlier stern demeanor transforming into one of levity as he laughed. Once his laughter subsided, he adopted a tone laced with ulterior motives. Let us just say, his timing is impeccable, the administrator responded. Bewildered, huh? What are you talking about? That, never mind the student. I'll personally deliver the key card to Instructor Zhou. Without waiting for the other party to process the information, he hung up the terminal. Before departing, he pointed out a few top-performing third-year students. You lot keep an eye on this area. If any newcomers arrive, take them for mecha compatibility testing, record the results, and I want to see them when I return. The boys asked, are we coming too? What about you, instructor? I have a pressing matter to attend to. I'll be back shortly. Just make sure to keep a close watch here. Understood. We'll do that. Please return quickly, instructor. Long Yi chuckled at the remark. What? Do you think without me, you won't even know how to train a newcomer? Don't be nervous. If I selected you 3, it merely indicates you are the best among everyone. Here's your chance to showcase what you've learned from me, and when I return, I hope they at least know what type of mecha suits them. Upon hearing this, the 3 boys immediately puffed out their chests with excitement. Although they often endured Long Yi's scolding, his mecha operation skills were renowned as the best in the school, and being praised as the best among all was a significant honor. They chorused. Yes, instructor. We will teach them well. Long Yi nodded. Then, with the key card in one hand and the mecha storage ball strap in the other, he hummed a tune as he walked away. As soon as he left, a senior pointed out the reality. Did you hear that? Instructor Long was humming a song just now. Indeed, they heard it, but wasn't he Instructor Long just seen taking his mecha storage ball? Typically, at such times, he either goes to teach or to reprimand someone. What do you think it will be this time? Haha, when have you ever seen Instructor Long so eager to teach? It has to be the latter. Whoever it was that was about to face misfortune, it was certain. Right? But I'm so excited. I want to sneak a peek. Don't be foolish, if you don't want to lose points. At the entrance of training room 18023, Zhou Rui, waiting for the student to deliver the key, decided to seize the moment to impart some theoretical knowledge about mecha operation to the 4 newcomers. Just as he was about to speak, Ruayue, the curious one, asked, Instructor Zhou, why don't you have a key? Zhou Rui replied, it's not just me. None of the instructors from non-mecha majors have one. However, if we truly wish to conduct practical training, it's not impossible. Just like I am doing now, applying for a key for management. At this point, Zhou Rui grinned. However, not everyone who applies gets approved. Only instructors with operational standards at the top tier of the school can expect approval, and even then, not every application is guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Ruayue exclaimed, "Ah, doesn't that mean we might also have the chance to apply and get turned down? Preventing us from attending classes here? Rest assured about that," Zhou Rue replied smugly. "Although I'm not a mecha operation instructor, my skills are exceptional. While they are at the top tier, I am in the supermodel tier. So as long as I apply, I will always get approved." Hee. Ruayue, displaying a lack of fear, retorted, "Instructor, that's a bit of a stretch. Who doesn't know you are an A level? What's wrong with being an A level? Just because you are an A doesn't mean you can look down on me," Zhou Rue exclaimed, slapping Ruayue on the head, instantly silencing him. Once Ruayue quieted down, Zhou Rue continued, "All right, since we have some time, let me share some theoretical knowledge about mecha with you." Upon hearing this, Ruayue quickly interjected, "Instructor, we already know about that. We learned it in high school." Lucas nodded in agreement. This should be common knowledge. There's no need to cover it. Monica shrugged nonchalantly, while only Mint raised her hand earnestly, saying, "Then just teach me. I want to learn." As a resident of Earth, Mint's knowledge of mecha was virtually non-existent. Though the original host's memories reveal a faint trace of knowledge regarding mecha theory from her high school days, it is evident that this young girl did not engage with her studies thoroughly. Or perhaps, she simply lacked interest in the subject. While she excels in other academic disciplines, her grasp of mecha knowledge remains tenuous at best. Nevertheless, the girl exhibits a commendable filial piety, despite her aversion to all matters related to mecha or the military. She chooses to heed her mother's wishes and apply to the Alliance Military Academy. Chapter 49. There are no incapable mechas, only incapable individuals. Mint speculates that this may be connected to her high level of mental energy. The original host's mother must have possessed some insights. Perhaps there was a precedent of high mental energy within the girl's paternal lineage, or there could be other reasons. Yet, the specifics remain known only to her mother. Mint does not intend to delve into this matter. Since she inhabits this body and harbors a genuine passion for mecha, the only way to repay the original host's mother is by becoming a more accomplished daughter. One who would make her proud, as for familial bonds. The memories indicate that the relationship between the original host and her mother was rather distant, often characterized by a lack of conversation. It feels as though the original host's mother treated her with a formality that seemed more akin to that of a servant than a mother. Frankly, this sentiment is rather peculiar. Yet, Mint chooses not to probe further, as this emotional detachment may actually facilitate her disguise, making it less likely for her to be exposed. With her thoughts wandering, Mint forcibly reins them in and gazes expectantly at Instructor Zhou, awaiting his impartation of mecha theoretical knowledge. After all, this information is of paramount importance to her at this moment. Upon seeing her eager expression, Instructor Zhou's spirits are immediately lifted, providing him an opportunity to sternly admonish the other three. "Look at Mint. Now that is what one calls a commendable attitude towards learning. Why are you all so restless? Do you truly believe that the knowledge acquired in high school will suffice at the military academy?" The trio, upon hearing this, seems to recognize the truth in his words. They quiet down, joining Mint in attentive listening. Instructor Zhou clears his throat and states, "Let us begin by discussing the various types of mechas." In truth, he understands that for these youngsters, theoretical knowledge cannot compare to practical experience. Having been a student himself, he is well aware. Thus, he refrains from adhering strictly to the textbook, opting instead for a more concise and conversational approach to explain the types of mechas, their activation principles, attack modes, and the significance of adaptability, among other topics. This discourse lasts for over half an hour. In reality, half an hour is insufficient to cover everything, so Instructor Zhou selects only the most critical information that these four youngsters need to comprehend at this stage. As for the remaining details, he decides to impart them gradually, lesson by lesson, ensuring they do not become overwhelmed by an extended lecture. After all, enduring several hours of such instruction might very well induce sleep. Now, let us delve into the topic of adaptability. As he mentions this, he intentionally glances at Mint. Although you possess, at this point, Instructor Zhou cautiously surveys the surroundings, ensuring there are no outsiders before conservatively continuing. Your mental energy is high. But do not underestimate manual control mechas and sensor mechas. After all, every type of mecha has its own advantages, and they are suited for different terrains and environments. Furthermore, no one can guarantee that your DR mecha will remain unscathed throughout every battle. So, the higher the level of a mecha warrior's mental energy, the more skills they must master. Only by transforming oneself into an almost flawless hexagonal warrior can one survive each battle. Mint truly understands this well. After all, during her time on Earth, she had always adhered to this principle. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Those endowed with greater abilities often undertake the most perilous tasks, with the likelihood of returning alive being the lowest. For instance, she, despite considering herself strong, ultimately met her end. The experience of dying young is far from pleasant. Since fate has granted her a second chance, it is evident that her previous performance was lacking. This time, clad in her armored shell, mecha, she is resolute in her determination to become stronger, strong enough that no one can harm her again. Mint. Yes, I share the same sentiment. If possible, I would like to begin my studies with manual control mechas. Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou feels invigorated once more. However, Lu Yu gazes at her with an expression that suggests she has lost her mind. Are you out of your mind? You have achieved SSS. What on earth would you need manual control mechas for? Leave some opportunities for ordinary individuals below A rank. Yet Mint responds, I want to start with something simple to acclimatize myself, and then gradually transition to sensor mechas. I wish to practice both types of mechas before attempting the DR mecha at LUU. Anxious. How long will that take? Sharpening the knife does not hinder the chopping of wood, my young friend. You are far too impatient, and that is not advisable. Mint continues. Existence itself is reason enough. If manual control mechas were truly as inadequate as you believe, why then are they still the most prevalent across the Alliance? Because they are cost-effective. So, how do you assess your own abilities? They are acceptable. Resources are not inexhaustible. The materials for DR mechas are incredibly rare, with only a limited quantity produced each year, and repair costs are astronomical. So, based on your self-proclaimed acceptable level, what makes you think you can secure the DR mecha you desire upon entering the military? His straightforward remarks leave Lu Yu momentarily speechless. Coming from a well-off family, once he learned he possessed a level mental energy, he had longed to own a DR mecha. After all, his family was wealthy enough to purchase one for him. Naturally, it was the most affordable household model available on the market. Yet, even that contraption made him feel as though he could conquer the world upon entering the mecha. Every real man aspires to be a hero, especially in this era rife with anomalies. Thus, he resolutely applied to the military academy, fixated on the goal of piloting an S-class mecha, regardless of his status. However, Mint, being a straightforward individual, has delivered a blow to his ambitions with a simple truth. Yet, Monica is not entirely in agreement with Mint's perspective. Shouldn't one possess such confidence? Upon entering the military academy, one must strive to become its star. When we prove ourselves worthy, what reason would the military have to deny us the finest mechas? Lu Yu immediately feels a kinship with Monica's words. Indeed, you are correct. It cannot be said that Monica's viewpoint is invalid. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. And having ambition is certainly not a flaw. However, Mint counters. No matter how formidable a sniper mecha may be, close combat still relies on terrestrial mechas. Aquatic battles necessitate submersible mechas, and aerial combat requires flying mechas. But what if we only know how to operate DR mechas and find ourselves in a situation where there are no suitable models available? Are we truly expected to engage in close combat with anomalies? Chapter 50. A piercing sensation strikes at her heart. Luu pouts, clearly acknowledging the validity of Mint's assertions, yet he stubbornly retorts. But didn't you also engage in close combat with anomalies? And you defeated them? Mint. Precisely. What I aim to convey is that there are no incapable mecha types, only incapable individuals. Luu. It feels as though a sharp arrow has pierced her heart. Deeply, in truth, Mint has once again fallen into her old habit, unconsciously adopting the instructor mode. Yet, remarkably, despite her seemingly impolite remarks, the three youngsters listen intently, eagerly awaiting her continued discourse. This leaves the actual instructor, Zhou Rue, feeling as though his position might be usurped by his student. What is happening with this girl? After overpowering her classmates, is she now attempting to overshadow the instructor? This is utterly outrageous. Another who feels his position threatened is Long Yi, who nonchalantly tosses a storage ball. Only to overhear Mint's statements. To be honest, he is increasingly drawn to Mint. Though he is aware that her refusal to engage with him has prompted the other three to escape alongside her. He is astonished by her maturity at such a young age. Not only does she possess high mental energy, but her level of understanding is also remarkably advanced. More importantly, their views on mecha philosophy align closely. Long Yi recalls when he was in school, due to his SS-level mental energy, instructors and classmates placed high expectations upon him. They would instinctively reserve the best DR mechas in the training facility for him. Of course, he does not consider this a negative practice, but he has always believed that manual control mechas and sensor mechas each possess unique advantages, and he longs to experience piloting them. For Long Yi, the ideal mecha warrior should be versatile, excelling not only in mecha operation but also in shooting, reconnaissance, close combat, and survival skills. There is no skill that should be neglected. Only by continuously strengthening oneself and equipping oneself to the teeth can one navigate any battlefield with ease. He was destined to be a radiant warrior on the battlefield, but alas. Long Yi shakes his head, casting aside those unpleasant memories, and redirects his gaze towards Mint once more. He never anticipated that the individual aspiring to become a versatile mech warrior, much like himself, would be a mere 18-year-old child. Even more surprising was that the first time in his life he faced rejection from a girl was not due to a confession of love or a marriage proposal. To be honest, it was utterly humiliating, however. Just moments ago, as he approached from that direction, he had intended to showcase his skills impressively, hoping to intimidate this little girl, making her realize that not choosing him would be the most grievous error of her life, bar none. Yet now he realized that missing out on this student was, in fact, the gravest mistake he had ever made. Regret consumed him. He ground his teeth in frustration and struck the wall with considerable force. Though the blow was not heavy, the noise still startled the 5 teachers and students nearby. When Instructor Zhou turned around and saw him, his expression instantly soured. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Zhou Rui's face, Long Yi immediately reverted to his infuriatingly arrogant demeanor, responding with an air of entitlement. "Isn't it the case that Instructor Zhou needs the key? I've personally brought it to you. Aren't you touched?" Unwilling to listen to him finish, Instructor Zhou curtly retorted. "Watch fewer brainless idle dramas. You're a grown man. Stop mimicking those delicate flowers from television who are so pretentious." Long Yi exploded. "Say that again." "Say it again?" "Very well, Miss Long. Just hand me the key and be on your way." The moment he uttered Miss Long, Long Yi's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. At that moment, he was genuinely furious. An S-level mental pressure descended upon Zhou, like a raging fire. As an outstanding instructor among the elite, when Long utilized his S-level mental power to manifest the image of a colossal white lion, even Bo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A white lion. It was undeniably magnificent. Although Bo initially considered manifesting a Kuanping due to its size and grandeur, it was evident that to project something so imposing and majestic, one needed a lion or tiger, the kings of beasts. The sight was simply awe-inspiring. However, in the face of Long's overwhelming mental power, Zhou's complexion paled. Yet he showed no signs of fear. It seemed he was also releasing his mental energy in response. But alas, there was no comparison between an A-level and an SS level. This might explain why he had always refrained from materializing his own mental image. Nonetheless, in certain aspects, Instructor Zhou still exhibited remarkable tenacity. Despite being unable to withstand the opponent's mental pressure, he still approached step by step, his face pale yet determined. Strangely, an A-level individual managed to walk steadily to his opponent's side. Then, with a steely glint in his eye, Instructor Zhou reached out and forcefully snatched the keycard from Long's grasp. "If you're upset about being called a young lady, perhaps you should take a look at yourself and refrain from such childishness. Your biological age is 30, your mental age, 3 at most." Instructor Zhou was indeed formidable. While the other used mental power to attack, he retaliated with words. Moreover, he emerged victorious in the exchange. Even more intriguingly, Bo discerned a deeper meaning from the charged atmosphere between the two. She had assumed their relationship was strained. Yet now it appeared that their candidness with one another might indicate a bond stronger than that of others. Just as she pondered this, Long had already retracted his overwhelming mental power, seemingly concerned about genuinely harming Instructor Zhou. As he withdrew, Zhou turned on his heel and left. Long, gritting his teeth in frustration, muttered an expletive under his breath, but ultimately, he wore a dark expression as he followed Zhou, resembling a disgruntled spouse approaching Bo and the others, grumbling. "Instructor Zhou, I heard you're teaching them how to operate mechs? What's this? Trying to go against me? I'm not saying you, but come on, you're an A level and the weakest among them is already A. How do you expect to teach?" His remarks were indeed excessive. Yet Instructor Zhou remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. "Just a casual lesson. As you mentioned, their mental levels are already quite high. I might just offer a few pointers, and they'll likely grasp it themselves." "Right, kiddos?" The kiddos he addressed seemed utterly lost for words. After all, they genuinely lacked confidence, believing that if the instructors merely offered a few casual suggestions, they would somehow manage to learn. Chapter 51. They chose me. Not you, however. Instructor Zhou was undeterred, persistently winking at them, of course. His gaze translated roughly to, "Kids, answer properly. If you fail to impress, just wait and see how I deal with you." The little ones hesitated. exchanging glances, and were about to push the most articulate among them, Bo, to offer some flattery to Instructor Zhou as a form of appeasement. Just then, Long erupted with impotent rage. This is irresponsible. Instructor Zhou, ever the provocateur, retorted with a chuckle. Oh, and what of it? They chose me, not you. Oh. This statement carried a certain weight. Yet, curiously, after hearing this, Long's expression darkened even further, yet he surprisingly refrained from lashing out. One must admit, in front of Instructor Zhou, Long displayed a surprising level of composure. Both speculated that perhaps it was akin to their situation on Earth, where military personnel were not permitted to strike colleagues or comrades. Thankfully, for this reason, otherwise, with Instructor Zhou's sharp tongue, he might end up with a stomach bleeding from the verbal blows. However, Long's current reaction did slightly alter Bo's perception of him. Perhaps, as Instructor Zhou suggested, Long was simply proud and had a naturally spoiled temperament, but in reality, he was not as terrible as she had imagined. Nonetheless, a man who still revels in sarcasm is truly unappealing. Bo resolved to remain steadfast in her choice of Instructor Zhou. After all, straightforward men are far easier to deal with than those who are proud and difficult. Lost in thought, the two instructors approached. Instructor Zhou promptly activated the training room door with a beep, then turned to his four little prot-gs. Come in, children. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills for you. He then stepped into the training room. Initially, the four little ones intended to follow him inside. But Long swiftly outpaced them, entering the mech training room ahead of them. The four hesitated at the entrance for quite some time before finally trudging in. Why heavens! What a battlefield of human emotions. Ryu seemed to have some inkling of the history between the two and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Bo, with her keen ears, caught this and inquired, "Why do you say that?" Previously, I heard a rumor that Instructor Long and Instructor Zhou were childhood friends, originally so close they shared pants, but later fell out over a girl. Upon hearing such gossip, the curly-haired Lucas became immensely intrigued. What? Is that true? They fought over a girl? How thrilling. What is so thrilling about it? It's just a girl. I've done it too, Ryu proudly claimed, only to receive scornful glares from his three teammates. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, feeling wronged. It's not illegal to boast. Seriously. If you can't do it, can't I just think about it? The three teammates looked at him with even greater disdain. Are you? Forget it, the great doctor is magnanimous. Ru, the social anxiety patient. He quickly diverted the topic back. At first, I didn't believe it either, but now look, just look at them. He pointed with his chin at the two, who were currently poised to clash over selecting a mech, jostling each other. Bo and the others simultaneously felt that the rumor was likely, perhaps definitely, true. However, at that moment, rather than gossip, they were more concerned with whether these two would actually come to blows. Although Ryu's nature was such that deep down, he was fervently shouting, "Fight! Fight! Stop cowering and fight!" On the surface, he maintained a facade of camaraderie, nibbling on his fingers while blinking innocently. What if they really do fight? Will Instructor Zhou be able to win? I mean, will he be utterly overpowered? Bo replied, "Surely not." But Monica interjected, "After all, there are regulations in the military. Fighting among colleagues is prohibited, but it doesn't say anything about using mechs for friendly exchanges. Moreover, this is a mech training facility. If they insist on sparring, even if one side ends up being thoroughly beaten, the military shouldn't be able to categorize it as a violation, since it's merely a voluntary sparring session. Not a fight. At this moment, the curly-haired one nodded in agreement. Exactly, more importantly, as long as the mechs aren't armed with guns or cannons, roughhousing might cause some discomfort, but it shouldn't lead to fatal injuries. Simply put, unless it results in death or serious harm, if they fight, they fight. The one who gets beaten can only swallow their pride. Bo. This sounded rather ominous. Most crucially, the root of their conflict lay in her. It was her insistence on following Instructor Zhou that led to this unforeseen disaster. Should he be subjected to a severe beating? A flicker of guilt arose within Bo, yet she quickly reasoned that since they were both instructors, if Instructor Zhou truly fell short compared to Instructor Long, then he indeed deserved a thorough thrashing. One cannot expect to excel without enduring hardship. Thus, Bo swiftly reassured herself and resolutely prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. As a result, she heard Instructor Long proclaim loudly to Instructor Zhou, "I won't use the DR mech. Let us engage in a match. No, 2 matches. First, we shall operate the mechs manually, and afterward, we will utilize the sensory mechs." Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou, who had appeared in different moments before, suddenly changed his demeanor. He chuckled. "Without the DR mech, there's no need for a contest. You cannot defeat me. How audacious. His words prompted the four young ones to silently chastise him. Lu Yu. Oh dear. While I have aspirations of overcoming the odds, I can only imagine myself crushing an S rank, yet Instructor Zhou dares to claim that Instructor Long cannot best him? An A rank directly challenging an SS rank? Instructor Zhou previously remarked on our reckless bravado, but now, who truly embodies the reckless audacity? Oh, is this what they mean by not being of the same family and not entering the same class? It is precisely because we are such audacious students that we are guided by an equally unruly instructor? Only Lucas, being a data-driven individual, offered a candid perspective. This is not certain. Although Instructor Zhou is a basic training instructor with only an A-grade mental capacity, he can operate both manual and sensory mechs without relying on mental power. Therefore, under these conditions, it is indeed possible for Instructor Long to be outmatched. Albeit the probability is somewhat low. However, low does not equate to impossible, does it? Monica interjected. If Instructor Long were not ranked first in the military academy, and our Instructor Zhou ranked 11th, I might genuinely consider your analysis. But as it stands, Chapter 52. Without further ado, they engaged in combat. Lucas had witnessed this ranking before, hence he fell silent. Then, the curly-haired one suddenly produced a cross from her pocket, raised it against her chest, and made the sign of the cross towards Instructor Zhou. Amen. Bo was taken aback. Could it be true? Do they believe in God on star 308? Are there also believers in Eastern deities, such as the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of True Martial, or the Celestial Master of the Profound and Yellow? As Bo's mind spiraled through various thoughts, the two instructors, who had been on the brink of confrontation, had already selected their respective mechs and prepared for battle. The four young onlookers stood by, filled with anticipation, excitement, and concern. However, they soon discovered that one should not judge by appearances. For instance, they had long assumed Instructor Zhou was merely an average male. Yet when faced with Long Yi, he unwittingly transformed into a sharp-tongued critic. Nevertheless, today, his actions were not driven by impulse. Firstly, he and Long Yi had been childhood friends, having been in the same grade, same class, and even sharing a desk since elementary school. He referred to this connection as a fateful bond. Ultimately, this bond persisted through high school, during which an unfortunate incident caused them to drift apart. But fate had a peculiar way of reuniting enemies. Upon arriving at the military academy, they found themselves classmates once more, although Instructor Zhou's mental capacity was only rated A, while Instructor Long's was SS. Thus, they were thankfully not assigned to the same class. Later, Instructor Zhou, feeling disheartened by his inadequate mental capacity, concluded that even if he entered the battlefield, he would likely serve as a mere foot soldier, devoid of opportunities to shine. Consequently, he opted to remain as an instructor, unaware that SS-ranked Long Yi would also choose to stay on staff. Was he out of his mind? This was Zhou's initial thought, until he later discovered that Long Yi's inability to engage in combat stemmed from an injury, causing all his animosity to dissipate. After all, having known one another since childhood, he was confident that he understood Long Yi better than anyone else. While Long Yi was indeed sharp-tongued, arrogant, and contemptuous, he was also deeply sentimental and would not go to extremes against those he cared for. Although their relationship had soured, both were instructors at the military academy. And it was this shared affiliation that emboldened Zhou to intentionally provoke Long Yi into combat. Having promised to impart knowledge to the four young ones, he could not afford to withhold his true capabilities. However, showcasing one's prowess alone is insufficient. One must seek an equally formidable opponent. Thus, Long Yi, this towering simpleton, had conveniently presented himself. How could Zhou not take advantage of this opportunity? Despite Zhou's seemingly naive appearance, he possessed an astute mind. Subsequently, the cunning instructor casually selected the most basic training mech, a manual type. Long Yi, being impulsive, without hesitation, chose an identical model. His intent was clear. If he were to defeat Instructor Zhou, it would be meaningless without a superior mech, and so, they engaged in combat. Indeed, without further ado, they began to fight. The four young ones remained bewildered by the unfolding situation, only to witness the two instructors exchanging blows in the training arena for several rounds. Truly, as instructors, their movements were swift and decisive, exuding both elegance and strength. Despite operating mechs, their fluidity mirrored that of their own bodies, allowing them to maneuver with ease. They grew earnest, and both became equally engrossed. As a denizen of Earth, this was her first opportunity to witness a mech duel in the stars, and her habitual enthusiasm surged. Her soft, beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed with an alarming intensity, akin to two flames igniting within them. Beside her, Liu Yu was vocalizing his excitement, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating, absolutely breathtaking. Witnessing this live is simply intoxicating." Though he was rather loud, Bo remained completely unfazed. Her attention was wholly absorbed by the relentless clash of the two mechs, feeling as though she were watching two martial masters duel in a wuxia film. This description is not an exaggeration. Since the training was a sparring session, neither instructor's mech was equipped with firearms. They engaged in close-quarters combat, utilizing mechanical blades and steel fists at most. Yet, it was precisely this kind of battle that appeared most thrilling and exhilarating, possessing a certain violent beauty. Moreover, contrary to the expectations of the four young ones, Instructor Zhou did not boast. His control of the manual mech was indeed far superior to that of Instructor Long. Even when overwhelmed by the latter's vastly superior mental prowess, he often found himself in a position of passive defense. Yet, even in such a state, he managed to extract value from the punishment. Instructor Zhou's maneuvers can be succinctly characterized by one word: steady. He moved with the precision of a supercomputer-calibrated robot, executing each action and angle flawlessly. Even amidst the onslaught, he would deftly evade and counterattack with a sudden strike or kick. The sensation was akin to a dull blade slicing through flesh, forcing Long Yi and the opposing mech to roar in frustration. "Stay still, Zhou Rue. If you're so bold, don't evade," Instructor Zhou retorted. "I'm not foolish enough to stand still and take your hits. Do you think I would willingly offer myself as a target?" As he exchanged barbs with his opponent, he swiftly reacted. Meanwhile, both began to discern the underlying techniques. It was evident that Instructor Zhou was a devoted aficionado of traditional martial arts. His movements while controlling the mech were distinctly martial in nature. Star 308. Few were acquainted with martial arts, let alone proficient in its application. Thus, despite Instructor Long's overwhelming superiority in both mental capacity and physical prowess, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand in the ensuing hundreds of exchanges. Ultimately, in the first bout, Instructor Long astonishingly lost. Though Instructor Zhou's victory was hard-fought, he emerged triumphant, unwilling to accept defeat. Instructor Long switched from the manual mech to the sensory mech. The principle behind sensory mechs is rather straightforward. When the operator enters the cockpit, the neural interface within the mech's helmet connects with the driver's neural pathways. The higher the compatibility of the neural connection, the closer the control of the mech resembles that of one's own body. Upon achieving 100 compatibility, maneuvering the mech feels indistinguishable from controlling one's own body. Thoughts can be transmitted through the neural interface, enabling the mech to act according to the operator's desires. As previously mentioned, Instructor Zhou is a martial arts enthusiast. Thus, while he excelled with the manual mech, he maneuvered the sensory mech with unparalleled finesse. As he himself stated, regardless of tiers, he truly belonged to the elite ranks. Chapter 53. "Let me down, you bastard, sleek." The sensation of Zhou's control over the sensory mech can only be encapsulated by these two words. It was stunning, it was extraordinary, leaving the four young ones in awe, their scalps tingling, gasping and screaming in delight. Especially when he executed a final, impressive flying kick that sent Instructor Long's mech hurtling away, then leaping into the air to deliver a crushing blow to Long Yi's mech's abdomen, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The four young ones were utterly exhilarated. Liu leaped and shouted, roaring, "Majestic, majestic! Zhou Rue is magnificent! Majestic, majestic! Zhou Rue is magnificent!" Once this lad gets excited, he becomes utterly indiscreet. However, at this moment, Instructor Zhou is in high spirits and does not mind his minor transgressions. He opens the mech cockpit and leaps out, drenched in sweat, his face beaming with the foolish glee of a giant standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Zhou, with a childlike exuberance, approaches another mech, taps on its cockpit with a boastful tone. "Why so morose, Instructor Long? Come out and chat." Yet, Instructor Long seems to have retreated into a shell, stubbornly refusing to emerge, maintaining an eerie silence. It is well known that Long's typically boisterous personality, in such a state of withdrawal, signifies a deeply troubled mood. Despite their estrangement, Zhou still feels a pang of sympathy. "Oh, come on, don't be like this. Look on the bright side. There's no way I could ever compete with you in the DR mechs. Yet you insist on sparring with me using these two types. Are you out of your mind?" Although he intended to console, his words dripped with mockery. The four youngsters were left utterly speechless. They genuinely feared that Instructor Long might vomit blood from the inside out after Zhou's remarks. Nonetheless, Long evidently was not so fragile. At last, the cockpit door creaked open, revealing his pallid visage as he slowly emerged. Though the ground was not far below, he stumbled as he stepped down, nearly losing his balance. Zhou, quick to react, caught him. What's wrong? Having a fit? Longy shook his head in silence, but his complexion was indeed alarming. Upon seeing this, Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he enveloped Long in a tight embrace. Thankfully, this act of support prevented Long from slipping and collapsing onto the ground. It was increasingly evident that something was amiss, prompting Zhou to forego further jesting and anxiously inquire, "Are you really all right?" Though this question was redundant, as it was clear he was not well, Long's face was growing increasingly pale, and a dark hue was surfacing on his forehead. He struggled to speak, gasping for breath. After uttering something unintelligible, Zhou immediately responded, "All right, I'll take you to the infirmary at once." However, mid-sentence, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Bo, caught off guard by his intense stare. Bo was left utterly perplexed, unable to decipher his intent. Zhou suddenly swept Long into a bridal carry and strode purposefully toward Bo. A princess carry. The four youngsters were left astounded. Longy was equally astonished. But after a moment of shock, his face flushed crimson, and he struggled in Zhou's arms, shouting, "Let me go, you idiot!" His protest sounded almost feline, yet he continued to squirm. Zhou rolled his eyes, his grip firm as iron. Refusing to release him, with his lofty stature and swift strides, he quickly reached Bo's side. Zhou then regarded Bo with utmost seriousness, stating, "He is suffering from severe aftereffects of mental strain. When it flares up, he ends up in this ghastly state. Bo, you've treated Li Xiaoya's injuries. Surely you can help him as well." In his moment of desperation, Zhou inadvertently let slip his words. However, the instant he spoke, the training room fell into a hushed silence. Longy was so astounded that he ceased to struggle, while the other three gaped in disbelief, staring at Bo as if she were a specter. What on earth? Not only does she possess an SSS level of mental prowess, but she can also heal mental injuries. Surprisingly, Bo indeed had the capability to heal. Furthermore, her compatibility with Li Xiaoya was an astounding 100. Naturally, this was a military secret and could not be disclosed to anyone. Yet, Long's condition was evidently a matter of mental injury, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, exceptional mech warriors like him, who remained behind the lines rather than on the battlefield, must have their reasons. Initially, she had thought his foul temperament was the cause of his abandonment here, but now it appeared that his injuries were the true reason. Although Bo harbored a slight bias against Instructor Long, it did not impede her willingness to extend her assistance. Bo replied, "I can only say I'll give it a try, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." That was more than satisfactory. Hearing her response, Zhou gently set Long down on the floor, advising him, "Cooperate. Whether you can return to the battlefield may depend on this moment." Deep within, Long genuinely felt the urge to resist. He wanted to question how this little girl could possibly heal him. After all, even the strongest healer in the Alliance, Bill Nyson, had declared his case hopeless. Yet, just as such defeatist thoughts began to bubble to the surface, he recalled that it was his earlier disdain for Bo that had led to so many troubles. But could she truly succeed? Despite his lingering skepticism, he nodded in compliance. "What do you think? Do I not value my own body?" He yearned to return to the battlefield. Even if the chance was a mere 1 in 10,000, he did not wish to let it slip away. However, Zhou countered sharply, "You don't know a damn thing. If you truly valued yourself, you wouldn't have ended up in such a state all those years ago." Mentioning the past, Zhou's face darkened considerably. He wished to say more, but upon meeting Zhou's steely gaze, he ultimately fell silent. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his wrist. Looking down, he saw Bo extending 3 fingers, pressing against his left wrist, taking his pulse. Of course, there was no traditional Chinese medicine on star 308. So long he was oblivious to her actions, only aware that her method of treatment was unlike any other mental healers he had encountered. Yet, unexpectedly, as Bo's fingers made contact with his pulse point, he felt a cold, water-like sensation gradually infiltrating his body from that spot, coursing through his meridians, until it surged to the crown of his head. Ultimately, the throbbing headache that plagued him vanished entirely. Chapter 54. It would be better to let him die with his eyes closed. Bo quietly sensed the chaotic energy swirling within Long's body, which could not merely be classified as energy. It was a torrent of mental turbulence resulting from the obstruction of his mental power. It was an indescribable sensation, and to convey it in the most straightforward terms, It was unlike the tranquil yet tumultuous sea she had observed in Li Xiaoya. Instead, Long Yi's mental sea was engulfed in darkness, save for a solitary point of white at its center. She surmised that it must be the white lion she had seen earlier. Her intuition proved correct. It was indeed that very white lion. However, upon closer inspection, the creature appeared nothing like the fierce and formidable being she had previously encountered. Rather, it was gaunt and on the brink of death, its body covered in grotesque, vein-like black tendrils that seemed to siphon its vitality. Frankly, the sight was rather repulsive. Nevertheless, Bo resolutely approached the ailing white lion. As she drew nearer, the lion's eyes flickered momentarily, its mouth opening slightly, as if to reveal its fearsome fangs. Yet, in an instant, it slumped back down in weakness. Its body was ensnared by those repulsive black tendrils, visibly draining its energy, which explained its increasingly frail state. Bo narrowed her eyes, beginning to scrutinize those vein-like tendrils. They were alive, and with each bit of energy they siphoned from the white lion, they grew longer. Initially, these repugnant tendrils had ensnared only the lion's limbs, but now, its entire body seemed to be ensnared. What on earth were these things? How utterly revolting. Bo had no knowledge of them. So she hurriedly accessed the original host's memories, hoping to unearth any relevant information. Regrettably, after sifting through memories for an extended period, she found nothing of significance. Instead, she recalled the information Li Xiaoya had shared with her regarding mental pollution during her treatment of him. Though mentalists are powerful, they are not without vulnerabilities. Their exceptionally active mental power makes them susceptible to mental pollution when they enter contaminated zones, particularly during the slaying of aberrations. If one sustains an injury, the moment blood is shed, pollution ensues. Once the degree of pollution reaches a certain threshold, mentalists may succumb to mental instability and enter a state of rampage, akin to Li Xiaoya's previous condition. Naturally, his mental prowess was high, resulting in a more severe predicament. Most individuals do not reach such a perilous state. Moreover, if the pollution is merely mild, it is manageable. As long as one avoids missions and allows time for self-recovery, it can be alleviated. However, if one continues to operate in a polluted state and remains in contaminated zones, the situation will only deteriorate. Ultimately, this leads to loss of control and rampage. Thus, while mentalists stand as the military's most formidable human weapons, they simultaneously represent the most dangerous ticking time bombs. For this reason, the military has cultivated elite medical teams to conduct compulsory mental instability assessments and purifications based on the degree of pollution and compatibility with healers. In terms of controlling the likelihood of rampage or losing control, logically speaking, as an SS-level instructor, Long Yi should have merely a 1 chance of rampage while within the safety zone, far from the battlefield and contamination area. Yet, astonishingly, he has encountered that very one. However, prior to her entrance, Instructor Zhou had mentioned that Long Yi's condition involved damage to his mental faculties. Yet, upon glimpsing those densely packed, pulsating entities resembling blood vessels, both pondered how any of this could appear damaged. This was evidently a case of parasitism by some aberrant entity. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. After all, in the film she had watched, any living being, human or otherwise, that fell victim to parasitism invariably met a ghastly fate. Bo inhaled deeply, contemplating whether the removal of those black entities would restore Long Yi to health. It was not surprising that Bo's thoughts were rather simplistic and blunt. Aside from her experience with Xiaoya, she had never treated anyone else. When she had helped that individual, their mental synergy had reached 100, allowing her to heal him almost instinctively. Yet, the mental compatibility with Long Yi was evidently not as high, rendering such automatic methods ineffective. Thus, with no prior experience, she was utterly at a loss regarding how to address this situation. Bo extended her hand, ready to take action, when a sudden thought struck her. She opened her eyes wide and directly inquired of Long Yi, "Instructor Long, have you previously undergone mental therapy?" Wasn't that a rhetorical question? As soon as Long Yi spoke, Instructor Zhou smacked him. "Speak properly. Don't hit my head. It hurts," Long Yi exclaimed, prompting Zhou's hand to retract, though his verbal reprimands persisted. "Behave yourself. Can't you be a bit more obedient? Are you 3 years old? Shut up. I don't want to talk to you," Long Yi retorted, pushing Zhou away. Yet, he heeded some of the advice, suppressing his irritation and patiently saying, "Just say what you want directly. Don't beat around the bush." Bo continued. "Did your previous healer mention that there were entities growing in your mental sea? Like numerous weeds?" Long Yi looked utterly bewildered. "What?" Bo's expression remained placid as she calmly elaborated. "I may not have described it accurately, but what I observed were black, pulsating entities resembling cracks or capillaries. These things are growing rampantly in your mental sea, ensnaring your little white lion. Her revelation not only stunned Longy but also left the others with expressions that were thought-provoking. Bo, unaware of their musings, candidly added, "To be frank, aside from Li Xiaoya, I have not treated anyone else, so I possess no experience in treating mental damage and have no idea how to handle this situation. Therefore, what did your previous healer tell you? Did they mention how to eliminate these entities? Or would removing them restore your health?" Upon hearing her unvarnished truth, Longy felt momentarily breathless. Truly, at that instant, he yearned to rise and leave, but upon attempting to do so, he found himself unable to move. The only option was for Zhou Rui to continue carrying him like a princess. Damn it. He would rather die. Chapter 55. The fearless young bull with a flushed face, Longy awkwardly confessed, "I don't know what those black cracks or blood vessels you speak of are. However, Bill Neeson once showed me and said my condition was due to injury leading to instability in my mental sea, which had been invaded and contaminated. He insisted that the contamination must be eradicated, and my mental sea thoroughly purified for me to recover." Bo inquired. "Has he purified you?" "Yes." Longy reluctantly recounted a past he wished to forget, all for the mere chance of healing, even if it was only a minuscule fraction. However, his compatibility with my mental state was merely 10, so the treatment effect was similarly limited. Nevertheless, after undergoing his treatment, I did feel an improvement compared to before. I used to be in this half-alive state daily, but now I experience episodes once a month. When I'm not in a state of crisis, everything seems normal, but once an episode strikes, I must lie in the medical chamber for a week. After sharing this, he sighed heavily. Gathering his resolve as if resigned to his fate, he blushed and shouted at Zhou Rui, "You should just take me to the infirmary." Instructor Zhou was about to persuade him, but Bo interjected, "I can give it a try, but you need to instruct me on how to proceed." "How would I know how to do it?" Longy nearly lost it. Realizing he had foolishly hoped that a fresh military academy student could save him, he struggled to stand, disregarding Zhou's offer of support. "I'm a combat type, not a healing type, and if I knew how to save myself, would I even need your help? But I'm not a healing type either. I am a special type." Upon hearing this, Longy's expression darkened, and he laughed bitterly. "I was too naive to harbor unrealistic hopes. Forget it. I'll just go lie in the medical chamber. What if I directly uproot those weeds? Would you dare let me try?" Boha's determination was palpable, her gaze resolute. She wasn't recklessly experimenting. She genuinely wished to help on Earth. She had many colleagues, all exceptionally talented. Some, like her, had perished on missions, while others, though alive, had sustained grave injuries and could never return to their former roles. Longy's plight resonated with her deeply. In the past, she had been powerless to assist, lacking knowledge on how to help, but now she possessed an unprecedented power that could potentially aid him. "Why not give it a shot?" Bo stated. "I believe that if a field is overrun with weeds, or crops are infested with pests, or if cancer cells emerge, the solution is to eradicate them. However, the process of eradication will undoubtedly inflict some damage on your body. So, are you willing to bear that consequence?" Longy retorted. "You just said you have no experience treating others, so you want to use me as a test subject?" Bo replied. "Indeed." Her expression was that of a fearless young bull. "Since no one else can cure you, we might as well treat you like a dead horse being used as a live one. Either we find a way to heal you, or you'll spend your life working to pay for the medical chamber." "You?" Longy was infuriated by her words, his nostrils flaring with indignation, while Zhou Rui awkwardly pulled her aside, advising, "Come on, don't be so blunt. Can't you phrase it more tactfully?" Instructor Long didn't need subtleties. He craved the truth. Bo, in the midst of her explanation, suddenly remembered something and asked, "Does anyone have a pen? I need to borrow one." Although unsure of her sudden need, Lucas quickly produced a pen for her, even providing a piece of paper. Bo regarded him with appreciation, then, relying on her memory, swiftly began to sketch and jot down notes on the paper. Minutes later, she presented her drawing to everyone. "Do you see? This is the situation in your mental sea, dark and foreboding." As everyone leaned in to examine her work, they were left dumbfounded. "Good heavens! Are you an artist of the soul? With this, who could discern anything beyond sheer darkness?" Ryu couldn't help but mock her audacity. Both glanced at her creation, feeling it wasn't so abstract after all. She pointed to the center. "Look, right here. There's a small white lion, surrounded by black, covered in cracks. I think it resembles the reality quite well." The others could only avert their gazes in disbelief. Finally, It was Monica who suggested. How about we simulate a city scenario? You enter my mental sea, share your perceptions with me, and I will help you illustrate it. I can draw, Bo exclaimed. What a brilliant idea, Monica. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also a genius. Suddenly praised so directly, Monica's cheeks flushed. Without hesitation, Bo seized her hand. Then let us not waste any time. Let us get started. However, as she finished speaking, she casually brushed her hand across Monica's wrist. Wow. Your hands are so soft. Had she not been a girl, it would have surely been considered harassment. Monica's face reddened further, but soon she began to visualize the imagery Bo conveyed within her mind. In an instant, Monica felt a shiver run through her, followed by a surge of cold sweat. Afterward, with a pale face, she took the pen and, utilizing her almost 3D printing level artistry, swiftly sketched everything Bo had seen. Half an hour later, everyone witnessed the horrifying reality within Long Yi's mental sea. The indescribable sensation was akin to a hell on earth, and at the center of the abyssal darkness lay a pitiful, emaciated white lion, clinging to life. Upon merely glimpsing the white lion, Long Yi pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath. Only Bo remained the most composed, having already witnessed the raw scene. Now, observing the illustration left her entirely unfazed. She was still thoughtfully evaluating. Monica, your painting is truly remarkable. Just like this, exactly the same. What I observe is precisely this situation. And those black things, resembling weeds. What if I were to pull them all out or cut them down entirely? What do you think? Will Instructor Long be all right? A profound silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to speak. Instructor Zhou's face was as pale as paper, seemingly more apprehensive than Instructor Long, unable to meet the gaze of that hellish mental sea. Eventually, it was he who faltered first, saying, Forget it. Let's not try. I feel it's unsafe. What if something goes wrong? Mint cannot bear such responsibility. Chapter 56. Oh no. Instructor Long is experiencing a moment of clarity. Let her give it a try. In contrast to Instructor Zhou's trepidation, Instructor Long displayed a resolute determination. Rather than clinging to this S-level body, which was, in reality, a mere shadow of its former self, it would be better to risk everything for a chance at rebirth. If successful, I might truly regain my former state. If not, the worst outcome would simply be becoming an ordinary person devoid of mental power, nothing more. Instructor Zhou exclaimed, What do you mean, nothing? You are SS level. If you lose your mental power, how will you survive? Instructor Zhou was even more agitated than anticipated, while the other three could only remain silent. Mint could somewhat comprehend his feelings. After all, for individuals like them, the pain inflicted upon oneself differs greatly from that inflicted upon someone important. Mint had previously thought this way, so she understood, but it was precisely this understanding that led her to confront the challenge head-on. Ignoring Instructor Zhou's outburst, Mint gazed steadily at Instructor Long. Instructor, I feel I can manifest at least 3 elements within your mental sea: water, ice, and metal. Which of these would be most effective for weeding? Then let us use a knife. Did you not single-handedly slay a B-level anomaly? I heard you used a knife. Thus, with your masterful blade skills, let us eradicate those weeds at their roots. All right. Mint nodded. And without hesitation, she raised her hand once more, resting it upon Instructor Long's wrist, feeling his faint pulse as she slowly closed her eyes. In that moment of descending into darkness, she effortlessly infiltrated his mental sea. Following the rhythm of his heartbeat, the center of that pitch-black mental realm, the almost lifeless white lion struggled to open its eyes for a fleeting glance at her, but upon recognizing her, it immediately lay back down, appearing utterly dejected, as if resigned to her whims. Mint stepped forward, finally standing before the white lion. She noticed that the black, crack-like tendrils surrounding it increasingly resembled living, pulsating veins. Those veins throbbed rhythmically, akin to black worms crawling. The description was somewhat repulsive, but Mint saw it as such. However, if these were indeed veins, did that imply they were alive? A thought struck her, and the twin blades she had previously wielded in the simulated city suddenly materialized in her hands. Wow, I can actually do this. In the realm of the mental sea, each individual is their own god, capable of manifesting whatever they can conceive. With a swift motion, she tested the feel of the blades. Excellent, exhilarating. At that moment, Mint's expression shifted dramatically. Her killing intent revealed as she swung the blades mercilessly toward the vast expanse of black veins. Wherever the blade passed, the black veins were severed at the root. As the upper ends of the veins were cut, they shriveled into powder due to the loss of sustenance, while the lower ends spewed forth a black, blood-like substance. Initially liquid, this substance hardened upon contact with air, transforming into a dense, tangled mass of vein-like structures. They would split into countless branches, growing wildly and frantically. Mint's speed was astonishing. She was renowned for her swift blade work on Earth, and upon arriving at Planet 308, her S-level mental power had amplified her speed nearly tenfold. Thus, her strikes were as rapid as flashes of lightning, leaving no branch unscathed. Yet, despite her efforts, cutting one area only allowed another to sprout, and the more she cut, the more they multiplied and thickened. Indeed, using a knife was futile. Mint promptly abandoned the blades, twirling her hands to dissipate the manifested swords into the dark mental sea. Then, with a gentle snap of her fingers, instantly, a small water sphere coalesced at the tip of her translucent fingers. With a deft flick, it shot toward one of the severed veins. However, while the water sphere's attack caused the tendrils to recoil momentarily, it also nourished the surrounding black filaments, prompting them to grow rapidly once more. Oh no, these creatures appear undeterred by water. With only one last opportunity remaining, Mint contemplated briefly before opening her palm, quickly forming another small droplet of water. However, this droplet rolled in her palm and gradually crystallized into ice. As the water transformed into an ice bead, a sudden chill enveloped the AI in the blink of an eye. Her entire right hand was adorned with snow-white frost, and she couldn't help but silently whistle at her own imaginative prowess yet. Without hesitation, she raised her right hand, aiming directly at the little white lion, which was nearly submerged in black parasitic tendrils. Suddenly, she bent her fingers sharply into a fist, causing all the moisture in the air to freeze instantly. The icy chill seemed infectious, spreading from point to area, transforming grains into frost flowers, swiftly engulfing Long Yi's entire mental sea. The black veins on the white lion, too, began to sprout white frost flowers. As if by her mere thought, the icy blossoms instantly flourished throughout this dark mental realm. However, lacking experience in this domain, she inadvertently overdid it. Mint looked up and exclaimed, "Oh no, the little white lion has been frozen too. What if Instructor Long also?" Terrified, she quickly opened her eyes. Sure enough, in reality, Long Yi was also gradually encased in frost. This frightened Mint greatly, and she promptly snapped her fingers once more, with a sharp crack. The frost surrounding Instructor Long ceased to crystallize, and his previously frozen lips finally regained a hint of color. "Instructor, how do you feel?" Long Yi exhaled, and his breath appeared as white mist. He trembled all over, forcing out 3 words through gritted teeth. "Not too good." Mint's heart sank. Oh no, what was meant to be a remedy has turned into a calamity. She might have worsened his condition. Yet, simultaneously, she noticed that the dark mass on Long Yi's forehead was visibly dissipating. In an instant, she felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be a moment of clarity? Chapter 57. Zhou, perish. Instructor Long, of course, was unaware of his good student's thoughts. He shook his head in confusion, feeling somewhat lost yet trying to ascertain something. But soon, he confirmed, "My head no longer aches, and my body feels less uncomfortable, though I am a bit cold." "Cold, you say?" Mint chuckled nervously but still honestly replied, It might be because I completely froze your mental acidity." That Long Yi's eyes, which had previously held a hint of mirth, widened in shock. Mint awkwardly continued, "I discovered that severing those veins with a knife only made them regrow and multiply. So I attempted to drown them with water. However, that yielded no results, so ultimately, I froze them and your little lion as well." Silence. No one spoke. The training room was filled only with a few scattered breaths and the sound of Mint awkwardly scraping her shoe with her toe. Instructor Long was at a loss for words, he thought. Perhaps it's best to let the universe explode with this news. After all, his mental sea was already encased in ice, however, still unwilling to give up. He stubbornly closed his eyes once more, slowly beginning to sense the state of his mental sea. Then, he found himself in an endless expanse of ice and snow. Contrary to his expectations, his mental sea was now tranquil, devoid of the suffocating darkness, replaced instead by pure, pristine whiteness. Suddenly, he heard a faint heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Long Yi followed the sound of the heartbeat and, amidst the icy landscape, found his little white lion. It was completely frozen, resembling an ice sculpture. Yet, its chest continued to rise and fall, unaffected by the icy surroundings. Long Yi's eyes filled with tears. He realized that Mint had succeeded, and he too had reborn. Meanwhile, Those observing from outside saw Instructor Long, eyes closed, resembling an actor as his expression underwent a myriad of transformations. At times, his expression resembled surprise. At others, it conveyed confusion, joy, and at yet other moments, a sense of utter bewilderment. Ultimately, he was reduced to tears. Despite having his eyes firmly shut, warm tears cascaded down his cheeks, and while others might shed tears in a delicate stream, his flowed in torrents, alarming Instructor Zhou to no end. What has happened to him? With this inquiry from Instructor Zhou, the emotionally overwhelmed Long Yi finally opened his eyes. Without a moment to wipe away the traces of tears on his face, he uttered his first words, "Thank you. I might truly be better now, but when will the little white lion be thawed?" Bo suddenly broke into a cold sweat, because she too was at a loss. It was her first time administering treatment, and he had essentially turned Long Yi into a test subject. Now that the experiment had seemingly succeeded, the little white lion remained frozen. "To thaw it," Bo suggested. "How about you contact Bill Neeson again? He must know how to thaw it." Long Yi fell silent once more, however. Despite his outwardly frail appearance, he could distinctly feel the steady heartbeat of the little white lion. There was a sense that it was in the process of self-repair. Perhaps, once it had fully healed, the ice would naturally melt away. With this thought in mind, Instructor Long made a bold decision. "Let us not thaw it just yet. We have no idea what those unknown entities are capable of. If we thaw them and they spring back to life, what then? It's better to keep them frozen for a while longer. At least for a week or so. Why then, if I'm certain my body is fine? I'll attempt to thaw it and see." Bo immediately exclaimed, "Instructor, you are brilliant." Following her declaration, she exaggeratedly clapped her hands. Amidst the applause, the other three little ones turned their heads away in embarrassment. Only Long Yi, who had just unlocked a new skill with Bo, extended another invitation. "I was wrong before. Please come back and be my student." Letting go of his pride, Long Yi resolved that as long as he could bring Bo back as his student, he would willingly abstain from meat for 3 days. But Bo retorted, "But you can't even defeat Instructor Zhou." That hit hard, my friend. He had never encountered such a sharp-tongued girl. The normally reticent Long Yi, who had little interest in relationships, found himself thinking that if all girls were like Bo, he might have to turn to men. Yet, he refused to lose hope. "The Dr. Mech cannot surpass me. I assure you, if you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Although I can't demonstrate it for you today, I swear on my reputation that I am the top operator of the Dr. Mech. You should be able to see my score on the leaderboard, which is the entire Alliance's leaderboard and cannot be falsified, you know," Bo replied, "but your mental strength has yet to recover. And whether it will recover fully in the future remains uncertain, right? So, I'm not in a hurry to make a decision. At least, we should wait until you are sure you've recovered before discussing this." That cut deep, my friend. Once again, she landed a heavy blow. Moreover, after her statement, Bo added another jab. "Forgive my bluntness, Instructor Long, but I am merely a novice medical practitioner. It is already quite a feat for me to help you remove those ailments. Whether I can completely eradicate them after having frozen you is equally likely to cause further harm. So, is it possible that when the little white lion awakens from the depths of your mind, the contamination may be cleared, but your mental capacity could be downgraded? Ugh, you crow, can't you wish me some good fortune instead?" Instructor Long brandished his fist, threatening Bo with a gesture that seemed to say, "Shut your mouth, you wretched girl. Impossible. I know my body well. The little white lion is fine. It is merely drained of energy due to those entities and is currently undergoing self-repair. It's akin to hibernation. Do you understand?" Bo replied, "Not really." Instructor Long was nearly driven to his wits' end, but Bo's words did serve as a reminder. Better safe than sorry. Thus, he said, "Well then, I'll just spend another week in the medical pod, storing nutrients for my little lion." The moment he mentioned this, everyone suddenly remembered that they were supposed to take him to the infirmary. Instructor Zhou immediately moved to pick him up again. Seeing that motion, Long Yi swiftly swung his fist. "Zhou, dare you try to carry me?" Instructor Zhou grinned, having taken a hit, but laughed mischievously. "Let us see," then, disregarding Long Yi's frantic struggles, he hoisted him up in a princess carry. Not only that, he jovially turned to the other three little ones and said, "Why are you all just standing there? Take photos, record videos. This is all material. Once he truly recovers, you'll never witness such a splendid scene again." Oh dear! This reminder prompted not just Lu Yao, but even Bo to whip out her terminal, capturing the interaction between the two instructors. As the four little ones gleefully recorded the spectacle, Instructor Long faced the embarrassment of social death. He furiously tugged at Instructor Zhou's buzz cut. Zhou, you're dead to me. Chapter 58. While others rely on study, I rely on copy-pasting amidst the playful bickering. The two instructors, whose physical age was 30 but whose mental age felt more akin to 3 or 4, finally departed. However, as soon as they left, the 4 little ones suddenly realized a grave issue. Liu Yao exclaimed, "Weren't we here for the mech training class? We watched them fight twice, and now they've left. Who will teach us?" The others echoed his sentiment with silence. After a moment of suffocating quiet, Bo suggested, "We can self-study." Liu Yao, always quick to ignite, replied, "Don't joke around. Do you think this is a toy? Self-study?" Yet Bo countered, "Aside from me, don't you all have personal mechs? Surely you know how to operate them. Regardless, we don't intend to cause any major disturbances. We can just try moving our legs, waving our arms, jumping a bit, and throwing a few punches, right?" In truth, Bo also owned a mech. Moreover, it was a military-grade one, specifically for Li Xiaoya. But this was not the time for that. She couldn't even walk properly, let alone run. Let us focus on practicing the fundamentals first. With her suggestion, Liu Yao began to see the merit in it and contemplated seriously. Lucas chimed in, "I believe Instructor Zhou will return shortly, so we can wait a bit longer," Monica added. "But no one knows how long he'll be gone, so I think it would be wise to familiarize ourselves with the mechs before he comes back. What do you all think?" Both nodded in agreement. Liu Yao raised his hand. "Then I want to try the most basic DR training machine." Everyone wanted to try the DR mech, yet he had the audacity to call it basic. Nevertheless, Lucas and Monica had similar plans and didn't comment further. Only Bo deviated from the norm. She said, "I want to try the manual control mech first, but could someone explain the basic operations to me?" Liu Yao retorted, "Don't joke. Didn't you attend high school?" Bo lied without hesitation. "I was wholly focused on my academic courses back then. As you all know, the cultural scores at the Alliance Military Academy are quite high and difficult to achieve. Moreover, unlike you all, I couldn't afford a personal mech to practice at home." This reasoning was quite compelling. Although mechs are as ubiquitous in Star 308 as starships and terminals, they are indeed quite expensive, and ordinary families can hardly afford them. They all knew about Boha's situation, with only a sick mother raising her alone. Given those circumstances, let alone purchasing a personal mech, she had to borrow 50 star coins from Lucas just to buy a terminal. "Right? Let me teach you," Lucas offered. "While my mental strength is quite high, at SS level, my mech operation has always hovered around 60 to 70 points, barely passing the threshold. So whether or not I operate a mech is about the same. It's better for me to explain the basics to you while I review." With that, he began to navigate his terminal. Soon, he confidently pulled up a video. "Look," Bo protested. "Is this what you call explaining? You just showing me a video?" Lucas replied, "But this video is personally edited by me. Pay close attention. It's packed with valuable insights, unlike those watered-down experiences from other content creators." Hearing this, Bo finally started watching intently. To be fair, this kid had some skills. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a data genius. The video he edited, while appearing to be a standard lecture, cleverly omitted much of the unnecessary fluff and focused on crucial information that needed to be memorized or strengthened. For the average person, such a purely educational video might seem tedious, but was Bo just any average person? No, she was a unique individual, an Earthling, who, having never encountered mechs, was utterly captivated and eagerly absorbed every word. The video lasted a solid 30 minutes, but she watched it twice, albeit at 3 times speed. Finishing it in 20 minutes, Lucas stared at her in shock. "Watching it that fast, can you really remember everything?" Bo responded, "It's manageable. I think I'm ready to try my hand at it." Lucas felt uncertain about that. In merely 20 minutes, she had completed watching a video. Although he recognized that SSS-level psychics were indeed akin to monsters, wasn't Mint's ability primarily showcased through lethality? Wasn't it about tearing apart aberrations with bare hands? Could it be that memory was also influenced by SSS? While such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed, Lucas still found it unsettling. After all, this involved operating a mech. What if something went awry? He desperately wished to halt Mint, insisting that she should watch the video a few more times before embarking on her escapade. But was Mint the type to heed advice? Certainly not. Hence, Lucas could only bite his handkerchief, fervently hoping for Instructor Zhou's swift return. "Hurry back. If you don't return soon, something significant will transpire here." It seemed as if Mint could decipher his unspoken thoughts. As she casually patted his shoulder before selecting a mech, reassuring him, "Don't worry, my former friends used to call me the copy monster." "What? Copy monster?" Mint tapped her temple. I rely on copying and pasting while others depend on learning. I simply copy it into my brain. She was not boasting. Her memory had always been commendable even on Earth. The moniker copy monster was bestowed upon her by her comrades back then, though it wasn't as exaggerated as they claimed. Now, with her extraordinarily high SSS psychic ability, she could effortlessly copy information into her mind. For instance, the first time she fast-forwarded through the video, she was paying close attention. The second time was essentially just copying the video into her mental storage. Lucas, how could the disparity between individuals be so vast? He too possessed S-level abilities. Why couldn't he operate a mech properly? Why couldn't he copy the video? Woe is me. Subsequently, after much deliberation, Mint chose the most ordinary and dilapidated training mech. The primary concern was that this was her first encounter with a mech. If mishandled, she might break it and be unable to afford the repair costs. A rundown machine was inconsequential. Repairs would likely be inexpensive, allowing her to practice freely. However, from a theoretical standpoint, manual mechs were the simplest type. One merely had to sit in the cockpit, press the start button to activate the mech, and operate its movements through the screen, control sticks, and various buttons, as long as one possessed sufficient theoretical knowledge. Initiating the mech was not particularly challenging. The true challenge lay in the fluidity of operation, the degree of connection, and the compatibility with the operator's body. To draw a parallel from Earth, individuals prone to motion sickness would be ill-suited for piloting mechs. Regardless of the type. Chapter 59. A quick study, yet inept in practice. It is noteworthy that on Star 308, not only did the average lifespan exceed 200 years, but the overall physical constitution had also improved. For instance, the common occurrence of motion sickness on Earth was rare here. After all, the most prevalent mode of transportation on Star 308 was the Star Shuttle, which, compared to cars on Earth, was akin to riding a relatively smooth roller coaster. If one were to become nauseated on a shuttle, that would be quite the predicament. However, the mechanism behind motion sickness is inherently linked to vestibular function. When a person's bodily sensations are inconsistent with external stimuli during travel, the nervous system fails to adjust promptly, leading to symptoms of dizziness. On Earth, this condition could only be alleviated, not eradicated. Yet, the medical standards on Star 308 surpass those of contemporary Earth medicine, having effectively resolved this issue, seemingly through some form of gene repair technique. Mint had no way of knowing the specifics of this repair method, nor did she particularly care. All she needed to understand was that her current physical capabilities, with diligent practice, would surpass her former self on Earth. But of course, even on Star 308, there were individuals with particularly poor balance. Take, for instance, the curly-haired classmate frantically biting his handkerchief, despite possessing S-level psychic abilities. Lucas described his athletic prowess in 4 woeful words. One cannot express the difficulty. Thus, when he encountered Mint, who not only possessed an extraordinary level of psychic power but also exhibited an exceptional aptitude for learning, the blow to his ego was palpable. However, at that moment, Mint was too preoccupied to empathize with the distressed curly-haired boy. As a novice who had never piloted a mech, she was brimming with excitement. Currently, there were 3 types of mechs on Star 308: manual mechs, sensor mechs, and the DR series mechs. Within the DR category, there existed the top-tier Revelation combat mech. For instance, the mechs named Qingying, Hongguang, and Xiaolian that Mint and her classmates had first seen belonged to the elite TR series. All DR models required psychic power, colloquially known on Earth as controlled by thought. Consequently, the level of psychic ability directly influenced the combat effectiveness of DR mech pilots, with psychic level A being the minimum threshold. Those below level A, even if they possessed psychic abilities, could not pilot DR mechs. Although they might manage to activate a DR mech, the mismatch between the mech and the pilot's psychic energy could result in operational stuttering or delays. Imagine a mech warrior in the midst of battling a monstrous creature, thinking, charge, attack, strike down that giant beetle. Even if the mech was indeed engaged in charging, a sudden glitch while attacking could be catastrophic. In less than a second, the aberration could retaliate and defeat the warrior. The battlefield is no game. Such risks cannot be afforded. Therefore, DR mechs are typically reserved for high-stakes interstellar warfare or elite extermination missions. Fortunately, there are also sensor mechs. Compared to DR mechs, sensor mechs require a higher level of physical fitness as they transmit the pilot's 5 senses. What the mech sees is what the pilot sees. And what the pilot does is what the mech does. In this regard, sensor mechs can be considered a lower-tier version of DR mechs. Aside from these 2 types, the most basic is the manual mech, which can be understood in the simplest terms as akin to playing video games. Point 1 controls the mech's movements: forward, backward, jumping, or attacking, using a screen and various control sticks surrounding it. This type of mech does not impose stringent physical requirements but does demand a certain level of intelligence. To put it bluntly, those with slower cognitive processing would struggle to operate such a device. Upon entering the mech, they would be utterly flustered. This encapsulates Mint's current predicament. Of course, she would never admit to any cognitive shortcomings. Her struggle was solely due to being an absolute novice in mech operation. It was her very first time piloting one, a complete rookie. Naturally, when she activated her dilapidated mech, she stumbled and fell to her knees. Directly in front of Lucas, the curly-haired boy, startled, dropped his handkerchief. He rushed toward Mint's mech, anxiously exclaiming, "Mint, are you all right?" Mint, swaying slightly in the cockpit, shook her head to dispel the dizziness and replied loudly, "I'm fine. Step aside. I'll try again." She would never admit that she had accidentally pressed the wrong button. She intended to execute a graceful leap but ended up kneeling instead. Watching the video at triple speed seemed somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, Mint closed her eyes and mentally replayed the video multiple times, feeling it was insufficient after the 5th and 6th viewings, continuing until the 10th time. By then, confidence rekindled in her eyes, lowering her gaze. She meticulously checked the various indicator lights on the screen. Then, with her left hand gripping the joystick and her right hand on the control stick, she executed the sequence of movements she had mentally rehearsed numerous times with seamless precision. Suddenly, the heavy and worn mech she had chosen crouched and leaped into the air, performing a perfect 360-degree flip before landing steadily, with a thud, as Mint's mech came to a halt before the curly-haired boy. The handkerchief he had just bitten down on fell from his mouth for the second time. Goodness, that was astonishing. This sentiment was not expressed by the curly-haired boy, who was utterly stunned into silence. Instead, it came from Liu Yao, who was nearby, operating a DR mech and performing movements akin to a calisthenics routine. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off. It was just that the intricate maneuvers he had rehearsed in his mind were too flamboyant. With only a level psychic ability, when he conveyed those complex commands to his mech, it complied but executed movements entirely different from his intentions. Frustrated, he nearly struck the mech, while Mint had already dazzled everyone with her manual mech performance. Liu Yao immediately dropped to his knees, disregarding the fact that he was piloting the highest-tier mech in the training room, and without a shred of dignity, clung to Mint's dilapidated mech, pleading, "Teach me. Please, show me how to do that. I want to shine like you, Mint." "So, you've finally come to your senses and want to give the manual mech a try, huh? Liu Yao, well, perhaps I should reconsider." Chapter 60. The mech masterfully wields a great sword. After all, although he was inexperienced and had grand aspirations, he possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. Understanding that if one were to truly operate a manual control mech, it would merely be a matter of glancing and executing with one's fingers, only to find oneself utterly inept. It seems utterly impossible to replicate the suave and fluid movements akin to those of a master like Bo, unless one were to immerse oneself in practice countless times. Yet, the time required for such relentless practice would be better spent honing skills on a sensor-controlled mech. After all, he possesses a physique that is inherently robust. With relatively well-developed motor skills, consistently ranking among the top in combat classes. More importantly, Liu Yao is not particularly bright. Perhaps it would be wiser for him to refrain from subjecting himself to further humiliation with manual control mechs. Thus, he relinquished any notion of seeking assistance and dutifully returned to practicing his calisthenics. Consequently, when Instructor Zhou hurriedly escorted his childhood friend to the infirmary and then swiftly returned, he could scarcely anticipate the bizarre scene that awaited him. The DR mech, which was supposed to showcase its prowess, was instead clumsily performing morning exercises, while the small, worn-out mech that should have been exercising was being operated by his most audacious student, who was leaping and bounding about, occasionally executing a series of peculiar, bold, distorted, and exaggerated movements. For instance, the mountain hammer, or the bow and arrow stance, and even the reverse embrace maneuver. Instructor Zhou was completely bewildered, filled with questions. What on earth is happening? Does she have a reason for this? Of course, Bo had no pressing concerns. She was merely testing her ability to execute various complex movements, such as now. When she launched into zombie jump, with her blood pressure soaring, Zhou could no longer bear to watch. He raised his hand to halt Bo from further degrading the mech's dignity, only to witness the old, dilapidated machine suddenly spring into action. In an instant, the mech under Bo's control drew a heavy long blade from behind. The design of the blade, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu's sword from Earth, was a key reason why Instructor Zhou held such affection for this antiquated machine, regardless of its decrepit state. After all, he was a devout admirer of ancient Earth culture, possessing a smattering of knowledge about its historical practices, particularly martial arts. Thus, when Bo executed a swift blade draw and performed a water-splitting slash in midair, his eyes widened in astonishment, his spirit ignited. In that moment, he forgot all thoughts of stopping her. He merely hoped that Bo would wield the blade with even greater speed, flair, and finesse. Caught up in the excitement, Instructor Zhou began to clap enthusiastically, his palms reddened from the force of his applause. Yet he remained unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, having thoroughly adapted to the tactile feedback of the manual control mech, Bo unveiled her second set of movements, which she had rehearsed extensively in her mind. The long blade, gripped firmly in the mech's right hand, was raised slightly, the back of the blade drawn back, and even the mech's gaze radiated an air of heroism. With a resounding clang, the blade's swift motion produced a resonant sound, followed by a series of powerful and vigorous slashes. After a sweeping strike, the blade dragged along the ground, racing forward until it soared into the air. The long sword sliced through the air. Tracing a fan-like arc, Bo reversed the blade, spinning gracefully, utilizing the strength of her waist to twirl the long sword, and then delivered a thunderous strike downward. The impact reverberated like a minor earthquake, sending the small, curly-haired student's handkerchief fluttering away and causing Instructor Zhou's crew cut to tremble. In the wake of this tremor, Bo executed a stunning kick to the blade's hilt. The blade soared into the air, spinning rapidly, and was caught deftly by the mech's hands, which then twirled it above her head. With a grand half-turn, she swung the blade down with a force that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. The blade's wind fierce enough to ruffle Zhou's features. He found himself unable to open his eyes against the gust. Yet he could not tear his gaze away even a fraction. It seemed as though Bo had not wielded a large blade with such enthusiasm in ages. Her strikes grew swifter and more powerful. The mech bent at the waist, arching nearly to a 90-degree angle, as she reversed the blade over her head, completing a full 360-degree circle before pulling it back and spinning it to her back. The mech carried the blade with poise, and after another full circle slash, Bo finally decided to sheathe the blade. In a moment of stillness, she struck a pose that was both striking and stylish. Embodying the essence of traditional aesthetics, applause erupted not only from Instructor Zhou but also from the small, curly-haired student. Additionally, the sounds of Monica and Luya enthusiastically clapping their mechs echoed in the air. They had never witnessed anyone operate a mech in such a manner before. Never. After Bo's exquisite display concluded, she, seated in the mech's cockpit, was slightly out of breath, not from exhaustion per se, as it was the mech that had performed the feats. Not her, however. The intense concentration had taken its toll, creating a considerable burden. Mainly, it was her first time operating this particular model, and she was apprehensive about a miscalculation that might lead to a repeat of her earlier mishap. Falling to the ground. While she wasn't overly concerned about embarrassment, the potential cost of damaging the mech weighed heavily on her mind. She was, after all, financially challenged. Thus, while others marveled at her high-level maneuvers, Bo was still holding back a bit. If she truly let loose, she feared she might dismantle the already decrepit machine. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Bo quietly resolved to prioritize acquiring funds for the mechanical crossbow project she had discussed with Instructor Zhou. Once she had money in her pocket, she would no longer need to approach operating the mech with such trepidation. However, Instructor Zhou remained oblivious to her thoughts. Noticing her standing still, he urged, "Show us more, do another one. By the way, I recall there being an Eastern deity on Earth named Guangong, dressed in a green robe, with a long beard, wielding a large blade with great grace." Bo was taken aback. "What do you mean by a green robe? Guan Er's coffin board would barely cover him," she retorted. "Instructor Zhou, Guangong wore traditional attire from Country C, not a skirt." Yet, Instructor Zhou dismissed her correction with a wave. "It's all the same. Don't sweat the small details. Keep going. We want to see more. Just because you want to see? I have to perform," Bo thought to herself, feeling a bit haughty, but she shouted at Instructor Zhou, "This is my first time operating this. What if I mess up and break the mech?" Instructor Zhou chuckled, adopting a tone that implied disbelief. "Don't exaggerate. Do you think the mech is made of tofu? Break it? Just go ahead. If it breaks, it's on me." "Instructor, you said that, then I shall proceed without reservation." With that, Bo fully unleashed herself, Chapter 61. Urgent, critical condition. Mother requires surgery with the long blade in hand. The world is hers. Bo was oblivious to how others felt operating a mech, but her exceptional mental acuity was undoubtedly a significant advantage. In her hands, the long blade transformed from a mere cold weapon into a divine instrument, its edge reflecting the light in a way that could dazzle anyone who gazed upon it. Each of Bo's movements appeared to others as both swift and powerful, yet to her, they felt akin to performing Tai Chi in slow motion, as she leisurely swung the blade outward, then smoothly sliced through the air, and finally retracted it with grace. She gradually began to savor the experience and sought to attempt something more challenging. For instance, while still on Earth, she had seen a martial arts star perform a breathtaking kick to a blade during a show. Leaving everyone in awe, Bo had been so impressed that she had practiced this move diligently, achieving perfection time and again. However, she had never attempted it with a mech, so she decided to try. In an instant, the long blade swished through the air, aimed directly at the instructor, who was clad in camouflaged. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat broke out across Joe's brow as he closed his eyes. Accepting the grim reality of impending doom, the blade suddenly halted just before him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Bo's small, worn mech had moved closer, its hands firmly gripping the hilt of the long blade. Mere centimeters from Joe's neck, Instructor Joe, feeling the proximity of danger, boomed, "Bo, get out here this instant." Bo, realizing her blunder, promptly leaped from the cockpit, preemptively apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Instructor. That was my mistake." Instructor Joe reprimanded her. "Is this how you operate? You throw yourself into reckless antics without even steadying your footing." "Luckily it was me. Had it been someone else, you would have been in serious trouble. You could have been expelled for such behavior." Bo was skeptical of this claim. Yet, she recognized that Joe had genuinely been frightened, which prompted him to exaggerate that. Of course, she also acknowledged that she had been a bit carried away earlier, but the exhilaration of operating the mech was simply too intoxicating. Bo reassured him, "My apologies, Instructor. I will be more cautious moving forward, and I promise I won't be impulsive again. At least not when there are others around." Instructor Joe, unimpressed, retorted, "So what you're saying is that when no one is around, you'll still attempt such stunts?" "Of course," she replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Don't you think that the precision required for that move, along with the control of force, angles, and the coordination between body and mind, demands a high level of skill? Thus, I believe that if I can perfect the movement I just practiced, I shall undoubtedly secure a perfect score in the mecha manipulation class. With such a score, our class would be one step closer to claiming the top position in the entire grade, wouldn't it?" Even at this juncture, still preoccupied with the notion of extra points, Instructor Joe must be at a loss whether to commend or admonish her. However, since she is indeed one of his own students, a remarkably talented young lady, praise it shall be. Consequently, the corners of Instructor Joe's mouth stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. "Rest assured, even if you do not practice that movement, you shall certainly achieve full marks in the mecha manipulation class." Upon hearing this, Bo chuckled gleefully. Just then, her terminal emitted a series of urgent beeps, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression altered instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo swiftly answered the call. "Dr. Soul? Yes, I will request leave immediately. The school is quite far from the city, and it will take me at least 2 hours to arrive. Can the surgery be conducted on my mother first? May I provide the consent form via electronic signature?" "All right, thank you." After ending the call, before Bo could utter a word, Instructor Joe had already produced his starship card. He did not inquire what had transpired nor what ailment afflicted her mother. He simply stated, "Which hospital? I will take you there." "To the Alliance General Hospital." Bo replied politely, then added, "But you need not accompany me. I can manage on my own. After all, you are the instructor, and there are other students here to teach." Instructor Joe, not one to indulge in sentimentality, simply handed her the starship card and inquired, "Then, can you drive a starship?" Bo shook her head. At that moment, the curly-haired student volunteered, "Instructor, I shall take her. I have already informed our family's steward, and he will arrive at our camp's entrance in 3 minutes." Under normal circumstances, Instructor Joe would have retorted with envy, "You have a steward at home?" Yet, in this instance, he merely nodded gravely, "Very well. You may escort her, Monica. I want to go too." Lu Yao, "Me too, Instructor. The more of us there are, the better we can look out for each other." Instructor Joe thought to himself, what sort of protection could these half-grown children offer? They merely wished to tag along with Bo for a bit of fun. However, given Bo's unique circumstances, her mother's illness, which seemed to be related to mental contamination, it was indeed prudent to have a few companions by her side. Thus, Instructor Zhou ultimately nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he swiftly transferred 100,000 star coins to Bo. Stunned by the transaction alert, Bo exclaimed, "Instructor, this is for the mechanical crossbow expenses. I need not elaborate further. Just hurry to the hospital and check on your mother." Almost simultaneously, Lucas's terminal chimed, indicating the steward's arrival. The four young ones wasted no time, bidding farewell to their instructor before rushing out of the camp. At the entrance of the military training camp, many noticed an opulent starship, elongated and adorned with diamonds, parked there. Standing by the door was an elderly gentleman with gray hair, dressed impeccably in a formal tailcoat. Topped with a high hat, and exaggeratedly, he wore pristine white gloves. It was evident he was a high-end steward from a wealthy family. Students, ever curious, gathered around, pointing and whispering, "Wow, whose extravagant starship is this? Diamonds, no less. It must cost at least 1 billion star coins to construct. Look at that blue gem-like substance. Isn't it the crystallized essence of an alien species? Indeed. I've heard that type of crystal is a power source, equivalent to the fuel used in our mechs. One crystal can sustain a month's worth of energy. How many has he embedded? Isn't he afraid of theft? Well, if he dares to adorn it, he must have ways to ensure its security. Ah, the world of the wealthy. I wonder whose young master or Mrs. vehicle this is. Even the driver looks as if he belongs to a different world. Here they come. Someone is stepping out, heading towards the car. The chattering students fixated on the four young figures. Realizing with surprise, wait, those four look quite familiar. Jin Sheng, present at the scene, recognized them immediately. Aren't those Bo and her friends? Nora frowned. What is Monica doing with her again? And that Lu Yao? Jin Sheng inquired. Are they all from your class? Nora, reluctant to admit it, nodded. Only Quan Luyun maintained a scowl, incredulity etched across his face as he watched the four of them board the lavish vehicle, while others merely saw a wealthy car. He recognized the distinctive emblem on the hood. It was the crest of the Lawrence family. Among Bo's companions, Lucas's full name was Lucas Don Lawrence. Within the Lawrence family, the only 18-year-old heir attending military school was their frail young master, who had been sickly since birth. Thus, Lucas's true identity was that of the esteemed future heir of the Lawrence family. Quan Luyun clenched his jaw. Setting aside the implications, the Lawrence family was a genuine aristocracy, and the wealthiest in the 308-star system, often lending funds to the alliance. Tio think he had inadvertently offended their young master on the very first day of military training. This was disastrous. Cold sweat trickled down Quan Luyun's back, and he briefly contemplated dropping out of school. Meanwhile, Bo and her friends were equally stunned. Knowing the boy came from wealth was one thing. Witnessing the opulent starship firsthand was another. Even Monica, who might not be rich but was certainly not lacking, instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling diamonds. Lu Yao, on the other hand, jumped up in excitement, nearly exclaiming, "This kid is unbelievably wealthy. I must befriend him." Bo remained the calmest among them. After all, she was already in dire straits financially. It was pointless to be astonished by any starship. She might as well skip the process of marveling. Once aboard, Bo quickly sent Dr. Sol the electronic consent form for the surgery. The surgical agreement was lengthy, and under normal circumstances, a family member was required to be present, with the lead surgeon personally explaining the procedure, precautions, and potential complications before signing. However, due to the outbreak of contamination and the increasing frequency of alien attacks, the number of injuries had surged in recent decades. Many were not only military personnel but also innocent civilians. If every surgery were to adhere strictly to protocol, many might perish before their family members could arrive. Thus, the electronic surgical consent form had been reluctantly retained. Though it had its drawbacks and often led to disputes, it had undoubtedly saved numerous lives, particularly in Bo's current situation. Without the electronic signature, she might have lost her mother on the way to the hospital. Grateful for the electronic signature, Bo swiftly reviewed the agreement, signed it, and sent it to the doctored IT. That moment, Lucas's gray-haired steward finally spoke, addressing him with utmost respect. "Young master, are we headed to the Alliance General Hospital? We expect to arrive safely in 1 hour." Lucas, embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved young master, replied, "Steward, we need to go faster. Bo's mother is very ill, and we are pressed for time." "Understood, young master, I will recalibrate the route. We can at least double our speed." Arriving in half an hour, Lucas nodded. "Very well." Lu Yao could not help but exclaim, "That fast? Indeed. My family's starship has been personally modified by me. enabling it to fly at great speed. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao immediately understood the reason behind the starship's dazzling gems. They were undoubtedly a reflection of Lucas's unique taste, extravagant and sparkling. However, Monica's curiosity took a different turn as she questioned, flying that fast? Isn't that speeding? We could get fined. Lucas, the quintessential wealthy heir, nonchalantly responded, no problem, it's just a small fine. We can afford it. The other three exchanged glances, speechless. The world of the affluent was truly beyond their comprehension. Yet, reaching the hospital within half an hour was the best possible outcome for Bo, who swiftly sent another message to Dr. Soul. Bo, I will arrive in half an hour. Dr. Soul, likely busy, did not respond. At the Alliance General Hospital, Block B, Operating Room 6, Dr. Soul had just donned his sterile surgical attire when he received an unusual call. The figure of the caller materialized before him. His hands, poised for disinfection, began to tremble involuntarily. Mr. Schubert? The vice president of the Alliance Upper House and esteemed member, Schubert Yang, a figure often seen in the headlines of interstellar news, was personally contacting Dr. Soul. Is this Dr. Soul? You are Ms. Yang's attending physician? Yes, I am Ms. Yang's. The caller, seemingly impatient, interrupted him, not allowing him to finish. Very well. I shall utter but a single phrase. Do not proceed with the surgery. What? However, Mr. Schubert, Ms. Yang is my patient. Whether or not to operate, I possess my own discernment. Your judgment holds no significance. I am merely issuing you an order. If you comprehend, then nod. Dr. Saul refused to acquiesce, pressing for a reason. Why? I require an explanation. Even if you are the president of the upper house, there is no reason. Simply comply, Dr. Saul. What if I refuse? Schubert. Dr. Saul, do you not recall that you are a soldier? Have you been away from the battlefield for so long that you have forgotten what it means to obey military orders? Dr. Saul. As it stands, I have other matters to attend to. With that, the projection on the terminal abruptly vanished. Dr. Saul took a long, deep breath, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why was Ms. Yang not to undergo surgery? Dr. Saul found himself in a quandary, yet as President Schubert asserted, he was a soldier and must obey orders. With a face full of frustration, he entered the operating room and said to the anesthesiologist, who was about to administer an injection to Ms. Yang, hold off for a moment. I wish to speak with Ms. Yang. At the sound of those words, the previously haggard woman suddenly smiled. Was it the president who called? Are you forbidding me from having the surgery? Dr. Saul's eyes widened in astonishment. You know, it is not the first time. I merely guessed. Could Ms. Yang provide some clarification? Yang Su shook her head. I'm sorry. I cannot, but if he forbids it, then it should not be done. You are a good doctor. I do not wish to influence you, Dr. Saul, but if we do not proceed with the surgery, your condition may not last more than 3 days. Yang Su moved her lips, but in the end, she merely resigned herself and nodded in acceptance. Chapter 63. You will not be having surgery. Why? Half an hour later, the four of them, led by Mint, arrived at the Alliance General Hospital. Upon disembarking, she politely bowed to the elderly butler. Thank you, Grandpa Butler. Thanks to the 27-year-old mature soul inhabiting her shell. Mint exhibited a level of politeness far exceeding that of the average young girl. Moreover, despite her reckless piloting of mechs and her ruthless approach to exterminating alien species, her appearance was deceptively charming. Much like her name, she embodied a fresh and adorable demeanor, particularly when she smiled, capable of captivating 90 of parents' hearts. Although the elderly butler was not Lucas's parent, he had watched him grow up and naturally cherished him as his own child. Now, witnessing the young master's female classmate, who was not only beautiful but also so polite, his fondness for her grew immensely. He waved his hand. It is my duty. In the future, should Miss Mint require transportation, she may contact me at any time, and I shall arrange a driver for her. Mint nodded in acknowledgement, then turned without a backward glance and entered the hospital, with Lucas immediately scampering after her. Little did he know, the moment he turned away, the elderly butler's faade crumbled as he contacted Lucas's parents through the terminal. In a voice brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, Sir, Madam, your young master has matured. He now has a girlfriend. Not that kind of girlfriend. Merely a female friend. Yes. You see, since that incident in kindergarten, your young master has finally sought my assistance in sending a star shuttle for a girl. Oh, what a lovely young lady, utterly adorable. Though her family background is not particularly remarkable, her character is splendid, obedient and polite. Clearly a perfect match for your young master. Yes, indeed, Madam is correct. The Lawrence family does not require a marriage alliance. As long as your young master is content, it matters not if she is a noble lady. Understood, understood. I have already exchanged contact information with that young lady and informed her that whenever she requires transportation, she may reach out to me at any time. Very well, madam, very well, and I shall notify you immediately should there be any good news. The Alliance General Hospital is exceedingly vast. Mint, concerned about losing her way and wasting time, sought directions from a guiding AI robot. Hi there, cutie. Could you tell me how to reach Operating Room 6? The robot replied. Hello. You are currently in Area A, and Operating Room 6 should be in Area B. Mint inquired, and where might Area B be? The robot responded. Upon exiting, take a left. There are signposts. Follow the signs for approximately 300 meters to the right, and upon reaching Area B, Operating Room 6 will be on the first floor. Mint said, All right, thank you, dear cutie. The robot chirped, Hee hee, it is my pleasure. No need for thanks, beautiful lady, best of luck to you. Following the robot's instructions, they quickly located Building B.at that moment. Mint's terminal gently flashed again. It was a message from Dr. Saul. Apologies, the surgery has been cancelled. You may head directly to room 7-007 to find Ms. Yang. Mint halted abruptly, her face brimming with confusion. Soon after, she vocally inquired, Dr. Saul, what happened? My mother is not having the surgery. Why? Unfortunately, her questions fell upon deaf ears. Whether Dr. Saul was busy or simply did not see them, he did not respond further. She quickly sent another message. Dr. Saul, are you still there? Regrettably, there was still no reply. Monica, noticing Mint's unusual expression, asked with concern, What is wrong? Who sent the message? Mint replied. It was Dr. Saul. He informed me that my mother is not having the surgery and directed me to return to her room. Monica queried in surprise. Why is the surgery suddenly cancelled? Is it too dangerous? Mint shook her head, equally perplexed. Let us check on my mother's condition first. 5 minutes later, Mint hurriedly arrived at the hospital room. Finally seeing her mother, Yang Su, whom she had not encountered for days. Mom. Though the shell housed a new essence, the emotions tied to Yang Su remained. Thus, the utterance of Mom came naturally, devoid of any awkwardness. Nevertheless, even if Mint felt a twinge of embarrassment, she would still call her that. After all, she inhabited the original owner's body. The original owner's mother would henceforth be her only family, and she would take good care of this mother, honoring the trust placed in her by the original owner. However, Yang Su's condition appeared dire. Her hair was sparse, her complexion sallow, and her eyes lacked luster. Moreover, she seemed exceedingly frail, weighing no more than 40 kilograms. Mint slightly furrowed her brow, and just then, her hand was grasped by Yang Su. Child, you have come? After Yang Su spoke, she noticed the 3 young people trailing behind Mint. Though she could surmise their identities, she still inquired, Who are they? Mint introduced them. They are my classmates. The school is a bit far, so they specifically drove a star shuttle to bring me here, which is much quicker. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light returned to Yang Su's eyes. When she looked at Mint again, her previously low spirits visibly lifted. Although Mint sensed that the bond between Yang Su and the original owner was not particularly intimate, certainly not akin to the close mother-daughter relationships often seen on Earth, Yang Su's concern and the joy she felt upon seeing her daughter with new friends were unmistakable. This woman genuinely cared for the original owner. Yang Su smiled, but her pallid complexion rendered her smile somewhat tragic. She remarked, I wondered why you arrived so quickly. It turns out you had classmates to escort you. Your classmates are truly kind. With that, she smiled warmly at Monica and the others, resembling an ordinary mother as she gently implored. Our Mint is rather introverted and a bit timid. She is also quite afraid of insects. You are all good children and her good friends. If possible, please look after her more at school. Upon hearing Yang Su's words, the 3 young ones simultaneously shot Mint incredulous glances. The expressions translated roughly to, Ruyue, don't joke around. If she is timid, who in our military academy would dare claim to be bold? Monica, how little does her mother understand her? While Mint may not be socially adept, she is certainly not shy. As for her fear of insects, I wonder how shocked her mother would be to learn she can single-handedly eliminate a Class C alien species. Lucas, no way. She appears to be a cool girl. Yet she is playing the obedient baby role in front of her mother. That is quite dissonant. Chapter 64. What is being concealed? Ignoring her friend's skeptical looks, Mint regarded Yang Su with a serious expression. Mom. Dr. Saul said you are not having the surgery. Why? The mere mention of the surgery caused Yang Su's expression to darken instantly. She seemed reluctant for Mint to worry and attempted a forced smile. Yet, That smile, though present, was laced with sorrow. Ultimately, she still did not intend to speak the truth. I am feeling a bit better, so I do not wish to proceed. Mint would not accept this rationale, but Dr. Saul previously mentioned that without surgery, your condition would not last long. It is not a matter of not lasting long. It is merely that you have at most 3 days, hence, she wished to cherish this final time. To spend it well with her daughter. However, the gaze of both today differs significantly from before. It possesses a resolute intensity that suggests she will not relent unless provided with a reasonable explanation. Yang-su sighed, but Mom is truly frightened. She understood that Bo was a clever girl, capable of discerning much even when unspoken. Yet, Bo's heart was tender, and her nature was kind and obedient, fearing her own distress. She kept her thoughts to herself, refraining from probing further. Thus, Yang-su believed that if she merely fabricated a plausible excuse this time, Bo would, as in the past, cease her inquiries. Surgery always carries risks. For my condition, the chance of recovery post-surgery is merely 20, whereas the likelihood of mortality during the procedure is 40. Mother is quite timid and hesitant to proceed. This justification was one she had employed numerous times before. Each time, Bo was informed that her mother was to undergo surgery, only to receive news shortly thereafter that it would not take place, with each excuse echoing the last. This detail lingered in the original owner's memories. Yet Bo sensed something was amiss. She regarded this woman with a complex gaze, akin to that of an investigator, as though she could penetrate Yang-su's innermost thoughts. Under such scrutiny, Yang-su's complexion paled further. Why? Why do you look at your mother like that? Bo was no longer the naive girl of yore. She recognized that Yang-su was concealing something from her daughter, though many parents shield their children from worries or heartache. Certain matters, particularly those concerning health, cannot be postponed. Furthermore, in the original owner's recollections, Mrs. Yang-su had been ill for many years. After all this time, had she not prepared herself mentally for surgery? Such behavior seemed irrational for a woman with a strong will to survive. Bo realized that the crux of the matter must relate to the truth Yang-su wished to conceal. However, Dr. Sol had stated that if this surgical opportunity was missed, Mrs. Yang-su would not have long to live. This was not the outcome she desired. Thus, she would no longer allow the evasion to continue and directly stated, Mom, please rest for a moment. I will go find Dr. Sol to inquire about the situation. Yang-su indeed grew anxious, grasping Bo's hand tightly. Child, please do not go. Bo's gaze fell upon her mother's emaciated hand, where the prominent veins and bones were marred by large bruises. The medical standards on Planet 308 were exceptionally high. Such bruising should not occur during and for treatment unless the needle had been forcibly removed mid-infusion, causing leakage or bleeding. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate, and she felt compelled not to allow it to continue unchecked. Meanwhile, Yang-su perceived Bo's behavior as exceedingly unusual today, particularly her gaze, sharp enough to deter direct contact. Yang-su's eyes flitted away, ultimately resorting to the excuse, Dr. Sol has entered the operating room and will not be available for 6 hours. So even if you go, you will not find him. Bo raised an eyebrow, pursing her lips. This excuse lacked sincerity. Even if Bo were merely a newcomer to Planet 308 and had never truly experienced its hospitals, she understood that any professional doctor would never irresponsibly abandon a patient to commence another surgery without due diligence. Moreover, Dr. Sol shared a reasonably amicable relationship with the original owner, at least. Every time the original owner messaged Dr. Sol, he responded with warmth and patience. She could not believe such a doctor would act so irresponsibly unless he had no desire to see her, or perhaps feared doing so. But why? The reason likely tied to the surgery that could not be performed. Bo's gaze darkened, and for the first time, she refrained from behaving like a dutiful daughter, instead scrutinizing her mother once more. She merely stared, silent, and that gaze sent a chill through Yang-su, as if she glimpsed a familiar figure reflected in her daughter. Her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, yet Yang-su did not release her grip. She tightened her hold on Bo's hand, her strength seemingly diminished yet unwilling to let go. Child, please do not be upset. This surgery does not guarantee my recovery, and do you have any idea how exorbitant the surgery fees are? I do not wish for you to bear such a financial burden. This was yet another excuse revolving around financial constraints. Unfortunately, though Bo still bore the name Bo, she was no longer the same person. Thus, she replied directly, if it concerns the medical expenses, I will find a way. As she spoke, she reached for her terminal. Yang-su, noticing the nearly new device, inquired, where did you acquire this? I have not provided you with much in terms of living expenses. You haven't squandered all your money on this, have you? Have you enough to eat lately? I bought it secondhand from Lucas. It was very affordable, Bo pointed out, adding, he still has dozens of similar devices left. Yang Su was skeptical, asserting, such a new item. How cheap could it possibly be, moreover? Even if it were secondhand, one cannot take advantage of others. You know this well, as I have taught you on this point. Bo wholly agreed with Mrs. Yang Su. She, too, disliked taking advantage of others, but given her current financial situation, she had little choice but to tighten her purse strings for a few years. Nonetheless, having resolved to be frugal, she spoke generously. Mom, if it concerns money, do not worry, I have found a part-time job that pays quite well. For my first task, I earned 100,000 out. Upon saying this, she displayed the balance on her terminal to Yang Su. Initially incredulous, Yang Su's eyes widened in shock at the displayed amount. How can there be so much? What exactly have you been doing? Chapter 65. This matter is indeed quite peculiar. Bo had intended to clarify that the payment was an advance from Instructor Zhou. However, regardless of the era, issues surrounding gender relations are often fraught with misunderstanding, especially for an 18-year-old freshman and her young male instructor. She did not wish to complicate matters further or allow Yang Su to mistakenly believe her daughter was engaged in something nefarious. Thus, she spoke candidly. Rest assured, it is nothing illegal or unethical. I plan to sell self-made cold weapons online, specifically mechanical crossbows. You might not understand. Yet, Yang Su was well informed. Upon hearing the term mechanical crossbow, her expression darkened. Isn't that a long-range weapon from ancient Earth? How could you possibly make that? Mom, you know about it. Bo was equally surprised, for in the original owner's memories, Yang Su had only ever shown an interest in baking various desserts at home aside from her work. Yang Su, caught off guard, could not explain the source of her knowledge and merely mumbled, Mom is an educated person, you know? Moreover, such information can be found online. What is so strange about it? It is you who claims to be able to make such a weapon and sell it for 100,000 star coins. How can you expect me to believe that? Unable to disclose that she had traversed from ancient Earth, Bo resorted to a fabricated explanation. It is not difficult. Just watch some videos, and you can learn. You know there are many ancient crafting videos online. I stumbled upon them and found them intriguing, so I tried making one, and to my surprise, it worked. Yang Su's expression grew even graver. Bo, you are not that kind of child. You have never shown interest in such things. Upon hearing this, Bo's first thought was, so you are aware that your daughter dislikes these pursuits? Then why insist on her attending a military academy? However, she was grateful that her mother had made such a decision. Otherwise, had she arrived only to discover that the university she was to attend focused on flower arranging and wine tasting, she would have been utterly dismayed. Yet, the unspoken power struggle between adults often requires no excess of words. Bo felt that further elaboration on various excuses would be futile. Mrs. Yang Su was unwell, not lacking in intellect. Had she been mentally sound, she would not easily accept such a flawed rationale. Consequently, Bo chose to forego hesitation and opted for honesty, sharing only the part she could. Mom, I did not intend for you to find out so soon, but it is nothing to conceal. The school assessed my mental threshold, and I received an SSS rating. Yang Su. Just this one sentence seemed to render all other inquiries insignificant. Mrs. Yang Su immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. This reaction clearly indicated that she was a woman with a story. Based on her own earthly reasoning, Bo surmised that this story likely pertained to the original owner's father. Although the original owner had never met him and had never received a straightforward answer from Mrs. Yang Su about him, Bo was not particularly curious, as he was not her father. Yet, this father held significant importance for the original owner. She had tested the waters repeatedly, but the only response she received was that her father had not returned since going to the battlefield. What circumstances could lead to such an outcome? The original owner speculated that her father must have perished on the battlefield, yet Mrs. Yang Su had never taken the original owner to pay respects to him. To be frank, this matter was indeed quite peculiar. Yet, regardless of the era or the planet, everyone faces their own tribulations. Not all concealments are born from malice. They may well be benevolent lies. When Bo was on Earth, she kept her true occupation hidden from the headmistress, whom she affectionately called Mom, an orphan raised in an orphanage. All the children there referred to the headmistress as Mom. The headmistress hoped for each of them to study diligently, grow up healthy, and secure a stable, high-paying job. Yet, life is seldom that simple, is it? Jobs that are both easy and comfortable do exist, but most offer meager pay. Conversely, high-paying jobs are often far from easy. Those that are both lucrative and leisurely frequently entail sacrificing respect and dignity. Ultimately, Both chose a high-paying, high-risk job, and to spare the headmistress from worry, she once lied, claiming she had become a civil servant. The headmistress was elated for a long time, believing both to be one of her most accomplished children. Wasn't she, in essence, a civil servant? It was just that the duties she performed were considerably perilous. Reflecting on this, Bo's expression darkened, yet her despondent demeanor startled Ms. Yang-su, prompting her to quickly clarify, Bo. Mom isn't sad. She's exceedingly happy, truly. She hastily wiped her tears, forcing a smile as she continued, From the moment you were born, I knew you were destined for greatness, my child. You have never been an ordinary person. That is why I always told you that a clerical position was not your path. You should attend a military academy, you should take to the battlefield point one day, you will pilot the most advanced mecha of the Alliance. Shining like the brightest star in the cosmos, Bo. Isn't that expectation a bit too lofty? Yet she could discern that these were the genuine sentiments of Ms. Yang-su. Initially, she found it perplexing why the original owner so detested military pursuits. While her mother insisted she attend a military academy, now it seemed likely that it was connected to her innate high-level psychic abilities. Judging by Ms. Yang-su's demeanor, she must have anticipated the SSS result long ago. Moreover, if Bo were to speculate further, the original owner's extraordinarily high psychic level was likely hereditary, potentially linked to her present but effectively absent father. As for the original owner, although she loathed the idea of attending a military academy, she had never voiced her discontent. Was it merely to avoid upsetting her mother, or had she perhaps already suspected something, choosing not to confront it? It was likely the latter. After all, the original owner possessed an innate SSS level of psychic ability. She might not have excelled physically, but her intellect was sharper than that of most peers. Hence, her decision to attend the military academy may have been partly her own volition. Perhaps she sought to uncover the truths her mother had been concealing and to understand what had transpired with her father. However, it became evident that the original owner was indeed ill-suited to be a soldier, which is why this Earthling had traversed into this world to take her place. Could this not also be construed as a form of the original owner's desire? A hope that she would uncover the truths she could not? Chapter 66. Feeling as though her mind had been invaded. While she pondered these questions, suddenly, Bo felt an unusual sensation rising within her. In her heart, there was a subtle, stabbing pain that gradually expanded. My heart aches. Bo struggled to suppress the urge to clutch her chest, yet a peculiar thought flitted through her mind. That emotion just now, simultaneously sorrowful and exhilarating, both painful and helpless, must belong to the original owner. Is it her intense obsession that has left this lingering attachment to her father? Or could it be, before Bo could untangle this conundrum? Ms. Yang-su called out to her anxiously, Child, what is the matter? Bo? I was just lost in thought. What could be so engrossing that you didn't respond, even after I called you several times? Upon hearing this, Bo gazed deeply at Ms. Yang-su before posing the question the original owner yearned to ask. Mom, how many times has this surgery been attempted without success? Does it have anything to do with Dad? At this single inquiry, Ms. Yang-su's face drained of color. She stammered, staring at Bo in shock, perhaps because she never imagined her daughter would confront her with such a question, or perhaps because she was taken aback by the tone in which her daughter chose to ask it. She remained reluctant to divulge the truth, or perhaps she felt she could not reveal it to Bo. No, Bo was unconvinced and unwavering, replying calmly, Fine, then I shall seek out Dr. Sol for a thorough discussion to inquire why he cannot perform the surgery for you. Don Tigo. Once again, Ms. Yang-su grasped Bo's arm, but as she reached out, she realized Bo had no intention of leaving, as if she had been waiting for her reaction all along. It dawned on her that her daughter was attempting to corner her. Finally, she sighed deeply, resolving to disclose part of the truth to her daughter. Even if she could not reveal everything, she at least did not want her daughter to be burdened with such emotions when bidding her farewell. After all, Dr. Sol had already stated that if the surgery could not be performed this time, she had at most 3 days left to live. Time was of the essence. Having come to this realization, Ms. Yang turned to face Monica and the others behind Bo. I apologize, but I would like to speak with her privately for the next few moments. Would you mind stepping outside for a while? Monica promptly replied, Of course, Annie. We will wait outside for you. Take your time, and call us when you're ready. Ms. Yang smiled gently. Thank you. The 3 children quickly exited, with Lu Yu closing the door to the ward behind them. As the door clicked shut, all extraneous sounds were effectively muted. At this moment, Ms. Yang looked at Bo, smiling. You have grown up in the past. You would never have spoken to me with such assertiveness. Bo did not respond, primarily because she was uncertain how to reply. This was indeed not the original owner's character, but rather a reflection of her own nature. However, she was confident that the original owner also sought this answer. So the question she dared not voice would be put forth by her. I know you've always been curious about your father's situation, but no. Suppressing her smile, Ms. Yang's expression turned gravely serious. At least not yet can I reveal the truth to you. But wait a little longer for him. One day, he will come to take you home, and at that time, you may ask him for the truth directly. Is he still alive? It was a statement of certainty. Bo did not require Ms. Yang's response, as if she were addressing the original owner's obsession. Ms. Yang nodded. Yes, he is still alive, and he is safe. So do not worry. It is not as you have always speculated, that he died in battle or was severely injured. Then why hasn't he returned? You are clever. You should be able to guess. This is the part one cannot disclose to you. However, Bo, there is one thing you must absolutely believe. He never intended to abandon you or neglect you. He simply cannot help it, perhaps, to the ears of an ordinary person. Her words might sound like the ramblings of a lovesick individual, still making excuses for a man who has disregarded both her and their child. Even in such dire circumstances, yet her gaze was sincere. She knew precisely what she was doing and was not making excuses for anyone. Bo had encountered all manner of people while executing her missions, good, bad, criminals, perverts, and murderers, you name it. Thus, she discerned that Ms. Yang Su's decision not to reveal the truth to her daughter was likely driven by a desire to protect her. As for her father, he undoubtedly bore burdens of his own. Understanding this, Bo nodded. All right, then I will refrain from inquiring about him. Please, tell me about your condition instead. What is truly happening? Please do not mention hereditary diseases again. I have known since childhood that your ailment is linked to psychic powers. Has it been damaged? Or has it been contaminated? Ms. Yang was taken aback. Haven't you just started your studies? Aren't these things taught at the military academy? No, because I am not just SSS. I am of a rare and special type. Miss Yang was even more astonished. There is such a type. Yes, because I can be either offensive or healing, which is why it is termed special and rare. At this, Ms. Yang's mouth fell agape, wide enough that she could not close it. Rendered speechless. You, seizing the opportunity, Bo added. Also, if your condition is not a typical physical ailment, but rather related to psychic powers, then if you truly do not wish to undergo surgery, you need not. I can attempt to see if I can completely heal you myself. Ms. Yang was utterly dumbfounded. In that instant, she comprehended each word her daughter uttered. Yet when combined, she could not grasp the meaning. What did it mean to completely heal her? Did this child understand what she was saying? But Bo maintained unwavering eye contact, asking intently, Mom, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Ms. Yang nodded, her trust in Bo absolute and unconditional. Bo smiled gently, finally nodding in return. She remarked, although I lack experience in treatment, the good news is that I just healed one of our instructors today. His psychic powers had suffered considerable damage. But after my treatment, he claimed he felt completely restored. Therefore, I believe I can also give your condition a try. Are you afraid? Would you like me to attempt it? Ms. Yang Su's eyes widened progressively, growing larger and larger. Just as she stared in disbelief, unsure of how to respond, she suddenly felt as though her mind was being invaded. Instinctively, she sought to resist, yet Mint's psychic power was rated as. And as a severely injured individual, Ms. Yang was unable to mount any meaningful defense. It was as if her efforts were futile, allowing Mint to effortlessly penetrate her mental realm. Chapter 67. Hello? Major General Li Xiaoye Mint could never have anticipated that upon entering Ms. Yang Su's mental domain, she would be confronted with an endless expanse of desolate, barren, and cracked yellow earth. Her heart sank heavily. She had already formed a preliminary diagnosis of Ms. Yang's mental state. This is troubling. It seems to be even more severe than I had imagined. Ms. Yang's mental realm is not merely damaged. It appears on the verge of depletion. As she made this assessment, Mint withdrew from such a mental landscape. Meanwhile, Ms. Yang had her mouth agape, utterly stunned into silence. You. Mint gazed at her calmly and spoke in a serious tone. Mother, I thought it might be more effective to demonstrate rather than explain. As you might find it hard to believe, so I simply showed you. Now do you believe me? I am not joking. I am earnest. At this point, she suddenly grasped Ms. Yang's hand tightly. I do not know what you have experienced before, or what kind of injury has led your mental realm to become what I just witnessed. But, regardless of whether or not you undergo surgery, as long as your mental state remains like that, complete recovery is impossible, is it not? You know everything? Mint shook her head. In truth, She was not entirely certain, but she recognized the gravity of the situation, a severity that could threaten life. Mother, could you tell me how you came to be in this state? You have said before that I have grown up, that I am no longer a child. You can trust me just this once. How could a mother not trust you? However, Ms. Yang sighed. Did you not see? My mental realm is nearly depleted. Surgery would merely prolong my life. It would only sustain my body's normal heartbeat and respiration, but nothing more. The damage to my mental realm is ongoing and unrelenting. I cannot control the changes in my body, and I will only grow weaker day by day. Even after surgery, I would not last long. This assertion cannot be deemed erroneous, as the current medical standards on Star 308 offer rather limited methods for treating psychic injuries. Healing-type psychics must conduct purification and guidance therapies. Had Ms. Yang begun intervention treatment at the onset of her psychic injury over a decade ago, her condition might not have deteriorated to this extent. However, now that it has progressed to such a dire situation, attempting to revive her is exceedingly challenging. Yet, difficulty does not equate to impossibility. Mint possessed an innate, almost reckless gambler's spirit. Just as she had once told Officer Long that since no one else could heal him, she might as well try, she now found herself making a similar proposition to Ms. Yang. However, given that this was her mother, she chose to express it with more tact. Mother, I would like to attempt to help you with psychic treatment. If that is acceptable, if you wish to do so, how could a mother refuse? But before you proceed, you must promise me one thing. Mint replied, please, go ahead. Ms. Yang smiled faintly. If after your attempt, it proves unsuccessful, do not blame yourself or feel sorrowful. Can you promise me that? Such a request? Who could fulfill it? Even though Mint was no longer the girl she once was, she was still a person with feelings. Thus, she sidestepped the weight of the matter and merely smiled, saying, Mother, did I forget to tell you that my first patient's name is Li Xiaoya? What? Which Li Xiaoya? Ms. Yang, it seemed, was no ordinary. Fragile mother. She immediately recognized Li Xiaoya's identity. Are you referring to the little boy rescued from the polluted zone? The one with SSS psychic power? Indeed, that is him. The military directly extended an enlistment invitation to me, hoping I would serve as his dedicated therapist. However, I declined. Ms. Yang. Have you lost your mind? Why would you turn down such a golden opportunity? That is not the crux of the matter. What I wish to convey is that your daughter is more capable than you might think. So please, trust me a little more, mother. I am certain I can heal you. Believe in me. Whether one deems her arrogant or overconfident, Mint genuinely felt that if anyone on Star 308 could heal Ms. Yang, and even an SSS-level psychic like herself could not, then there would be no other option left. Thus, she had to succeed. With no other solution in sight, she would seek assistance. After all, human effort can achieve the extraordinary. Her determination and confidence indeed instilled great courage in Ms. Yang, who thought, given the circumstances, there was nothing left to conceal. Thus, she suddenly felt liberated and dared to share the events of that year. The year you were born? There was an incident. While I was bringing you to this city, we were attacked at this moment. Ms. Yang paused briefly. She then raised her hand, gently tucking the loose strands of Mint's hair behind her ear. Smiling as she said, thankfully, you were unscathed. This statement implied that during the attack, in her attempt to protect her daughter, Ms. Yang had suffered a severe psychic injury. What a remarkable mother she was. Mint felt a profound respect for her in her heart and resolved to elevate Ms. Yang's status in her mind to that of her esteemed director. It was precisely because of this that she became even more resolute in her determination to save her. Mother, please let me try. I want to save you. All right. Without a hint of hesitation, Ms. Yang readily agreed. It seemed as if she felt her life was nearing its end, rendering everything inconsequential. Alternatively, she simply wished to serve as a test subject for her daughter, to fulfill her final value. However, Mint did not intend to take such a risk. Please wait a moment. I need to contact someone. With that, Mint turned and walked to the window, beginning to search her contacts on the terminal. The first person she attempted to reach was Academician Yang from the Alliance Military Academy, but unfortunately, he seemed to be engaged in some important matter, as his terminal remained switched off. With no other option, she decided to contact Officer Zhou, asking him if he could inquire with the medical office's psychic therapist for any practical knowledge or tips. Just then, she stumbled upon a previous message from an enigmatic individual known only as L. A sudden insight crossed her mind, and without a second thought, she dialed the number. Hello. On the other end, it was indeed the clear, pleasant voice of the young boy, Li Xiaoya. Mint smirked slightly before playfully saying, Hello? Major General Li Xiaoya. Chapter 68. People from the military? Unfriendly intentions? You did that on purpose, on the line. The boy seemed to squirm in awkwardness for quite some time before finally managing to utter a half-teasing, half-reproachful remark. Don't call me that. Mint quirked her lips. All right, Li Xiaoya. I am currently facing a bit of a challenge. Could you assist me with a small favor? Mint felt that referring to him by his full name lacked familiarity, so she opted for the more casual address. Li Xiaoya evidently found this term of endearment acceptable, allowing her to continue without insisting on a correction. Perhaps he was gradually coming to understand the kind of person Mint was. Asking her to change her manner of address could lead to her calling him something even more bizarre. Thus, he let it be. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied to Mint's request. Sure. What do you need me to do? You are agreeing even before I've told you what it is? Li Xiaoya replied. I dare, because I will agree to anything as long as I am capable of doing it. Mint did not hold back. I need to speak with a psychic healer rated SSS or higher. Do you know anyone who could be introduced to me? Yes, I do. Li Xiaoya responded. My current temporary healer is rated SSS. But if you are looking for someone to teach you about psychic healing, Academician Yang would be more suitable than he is. They had indeed arrived at the same conclusion, yet Mint lamented. I already tried contacting him, but his terminal is turned off. Li Xiaoya. He might be in a meeting. Please hold on for a moment. I will find Abraham right away. In less than 3 minutes, Li Xiaoya had located the healer. Thus, the conversation transitioned to video, and upon seeing the young boy again, Mint instinctively glanced at his hair, relieved to find it still dark and lustrous. Li Xiaoya noticed her gaze and appeared to be in good spirits. He stepped aside, revealing a young man behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Abraham, an SSS-rated psychic healer. The individual appeared to be in his mid-20s and bore a resemblance to individuals of Middle Eastern descent. Upon seeing Mint, he seemed momentarily taken aback. You must be that extraordinarily rare little girl? You are quite small. I am not small. I am an adult now. The 308 star recognizes the legal threshold of adulthood at 18 years, prompting Mint to smile and gently correct him before articulating her intentions for seeking him out. Upon hearing her, Abraham's expression grew grave. Little girl, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. After all, your mental prowess is impressive. However, this is indeed perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You may be unaffected, but the patient. He left the remaining thoughts unspoken. Yet Mint hesitated only for 3 seconds before affirmatively stating, absolutely. My mother's condition is dire. If the mental ocean cannot be completely restored, she may. The rest of her words trailed off, yet Abraham understood her implication. Nodding, he replied, I see. You wish to inquire about how to treat the depletion of the mental ocean caused by mental damage. Correct? Or more specifically, how to reinvigorate it? Yes, she confirmed. But this is exceedingly complex. It cannot be distilled into mere words or a simple video call between us. Do you comprehend? However, Mr. Abraham, I find myself devoid of alternatives. Therefore, could you please, regardless of the outcome, briefly outline the steps and methods for me? I will attempt it, and if it proves unfeasible, I shall not insist. He hesitated, casting a glance at Li Xiaoya. Help her. And I shall promote you. Henceforth, you will be my dedicated medical officer, Li Xiaoya interjected. Abraham's eyes brightened significantly. Isn't Miss Mint the one whose compatibility rate with you is at a perfect 100%? Li Xiaoya replied. She has academic commitments, so you should be promoted first. We'll discuss her situation post-graduation. Goodness. It was clearly insinuating that he was merely a backup. While the principal was absent, he would have to make do with himself until the main player graduated, at which point his relevance would diminish. Yet, Abraham felt no grievance, for the military academy was an 8-year program rather than a 4-year one. Thus, he could remain by Li Xiaoya's side, earning a salary for 8 years. Splendid. Abraham swiftly shed his earlier indecision, directly addressing Mint. Miss Mint, you are at the Alliance General Hospital, correct? In that case, a video call won't suffice. I should come in person, however, I will require at least 2 hours to arrive. Is that acceptable? This time, Mint was taken aback. That is fine. But, aren't you on the Wasteland Star? Abraham replied, indeed, that was the case. However, we jumped back last night and are on leave today. Therefore, I have the time to come and check on your mother. Wonderful, Mr. Abraham. 2 hours, is it? I shall await your arrival. Mint smiled at a tea that moment. The handsome youth behind Abraham suddenly puffed out his cheeks, exclaiming, I wish to accompany you. His voice was soft, but Mint heard him nonetheless. Then you should come, moreover, if you're bringing him. It won't take 2 hours, right, Xiaoya? With that simple remark, Li Xiaoya immediately perked up, his bright black eyes glimmering with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I can fly very quickly. Mint smiled and nodded. Yet Abraham's face paled in an instant. Please, majorly, if you fly too fast, I might get motion sickness. Elisha paid no heed to his protests and earnestly asked Mint, can it be done in half an hour? Or perhaps 20 minutes? Undoubtedly. The faster, the better. However, before Mint could voice her agreement, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the ward entrance, accompanied by the anxious shouts of nurses. Apologies. This is a patient room. You cannot. Instinctively, Mint turned, just in time to see a group of 8 people forcefully attempting to breach the entrance. Disregarding the nurse's objections, her brows instinctively furrowed. Personnel from the military? All 8 were clad in specially designed deep blue military uniforms, easily distinguishable from ordinary civilians. The leader, sporting a head of wavy brown hair, stood at least 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. His features were rugged, marked by a prominent scar running from his brow to his upper eyelid, a stark and sinister reminder of past battles. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his left eye was an artificial implant. Since his entrance, he had been casting a predatory gaze upon Mrs. Yang-Su, lying in her hospital bed. Mint felt a wave of unease wash over her, her voice instinctively lowering. Addressing Li Xiaoya on the terminal, she said, I apologize. A few special guests have arrived. I must attend to them briefly and will not be able to continue our conversation. Also, Xiaoya, please hurry with that. Mint promptly ended the call. Chapter 69. Do you know who I am? Of course, you dimwit. Here to visit the patient? Mint responded with an icy tone. The man with the electronic eye didn't even glance her way, instead smiling sinisterly at Mrs. Yang-Su, his smile devoid of warmth. Lieutenant Yang, long time no see. Mrs. Yang's lips pressed tightly together, and her gaze towards her daughter was filled with helplessness. It seemed she feared her daughter would blame her, as his address of Lieutenant Yang revealed far too much. As anticipated, Mint's brow arched slightly, but it was merely a fleeting reaction before she relaxed. After all, she was not the original owner of this body, and there was no reason to hold her mother accountable for the provocations of an outsider, especially one with such evident malice. Without a second thought, she shifted her position, effectively blocking Mrs. Yang's line of sight from the man's vile gaze. Since you are not here to visit the patient, kindly leave. Mint's demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming, prompting the electronic eye to finally direct his attention back to her. They locked eyes for a brief moment, and to his surprise, he perceived a hint of disdainful indifference emanating from this young girl. A flicker of anxiety stirred within his chest, a sensation he found absurd. Why was he intimidated by a mere girl from the military academy? You are Yang-Su's daughter? The electronic eye raised his chin, peering down at Mint with disdain. Truly, you are just as useless as your mother. I heard that on your first day at the military academy, you fell off a waterfall during training and nearly died. Is that true? That remark caused Mrs. Yang, already pale, to abruptly seize Mint's hand. Her eyes, filled with panic, betrayed her concern. Is what he said true? Mint, did you fall from the waterfall? Don't worry, I'm standing right here. Aren't I? Mint reassured her. However, her words did little to ease Mrs. Yang's worries. Instead, she gripped her daughter's hand tighter, demanding, explain everything to me, quickly. The anxiety in her gaze was palpable, as if she feared the situation was more sinister than it appeared. Mint gently patted her mother's hand. Mom, please don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. Yet, she succinctly recounted the incident. Do you remember the boy who came with me? The cute one with curly hair? He slipped while crossing the waterfall, and I fell while trying to pull him back. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yang's expression gradually relaxed, and she sighed in relief. I see. That is good. That is good. But Mint felt anything but relieved. The depth of Mrs. Yang's anxiety suggested she suspected the fall was no accident, but rather a deliberate act. Was someone truly after the original owner's life? That was certainly unsettling news. Nevertheless, Mint quickly masked her emotions, reassuringly patting Mrs. Yang's hand again. Once she sensed that her mother had calmed down, she turned to the electronic eye. Who do you think you are? What are you doing here? Speak plainly. My mother is unwell and cannot entertain you. The electronic figure widened his scarred eye in surprise, gritting his teeth. Young lady, I advise you to show me some respect. Do you know who I am? Mint scoffed. I know. You're just a foolish buffoon. At her words, the electronic eye's expression darkened, ready to retaliate. But Mrs. Yang preemptively seized Mint's hand. Her demeanor transformed from frail to fiercely protective. She glared at the electronic eye with fierce resolve. Akin to a mother hen shielding her chicks, if you have something to say, then say it. If you have any grievances, then voice them. despite her concern for her daughter, she refused to show fear. Thus, Mrs. Young instinctively echoed her daughter's previous words. That moment, Mint's first thought was, another person with the surname Quan, another single eyelid, and a similarly irksome demeanor. Could this man be related to their instructor? Quan Luyan? Unbeknownst to her, her guess was indeed correct. This man, named Quan Yinshua, was the uncle of Quan Liandai in their youth. He had served alongside Mrs. Young in the same military unit, and was once her subordinate. Fortunately, Mint was unaware of their connection. Otherwise, she would have been even less inclined to treat him with any semblance of courtesy. The electronic eye seemed taken aback by how challenging this mother-daughter duo was. Especially in front of his subordinates, his expression soured as he narrowed his already small eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. His voice turned icy. Oh, please, let us not have such hostility. I volunteered to come here to fetch you. After all, we've known each other for so many years, haven't we? Mrs. Young retorted. What do you mean? It was the teacher's directive. He remarked that you are, after all, one of his most cherished students. Now that you are gravely ill, he cannot bear the thought. Hence he intends to escort you to the military department to seek the finest physician for your treatment. Upon the mention of the teacher by Quan Yinshua, Yang Su's countenance visibly darkened further. It was as if she had received some invisible jolt, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, but she quickly regained her composure, coldly asserting, no need. This place is perfectly adequate. Lieutenant Yang, you are aware that the teacher detests disobedience among his students, he stated, and with a mere glance, 4 individuals emerged from behind him. They stepped forward without hesitation, surrounding Yang Su's sickbed, seemingly intent on dragging both her and the bed away. However, as their hands barely grazed the edge of the bed, all 4 simultaneously let out anguished cries. They were struck by an unknown force on the backs of their hands, followed by a series of sickening cracks, resulting in simultaneous fractures of their right hands. The excruciating pain elicited shrieks akin to that of slaughtered pigs. The commotion startled the nurse, who had attempted to intervene but failed, causing her to cover her mouth in shock. At that moment, the 3 young men who had been waiting outside burst into the room. Luu was the most boisterous among them. Upon entering, he shouted, "What happened? What's going on?" Yet, his voice abruptly ceased as he noticed the recently entered officers, all cradling their right hands and weeping, actual tears streaming down their faces. The sight of these brawny men crying left the 3 young men momentarily dumbfounded. In the same state of shock was Quan Yinshua, whose face flushed with embarrassment, feeling that his reputation had been utterly tarnished by these 4 fools. Silence! What are you wailing about? One of the injured men cried out, Captain, our right hands are all broken. What? In an instant, it seemed that the electronic eye had misheard. Just then, a green marble rolled over, coming to rest at his feet. He stared at the small green object for what felt like an eternity before suddenly lifting his head in fury. Yang Su? How dare you defy the teacher's orders, however? Before he could finish his sentence, another marble whizzed through the air, striking the corner of his mouth. Instantly, he too joined his subordinates in a cacophony of pig-like howls of pain. Yet, the assault did not cease with his lower lip. Another hit landed on his upper lip, and before he could recover, 2 more followed. After 4 consecutive cries of agony, the once smooth lips of the electronic eye swelled visibly, resembling grotesque sausages, turning an alarming shade of red and purple. Witnessing the hideous transformation of his lips, Liu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, letting out a snort. But this laughter only served to infuriate the electronic eye further. He glared furiously, his words slurred as he shouted, "Damn! Who's laughing at me?" Yet, in that very moment, he suddenly recognized a familiar face among the 3 young men. "Miss Monica, what are you doing here?" His lips, now swollen like 2 plump sausages, made his words difficult to decipher, but fortunately, Monica understood him. However, her expression was thunderous, and she clearly had no desire to engage in conversation. In truth, she had seen this man earlier and initially thought he was visiting for a sick call, only to discover he was there to cause trouble. Monica, with her refined temperament, was particularly protective of her friends. Bo was not just a classmate, but also a member of the same simulated combat team, which meant they were allies. Now that Bo was being bullied, how could she possibly stand by? With a stern expression, Monica coldly remarked, "I'm here to check on my best friend's mother, who is ill." At her words, not only did the electronic eye freeze in shock, but Bo also instinctively cast a glance at Monica. The term best friend was hardly applicable to them, Yet Monica's declaration was unmistakable in its intent to align with Bo. Monica's family was deeply entrenched in the military, and her brother held a significant position. The electronic eye likely recognized her brother, hence the courtesy extended to her. Nevertheless, Monica did not let this connection prevent her from standing up for Bo. She deliberately emphasized their friendship. It was evident that the electronic eye, upon hearing her words, turned pale. Yet, he quickly retorted, "Miss Monica, I advise you not to meddle in this matter, or even your brother will not be able to withstand the vice president's wrath." Monica was taken aback. Did Uncle Schubert send you? What does he intend to achieve? However, the electronic eye did not waste another moment on dialogue. With a mere glance, his remaining 3 subordinates drew their weapons. Aiming them at the 3 young men at the door, Monica gasped in disbelief. "Quan, you dare to have people point guns at me? I apologize. This is the vice president's directive." The electronic eye sneered, his sausage-like lips curling into a contemptuous smile, barking orders at the 4 injured men. "What are you still standing around for? A broken hand doesn't mean you're incapacitated. Hurry up and restrain that wretched girl and her mother." To think he could just take her away as he pleased. Did he believe himself to be an intergalactic tyrant or a villain from the cosmos? Unfortunately for him, Bo was not a woman who could be easily subdued. With the narrative of a strong female lead at her back, she retaliated by launching another 8 marbles, this time targeting their legs, and she put forth her full strength. The original body was not as resilient as her previous one, and without exerting full force, she wouldn't cause harm. Fortunately, her high mental prowess provided ample support, resulting in a series of sharp cracks, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The 4 men wailed, collapsing to their knees before Yang Su's sickbed, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, everyone in the ward was left in utter shock, particularly Quan Yinshua, who instinctively drew his gun, only to find himself, along with the weapon, propelled backward. One witnessed how Bo executed her kick. It was as if shadows darted past in a blur, culminating in a final sweep that sent Quan Yinshua crashing into the hospital wall. Alarmingly, he embedded himself into the wall, creating a cartoonish indentation before plummeting to the floor, landing face first. Meanwhile, the 3 officers who had been aiming their guns at the 3 young men immediately redirected their weapons toward Bo, almost reflexively pulling the triggers. Yet, they found themselves unable to do so in an instant. Their fingers felt alien, completely unresponsive, and they inadvertently turned their guns toward their own heads. Pale as sheets, they trembled in fear, their lips quivering. They were military personnel, each possessing at least B-level mental strength, but in that moment, they truly understood what it meant to experience overwhelming mental suppression. "No, please, I don't want to die." "Neither do I. Please, whoever you are, spare us. We were only following orders. Help, help, don't kill me, please." Each man pleaded desperately, but Bo remained unmoved. With a stoic expression, she raised her right hand, forming it into a gun shape, and silently mouthed, "Bang!" Instantly, all 3 men felt a searing pain in their heads, followed by the sensation of their brains bursting, engulfed in a fog of crimson mist before they collapsed, unconscious. However, the gun could not explode heads. Thus, what the 3 young men witnessed was the bewildering sight of the officers fainting from sheer fright at the sound of Bo's simulated gunshot. Wow! Truly useless. Chapter 71. This is just absurdly powerful. Mrs. Yang Su was left speechless. In a daze, she even began to wonder if she were dreaming. Her daughter could not possibly be this formidable, could she? At least, she had not been before. Was it due to her awakening an SSS level of mental strength? But this was just too outrageous. She looked at her daughter in shock, only to see Bo, with an impassive expression, stride over to Quan Yinshua, grasping his collar and hoisting the man, battered and bruised with a few broken teeth, to his feet before dragging him like a lifeless dog to Yang Su's side. Gasping for breath, Quan Yinshua glared at Bo with eyes full of rage, as though he could pierce her with his gaze. If looks could kill, Bo would have been pierced through 1,000 times over. But who cared? Bo spared him not a single glance, throwing him forcefully before her mother's sickbed. "Apologize to my mother properly, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise," yet before she could finish her threat, Quan Yinshua, with his sausage-like lips, interrupted angrily, "The vice president will not let you go. You can await your demise." How dare he threaten her? Mint's gaze gradually turned cold, her eyes lowering as the latent, slightly frenzied bloodline within her seemed to awaken fully. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly broke into a grin at her opponent. However, in the midst of her laughter, She abruptly seized the opponent's head, gripping the receding hairline that had shifted alarmingly upward, and forcefully slammed his face back into the floor. Instantly, the floor cracked open like a spider's web. The center of this web lay the swollen, pig-like visage of Quan Yinshua, who had once again lost 3 teeth. When he was hurled aside, his costly implanted electronic eye was violently expelled from its socket, rolling across the floor before colliding with the knee of one of his 4 subordinates. The entire time, Mint paid no heed to the 4 men until she leisurely withdrew a tissue. Meticulously wiping her hands, as she wiped, she smiled and inquired of them, "Is there anyone willing to enlighten me on the identity of the Vice Dean? What precisely did he summon you here for?" The 4 unfortunate souls, with fractured legs and broken right hands, dared not utter a word. Mint displayed remarkable patience, maintaining her composure as she awaited their response until her 5 fingers were entirely clean. Tossing the tissue into the trash, her icy gaze pierced through them like a blade. "What is this? Must I resort to taking matters into my own hands? Like this?" With that, she lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to Quan Yinshua's side. The sound of 2 distinct cracks echoed, unmistakably the sound of ribs breaking. The 4 men shuddered, their faces paling, lips trembling in fear. One timid soul finally succumbed to the pressure, shouting, "We can't say. If we do, we're as good as dead." "Is that so? You can't speak? Then there's no other option." With that, Mint abruptly raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face, though it appeared to be an ordinary slap. The force sent the man flying, crashing into the corner wall, joining the ranks of the unconscious. The remaining 3 men were left breathless. They looked at the sweet-faced girl before them, their minds flooded with images of various demons. Mint, the demon, then offered a saccharine smile, her tone deceptively gentle. "How about? You take a guess at what might happen if you fail to tell the truth. Would it be worse than death? After all, compared to your Vice Dean, I am merely a weak and easily bullied girl." At this, cold sweat poured from the brows of the 3 men. Help! If this girl was weak and easily bullied, then was there any villain left in the world? One of the 3 suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly ready to bite back. Yet Mint coldly chuckled. "I suspect there's poison hidden within your teeth. Who would have thought that 308 stars still employed such archaic methods? But fear not, with me around, you shan't perish. At most, it will be a fate worse than death." With that, she executed a spinning kick. Instantly, one side of the man's cheek caved in, followed by a small white object bursting forth from his mouth. It traced a parabolic arc through the air before landing at Lucas's feet. The curly-haired boy leaned in to inspect it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, it's a large incisor, and there's a green in the center. Cavities aren't green. That is obviously poison." Yet Mint had knocked out his tooth, leaving him unable to even consider suicide. The curly-haired boy glanced at the tooth on the floor, making a swift decision to grab Monica and Ruayue. Urging them to flee, Ruayue protested, "You can't be so ungrateful. Aren't we a team? Why are you running?" Lucas, though much shorter than Ruayue, effortlessly pulled him away. He then secured the door to the hospital room, calling back before it fully closed, "Mint, we'll keep watch for you. You can interrogate however you wish, just don't kill them." With that, Ruayue understood everything. He immediately gave a thumbs up. "I didn't see that coming. Little curly-haired boy, you're quite resourceful. Well done." Ruayue then stood guard at the door, sneaking glances around nervously, as if fearing someone might approach them. However, in doing so, he caught sight of a particularly conspicuous group. Oh no, could those doctors be heading this way? Lucas and Monica turned their heads simultaneously, and indeed, they spotted a procession of doctors in white coats approaching, led by a stout man with white hair. Lucas recognized him instantly, the head of the Alliance General Hospital. Having been sickly as a child, Lucas had frequented hospitals and was familiar with the best doctors, hence he knew this head physician well. The middle-aged doctor beside him, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and an air of scholarly refinement, was also familiar to him. The golden-haired doctor, likely the one set to perform surgery on Mint's mother, Dr. Soul indeed, Monica recalled vividly. "I saw this Dr. S photo on Mint's terminal earlier. It's definitely him, Dr. Soul." Though the trio was somewhat raucous, they weren't foolish. Exchanging glances, they quickly formed a line, blocking the entrance to the hospital room, embodying a stance of 3 soldiers guarding the pass. No one can breach. As the group drew near the hospital room, they finally noticed the 3 military academy students standing at the door. Clad in the uniforms of the Alliance Military Academy, their identities were easily discernible. Dr. Soul and the others scanned the children's faces, and upon not finding Mint, initially felt a sense of relief. However, that relief was short-lived as a cacophony of clattering and crashing sounds erupted from within the room, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. No one was foolish enough not to recognize that something was amiss. The head physician's expression darkened. "What is happening in there? And what are you students doing here?" Before he could finish speaking, the head physician recognized Lucas, not because he was particularly adorable, but mainly because the Lawrence family was exceptionally wealthy. They had donated an entire building to the Alliance General Hospital to facilitate treatment for their young master. Quite coincidentally, it was the very building they were currently in. Considering the monetary implications, the head physician's demeanor shifted from impatience to extreme cordiality. "Ah, is that the Lawrence family's young master? What brings you here?" Lucas felt an urge to roll his eyes. What was it with people asking obvious questions? Wasn't the hospital a place for either receiving or visiting the sick? What else could he possibly be doing here? Dressed in military academy attire, however, despite his soft demeanor and propensity for tears, his family's influence was formidable, so he felt no fear. Adopting a tone reminiscent of Monica, he replied, "I'm here to visit my best friend S. "Oh, I mean, my good friend S. mother, who is ill." The head physician's expression soured. "Is it this patient inside?" Lucas nodded, flashing an innocent and charming smile. "Head physician, what brings you here? Are you here to perform surgery on Aunt Yang?" "Personally?" The head physician was caught off guard by Lucas's question, his expression turning awkward. While he had indeed come regarding the surgery, it was not to perform it on Yang Su, but rather to prevent Dr. Sol from doing so. Dr. Sol was the youngest medical expert at their hospital. He insisted on operating on Yang Su, yet the order from the upper house was clear. This woman was not to be operated on. The Alliance General Hospital, after all, was subordinate to the Alliance, and the upper house had the authority to issue directives. Thus, Dr. Sol sought the head physician's assistance in mediating the matter. The head physician's stance was clear. They would follow whatever the vice dean of the upper house dictated, sternly warning Dr. Sol against stirring up trouble, threatening his dismissal should he jeopardize the hospital's standing. However, Dr. Sol was doggedly persistent, asserting that even if dismissed, he would complete the surgery on Yang Su before departing. Fearing that the situation might escalate, the head physician reluctantly agreed to accompany him, hoping to placate him, thinking the woman named Yang Su had only 3 days left to live. A delay would suffice. Little did he expect that this Yang Su was connected to the Lawrence family. This required careful consideration of the consequences. While he was reluctant to offend the vice dean of the upper house, he equally did not wish to antagonize the immensely wealthy Lawrence family. The head physician chuckled, his tone shifting swiftly. "Yes, I'm here to check on the patient, to see if her condition has improved. If so, surgery may still be an option. But if," before he could finish, a man's anguished scream erupted from within the room, abruptly ceasing as if someone had choked him. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, silence falling over everyone. To put it plainly, apart from the trio, a line of doctors stood at the entrance, all experts in their fields, and it was impossible for them not to recognize the significance of that sound. The head physician's expression darkened. At this point, it was no longer a matter of whether to operate on Yang Su. A grave incident has unfolded within the confines of his hospital, in the very ward under his jurisdiction. Potentially even a fatality, by sheer coincidence. He happened to be present and overheard the commotion. How could he possibly remain indifferent? What exactly is transpiring here? Who is inside? What has occurred? The trio remained tight-lipped, refusing to utter a word. The director's countenance darkened further as he forcefully pushed Lucas aside, intent on opening the door himself. However, Ryu seized the director's arm, pleading, "Grandfather director, it would be best if you refrained from entering." "Release me," he demanded. Despite having served as a director for several decades, he still possessed a certain authoritative presence. The piercing intensity of his gaze, sweeping across the room, indeed caused Ryu to feel a pang of trepidation. Yet, like a young calf unafraid of tigers, he, relying solely on his brute strength, could not be deterred by a mere glance. Ryu held his ground, his expression earnest as he insisted, "Grandfather director, I am advising you against entering for your own good." "What nonsense is this?" The director scowled, attempting to shake off Ryu's grip, seemingly eager to break free from his restraint. Alas, how could a surgeon, accustomed to wielding a scalpel, possibly overpower a military academy student? Furthermore, Ryu was naturally strong, unyielding. He refused to release his hold, nor would he permit them entry. The director finally grasped that something significant was amiss within that ward and bellowed, "Dr. Sol, what are you waiting for? Isn't this your patient? Hurry and see what is going on inside." If a life is lost, can you bear the responsibility? Upon hearing this, while other doctors hesitated, Dr. Soul strode purposefully toward the ward door. Monica stepped forward to intercept him. After being thwarted twice, the director's expression transformed dramatically. Call security. Have these 3 students removed. We must ascertain what has transpired inside. Just as he was uttering such fierce commands, with a click, the ward door finally swung open, revealing an adorable girl stepping out. With a look of innocence, he asked, "What's wrong?" She then turned to Dr. Soul, delight evident in her voice. "You finally arrived. I was just about to seek you out to inquire about my mother's condition. Weren't we supposed to proceed with surgery? Why has that changed? I heard. It was because you received a call you couldn't refuse?" At this remark, not only did Dr. Soul's countenance shift, but even the director's expression soured. The request from the upper house had originally been a private request of sorts, fundamentally irregular, and they feared offending that individual. Hence their reluctant compliance. However, they did not wish for the matter to become widely known. After all, a hospital is a sanctuary for healing. If such affairs could be controlled from above, would they not turn these angels in white into a laughingstock? Thus, upon Binghe's inquiry, the director immediately scanned the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one had overheard their conversation, he abruptly straightened his face. "Nonsense. There is no such thing. Our hospital would never forego surgery for a mere phone call." Binghe's previously smiling eyes suddenly turned icy. "Is that so?" Chapter 73. What is the true nature of this family? The instantaneous chill that enveloped him was something the director had not experienced in many years. Humans, being mortal, are bound to fall ill, especially in a world tainted and rife with anomalies. Thus, the medical profession is inherently unique. At over 130 years of age, the director had encountered a myriad of officials and dignitaries throughout his century-long career. Even having had the fortune to meet the illustrious commander of the Alliance, a figure whose visage adorned countless posters, that encounter had imparted upon him a singular sensation. A mere glance from that individual was enough to chill him to the bone. Yet, he had believed that no one else could evoke such pressure with just a look. Today, however, that belief was shattered. This 18-year-old girl, with nothing more than a cold inquiry, had rendered him so tense that the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. It was no jest. He felt an unsettling aura in her gaze, one that belied her tender age, exuding an air of authority and coldness. Moreover, he could not articulate the sensation. He merely sensed that Binghe's eyes carried a lethal quality, tinged with an unsettling, almost predatory allure, as if once fixated upon her prey, she would ensnare and utterly consume them. The director began to perspire. Yet, he would not concede to being intimidated by a mere girl on the cusp of adulthood. Straightening his posture, he declared, "Just now, we heard some peculiar noises emanating from the ward. What exactly is happening inside?" "Nothing. You must have misheard," she replied. The director, displeased, retorted, "Young lady, lying is not a commendable trait. Has your instructor failed to educate you properly?" Binghe responded with a smile, "Indeed. Lying is not a commendable trait, is it, director? Was your own education lacking?" This was a case of poetic justice, as she utilized his own words against him. The director's face darkened. And just as he seemed poised to erupt, Dr. Soul stepped forward, grasping Binghe's hand and attempting to convey with his eyes that she should not provoke the director further. "Binghe, how is your mother?" Dr. Soul sought to shift the conversation, but Binghe countered, "Shouldn't that question be directed at you, Dr. Soul?" He was about to explain the current situation, assuring her that he had not abandoned the plan to operate on her mother when suddenly, a resounding series of footsteps echoed from behind them. A group of security personnel, summoned by a doctor through the terminal at the director's behest, advanced toward them. Upon seeing the security arrive, the director regained his confidence. He straightened up, chin held high, casting a glance that instructed the guards to swiftly remove the 4 troublesome students. The guards, naturally obedient to the director's command, quickly surrounded the quartet. Binghe's expression appeared calm. Yet the coldness underlying her demeanor sent shivers down the spine of her curly-haired companion. Truth be told, he had only just realized that beneath Binghe's charming exterior lay a hint of madness. While she often smiled, appearing placid, that demeanor was only maintained until her boundaries were genuinely tested. Therefore, she would jest when appropriate, be playful when the moment called for it, even exhibiting a touch of frugality. However, once provoked, the intensity of her aura could not be underestimated. Lucas felt that should the guards attempt to forcibly take action, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. just as he contemplated whether to kindly warn them not to overestimate their abilities. A clear, youthful voice cut through the air like a jolt of electricity. "What are you doing?" Though the boy's voice was not loud, it was chilling, reverberating in the minds of all present as if on an infinite loop. How terrifying was that? As everyone pondered the origin of the voice, a strikingly handsome youth clad in pristine white major's uniform approached with an icy demeanor, each step deliberate and measured. Li Xiaoya's expression was frosty, his tightly pressed lips betraying his current displeasure. Though he had arrived in just 20 minutes, he was still a step behind. When he had sensed the situation from a distance, realizing that the slender being he was encircled by a group of imposing security guards, he had nearly unleashed a mental assault to incapacitate them all. Had it not been for Abraham's desperate pleas, those guards would have already been rendered unconscious. With a stern expression, he positioned himself in front of Bing He, and before he could utter a word, the guards instinctively took several steps back, parting to give him space. Without a hint of warmth, he pulled Bing He behind him, clearly shielding her. The appearance of the young man astounded everyone. It wasn't merely the act of protection that was noteworthy. It was the dazzling white uniform he wore and the gleaming golden epaulets that adorned his shoulders. It was well known that the Alliance Military Academy's uniforms were blue and white, and their field attire followed suit. Being a direct branch of the military, the uniforms varied in rank. Blue and white were typically worn by lower-ranking officers, while white uniforms were reserved for high-ranking officials. Li Xiaoya not only donned a white uniform but also bore a single golden star on his broad shoulder, a major's insignia. Such a young lad, yet already a major. Anyone present with a modicum of sense could deduce his identity. Although the military had kept his true visage largely concealed for security reasons, usually only showcasing his solitary silhouette or his form piloting a mech, who else in the entire alliance could achieve a golden star at such a young age? The director was now drenched in cold sweat. Earlier, he had noted that Yang Su, a seemingly unremarkable female patient, was acquainted with the young master of the Lawrence family, a revelation that had already posed a dilemma. Now, it seemed that the daughter of that family had also entangled herself with this formidable figure from the alliance. The dean felt a profound sense of distress. What kind of family is this? Chapter 74. What manner of devil is this girl? The dean immediately realized that he had entangled himself with someone he should not have provoked. He quickly donned a forced smile. "Ah, it is Major General Li. I am." He had no desire to listen to the self-introduction, as Li Xiaoya, with a cold expression, began with a pointed remark. "With so many of you ganging up on a vulnerable and helpless young girl, do you not feel any shame?" The dean stammered. This." Li Xiaoya remained expressionless, continuing to interrupt. "Moreover, she is my exclusive therapist. Do you have any grievances against me by targeting her?" This accusation was rather too hefty. Not only the dean but everyone present began to sweat profusely. The dean, having seen many things in his lifetime, though cursing inwardly, maintained a facade of calm. "What? This little girl is your exclusive therapist?" "We genuinely did not know. Otherwise, we would not have put her in a difficult position, so, if she were not my exclusive therapist, you would have troubled her?" No, that's not it. We were merely a bit surprised. After all, this young lady is exceedingly youthful. She must have just come of age. Who would have thought she could achieve such prowess and become your exclusive therapist? Hee. The dean felt that if this conversation continued, his heart might simply give out. This young Major General Li, reputed to have grown up on the battlefield, lacked the common sense typical of ordinary people. In other words, he would not adhere to any customary protocols or niceties. The dean felt as though he was exhausting all the wisdom accumulated over a century, yet still could not keep pace with this individual's thought process. After all, this person had no intention of engaging in polite discourse. Launching straight into verbal artillery, Li Xiaoya pressed on. "You have yet to answer me. Why are you bullying my people?" "His people." Upon hearing those overly ambiguous words, the dean nearly suffocated. Yet, he could not collapse. He had to hold on. It is a misunderstanding, truly a colossal misunderstanding. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Miss Bo, for we have genuinely done nothing to her, truly. The poor dean gazed imploringly at Bo, his expression clearly pleading. "Little girl, show mercy. We truly have not committed any heinous acts against you, have we? Right?" Bo smiled and nodded at the dean. Then, she turned to report to Xiaoya. "Yes, they really haven't had the chance to do anything to me. Just as they were about to have the security rudely throw us, a few vulnerable and pitiful students, out, you arrived just in time." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. The look he cast upon the dean could have devoured him whole. The dean felt on the verge of tears, internally cursing. R. Though Bo was speaking the truth, her words only served to stoke the flames of conflict. What sort of devil is this girl? Having lived for over 130 years, the dean had never encountered someone as troublesome as Bo. He trembled as he took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, feebly explaining, "It is truly a misunderstanding." Otherwise, he could not continue. Choosing instead to surrender, he shoved Dr. Soul forward. "Then, let your own patient explain." Dr. Soul wished to clarify but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he opted for honesty. "It is indeed a misunderstanding. The dean came to check on Ms. Yang due to her surgical issues. We intended to observe Ms. Yang Su's condition to see if it met the surgical criteria. But before we could enter, we heard horrifying screams from the ward. We called for security simply to see what was happening inside. There was no malice intended. After all, this is a hospital, and if something violent or bloody were to occur, we would also be implicated." The dean immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoya was not swayed by this explanation. As the foremost figure in the alliance, not only was his combat prowess unparalleled, but his intellect matched as well. On his way here, he had reviewed all the documents related to Bo's mother. Bo's mother had been presented with numerous surgical opportunities, yet every time, despite signing the paperwork, she ultimately did not proceed. It was evident to even the simplest of minds that something was amiss. Ms. Yang Su's condition was exceedingly critical. Without surgery, she would die. Yet, there were those repeatedly obstructing her procedure. More bewildering was the fact that the individual covertly preventing her surgery was not recorded in any documents. Clearly, someone had manipulated the information, erasing those records. Few could achieve such a feat, and Li Xiaoya casually guessed one name, directly asking, "What did that vice president of the upper house say to you that led you to decide to cancel the surgery?" Dr. Soul, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know it was Vice President Schubert who called me?" He had guessed correctly. Li Xiaoya's gaze turned even colder. "Just answer me. Why?" "I'm sorry, but I do not know why." "Mr. Schubert told me it was a military order, and I must comply." Despite his demeanor, Dr. Soul was also military personnel. With that one statement, Li Xiaoya's lips pressed into a thin line. He looked at the other man expressionlessly. "I had no idea the upper house could convey military orders on behalf of the military." Just that remark caused cold sweat to break out on Dr. Soul's forehead. He quickly clarified. "Though Mr. Schubert is the vice president of the upper house, he also holds a military position and ranks significantly higher than I." Li Xiaoya retorted. "Then if I insist that you perform surgery on Ms. Yang Su?" Dr. Soul's gaze instantly became steadfast. Yet he spoke candidly, "Major General Li, while you are my superior, it seems Mr. Schubert holds a rank even slightly higher than yours. You mean to say that only someone of a higher authority, at the level of the Supreme Commander, can give you a military order for you to perform surgery on Ms. Yang Su? Is that correct?" As he posed this question, the expressions of all the doctors outside the ward shifted dramatically, and the dean nearly dropped his handkerchief in shock. Surprisingly, Dr. Soul candidly stated, "If possible, please ensure the Supreme Commander issues me a command. If such an order exists, then no one can prevent me from performing surgery on Ms. Yang Su." Chapter 75. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. With that statement, the young man's expression softened considerably. Growing up in the military, he was indeed unfamiliar with the subtleties of ordinary human interactions. But at this moment, he needed only to grasp one crucial point. Dr. Soul was an ally. Recognizing this, he naturally sheathed his metaphorical sword. Li Xiaoya replied, "Very well, go prepare for the surgery now. The Supreme Commander should still be in an important meeting. Shortly, I will have him personally issue you the command." With this assurance, Dr. Soul's spirit soared. "Thank you. I will prepare immediately." As he turned to leave, the dean protested, "You are just leaving like that? What about me?" Dr. Soul regarded the dean earnestly, sincerely suggesting, "Dean, I cordially invite you to join me in preparing for the surgery." Dr. Soul was a clever man. He subtly gestured towards the door of the ward. Intelligent individuals rarely spoke too explicitly, and the dean immediately grasped his meaning. With someone as formidable as Li Xiaoya backing him, there was no need for him, a mere surgeon, to confront the opposition head-on. After all, this young major general, the youngest in the entire alliance, had been directly brought to the interstellar battlefield by the Supreme Commander before he was even 10 years old. Over the years, his relationship with the Supreme Commander had grown as close as father and son. Thus, offending the vice president of the upper house might only result in a minor inconvenience, perhaps a little trouble here and there. Provided it did not escalate to the point of a military tribunal, however, to offend this audacious individual, the Supreme Commander's favored successor could very well result in a return to the interstellar battlefield for the Dean, who had spent over 50 years fighting to return to the Alliance's central hospital. He had no desire to face the horrors of war again. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Even if he felt utterly humiliated this time, the Dean decided it would be best to accompany Dr. Soul. After all, he was not a monster. He did not wish for Ms. Yang Su's life. And so, they departed. Soon after, a procession of doctors, accompanied by security, left in a dejected manner. Yet, they had barely gone far when they spotted a young medical practitioner sprinting towards them, breathless. The Dean's keen eyes immediately recognized his student. Abraham. This child possessed S-level mental strength and was one of his most prized pupils. Abraham also spotted the Dean and immediately waved with excitement. "Teacher, what a coincidence to run into you." He had arrived on the same star shuttle as Li Xiaoya, who, in his eagerness to find Mint, had transformed the shuttle into a spaceship. As a result, Abraham rushed to the restroom upon disembarking and spent quite a while expelling the contents of his stomach. After finally emptying his insides, he approached, pale-faced and unsteady on his feet, only to encounter his teacher. The Dean was delighted to see his student and felt his previously despondent mood lift considerably. "How did you get here? Didn't you say you were on a business trip to the Desolate Star?" "Yes, I just returned and received a special assignment to evaluate a military academy student's mother's mental condition." Upon hearing the term military academy student, the Dean's expression instantly shifted. A sense of dread crept into his heart. "Please don't tell me that the military student is a girl named Mint?" "Ah, teacher, you know her too, but I checked the records, and her attending physician is Senior Soul, not you, right?" The Dean felt the familiar sensation of suffocation returning. "What's wrong, teacher? Why do you look so pale?" "How could I not be pale? At this moment, I feel half dead, and the other half is barely alive." Gasping for breath, he sighed deeply, then seized Abraham's hand and pulled him aside to whisper urgently, "Quickly, tell me everything about this Mint. How does she know the young master of the Lawrence family? How does she know Li Xiaoya? Why does Li Xiaoya claim she is his exclusive therapist? Could it be, teacher, that given your status, you should have received that mass notification from the central brain? The one from Academician Yang, indicating that she is the second student in the entire alliance with an SSS level of mental power." Such critical information was not something the Dean could overlook. He had read that message multiple times and had even made plans in his mind. Although this SSS child was still attending military academy, since she was of a healing type, it would be feasible to bring her to their hospital for practical training. He had connections with the Alliance Military University. With a proper introduction and a little maneuvering, perhaps he could secure her an official position at their hospital. Whether she chose to learn or not was irrelevant. As long as she held a position, she would essentially become a living advertisement for the Alliance General Hospital, ensuring a steady influx of exceptional new students in the future. However, the notification from the central brain contained only text, just a name, age, and ID number, without any accompanying photo. Moreover, Mint was such a common name. How could he possibly have connected it to a specific individual? The Dean's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and his pupils began to tremble. "You mustn't tell me that this Mint is the same one you came here to find?" "Indeed, it is her. I heard that her mental power compatibility with Li Xiaoya is as high as 100. Is that not so?" "Yes, so I am merely acting as a substitute medical practitioner for Major General Li. That young girl is destined to be the future main consort. She is just young and still in school, which is why I'm temporarily filling in until she graduates." The Dean was left speechless, feeling as if he might faint. What colossal figure had he inadvertently offended? Oh heavens! Meanwhile, the previously imposing young man was now apologizing to Mint. "I'm sorry. You asked me to come quickly, yet I still arrived late." Mint, glancing at the time, noted that he had flown in under 20 minutes, which was quite swift. No, you were very quick. Don't blame yourself. But you were bullied." Hearing this, Mint smiled. "Actually, it's not quite like that." And then she hooked her pinky finger, signaling Li Xiaoya to follow her to inspect the situation. With her gesture, Li Xiaoya had no choice but to comply, and without further ado, they entered the hospital room. There, he found Mrs. Yang Su silently seated on the hospital bed, and on the floor before her lay 8 neatly arranged corpses. Chapter 76. Is it really acceptable to kill them all? Instinctively, his formidable mental power surged forth. "Oh, Thankfully, they were not corpses. These individuals were still breathing. However, there was one point to address. Li Xiaoya turned to Mint and inquired, "Have you dealt with the aftermath?" "Ah, I haven't quite figured out how to handle it yet." She chuckled. "Though these people deserved it, if I don't knock them out one by one, they'll surely knock me out instead. I can't be blamed for being ruthless." "Indeed," Li Xiaoya wholeheartedly agreed, nodding before adding, "However, if these individuals were sent by Vice Dean Schubert, they must be dealt with." While Mint was not known for her compassion, at Li Xiaoya's suggestion, she looked astonished. "Isn't killing them too extreme?" This one statement drew the attention of everyone in the room towards Li Xiaoya. He shook his head and spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. "Murder is illegal, and one would end up in an interstellar prison. Unless absolutely necessary, you must not take a life, understand? Oh, but you mentioned needing to deal with them? I can't fault her for that. Back on Earth, when we spoke of dealing with someone, it usually meant killing them." Although she kept this thought to herself, she looked earnestly at Li Xiaoya, clearly eager to hear his next words. Li Xiaoya, not one for suspense, quickly responded, "Isn't your mental power rated SSS? Just give them a jolt, and they'll all be reduced to idiots." Everyone present was left speechless. Only Mint nodded seriously. "That's a good idea. But turning them into idiots is too obvious. It would be better to brainwash them, so they forget what they did today." Or, Li Xiaoya shook his head, "Brainwashing is ineffective. The upper house has the best medical team, responsible for treating the president. They can restore any erased memories to their original state." With that, he looked at Mint with a serious expression. "I will handle it. Even if Schubert finds out, he won't dare take action against me. Given my position." With a snap of his fingers, a subtle ripple seemed to linger in the air. Instantly, the 8 individuals who had been lying on the ground began to bleed profusely from their noses. "All done?" Mint stared, perplexed, at the scene of their profuse bleeding, asking curiously, "Is this what you meant by done?" Li Xiaoya replied, "You said making them idiots was undesirable, so I only used 13 of my mental power to penetrate their brains. They will likely retain an intelligence level of around 6 to 8 years old, while still keeping their limbs, so it won't affect their future lives at all." Considering that these were individuals who had previously harmed her mother, Mint felt no sympathy. However, as she regarded Li Xiaoya, she couldn't help but think, this boy, despite possessing a face that could incite envy among gods and men, truly lives up to his moniker of Yamo in the military. What a ruthless individual! Yet this shared trait made them kindred spirits in a way, and rather than fear him, Mint found herself admiring him. "Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, my mother might have been forcibly taken away." Mint expressed her gratitude, though it was somewhat perfunctory. Given her combat prowess, those individuals could not have taken her mother, but Li Xiaoya, being rather naive, took her words at face value and blushed slightly. "No need to thank me. We are family, after all." Mint turned to him, perplexed. Since when are we family? I was unaware." Simultaneously, Yang Su, too, reacted strongly to this statement. On star 308, the average lifespan is around 200 years. But the legal age of adulthood is still 18, which permits romance and relationships. Yang Su had long been mentally prepared for this. However, while many pursued Mint, she had never accepted any boy, except for the one before her now. Even knowing his unique status, Yang Su couldn't help but scrutinize this young man with the discerning gaze of a mother-in-law evaluating her daughter's suitor. Unbeknownst to her, upon closer inspection, even Yang Su found herself marveling inwardly. What a stunning young man! Who would have imagined that this beautiful boy had single-handedly ventured into the polluted zone and slain nearly 1,000 aberrations? Yang Su's gaze gradually returned to the pristine white uniform he wore. Many years ago, she had looked upon that white attire with longing, fantasizing about one day wearing it herself. "You are Li Xiaoya?" Finally, she resolved to speak up. The moment she addressed him directly, the previously stoic young man turned into a bundle of nerves. Thinking, what to do? What to do? Why did Mint's mother suddenly call my name? What will she ask me? Is she checking my background? But I have no parents. I'm an orphan, found in the polluted zone. What if she finds me unsatisfactory? Li Xiaoya was exceedingly anxious, his mind racing as if it were overheating, with what felt like a small AI robot inside him screaming in panic, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Thus, he began to foolishly introduce himself. Hello. Annie, I am Li Xiaoya, 19 years old, 192 cm tall, weighing 85 kg. I am currently serving in the military, holding the position of Deputy Commander of the 1st Army of the Alliance, with the rank of Major General Dai. I do not smoke, do not drink, do not play video games, do not gamble, and have no other bad habits. That's it. Yang Su. Did she ask these questions just now? This child is adorably foolish. Originally, I intended to scrutinize this child with the discerning eyes of a mother-in-law selecting a son-in-law, but at this moment, Yang Su couldn't help but smile. It seems the commander has taught you well. You are truly exceptional. Li Xiaoya, who was still somewhat dazed, instantly regained his composure upon hearing this remark. As he had previously stated, he belonged to the military, and as a major general, he would maintain the necessary vigilance when confronted with such sensitive inquiries, even if the other party was the mother of his acquaintance. After all, no one else would so boldly mention the commander and their relationship, even though the entire alliance knew that he was raised by the commander. The way Ms. Yang Su spoke of him felt less like the admiration of an ordinary civilian for an idol, and more like reminiscing about an old friend. Though be cautious, Li Xiaoya immediately began to mentally review all the information he had on Yang Su. In doing so, he stumbled upon a particularly noteworthy detail that caught his attention. Therefore, he politely but directly inquired, "I apologize for my boldness, but may I ask what your relationship is with Weisstein Schubert?" Yang Su, Chapter 77. One dares to treat, the other dares to be treated. I apologize if my question seems too direct, but Li Xiaoya's gaze was clear and unwavering. Please, I urge you to answer me. This is crucial for whether or not you can undergo surgery normally. Yang Su hesitated for a moment, but it was only a fleeting hesitation. After glancing at Bo and then at Li Xiaoya, she seemed to weigh her thoughts internally before finally answering, Schubert, Yang. He is my half-brother. At this one revelation, Li Xiaoya showed no significant reaction, but Bo was left dumbfounded. What? That short-lived young Schubert is actually the original's uncle? What grudge? What vendetta? How could he inflict harm upon his own sister and deny her a surgery? Perhaps due to the obvious shock on Bo's face, Ms. Yang Su appeared somewhat embarrassed at this moment. She seemed eager to explain thoroughly, yet given the complex situation, she found herself at a loss as to where to begin. Finally, she said, Bo, your mother might need some time to process her emotions, but I promise to tell you everything, all right? Bo nodded readily. Okay. She understood that such matters were not easy and would not pressure Ms. Yang Su to explain everything immediately, especially with outsiders present. A series of sharp knocks interrupted them at this moment. The door was ajar, and Abraham stood at the threshold, politely inquiring, Excuse me, is this Ms. Yang Su's room? But he quickly fell silent as he caught sight of a row of bodies sprawled on the floor. He jumped back in fright. Goodness, you promised me you wouldn't kill anyone. Li Xiaoya maintained an expressionless demeanor. They are not dead. They are merely rendered foolish. Just merely. Abraham felt a wave of suffocation. His current feelings mirrored those of his previous mentor. He entered the room, forcefully closing the door behind him and locking it. What on earth is going on? Why render someone foolish? Li Xiaoya remained impassive. There is nothing to explain. Since you are here, hurry and check on Ms. Yang. But, Li Xiaoya interjected, one more word and I want to promote you. Abraham immediately sealed his lips. He then stepped over the 8 bodies and approached Ms. Yang Su. Bowing slightly, he gently took her hand. I apologize for the intrusion. Abraham closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading out. Within less than a minute, he emerged from Ms. Yang Su's mental sea, drenched in sweat. The primary issue was his helplessness. At his level, he had no means to repair a mental sea that had withered to such an extent. Yet, this truth was difficult to articulate, and he merely shook his head regretfully at Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya's expression darkened as he apologetically glanced at Bo. However, Bo was not inclined to give up. She turned to Abraham and asked directly, I don't wish to ask anything else, Mr. Abraham, but could you teach me how to irrigate the mental sea? Abraham, what do you mean by irrigate? Bo had never systematically studied the methods of mental energy therapy, so many of her terms were inaccurate. The term irrigate was also her own invention. She crudely thought that if the mental sea were likened to barren land, then if the land were dry and parched, one could use ample water and fertilizer to nourish it, thus revitalizing it. She briefly described her thoughts, and while Abraham nodded initially, he soon shook his head. He explained, the principle of mental energy therapy is quite simple. Since you have treated Major generally before, you should understand that it is something that can only be grasped intuitively. When you enter a person's mental sea and locate the source of the problem, removing it generally resolves a significant portion of the issue. However, your mother's situation is rather complex. It is as if there is no specific source of illness. Or rather, the entire mental sea itself is the affliction. Should we remove the entire mental sea? Is that feasible? Would such removal impact her life? His words left Abraham momentarily speechless. You really dare to think of such things? I was just making a comparison, but Bo interjected. Throughout history, Every scientist proposing a groundbreaking theory has faced skepticism. I believe that when the Alliance's foremost mental energy therapist suggested the possibility of treating mental damage and contamination, they too encountered myriad doubts. But who says that what predecessors could not achieve, successors cannot either? Achieving breakthroughs is the ultimate goal for every mental energy healer, is it not? Abraham fell silent. He did not become angry. Rather, as an SS-level therapist, he felt it was beyond his purview to concern himself with matters that required the expertise of an SSS-level healer. However, he did appreciate Boh's proactive mindset. Yet, he added, but I lack experience in this area and cannot teach you the so-called irrigation method unless Bill Neeson personally comes over. Perhaps, he did not finish his sentence, but Bo understood his implication. She did not press further, simply nodding. It seems I must try it myself. Abraham felt a jolt of surprise, just as he was about to ask her how she planned to proceed. Bo directly turned to young Sue. Mom, once again, let me give it a shot. All right, what do you call this? One truly dares to treat, and the other dares to be treated. Abraham hastily interjected. Ms. Young, you cannot allow her to do this. She is still young and lacks experience. It could lead to dire consequences. Young Sue replied. If I do not undergo the surgery, I have only 3 days left to live. The surgery she referred to was the one Dr. Soul was to perform on her body, but the true source of her failing health was the mental sea that was on the verge of depletion. If the root issue was not resolved, death was merely a matter of time. Abraham found himself at a loss for words. As a mental energy therapist, his knowledge differed significantly from that of a surgeon like Soul, and he had not anticipated young Sue's condition had deteriorated to such a degree. Bo's expression darkened, marking the most distressing moment she had experienced upon seeing young Sue unwell. Only 3 days left? Miss. Young Sue had not mentioned this before, but with such urgency, there was no room for hesitation. Surgery must be performed, and she needed to find a way to irrigate the mental sea. All right? I will do it. Abraham hurriedly grabbed her arm. Classmate, studying medicine cannot be so reckless. This is not a trivial matter. Bo shrugged off his hand and corrected him. I apologize. I am a military academy student, not a medical student. Chapter 78. Detecting abnormal activity near you. Abraham felt utterly suffocated. The conversation could no longer proceed in a rational manner, yet as a mature therapist, he could not allow Bo to act so impulsively. Thus, he turned to Li Xiaoya for assistance. Major General Li, won't you advise her? Li Xiaoya replied. Why should I advise her? She can do it. I believe in her. Does trust not require a foundation? Merely because she is SSS? Yet as he pondered this question, Abraham gradually calmed down. Indeed, just because he, an SS, could not accomplish something, it did not mean that an SSS could not. Abraham continued, at the very least, let me report the situation to Ms. Yang and see what she thinks. This is no joking matter, and besides, there are still 3 days left. We could wait 2 more days or let Dr. Soul perform the surgery on her body first. No more waiting. Bo was anxious, and given the current situation, she worried that complications might arise. Thus, she turned to Li Xiaoya imploringly. Could you help me keep watch at the door? With those 3 little ones, she referred to the 3 companions who had come along. Li Xiaoya had only just arrived and was somewhat reluctant to go outside. From childhood to adulthood, he had undergone numerous sessions of mental therapy, fully aware that such moments demanded utmost concentration. Thus, when Bo instructed him to stand guard outside, he complied without hesitation. Li Xiaoya nodded and turned to Abraham, saying, You stay here. Assist her. Abraham, perplexed, thought, assist whom? He is a seasoned medical practitioner. While Bo is merely a military academy student, not even a medical student, however, Li Xiaoya's gaze clearly conveyed 5 words. Do you still wish to be promoted? Consequently, Abraham fell silent once more and personally escorted him and the other 3 outside. Once the door closed, Bo immediately began her tasks. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yu, who had been holding back for quite some time, suddenly erupted into a frenzy of screams. Li Shan, however, before he could utter another word, Lucas swiftly covered his mouth, admonishing, Can you please refrain from losing your mind? Your identity cannot be exposed. Who are you trying to endanger by shouting? Unbeknownst to everyone, Lucas had known Li Xiaoya since childhood. One was the sole disciple of the Alliance's supreme commander, while the other was the cherished grandson of the Alliance's wealthiest family. They had attended the same elementary school together. However, when classmates discovered that Li Xiaoya had been retrieved from a contaminated zone, many were fearful of contamination and dared not approach him. Over time, he became isolated as a result. Perhaps due to this, Li Xiaoya eventually stopped attending school. It was said that the military had hired several teachers for his private lessons. These tutors later became the instructors for the little curly-haired boy. Wasn't that he was unable to attend school due to isolation, but rather because of his poor health, requiring him to take at least 2 months off for hospitalization, ultimately leading him to private tutoring. However, perhaps as a residual effect of his isolation in school, Li Xiaoye became rather taciturn, often finding it difficult to engage in conversation. The little curly-haired boy, naturally soft and endearing, despite feeling a slight twinge of fear towards Li Xiaoye, still harbored hopes of becoming friends with him. Unfortunately, to this day, he had not succeeded. Thus, he never imagined that in front of Bo, Li Xiaoye would exhibit such a different demeanor, talkative, blushing, and even smiling. The little curly-haired boy felt a pang of discomfort, akin to nurturing a cherished vegetable for years only to have it devoured by someone else's pig. Yet, regardless of his complex feelings, he was acutely aware of the uniqueness of Li Xiaoye's identity. Therefore, he promptly stifled Lu Yu's exuberant outburst. Realizing he had overreacted, Lu Yu could not suppress his excitement. After all, this was Li Shun, the youngest major general in the entire alliance, the so-called humanoid nuclear weapon and SSS-level mech warrior. He had chosen to join the alliance military precisely because he had seen the impressive footage of Li Xiaoye battling alien creatures on television. A true man should be like Li Xiaoye, piloting the most formidable mechs and defeating the fiercest foes. Now, this idol, who seemed only to exist on screen, was standing right in front of him. How could he not be thrilled? Inside his mind, Lu Yu felt as though 100,000 chickens were simultaneously squawking, yet his mouth was firmly sealed by Lucas's hand, leaving him nearly breathless. Li Shun, please forgive my enthusiasm. I usually maintain my composure. But seeing you has made me overly excited. Monica attempted to explain Lu Yu's outburst, but before she could finish, Li Xiaoye's light brain emitted a series of urgent alerts. Though all personal terminals, Li Xiaoye's was specially crafted by the military due to his unique status. Unlike Monica's, which was commercially available, his could detect alien activity within a 5,000-meter radius. As the alarms blared, Li Xiaoye decisively activated his light brain. Almost simultaneously, a satellite detection image covering a 5,000-meter area materialized before them. Light brain Xiao A. Major General Li, alien activity detected in your vicinity. Li Xiaoye inquired, how many? Light brain Xiao A. A total of 5. Comprising 2 B level, 2 A level, and 1 SS level. 5 is manageable. You all can handle, he began, but upon glancing back at the hospital door, he abruptly changed his mind. I will handle it personally. With that, his gaze finally settled on Lucas. I entrust this to you. Is that acceptable? Lucas, overwhelmed, internally screamed, he spoke to me. He finally spoke to me. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a semblance of calm. Eli, are you truly going to handle those aliens yourself? Perhaps it would be wiser not to? After all, the Supreme Commander forbids you from engaging in combat within the city, right? Given your capability, you could easily demolish several buildings. Li Xiaoye met his gaze. Those creatures may be targeting Bo. Only I can resolve this swiftly to prevent future issues. Rest assured, such insignificant foes do not warrant my deploying Qishao. Qishao was Li Xiaoye's exclusive mech, boasting the strongest configuration in the entire alliance, with destructive power sufficient to level an entire building with a single shot. Hearing him say he wouldn't use Qishao, the little curly-haired boy became even more anxious. How will you fight without Qishao? Li Xiaoye did not respond, having already turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window of that level. Lucas watched his retreating figure, puzzled as to why he was heading in that direction instead of to the elevator. Then he saw Li Xiaoye suddenly lift his right hand and gently touch the black star earring on his right ear. Chapter 79. A friend's boyfriend is our good friend. Lucas had long noticed the earring on Li Xiaoye's right ear, as the left ear was bare. He wore it only on one side. He had been pondering why someone like Li Xiaoye, who seemed to have no friends, would suddenly decide to wear an earring. However, everything that followed rendered him speechless, for he witnessed Li Xiaoye transform before their eyes. As his fingers brushed against the star earring, it emitted a dark red glow, swiftly enveloping his entire body like flames. That was the latest nano-combat suit developed by the Alliance. There was no need to waste time donning it. A mere touch of the nano-clasp earring could completely envelop a mech warrior's body in 1 second, arming him to the teeth. Most astonishingly, this nano-combat suit boasted features such as warmth, waterproofing, wall piercing, and flight capabilities. How did he know this? Because he watched Li Xiaoye don the suit and literally burst through the wall, ascending into the sky. Lu was beside himself. He tore Lucas's hand away, jumping and shouting in a frenzy, Taikula, Taikula, I want a nano suit too. Where can I buy it? How much does it cost? I need to take out a loan. Lucas, who also desired one but was financially stable, shot a glance at Lu Yu, mercilessly quashing his enthusiasm. Wait until you achieve S-level mental power. Maybe the military will consider granting you a set, implying that he was merely a level. Lucas's words hit hard. Lu, ever rebellious, retorted, I don't care. I already have 2 SS-level friends. Can't I get a special treatment? Lucas continued, have some self-respect. Li Shun is not your friend. Yet he is Bo's boyfriend. And Bo is our good classmate, teammate, and friend. Thus, by that logic, a friend's boyfriend is our good friend too. What a twisted rationale. However, Lucas suddenly grasped a significant revelation. What? He is Bo's boyfriend. How do you know this? Isn't it obvious to anyone with eyes? Lu Yu shrugged. If he weren't, why would he rush over to support Bo, and even bring an SS-level mental health practitioner to treat her mother? All for free. If they weren't dating, I can't fathom what other relationship could promptly shun to go to such length. It sounded reasonable, yet Lucas could not accept this reality. Even a boy with autism has a girlfriend. And I don't? Is that fair? Lu Yu replied, it's perfectly reasonable. After all, you cry so much. It's evident you're looking for a boyfriend. Not having one is the most normal thing. This, Lucas playfully punched Lu Yu on the nose. Though it wasn't hard, Lu Yu exaggeratedly exclaimed, ah. Following this, the little curly-haired boy pounced on Lu Yu, pinning him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of small punches to his chest, each thud resonating. Let that be a lesson for your insolence. Yet, despite being the one delivering the blows, the little curly-haired boy found his eyes welling up with tears. As he thought about Lu Yu's earlier remarks, he blinked furiously, determined not to let a single tear fall. Lu Yu, despite having been struck, laughed heartily. All right, I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore, okay? Please stop hitting me. Have mercy. Ha ha ha. Have mercy. But the little curly-haired boy was not inclined to show mercy, delivering yet another punch to his mouth. At long last, the incessant laughter of Lu Yao was finally quelled. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital room, Bo, possessing an SSS level of extraordinary mental strength, began to sense the approach of something otherworldly. However, with Li Xiaoye guarding the premises, she felt an unparalleled sense of safety and thus hesitated not for a moment. Grasping the hand of Ms. Yang Su, she once again entered the realm of her mental sea. As before, within Ms. Yang Su's mental expanse, there lay nothing but desolate terrain. So, how to effect a cure? Recalling her fortuitous success in treating Instructor Long, Bo pondered briefly before attempting to form a Taoist Sanqing finger gesture. With her left fingers pointing skyward, the middle and ring fingers curled into her palm while the thumb, index, and little fingers extended outward. This particular gesture was something she had stumbled upon while idly watching short videos back on Earth. On a whim, she had learned it for entertainment, never anticipating she would have the opportunity to employ it today. The videos had claimed that this gesture, when accompanied by incantations or the offering of pure water or talismans, could invoke powerful effects. Hence, her current task was to beseech rain within the mental sea of Ms. Yang Su. Facing the barren expanse before her, Bo drew in a deep breath, summoning an ancient Eastern incantation. Taiwan Hausher. Essence of thunder and fire. Gather the Yin, unite the Yang, guard the city of thunder. Lord Guan, ascend to the abyss. Raise the winds and ignite the spirits. Speak the fate of Taihua, command the Jade Emperor to hasten. Gather the Yang, summon the rain, let life flourish. Drive the dragon, release the lightning from the abyss. Today, I invoke this spell, as commanded by the Jade Emperor. Should anyone resist, their punishment shall be severe. Hasten, as the law commands. Hasten, as the law commands. Hasten, as the law commands. One would expect that such a spell would summon forth thunder and lightning. Yet, nothing transpired. Undeterred, Bo tried again. 5 emperors, 5 dragons, descend with light and winds, spread forth your nourishing grace. Assist Lord Thunder. Across the 5 lakes and 4 seas, water is the congregation. Divine talismans command you, heed the call. Should anyone defy, the thunder axe shall not be merciful. Hasten, as the law commands. Hasten, as the law commands. Hasten, as the law commands. It had previously been mentioned that in the realm of the mental sea, each individual is their own deity. Both believed that as long as her imagination soared, anything was possible. After all, her mental prowess had manifested as the colossal Kuanping, a creature of myth. Thus, her desire to summon rain here seemed perfectly reasonable. Yet, the reality proved this endeavor utterly fruitless. Thus, her first attempt ended in failure. With rain out of the question, What then? Expanding her thoughts, she ultimately resolved to plant grass in Ms. Yang-su's mental sea. Literally, she intended to sow grass. This time, she opted not to use the Sanqing finger gesture but rather extended her hand directly towards the barren land, making a rather whimsical motion. It shall be you, emerge now, great Kuan. With a gentle cry, a wave of briny sea air enveloped her, so intoxicating. Both stood tall, and behind her, a colossal blue whale, the fish form of Kuanping, suddenly leapt above her head, gliding freely through the realm of the mental sea. Wherever the great fish swam, tumultuous waves followed. The surging waters cascaded forth like a released torrent, swiftly transforming Ms. Yang-su's mental sea into a true ocean. Gazing at the vast expanse before her, Bo exclaimed, "Ah, have I flooded this place too much? In such a lake, can grass even grow? Oh, but aquatic plants can thrive." Thus, she excitedly began to envision various plants that could flourish underwater. Initially, she thought of lotus flowers. However, lamentably, the whale was spewing salt water, rendering the growth of lotus flowers impossible in such conditions. Bo quickly adjusted her thoughts, striving to imagine the appearance of seaweed. Soon enough, Ms. Yang-su's mental sea began to flourish with vibrant, elongated strands of kelp, dancing gracefully with the waves. Her first attempt at planting grass was that of a complete novice, devoid of experience. Unbeknownst to her, she had overwatered and overplanted. It was only when Ms. Yang-su sensed something amiss and warned her of the excess that Bo finally halted her actions. Upon opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Goodness! I merely intended to plant a little. How did it proliferate so much?" Nevertheless, the kelp had indeed taken root. Bo quickly withdrew from Ms. Yang-su's mental sea. "Mom, how do you feel?" Ms. Yang-su replied. "What is that?" "The grass you planted in my mental sea." Bo responded, "Kelp." "What? Kelp?" Ms. Yang-su frowned. "You mean that marine algae species that has been extinct for centuries?" Ah, she had slipped up. She had forgotten that many plants from Earth were absent on this planet, and many that remained had nearly gone extinct. However, Bo was quick to spin a tale. "Indeed, it is a commonly found marine plant from ancient Earth. This kelp is edible and possesses remarkable vitality. Once planted, it thrives abundantly." Ms. Yang-su nodded, smiling as she placed a hand over her heart. "Yes, I can feel it. Their vitality is truly strong and vigorous. To think they flourish in my nearly depleted mental sea is nothing short of miraculous." Bo's eyes lit up. "Mom, are you saying you feel the vitality within the mental sea?" "Yes, I feel it. Moreover, I sense that I am being nourished by your sea. It feels as though the last remnants of my waning mental strength are being firmly grasped by the roots of that kelp, no longer draining away." "Really?" Bo asked eagerly. "Indeed." Ms. Yang-su beamed. "Bo, I believe you may have succeeded. Although it may not have entirely cured me, your treatment has effectively halted the depletion and deterioration of my mental sea. I trust that, in time, as the kelp spreads throughout my mental sea, it will gradually recover. Perhaps then, my mental strength will also regenerate." "Certainly, it will," Bo assured, though she refrained from voicing her final thought, instead smiling vacantly at Ms. Yang-su. That moment, Abraham, who had been standing vigil at the side, utterly unaware of the transformations occurring within Yang-su's mental sea, could no longer contain his curiosity. "I apologize. May I take a look inside?" His earnest eyes glimmered with hope as he gazed at Bo. Bo replied, "You must ask my mom." Ms. Yang-su smiled. "Yes, you may." Almost simultaneously, Abraham grasped Ms. Yang-su's hand. With another polite phrase, he closed his eyes and swiftly entered Yang-su's mental realm. "My goodness! How is this even possible?" he exclaimed, nearly incoherent with excitement. Immersed in the waist-deep waters, he gently brushed the deep green, translucent kelp. "Is this the difference between SS and SSS levels? I thought the gap between us was merely 2 tiers. Yet it seems this divide is an ocean." Finally, Abraham emerged from Ms. Yang-su's mental sea. However, as he released her hand, he firmly grasped Bo's. "Please, teach me. What is that technique called? I want to learn. Even if I can only conjure a small pond, that would suffice." May I inquire what species your mental strength manifests as?" "Kangaroo." "Bo. That might be a bit challenging." After all, she had no idea how to make a kangaroo spray water. Meanwhile, in a mere 3 minutes, Li Xiaoya had successfully dispatched 2 B-level aberrations. For someone of his caliber, exterminating B-level entities was akin to slicing through vegetables. He then swiftly eliminated 2 A-level aberrations as well. After vanquishing 4 formidable foes, he glanced at the time displayed on his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed. Too slow. Yet, this was the urban area, and confronting them barehanded would indeed take more time. Furthermore, a formidable level aberration. A bee was also present. Among all mutated entities, flying aberrations were notoriously difficult to deal with. Larger aberrations were somewhat easier to handle. After all, they presented a larger target, as long as the artillery was aimed correctly. One shot would suffice, and if not, a second shot would do the trick. However, the higher the level of the aberration, the smaller its size. For instance, the 2 sea-level aberrations he had just dispatched stood over 8 meters tall, while the 2 A-level ones were 6 meters and 3.9 meters respectively. Yet, the SS level B was no larger than an adult human. AS is well known. Bees possess a unique vision, often referred to as thousand-mile eyes. This ocular advantage has both benefits and drawbacks. The SS level B's speed was remarkable, and when flying swiftly, ordinary mechs could hardly keep pace. The faster it flew, the clearer and farther it could see. However, when its speed diminished, the complex structure of its compound eyes would render its vision blurry, akin to human nearsightedness. Thus, Li Xiaoya's strategy in battling the aberrant bee was to remain motionless amidst the chaos. Chapter 81. Xiao, hand me a gun. The pressing dilemma at hand is not how to vanquish the alien bee adorned with blue crystalline growths, but rather how to shield the ordinary citizens of the city from the repercussions of this battle. Unlike B-class and A-class variants, the SS-class alien bee, despite its size being akin to that of an average human, possesses destructive capabilities that are exponentially greater, twice that of 4 lesser variants combined. These tainted creatures lack free will, destruction is their instinct, and killing serves merely to satiate their hunger. In simpler terms, these aliens are capable of consuming human beings. This explains their reluctance to remain within polluted zones, opting instead to seize opportunities to breach into human territories and wreak havoc. Logically, a secure zone should not be plagued by such an abundance of alien entities, even if they were to appear. They ought to be swiftly dealt with, yet their presence persists, while reinforcements have yet to arrive. Li Xiaoya harbors profound disappointment towards the military's control measures. He muses that upon his return, he will demand a comprehensive written report from them. However, before that, the foremost priority remains the safe and swift elimination of the SS-class alien before him. At that moment, a voice from the AI, Xiao A, chimed in. Boss, this area is not considered the central zone. Yet there is a significant flow of star shuttles. Engaging the SS-class alien directly may result in collateral damage to innocents. Consequently, the military's directive is for you to relocate immediately and lure the alien to a secure area for combat. Has the military not issued a warning for evacuation? Are they not concerned about the reckless star shuttles approaching? Xiao A. Some citizens refuse to believe that aliens could penetrate the secure zone and stubbornly refuse to leave. Foolish. Why should we save such individuals? Xiao A. Boss. Article 289 of the military code states that the lives of the populace take precedence. After voicing this, Xiao A added with a hint of sarcasm. Though they are indeed quite foolish. Identify the nearest suitable location for unrestricted combat and provide me with the coordinates. Xiao A promptly commenced calculations and scans, ultimately presenting a map to Li Xiaoya. Boss, 3 kilometers outside the city. There lies an abandoned chemical plant devoid of any life signs. It is suitable for unrestricted combat. Excellent. Li Xiaoya cast a glance at the time displayed on his AI. 2 minutes had already elapsed. 10 minutes. He silently set a timer in his mind, and with a steely gaze, he abruptly leaned back and plummeted from the 80th floor of the building. It had already been established that the alien bee moves with remarkable speed. Furthermore, its keen eyesight allows it to perceive its surroundings with clarity during movement. Thus, when Li Xiaoya remained still, the alien hovered in place, seemingly biding its time. However, now that Li Xiaoya was in motion, the alien bee buzzed furiously, its wings spanning over 2 meters, and pursued him relentlessly in a moment of urgency. A crimson glow enveloped Li Xiaoya's body, and as the aura fully encased him, his ethereal form executed a swift turn midair, tracing a perfect arc upwards and downwards. Although his nanosuit lacked wings, it was equipped with newly developed micro-thrusters that granted him the ability to maneuver freely in the air. This design was deliberate. Should a winged combat suit malfunction or be struck by an alien, the consequence would likely be a fatal fall from great heights. Thus, his thruster-equipped suit provided a safeguard, so long as the energy within the thrusters was not depleted. He could sustain his flight. Li Xiaoya darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, but the alien bee remained hot on his heels, relentlessly pursuing him without respite, all while launching continuous attacks. The alien bee's method of assault was relatively straightforward. incessantly firing its tail stingers, which carried a contaminating agent. While a direct hit would not result in immediate death, it would inevitably lead to a transformation within the subsequent 2 hours. This ability, in many ways, instilled a greater sense of dread in humanity than death itself. Yet, Li Xiaoye remained undaunted. The creature could not evade him, and even if struck, it could not contaminate his body. For he had been tainted in his youth, yet had never undergone transformation. Li Xiaoye's uniqueness lies not only in his classification as an SSS-level combat asset, but also in the fact that, even if every individual on this planet were to be contaminated, he would remain unaffected. His serum, to some extent, could be synthesized into a vaccine. Of course, this information constituted the highest level of military secrecy. Given his unparalleled combat prowess, Li Xiaoye was already a coveted asset across the galaxy. Should those with malicious intent discover that his blood could be transformed into a vaccine, one could only imagine the perilous situation he would face. Nevertheless, he was utterly unconcerned. He did not believe anyone could capture him, and even if they did, he possessed ample means to end his own life. He would never be reduced to a mere livestock for others to exploit. As Li Xiaoye deftly dodged the aliens' assaults, he zigzagged swiftly between towering buildings. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute and 20 seconds. He cranked the speed of his thrusters to maximum, successfully drawing the alien away from the city and towards the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts. Here, he thought, as he once more plummeted from the sky. Upon landing, a shockwave of golden-red energy erupted around him, creating a massive, spiderweb-like fissure in the ground beneath him. Li Xiaoye stood at the center of the fracture. His expression solemn. Behind him, the alien bee drew ever closer. Without needing to glance back, he swept his S-level mental energy outward, discerning the alien's trajectory. As he locked onto its form, he raised his right hand high. Xiaoye? Hand me a gun. Xiaoye, understood, boss. Almost simultaneously, the star-shaped earring on Li Xiaoye's right ear flashed ominously, and a silver spear adorned with crimson tassels materialized in the center of his outstretched fingers. Instinctively, he tightened his grip. Yet, as he did, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to scrutinize the weapon he held. Xiaoye, I instructed you to provide me with a gun capable of obliterating that alien. And you present me with red tassel spear? Xiaoye appeared aggrieved. This isn't my fault, boss. You've been researching ancient Earth-cold weapons lately, and the data shows you've spent the most time observing this particular spear. So my calculations indicated this was the weapon you desired. Li Xiaoye. Chapter 82. Oh ho! It seems this little fellow has taken a liking to me. Perhaps it's time to send this Xiaoye back for a factory reset? Li Xiaoye did not voice his thoughts, yet his expression conveyed everything. Sensing the impending crisis, Xiaoye quickly responded with subservience. However, boss, if this is not the weapon you desire, I can promptly exchange it for something else. Forget it, this will suffice. 4 minutes had already passed, and Li Xiaoye lacked the patience to wait any longer. With a swift motion, he swung the silver spear, generating a gust of wind that traced a complete 360-degree arc above his head. Subsequently, he hurled the spear with devastating force toward the alien bee, reminiscent of the end of the world. Xiaoye, master, the proper usage of this spear involves thrusting, stabbing, and piercing, not throwing it as you have done. The correct term for a throwable spear is javelin. Li Xiaoye, silence, Xiaoye complied, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, the spear he had hurled soared through the air like a white rainbow piercing the sun, directly striking the alien bee soaring toward him. With a resounding bang, the spear pierced through the alien's chest, emerging forcefully from its back, dislodging several of the blue crystals that adorned it. The alien bee did not perish instantly. It emitted a shrill cry, laboriously flapping its wings, yet with each flap, more blue crystals tumbled to the ground. Eventually, it struggled to come to a halt. Then, with the silver spear still embedded within it, it plummeted from a height of nearly 300 meters. Its relatively light body created a deep crater upon impact, the force of which shattered the blue crystals scattered across the ground. Its wings trembled as a murky liquid. A blend of gray and blue oozed from its body. Li Xiaoye approached with an expressionless demeanor, glancing coldly at the fallen alien before extending his hand to extract the silver spear from its convulsing form. As the spear was removed, it brought forth a surge of gray-blue liquid. He turned his head to avoid the splatter and coolly remarked, Xiaoye, notify the military to come and clean up the aftermath. Xiaoye, report, boss, prior to your departure, I automatically relayed the situation to the mainframe. The mainframe replied that the military's reinforcements will arrive in 5 seconds. Though only 5 seconds remained, Li Xiaoya had no intention of waiting. With a low grunt, he soared into the air once more, maximizing the speed of his thrusters as he hastened toward the direction of the Alliance headquarters. Almost as soon as he took flight, the military's reinforcements arrived to manage the aftermath, armed with rifles and artillery, expecting a fierce battle. However, what awaited them was a scene of devastation in the lifeless form of an SS-class alien. Suddenly, everyone's perception of Li Xiaoya reached an unprecedented height. A single strike capable of annihilating an SS-level aberration. In their hands, it would take half an hour to deploy a mech, yet he accomplished it effortlessly. Barehanded, truly, a walking nuclear weapon of humanity. How could one be mistaken? Li Xiaoya remained oblivious to how others evaluated him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He had been out for too long and wasted precious time. He must hurry back to find Boas if connected by a silent understanding. The moment he passed through the wall clad in his specially designed uniform, he came face to face with Bo's smiling visage. You re-back? Faster than I anticipated. Initially feeling a bit dejected, Xiaoya's spirits lifted instantly. How did you come out? Weren't you supposed to treat your mother? Bo smiled faintly and replied, It seems my efficiency is commendable. So it's all taken care of. That's wonderful. I knew you could do it. Li Xiaoya appeared even more elated than she was. When I arrived, I reviewed your mother's medical records. Over time, her condition has escalated beyond mere psychic damage. Her heart issues are far more severe than you realize. Therefore, even if you can restore her mental realm, a standard heart surgery is still necessary, I understand. My mother has already informed me that without surgery, she has at most 3 days left. Rest assured, I've already spoken with Dr. Sol. He assured me that once the Commander-in-Chief issues the order, he will perform the surgery. His skills are exceptional. He will undoubtedly save your mother. However, Li Xiaoya added, Yet, my recommendation is that due to the severity of your mother's heart condition, it's best to replace it with an artificial heart. The notion of an artificial heart sounded daunting, yet such operations were quite common on Star 308. The only difference lay in the longevity of the heart. Whether it would last for 10, 20, or even 200 years, that was the crux of the matter. Naturally, if one must choose, the best option is essential, but a heart that endures for 200 years is evidently not inexpensive. Unfortunately, Bo's account currently held merely 100,000 star coins, which was certainly insufficient. Still, she clung to a sliver of hope. So, how much would it cost to replace a heart? If we're going to do it, let us opt for the best. An artificial heart designed to last 200 years costs approximately 3 million star coins. Bo staggered, nearly losing her dignified stance. Isn't 3 million star coins considered expensive? Do the wealthy have some misunderstanding of the term not expensive? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoya replied, Not a problem. I have the funds, but it's not your mother. What use is your wealth? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya shot her a quick glance before averting his gaze, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Before long, his cheeks flushed. Regardless, I have money. I'll cover it for you. The youthful expression bore a hint of shyness, and Bo immediately deciphered the underlying implication. From now on, your mother is my mother too, Leo. It seems this foolish boy has taken a liking to me. During her time on Earth, Bo had intended to remain single for life. Her work was perilous, and being in a relationship would only endanger others and create vulnerabilities for herself. Better to avoid harming others while jeopardizing herself. Yet, this body was merely 18, in the prime of youth. Some say, if you don't find a partner during university, you've wasted your time there. Bo had already squandered her university experience in her previous life. In this second chance, was she to let it slip away again? However, she was already 27 on Earth, while Xiaoyi was only 19. It felt a bit like an older cow grazing on tender grass, quite a challenge. Yet, Bo pondered, why overthink it? Such youthful affections come swiftly and fade just as quickly. Perhaps his current interest would wane in time. She decided to take it easy and refrained from discouraging him. Instead asking, how about you lend me the money for now? Of course, I will repay you promptly. Yet, Li Xiaoya shook his head. Not lending. Chapter 83. Xiaoyi wishes to transfer schools. Bo felt a chill in her heart. Alas, even the finest of relationships cannot mix with financial matters. Once money enters the conversation, it becomes complicated. To her surprise, Li Xiaoya followed up with, use it. You don't need to pay me back. After all, I have no real use for the money. Listen to that. What a statement dripping with disdain for wealth. It was almost infuriating. However, Bo refrained from reprimanding him, insisting, let us keep it alone. Even close brothers settle accounts. Our relationship isn't that solid yet. If we don't keep track of this, it could lead to future disputes. That won't happen, Xiaoyi assured. Then I'll just borrow from Lucas. His family seems quite affluent. Xiaoyi immediately grew anxious. Don't ask him. I'll lend it to you. Is that acceptable? Then, how about I pay you back in installments? I can return you 100,000 at first. Is that all right? As she spoke, she pulled out her terminal to initiate a transfer, but Li Xiaoya interjected, 100,000 is too much. Just repay me 1,000 a month. That means it would take 300 months. This was merely the cost of the heart replacement, not including the old mech ball she had borrowed from him. However, debating this seemed futile, so Bo resolved in her heart. I must earn money quickly. Whatever I earn, I'll repay. I can't afford to regret being unable to pay even 1,000 a month later on. At that moment, Li Xiaoya's AI, Xiao A, chimed in with a reminder, boss. Dr. Soul will arrive shortly. The surgery is scheduled in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, the inexperienced Bo leaned forward, intrigued. What is that speaking? My light brain. What? Why does your light brain speak? Can't he yours? Li Xiaoya replied, casually taking hold of Bo's left hand. The terminal on her left wrist was a leftover from the little curly-haired boy. While it had the capability to converse with an intelligent AI, it paled in comparison to Xiao A super-intelligent light brain. Li Xiaoya glanced at it and remarked, your light brain is outdated. The AI inside could be deemed incompetent. It's of little use. Mine is the latest technology developed by the Alliance. One light brain essentially functions as a miniature intelligent robot. However, due to its recent development, it's not mass-produced, and only high-ranking officials in the military have access to it. After saying this, he quickly added, but that's all right. If you like it, I can give you Xiao A. Most importantly, Li Xiaoya recognized that he and the little curly-haired boy were acquainted. He immediately wanted to snatch the device from Bo's hands and discard it. Yet, fearing Bo's anger, he hesitated and resolved to sacrifice Xiao A instead. Xiao A exclaimed in shock, boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given you the Earth's red cherry gun when you asked for a firearm. I swear I won't do it again. Please don't give me away. I love you. Regardless of everything else, that last I love you made Bo erupt with laughter. She had never expected an AI would learn to profess its affection to remain with its desired owner. Embarrassed, she waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. There's an old saying on Earth. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Perhaps I should decline this Xiao A, but your light brain doesn't speak. That's fine. I prefer one that doesn't talk. Li Xiaoya found that hard to believe, so after giving Xiao A disdainful glare, he quickly thought of a new solution. Then I'll have the military make another one for you. But I can't afford it. It can be paid in installments. What a clever boy, picking things up so quickly. Bo immediately expressed her interest. That could work, but, could you please inquire about the cost of a custom one? Naturally, if the price were reasonable, that would be ideal. Li Xiaoya promptly agreed. Yes, it will be quite affordable. How do you know? Cabbage is expensive. Furthermore, such a light brain couldn't be custom-made even with extra payment. Nor could it be used by anyone outside the military. However, due to his privileges as a high-ranking official, he could apply for one free of charge for his family. Thus, he could simply state that Bo was a family member and hand it over to her. As for Bo's insistence on installment payments, it would still be paid to him in the end, so there was no issue. Moreover, because Bo was adamant about the installment plan, a sudden idea struck him. The average lifespan on Star 308 is 200 years. If he could devise a way for Bo to owe him money that she couldn't repay within that time frame, she would be indebted to him for life. That would mean, Li Xiaoya grinned slyly, secretly amused, and thus it was settled. Half an hour later, Bo met the hurriedly arriving Instructor Zhou and Instructor Long outside the operating room. Instructor Zhou was understandable, as he was their class instructor. But Instructor Long, Bo exclaimed in surprise, why are you here too? Is it not permissible to come? Is a health check not allowed? Mint, you never said I couldn't come. Isn't this a concern for you? I thought you were going to rest in the recuperation chamber for another week. Instructor Zhou, I did lie down, but as soon as I heard about the situation here, I unplugged and rushed out. Long E, why are you so chatty? Instructor Zhou, TSK, are you perhaps feeling shy? It's perfectly normal to come and check on a student. Don't make it sound like an affair. Instructor Zhou, with his loose tongue, casually uttered the word affair. As a result, the speaker was oblivious, but the listener took it to heart. Originally only eavesdropping on their conversation, Li Xiaoya approached directly, eyeing Instructor Zhou with a suspicious gaze. What kind of affair? Mint, seeing his serious demeanor, was quite startled and quickly pulled him aside. Don't listen to his nonsense. They are just bitter rivals, and they can't get through a day without teasing each other. It's not what you think. The moment Li Xiaoya arrived, he immediately caught Zhou Rui's attention. Although he had changed out of his signature white military uniform under Abraham's strong protest and now wore a simple black t-shirt and black pants typical of a young boy, his imposing stature and perfectly sculpted features spoke volumes of his exceptional nature. Instructor Zhou, not a fool, could see he was no ordinary person. He glanced at Mint, revealing a look of surprise. I didn't realize you had such a side to you. Mint, that I thought you were all about adorable Lucas. Why are you straddling two boats? Instructor Zhou. Who is this? Your boyfriend? Chapter 84. I want to be classmates with Mint. Mint was just about to say no, that they were merely friends, when a startled voice came from behind her. Deputy Commander? What are you doing here? As soon as Long Yi finished speaking, he instinctively rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Li Xiaoya, scanning the surroundings cautiously to ensure there were no suspicious individuals or dangers before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Zhou Rui was taken aback by his reaction. However, as Li Xiaoya drew closer, he vaguely recalled his identity. You are the second-class officer who was injured 5 years ago. Long Yi's previously tense expression visibly brightened. You remember me? Yes, I have a recollection. You were quite severely injured back then. 5 years ago, Li Xiaoya was only 14. However, his situation was unique. He had been on the battlefield since he was 10 and had become the deputy commander of the First Army at just 14. Although he still held the title of deputy commander 5 years later, it was mainly due to his youth. In terms of qualifications, he could, but in terms of seniority, he still had to wait a few more years. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoya didn't mind this. He felt that being a nominal deputy commander was quite good, as once he was on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be on the front lines. Commanding was a role he wouldn't have to take unless absolutely necessary. However, the brutal battle 5 years ago had resulted in countless casualties for the First Army, which left a deep impression on him. Li Xiaoya instinctively glanced at his lower abdomen. Is your body still not well? Long Yi, it will be fine soon, thanks to Mint. She helped me with the treatment. I believe that with another year or two, I can return to the battlefield, and when that time comes, I want to join your First Army. Is that all right, Deputy Commander? Yes. Although there was no expression on Li Xiaoya's face, the approval in his eyes was evident, but he added, however, you must pass a physical examination before you can. I will definitely pass. Long Yi stood straighter with excitement, ready to salute him, but then heard Li Xiaoya suddenly ask, Are you Mint's instructor? Yes. Zhou Rui then interjected, bumping him aside to step forward. What do you mean? I am the instructor for Mint's E1 class. My name is Zhou Rui. Hello, Instructor Zhou. I have a small favor to ask of you. You're asking for a favor already? Zhou Rui's face lit up with excitement. Please? Go ahead, Li Xiaoya. May I join your class as a transfer student? Huh. Just this one question left Zhou Rui dumbfounded. You can't be joking, right? I'm not, Li Xiaoya said calmly. I want to be classmates with Mint. But given your status and rank, there's really no need for you to go back to school, right? Moreover, we really don't have anything to teach you. You don't have to teach me. Just let me be a transfer student, Zhou Rui honestly replied. But I can't make that decision, Li Xiaoya. I understand. So I will apply to the commander-in-chief, but I just wanted to give you a heads up and hope you don't mind. How could I mind? I would be thrilled. But is it really okay? Why should I deserve to have you as a student? It would be great, Li Xiaoya. I haven't been to college yet. Then, Instructor Zhou was just about to express his excitement when Mint abruptly pulled Li Xiaoya aside. Come here. We need to talk privately. Li Xiaoya obediently followed her to the side, looking quite compliant, which left Long Yi in shock. What is their relationship? Zhou Rui rolled his eyes at him. You ask me? Who should I ask? I just learned what the deputy commander looks like. Long Yi spun around to look at Monica and the others. What do you think their relationship is? Monica shook her head, genuinely unaware. The little curly-haired girl also shook her head. No idea. Only Lu Yu bluntly stated. The relationship is that Li Xiaoya has a crush on Mint. He is pursuing her but hasn't caught her yet. So he wants to be a transfer student, right? TSK. Still as impressive as ever. Li Xiaoya makes such a big fuss just to woo a girl. Instructor Zhou and Instructor Long. Mint was not a child. She weighed her thoughts more heavily than most. Although she had no right to dictate what he wanted to do, her intuition told her that this boy might be acting on impulse. So she had to caution him. Are you crazy? Why suddenly want to become a transfer student? I'm not crazy. Li Xiaoya looked at her eagerly, slightly disappointed. You don't want to be classmates with me? Is this something I want or not? You should consider your own status. What do you think you're doing, coming here to be a student? Are you trying to torture someone? I'm not trying to torture anyone. Nor will I reveal my true identity. I'll just pretend to be an ordinary student. What is the point in that? There is a point, Of course, there is. The youth looked aggrieved. I see you four getting along so well. Dante, I have the right to join you. Mint, of course, you can't. What is your rank? What is ours? How can we be your classmates? Li Xiaoya, must there be a match in status to be classmates? Isn't it enough to just get along? Besides, I'll hide my identity and create a fake one so that no one will know it's me in truth, with Li Xiaoya's status. He could do anything, and not even Mint could stop him. Yet, he earnestly explained this to her. Mint looked at him and felt as if she was bullying him, so she could only say, I just don't understand why you insist on becoming a transfer student. Isn't that a waste of time for you? How could it be a waste? Isn't the military academy where you are? After he said that, he looked at her with pleading eyes. When I was in elementary school, they never played with me. Mint furrowed her brows, confused as to why he suddenly brought this up. But he just stop there. He continued, because I was picked up from a polluted area. I might mutate and they all feared me. Do you? Fear me too? Mint, nonsense, I can purify you. Why would I be afraid? So when I'm by your side, I can be an ordinary person, and since you're not afraid of me and won't treat me as abnormal, I think being classmates with you would be very interesting. After saying that, Li Xiaoya started to play the sympathy card. Actually, I only went to elementary school for a year. Then, I dropped out. Because the parents complained that with a child like me, their kids wouldn't dare to go to school. Eventually, the school persuaded me to leave, and the military sent many tutors, even having the commander-in-chief as my teacher. But I still want to be an ordinary military student like you. Can I? How could she refuse him? Chapter 85. Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance, Bo Tingzhou Mint felt that being soft-hearted was a sickness that needed curing. In fact, when she was still on Earth, she didn't have this flaw. Or perhaps after witnessing too many of her comrades and companions being brutally killed, she had already cured herself of this flaw. But now, maybe due to inhabiting a relatively fragile body, combined with the innate softness of this original being, she found herself unconsciously assimilated. However, it was also because of Li Xiaoya's tragic experience. He had grown up in an orphanage, and compared to ordinary children, life in an orphanage was truly a survival of the fittest. Mint had never been isolated, but she had seen. Though she didn't think Li Xiaoya would be the type to endure humiliation, perhaps it was simply that his face was too difficult to refuse. Mint made excuses for herself, trying to convince herself. Perhaps the military wouldn't allow this boy to attend their military academy. So why should she play the villain? However, to her dismay, she guessed wrong once again. Her mother's surgery was still ongoing when Li Xiaoya received a video communication from the commander of the Alliance via his holographic device. The waiting area outside the operating room was crowded and chaotic, so Li Xiaoya purposefully sought out a secluded corner before answering the call. The image of the commander materialized, revealing a refined and handsome face. In stark contrast to his formidable title that could instill fear across the galaxy, Bo Tingzhou's appearance was utterly devoid of aggression when compared to Li Xiaoya. He stood at an average height for 308 star, approximately just over 180 centimeters. With his striking black hair and dark eyes, coupled with his typical East Asian complexion, he appeared quite slender, adorned with a pair of rimless glasses. One could easily mistake him for a university professor. As Bo Tingzhou glanced around casually to ensure there were no outsiders, he inquired, "What did your message mean?" "It is exactly as you see it. A friend's mother is gravely ill, and without surgery. She has but 3 days left to live. However, Deputy Director Schubert from the upper house continually obstructs her surgery. Therefore, I would like to request that you issue a military order to the Alliance General Hospital, ensuring that they provide the surgery for that lady without fail." "Your friend? You have friends? Teacher, what kind of image do you have of me?" "Of course, I have friends. Schubert Young, is it? Humph. That person has been insufferable for decades." "Very well, I will issue that military order for you. Don't you want to inquire further about the situation? What if I deceived you?" "You wouldn't." Bo Tingzhou shot him a cool glance and added, "Nor would you dare." Li Xiaoya indeed felt intimidated, but immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Teacher, I would like to thank you on behalf of my friend." "No need for thanks." Seemingly nonchalant, Bo Tingzhou adjusted his glasses and coldly remarked, "Regardless, I am willing to assist anyone Schubert Young dislikes." Despite the neutrality in his tone, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but shiver. He had heard since childhood about his teacher's deep-seated disdain for that deputy director, a sentiment seemingly tied to the passing of the former commander's wife, a subject he had never dared to broach. It appeared to be true. "Nevertheless," he replied, "I still must thank you, as without your assistance, there would be no doctor willing to perform the surgery." Bo Tingzhou responded, "Let them proceed with the operation. The military order will be issued shortly." Understood, teacher. Thank you. By the way, teacher. Li Xiaoya noticed his teacher's mood seemed rather pleasant and summoned his courage to ask, may I apply for an extended leave? I wish to attend a 3-month course at the Alliance Military Academy. Is that permissible? This single query caught the commander's attention, who had been somewhat distracted. In the past, whenever I suggested taking a break, you never listened. What changed your mind this time? You wish to borrow your leave to further your studies at the military academy? Raising his hand to adjust his glasses, the man continued, do you think such words would be suitable for deceiving your teacher? Teacher, I am serious. I genuinely want to attend the military academy. What could you possibly learn there that would surpass what I have taught you? Nothing, but I love learning. Education brings me joy. This rationale was borrowed directly from the innocent Mitsai, who had struggled to find an excuse and simply appropriated hers instead. Alas, was Bo Tingzhou so easily misled? He merely smiled slightly. It's good to love learning. Dr. Yuli seems to be less busy lately. I can arrange for him to set aside some time to assist you in your studies. Upon mentioning that stern old professor, known for his strictness to the point of reprimanding students for not buttoning their collars, a look of distress finally crossed Li Xiaoya's face. He dared not concoct any further excuses and candidly admitted, I want to experience what it feels like to be an ordinary student. Bo Tingzhou fell into an unusual silence. After all, he had taught this student since childhood and understood his personality well. He was not one to make impulsive decisions. Thus, he felt particularly anxious about this matter. I have always thought you were too solitary and should engage in collective living, which would greatly benefit your physical and mental development. Yet every time I brought it up, you rejected it. So, why this change now? Spare me the excuses. I only wish to hear the truth. In the entire alliance, only this commander could hold Li Xiaoya accountable. This was not solely due to his formidable combat prowess, but also Bo Tingzhou's charismatic personality. Li Xiaoya held his teacher in great esteem, thus rendering any insincere excuses futile in the face of the commander. Ultimately, though somewhat embarrassed, he blushed and confessed, it's that SSS girl. I wish to be her classmate. This revelation left the commander momentarily stunned. He seemed to narrow his eyes, as if questioning whether he had misheard. However, upon keenly observing Li Xiaoya's reaction, he quickly grasped the situation. After all, he had been young once. Although merely Li Xiaoya's mecha instructor, he straightened his posture and seriously asked, do you have feelings for that young lady? Yes. The commander pressed further. Does she like you in return? To this, Li Xiaoya's response was bold and unabashed. She likely does not like me yet. I sensed her emotions with my mental energy, and she has not emitted those kinds of affectionate signals towards me, at least not at this moment. However, precisely because of this, I must remain by her side as her classmate. I cannot allow others to get ahead of me. Did you not say that one should strive for what they desire? The commander was momentarily at a loss for words, but what I meant for you to strive for was not a girl. Chapter 86. Mitsai has gained notoriety yet again. However, the commander pondered. It was rare for this foolish boy to suddenly experience the stirrings of young love, causing him to feel somewhat anxious and reluctant to speak the truth. The reality was, at his age, if the girl was not interested in him, then it was likely a lost cause. Yet he feared that such bluntness would crush the boy's spirit, leading him to become warped in his perceptions. After all, this youth had spent years interacting with alien life forms, and the last time he almost suffered a mental breakdown. What if the commander hesitated to deliver a blow to his confidence and instead asked earnestly, are you certain? Have you given it due thought? Yes, very well, I shall grant you a 3-month leave. However, during this period, should any urgent military orders arise, you must be on call and return to the First Army immediately. Understood. Even without the commander's insistence, Li Xiaoya had already planned to comply. Thus he agreed readily. However, in the commander's eyes, his eagerness appeared to be that of a lovesick youth about to face the harsh realities of love. The commander, feeling uneasy, promptly instructed his aide after disconnecting the call. Gather detailed information on that SSS girl. In less than 5 minutes, the aide had compiled all available information regarding Mitsai and transmitted it to the commander's holographic device. Bo Tingzhou's gaze swept over the folders, quickly landing on the girl's name, Mitsai. The name sounded rather casual yet intriguingly unique. Without a second thought, he opened the file. To him, Li Xiaoya was his best student. Akin to a child, and as a father, he would naturally be more critical of the object his child admired. However, this scrutiny was shattered the moment he laid eyes on Mitsai's photograph. This girl. The commander refrained from continuing his thought, swiftly accessing all available data on Mitsai. Her personal information, age, date of birth, family relations, and more unfolded before his eyes. Soon, he discovered that her father was unknown, while her mother, Young Soo, had a wealth of information laid out in rows. After only a few minutes of reading, his eyes grew painfully moist. Suddenly, he sprang from his seat. "Aide, prepare the Star Shuttle. I must visit the Alliance General Hospital." "Yes, Commander." The aide, taken aback by his expression, did not dare to ask further and immediately complied. However, just minutes later, someone urgently intercepted him before he could board his Star Shuttle. It was Colonel Caesar. "Commander, DR-1 has made significant discoveries and requires your immediate attention. Just a moment. I need to visit the Alliance General." Yet halfway through his sentence, he changed his mind. "Never mind. I shall see Dr. Wan first." On another front, Dr. Sol proved to be the foremost authority in cardiology on 308 Star. While heart transplant surgeries on Earth typically took 6 to 8 hours or even longer, he completed the procedure in just 2 hours. The surgery was a resounding success. However, post-operation, Ms. Yang-Soo was transferred to a medical chamber, with Dr. Sol stating she would remain there for at least half a month to ensure her artificial heart showed no signs of rejection and could function autonomously before moving to a regular ward. Given these circumstances, Mitsai realized that remaining at the hospital would be of little use, so she decided to return to school. Although returning meant she would no longer have the opportunity for unrestricted access, the advanced medical system on 308 Star allowed the patient's medical chamber to connect to the Star network, enabling real-time visual updates to be sent directly to Mitsai's personal terminal. In other words, as her closest kin, even while at the military academy, she could observe her mother's condition in the medical pod around the clock through the Star network. Consequently, it was akin to being present at the hospital. Thus, Bo resolutely opted to return to the military academy to continue her training. She was not the type to dawdle, and she firmly believed that if Mrs. Young could awaken, she would undoubtedly support her decision. However, while they had arrived as a quartet, their return saw them reduced to 2 adults and 5 juniors. Throughout the journey, apart from her slight apprehension, the 2 adults and the 2 juniors were all grinning like mice that had pilfered oil. Bo felt weary, often finding herself at odds with the personalities of the inhabitants of this planet due to her overly normal demeanor. The thought processes of interstellar beings truly differ from those of Earthlings. In any case, Bo and her companions returned to the military academy, and thanks to the efforts of instructors Zhou and Long, Class E1 welcomed a new outstanding transfer student namely Xiaoye. Indeed, he had truly become Xiaoye now. On his very first day in class, he captivated all the female students with his beauty, while the male students, though somewhat envious, fell silent upon witnessing his apparent closeness to Bo. After all, during her hours at the hospital, she had inadvertently, once again gained notoriety. The situation unfolded as follows. After the results of the simulated training were announced, the team led by Bo secured the top position with a remarkable score of 300, placing them ahead of Class A1, whose Jin Sheng had confidently expected to be first but ended up in second. Who could accept such an outcome? Thus, a quarrel erupted between the students of classes A1 and E1. Initially, their dispute was confined to the school forum, but as tensions escalated, it spilled over into the real world, nearly resulting in a brawl. The instructors, unable to stand by, intervened while simultaneously releasing snippets of the combat footage from Bo's group during the simulation. When everyone realized that only Bo's team had decisively chosen the S-grade simulated city as their training ground, Jin Sheng from Class A1 had already lost a point in terms of audacity. What followed was a complete showcase of Bo's prowess. She soared through the air, utilizing a DR belt typically reserved for climbing and lifting heavy objects, while entangled with an S-grade mutant. She wielded dual blades that ordinary military students would scorn, dispatching the mutant with precision, severing its wings and causing it to plummet to the ground in grievous injury. With the support of Monica, she achieved a double kill of S-grade mutants single-handedly. Any one of these feats alone would have sufficed to silence all her detractors, let alone the multiple accomplishments they had simultaneously achieved. Thus, Bo became renowned, as did her team. But that was not all. Subsequent revelations from upperclassmen disclosed that all 4 members of Bo's group had been promoted to the elite S-grade reserve team of the academy. Within this team, only 28 freshmen had advanced across the entire institution. Bo ranked first among the freshmen. Chapter 87. If you're not satisfied, let us face it together. The elite S-grade reserve team at the Alliance Military Academy holds annual selections. This selection process includes both open and direct methods. The direct method is straightforward. The academy evaluates students based on their capabilities and the recommendations of instructors for direct advancement to the school team. The open method, however, involves a periodic point elimination competition throughout the academic year, encompassing but not limited to, mech operation, physical fitness, shooting, command, coordination, and medical skills. Historically, only students in their second year or above could enter such prestigious teams. However, this year was exceptional, due to an invasion of contaminated mutants during military training. The training curriculum for all freshmen was altered, leading to an early expansion of the reserve elite team. The expansion ratio increased by 20 compared to previous years. This is a formidable figure. Yet for all military academy students, it also represents the best opportunity to enter the school team ahead of schedule. What set Bo and her team apart was that they all qualified through the direct method, gaining early admission to the school team. Of course, at this juncture, their classmates were unaware that while Bo and her team had indeed made it in, they had automatically withdrawn due to a conflict with Long E. Regardless, their names had already been etched into the memories of the entire school. Thus, in the eyes of the students of Class E1, Bo and her team members were the pride of their class. Now that the pride had returned, they also brought with them a transfer student. Setting aside other considerations, just Li Xiaoye's towering height of over 1.90 meters and his icy demeanor that could seemingly extinguish life made them believe that this cool guy would undoubtedly become one of their class's symbols. Moreover, despite his reticence, Li Xiaoye was quite adept at navigating social situations. For instance, the family of the curly-haired student was affluent, so even though he genuinely earned his place at the military academy, he subsequently donated a building to the Alliance Military Academy, hoping the academy would provide special consideration for the young master of the Lawrence family. The academy, having accepted the donation, had no objections to the arrangement. Although, given Li Xiaoye's current savings, donating a building was not beyond his means, it was rather extravagant for his brief 3-month stay. Perhaps upon departure, he might consider donating a building for Bo, but for now, he opted for a more immediate gesture by bringing 30 points into the class. Just a token. Yet this 30 points swiftly endeared him to all the boys in the class, who welcomed the added score. Points make good brothers. Who cares if he is a transfer student? In the class, only one person was visibly displeased, and that was class monitor Quan, who had always been the center of attention but was now increasingly ignored. Quan was unhappy, not because of Li Xiaoye's addition, but due to his discontent with Boy.at noon. He intercepted a video call from his mother, who informed him of a grave situation at home. Their uncle Quan Yinshua had been severely injured in the hospital. While his life was spared, he might become mentally impaired. Alarmed, he immediately sought to take leave to visit the hospital, but his family forbade him, claiming that his uncle's injury was somehow related to students from their school. Quan Luyun was taken aback. His uncle was a military official with a deputy director of the upper house backing him. How could a mere military academy student dare to harm him? Yet when his family mentioned Bo's name, his expression turned distinctly sour. Although Bo hailed from humble beginnings, she was undeniably formidable and utterly fearless. Additionally, the most troublesome aspect was that apart from Lu Yu, who seemed to come from an ordinary family, both Monica and Lucas were from families that his own could not afford to offend. Thus, even if his uncle suffered a severe concussion that might impair his cognitive abilities, their family could only swallow their pride and accept the military's compensation, choosing to avoid further conflict. However, Quan Luyun could not simply let this go. He had already been targeted by Bo at school. But now that woman had even harmed his uncle. His uncle had always treated him well, promising to arrange a good unit for him upon his successful graduation from the military academy. And now that uncle was on the brink of becoming mentally impaired, he could no longer facilitate connections for him within the military. That damned woman? Quan Luyun was filled with hatred for Bo. Yet he was inherently hypocritical. Even if he wished to retaliate, he would never take action himself. Thus, despite his intense loathing for Bo, he maintained a facade of civility. Just after he had finished being polite, he immediately sent a message to Jin Shang, inciting discord. Quan Luyun. Bo has returned, and she brought along a transfer student. Quan Luyun. This transfer student seems quite impressive, and upon his arrival, our class received an automatic boost of 30 points. Impressive, right? Brother, I'm not trying to provoke you, but with him around, I think our class can still strive for first place. You should be cautious. Quan Luyun, good luck. Don't let our class catch up to you. Upon receiving the message, Jin Shang, who had been reclining in a disorganized manner, was instantly roused. He had never fully respected Bo, previously thinking of her as a delicate girl who might underestimate her opponents, but that perception had changed. However, Quan Luyun's remarks ignited a blaze of fury within him. He was unafraid of direct confrontations. Yet this point-boosting behavior seemed nothing short of cheating, did it not? Jin Shang's face darkened as he gathered his lackeys and stormed toward Classy Wanato. I heard there's someone who brought points into class. I must see what they look like. Jin Shang strolled in, nonchalantly munching on seeds, oblivious to his own ridiculousness, thinking he appeared cool and suave. However, upon spotting the striking figure of Li Xiaoya standing out in the classroom, he froze, forgetting to spit out the shells of the seeds he had been chewing, swallowing them whole instead. With a gulp, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. He could not comprehend why, but just a glance from the other party sent alarm bells ringing in his mind, compelling him to flee. What nonsense! Why would he run away? That transfer student, despite being taller, more handsome, and having a fierce gaze, was really nothing to be afraid of. Thus, he continued to provoke. So, we have an airlifted team member. A beneficiary of connections, perhaps? Indeed, if it weren't for connections, how could he possibly secure an automatic 30 points? But alas, 30 points still left you far behind our Class S total score, Bo. It was utterly exasperating, you know? She found it rather perplexing that Jin Shang, despite being nearly 20 years old and possessing an S level of mental acuity, still exhibited such childishness in his psychological demeanor. To be frank, even the middle school students on our planet do not behave in such a manner, do they? She was on the verge of sighing. Yet before she could even exhale, Li Xiaoya's gaze darkened. Jealous, are we? Unwilling to accept it? If you're not satisfied, then let us settle this together. If I manage to defeat all of you, will you finally shut that foul mouth of yours? Chapter 88. I am indeed afraid of losing, afraid of your defeat. Arrogant, truly arrogant. The moment Li Xiaoya spoke, not only did Jin Shang fall silent, but every other person in the vicinity too ceased their chatter. They regarded this audacious transfer student with expressions akin to those witnessing madness, their minds screaming, "What the heck? What the heck? This is outrageous." Though he appears somewhat overconfident, I really wish to learn that tone of speech from him. Goodness, he is so handsome. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Let us fight, let us fight, let us fight. There were certainly many students eager to witness the spectacle. However, even Jin Shang, despite his heated temperament, understood that engaging in physical combat was out of the question. In the military academy, fighting was strictly prohibited and would lead to demerits and grade deductions. In short, while fighting might provide a fleeting thrill, losing points would be a grave consequence. He had no desire to become the fool in this scenario. So Jin Shang raised an eyebrow. All right then, if a fight is what you want, let us make it a simulated battle for fairness, shall we? Jin Shang's proposition was somewhat self-serving. He had previously believed victory was assured in a simulated battle, only to discover he ended up as the runner-up. Since entering the Alliance Military Academy, he had consistently ranked in the top class, even serving as class leader. He indeed possessed sufficient strength and had the audacity to look down upon other newcomers. Yet, this sense of superiority was thoroughly shattered upon the arrival of Bo. His current existence felt akin to a discontented wanderer. Particularly after the last simulated training, he felt utterly humiliated and was eager to redeem himself. This newcomer had unwittingly walked into his line of fire. He quickly seized the opportunity and invited him for a match. He thought to himself, this time, he would choose an S-level scenario without fail and seize the chance to stage a triumphant comeback. Silencing those who mocked him for losing to a girl, Li Xiaoya merely cast a fleeting glance at his face, effortlessly discerning his likely thoughts. The cool youth spoke, "Since it's a competition, what's the reward? If you win against me, I shall grant you all my points, but should you lose, you must immediately leave the Alliance Military Academy." However, Li Xiaoya added, "If I win, you shall kneel before me and call Bo Daddy." Just that one sentence caused Jin Shang's eyes to widen in shock, his expression akin to being struck by a bolt from the blue. Equally astounded was Bo, who was suddenly thrust into the role of a father. What a ludicrous proposition! Who would desire such an embarrassing offspring? Yet, despite her incredulity, she resolutely positioned herself beside Li Xiaoya. "I will join you." The military academy's simulated training offered solo, duo, and group modes. If Li Xiaoya were to participate alone, it would simply be a 1v1 match against Jin Shang. Fellow students, who can comprehend this? Bo's insistence on joining was not due to concern over Li Xiaoya's ability to handle a fool from the landlord's family, but rather a fear that he might inadvertently push the opponent into a state of despair. After all, he was Li Xiaoya. 100 Jin Shangs would not suffice to match his prowess. Thus, how could Bo allow him to go alone? She swiftly expressed her desire to join, hoping to provide him with some assistance, ensuring the opponent's defeat wouldn't be too humiliating. After all, despite Jin Shang's lack of intellect, he still possessed considerable strength. Cultivating an excellent S-level warrior within the military academy was no easy feat. It was best not to stifle the growth of such a budding talent. However, Li Xiaoye remained oblivious to her intentions, responding with delight. You wish to join me? Excellent. Let's compete in duo mode. The moment duo mode was mentioned, his cool demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from an aloof wolf cub into a sweet pup. This transformation elicited shrieks from the girls in Class E1. Look, look, he is smiling. He was so fierce just now, but upon encountering Bo, he is smiling like this. How handsome, my goodness. How can someone be so attractive? I must say, he appears to have a soft spot for Bo. Just look at that expression of his. But it's so adorable. I'm completely sold on this pairing, and I've swallowed the key. The girls chattered excitedly, while the boys joined in the fray. What is up with that Jin Sheng? Does he truly believe himself invincible? Coming to our class to stir trouble, as if he thinks no one here can stand against him? But what can we do? He is from Class A1. And what of Class A1? Our class has Bo, Monica, and the class leader, plus now a transfer student. Perhaps we could claim the title of the best class in the entire grade. Enough boasting. Before you brag, can we first consider how many points we VE contributed to our class? With our current standing, how can we possibly compare to Class A1? Don't just inflate his confidence while diminishing our own. Regardless, I'm standing by our class. Of course, we stand with our own. We may lose to others, but we must never lose our spirit. Following this declaration, someone suddenly raised their arm, shouting, "Let us compete." Who is afraid of whom? Classmates, let us challenge Class A1. We'll take on anyone who crosses our path. It's outrageous that they dare bully us in our own class. Boys at this age are indeed prone to impulsiveness. And upon hearing such a fervent rallying cry, a few of them dashed out of the classroom, heading straight for Class A1. Thus, what began as a simple duel escalated into a pairwise confrontation, ultimately evolving into a collective challenge. The commanding officers of both classes were soon alerted, and after hearing the backstory from Officer Zhou, he promptly turned to advise Officer AMU of Class A1. This is all a misunderstanding. I can clarify that 30 points, it's not a violation, it's as colleagues. Officer Zhou did not wish to put Officer AMU in a difficult position. He intended to subtly suggest that Li Xiaoye was a formidable figure, and that both he and his students should refrain from provoking him. Unfortunately, the latter was completely unappreciative of the hint and interrupted him, stating, I believe a competition would be quite beneficial. Let us consider it a training exercise, however. Officer AMU interjected, but what about? Officer Zhou, are you afraid of losing? Officer Zhou, haha, I am indeed afraid of losing, afraid of your defeat. But who among us, as instructors, isn't a passionate youth? I genuinely wanted to give you some face. As after all, not just Li Xiaoye, but even Bo alone could defeat Jin Sheng 100 times over without fail. Yet the other party remained excessively arrogant, refusing to accept this truth. Well, he had made his attempts to dissuade them. If they chose not to listen, he could hardly be blamed. Officer Zhou, since you, Officer AMU, are so insistent on a competition, then let us proceed. As you suggested, we'll treat it as a training match. Let us invite other students to join as well. Officer AMU had no objections to this. After all, for him, the main event was merely Jin Sheng's match. Now, he needed to find a suitable partner for him. Little did he realize, he was about to pay the price for his arrogance. Chapter 89. The duel incident transforms into a class challenge. The duel incident evolved into a class challenge. Although ultimately, through the coordination of the two instructors, it morphed into a training session, everyone understood that it was a contest between two classes. Initially, high-achieving students from other classes had intended to team up, each duo hoping to test their mettle in the S-level simulated training, but given the limited number of training pods available, once the two classes filled them, little space remained for anyone else. Thus, it ultimately became a challenge between just their two classes. Since it was a class challenge, preparations were in order, and as they fervently readied themselves, both Bo and Li Xiaoye received simultaneous notifications from the Alliance General Hospital. One message was from Dr. Sol, and the other from Abraham. Dr. Sol's message read, Bo, the Commander-in-Chief has come to see Ms. Yang Su. Meanwhile, Abraham's message stated, Little boss, the big boss has arrived at the hospital to see your mother. However, at that moment, both were preparing to enter the simulation training chamber and thus did not notice the messages on their devices. Consequently, as Dr. Sol and Abraham exchanged glances, they simultaneously turned their attention to the slender figure in the distance. Bu Tingzhou was quite low-key in his demeanor. After meeting with Dr. Wan, he had hurried to the Alliance General Hospital, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. He changed into casual clothes and wore a large mask, revealing only his deep-set eyes hidden behind the lenses. If one were not familiar with him, they would simply perceive him as an ordinary family member of a patient. However, as the primary surgeon for Yang Su, Dr. Sol and Abraham, who had been assigned to Ms. Yang by Li Xiaoya, were obliged to confront the commander-in-chief directly. To be frank, the pressure was immense, especially for Dr. Sol, while he boldly stated he hoped the commander would give him orders to proceed with the surgery. In reality, it was his first genuine encounter with this cosmic-level national hero. Dr. Sol, Commander, I am the attending physician for Ms. Yang Su. My name is Sol. Abraham. I am. Bu Tingzhou waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further introductions. You are the temporary medical practitioner assigned to Xiaoya. I am aware, as you were personally appointed by me, no need for formalities. To his astonishment, the commander-in-chief remembered every detail so vividly, which left Abraham utterly exhilarated. His eyes sparkled with anticipation when Bu Tingzhou inquired once more, "Is her condition serious?" Referring to Yang Su, Dr. Sol proactively responded, "The surgery was remarkably successful. However, given that it was a heart transplant, she must be monitored in the medical chamber for a period of time. Only after confirming that there is no further threat to her life can she be transferred to a regular ward." Bu Tingzhou pressed, "When will she awaken?" Dr. Sol replied, "The effects of the anesthetic are nearly wearing off, and Ms. Yang may awaken at any moment. However, as each individual's constitution varies, the precise timing of her awakening is contingent upon her specific circumstances." Bu Tingzhou queried, "Is there any way to expedite her awakening?" Although this request seemed somewhat unreasonable, it was important to note that Bu Tingzhou, as the commander-in-chief of the alliance, was a figure of considerable stature, deserving of personal audience and inquiry regarding the patient's condition. Dr. Sol was uncertain of Yang Su's past circumstances but sensed the gravity of the matter. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he stated, "It is possible to administer a drug that would induce immediate consciousness. However, as a physician, I would advise against it. If the matters you wish to discuss with her are not of utmost urgency, I recommend waiting for her to awaken naturally." In truth, his words were somewhat redundant. If the situation were not dire, Bu Tingzhou would not have made such a request. Nonetheless, Dr. Sol was a resolute doctor. To him, the well-being of his patients outweighed any title or rank, be it the commander-in-chief or even the former vice president. Schubert. His commitment was unwavering, yet the moment he spoke, Abraham cast him a look of alarm, as if to say, "Elder, are you so audacious? Do you wish to gamble with your life? This is the commander-in-chief we are discussing." Fortunately, Bu Tingzhou was not one to fly into a rage. Rather, he was a man of reason. He replied calmly, "I have a matter of great importance that requires her confirmation." Understanding the gravity of the commander's statement, Dr. Sol continued, "However, even if Ms. Yang awakens, she may not be able to communicate normally." So, Bu Tingzhou was not oblivious to this possibility, yet impatience gnawed at him. At that moment, his aide approached, whispering something in his ear, evidently bearing urgent military affairs that demanded his immediate attention. As the commander-in-chief of the alliance, even when not on the battlefield, he was burdened with a multitude of responsibilities. Bu Tingzhou was exceedingly pressed for time. Even during his brief stay at the hospital, he was urged to depart immediately. He was acutely aware of his role as a soldier and the supreme commander of the alliance, where his decisions could sway the fate of an entire planet. Thus, many personal matters paled in comparison to his official duties. Yet, he remained just a man, and as he stepped away from the battlefield, a small yearning stirred within him. Just 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes. If she awakens, I will clear everything up. If she does not, I shall return to the military headquarters. With this thought, he waited an additional 5 minutes. However, the figures within the medical chamber showed no signs of awakening, and disappointment began to creep in. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Just as he turned away in despair, intending to instruct his aide to prepare for departure, suddenly, Abraham exclaimed, "There's a response. Ms. Yang's fingers have moved. She is in a state of awakening." Perfectly timed at the 10-minute mark. In that instant, 2 words flashed through Bu Tingzhou's mind, divine providence. He chose to remain. For the first time, he indulged his own desires, wishing to unravel the knot in his heart before returning to his duties. Although Dr. Sol had indicated that Ms. Yang might not be able to communicate normally, he donned protective gear and entered the intensive care unit. Standing outside her medical chamber for an extended period, in that moment, he was no longer the commander-in-chief. He was simply himself, a man yearning for the truth. Inside the medical chamber, Yang Su, with her eyes open, caught sight of him. Instantly, her eyes widened, her pupils shimmering, but as she gazed, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She parted her lips, silently calling out, "Commander-in-Chief." Chapter 90. Mint, the daughter of the Commander-in-Chief, she wished to speak, yet found herself unable to convey her thoughts. At that moment, however, Bo Tingzhou's hand gently pressed against the exterior of her medical chamber. Almost simultaneously, his formidable, level mental force surged forth, penetrating the chamber with a fierce intensity. Akin to a blizzard, forcefully shattering Yang Su's mental sea, he invaded her world, only to be astounded by the vast expanse of her true mental sea. What is this? How can there be so much water within your mental sea? And seaweed growing as well? In the realm of the mental sea, every individual is a deity. Though Yang Su's physical form was frail, in this state, she was still able to engage in a meaningful exchange with the Commander-in-Chief. Thus, she struggled to manifest her ethereal form and gradually approached Bo Tingzhou, uttering, "Commander-in-Chief." Bo Tingzhou turned to face her, gazing at this former subordinate in silence for what seemed an eternity. 2 decades prior. He had 3 valiant aides by his side, with Yang Su being the sole female among them. Hence, he had deliberately assigned her to assist his wife. Later Bo Tingzhou remarked, "By your appearance, it seems you knew I would come." Yang Su shook her head. "I merely knew that such a day would inevitably arrive, yet I did not anticipate it would be so soon, nor that the one to facilitate our meeting would be Mint herself." At the mention of Mint, Bo Tingzhou's expression shifted immediately. "What has happened with that child? You understand the question I am posing, do you not?" "Indeed, I do. That I have long awaited the day to reveal this truth to you. However, Commander, I must implore you to keep our conversation confidential once you leave here, as though you remain unaware of all." Bo Tingzhou pressed. "What is your reasoning?" Yang Su replied. "What transpired back then was no accident. There was a traitor among our ranks, and we were ambushed. Their intention was to abduct your wife and daughter to coerce you at that time. Your wife had recently given birth and was still in confinement. Her mental energy unstable, making her ill-suited for operating the mech. Yet, under dire circumstances, she activated the Jinghong, the name of the mech, in an attempt to escape with your daughter. The moment she boarded, she realized that Jinghong's data had been tampered with. Recognizing the peril, she managed only to place the newborn into an escape pod and launch it into space. I was the captain of the protective detail for your wife and should have perished defending her and your daughter. Yet, in the end, it was your wife who saved me. She stated that Jinghong was compromised, and this was a dead end. She could not escape, but I could. She urged me to find your daughter. Then, your wife activated the self-destruct mechanism, obliterating all the traitors and anomalies." As she recounted these events, Yang Su's emotions visibly surged. The memories were vivid, and this was a chapter she wished never to revisit, often leaving her feeling inadequate and unworthy of the title of captain of the protective detail for the lady. "I was gravely injured at the time and wished to seek your aid. But I feared that the distress signal would be intercepted by the traitor, so I had no choice but to pursue the signal of the escape pod alone. When I found your daughter, the pod had already been breached, and I assumed she had perished, but as I approached, I found her peacefully asleep within a bubble of energy, surrounded by the remains of anomalies. Initially, I was baffled by this phenomenon. Later, I surmised that your daughter's mental prowess had been fully awakened. Commander, your daughter is extraordinary. She was born with the strongest human genes, an SSS rarity, embodying both your combat abilities and your wife's healing prowess." "So Mint is indeed my daughter," Bo Tingzhou murmured, his eyes, hidden behind glasses, already brimming with red veins. He inquired, "Then why did you not return with her to find me afterward?" "All these years, I was unaware she still lived. Your wife left me a final message, given while in the escape pod with your daughter. It was her last command to me." Yang Su continued. "She said that you were beset on all sides, with traitors in your midst, uncertain of their numbers. Thus, even if she were to return your daughter to you, it would only place her in a more perilous environment. The battlefield needed you. The Alliance required your leadership. You could not be distracted by the care of a newborn. Therefore, until you were in a position to control the situation, she wished for you to remain oblivious to the fact that your daughter was alive, including from you." At this point, Yang Su's voice cracked with emotion. "I too hesitated later, wishing to reveal the truth to you, yet at that time, you were the target of an assassination attempt. That is when I comprehended your wife's intentions. She must have foreseen everything. Thus, she hoped I would allow you to believe she and the child had perished, ensuring that you would be free from worry, and that others would no longer have a leverage against you." Upon hearing all of this, Bo Tingzhou remained silent for an extended period. Back then, when he received news of his wife and daughter's demise on the front lines, the reports indicated it was an accident, yet he refused to believe it. He sought to uncover the truth, only to be met with an assassination attempt. He was poisoned by his closest friend, shot 18 times, and even the 2 aides he trusted most perished in efforts to save him. He had always yearned to uncover the identity of the traitor, but the enemy had hidden far too deeply. It is no wonder that his wife is uneasy about letting Young-soo bring the child back. However, whenever he reflects on his own inadequacy, how it led to his wife's untimely death and left his daughter wandering for nearly 2 decades, his emotions become nearly uncontrollable. He struggles to keep his voice steady. Why is the birth date of Bo incorrect? Young-soo replies, to obscure the truth, I publicly claimed her as my own daughter, asserting that all my ailments stemmed from her birth. Yet, I still feared that her origins would raise suspicions, so I altered her birth date. In reality, she is 19 this year. At this revelation, Bo Tingzhou's fists clenched once more. He had to summon every ounce of strength within him to suppress the raging fury inside. Ultimately, he managed to voice a question. Is this related to Schubert? Young-soo shook his head in response. No, I believe this matter has nothing to do with him. Although he has always targeted me, it is likely just because I am his unacknowledged sister. Furthermore, if he truly wished to be your adversary, he lacks the capability and is wholly unqualified. Are you suggesting that he has someone backing him? Young-soo explained. There are only a few who could attain such positions. I trust you have already deduced as much, but I cannot confirm who it is. Bo Tingzhou remained silent, for he too only had suspicions without certainty regarding the identity of the individual. At that moment, Young-soo continued, Commander, I understand that it may be inappropriate to mention this now, but could you refrain from acknowledging Bo for the time being, as your wife suggested? Young-soo was aware this posed a dilemma. After all, after so many years, the commander's daughter had finally been found. How could one bear not to welcome her home and cherish her? However, she pressed on. Until we locate that person, it would be better for you to act alone, allowing for a more decisive approach. Once your daughter reemerges, the events of the past will be impossible to conceal. At that point, Bo will be thrust into the limelight, and not only will she be in danger, but it could also be a critical hindrance for you. Bo Tingzhou understood that Young-soo spoke the truth, yet an uncontrollable anger surged within him, not towards Young-soo, but towards himself. Nearly 20 years had passed, and he had yet to uncover the true mastermind behind it all. His ineptitude had prevented him from recognizing his daughter at the first opportunity. Thus, he pressed his lips tightly together, biting down hard enough to leave marks on his cheeks. Young-soo, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion. She said, If you wish, I can reveal the truth to Bo promptly. Under the right conditions, you may even communicate in secret. However, it is best that her identity remains undisclosed, for her own good. Do not tell her yet. Bo Tingzhou shook his head, resolute. Ignorance is indeed safer. I will find that person, and then I will personally bring you both home. Home? Young-soo was taken aback. She was not so naive as to think the commander was professing some form of affection towards her. Yet she never expected him to utter such words. After all, she was merely the captain of a derelict guard. Bo Tingzhou. You are her adoptive mother. You raised her. She will forever be your child. And in your old age, she shall care for you. For now, let me compensate you for your years of dedication on behalf of my daughter. Moreover, I will seek the best medical professionals to treat you until you are wholly restored. Hearing these words, tears streamed down Young-soo's face once more. What brought her the greatest joy was not merely the prospect of having found a means to survive, but rather, the commander's affirmation that Bo would eternally be her child. Thank you, truly. Her tears flowed freely, yet her face radiated with joy. However, let us disregard the matter of medical treatment for now. Young-soo's demeanor turned proud. You may not know this, but the reason my mental ocean is filled with so much seaweed and seawater is due to Bo's efforts. She said it was irrigation, a groundbreaking method of mental ocean therapy. If my treatment proves effective, it will be a tremendous blessing for all injured mentalists in the future. She did that? Bo Tingzhou marveled, unable to resist glancing once more at the vast ocean before him. At that moment, a surge of emotion welled within him, compelling him to rush to the Alliance army to see his beloved daughter. Yet, the time was not ripe. Bo Tingzhou bit his lip, ultimately retreating regretfully from Young-soo's mental ocean world. Meanwhile, at the military academy, Bo, having just entered the simulation pod, finally received a message from Dr. Sol. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she wondered, why does the commander wish to see my mother? Just then, a familiar AI mechanical voice echoed in Bo's mind. Artificial intelligence. Please confirm identity, ID number. A. 30820230529. Bo. Bo clicked to confirm. Artificial intelligence. Connection successful. ID number A30820230530529. Please select your equipment. Without hesitation, Bo made the same selections as last time. Artificial intelligence. Please confirm that you have completed your selection. Bo confirmed. Artificial intelligence. Connecting you to the simulation city. Please wait. Connection successful. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she found herself facing a tall and handsome youth. Li Xiaoya was clad in a suit of pure black exoskeleton combat armor. His headgear removed, revealing his striking features and gray-white hair. Bo's eyes widened. Why is your hair white? Did you exhaust yourself? No. Li Xiaoya explained. Well, the last time you saw me with white hair, you seemed to like it, so, since it's just a face adjustment, I decided to give myself a white-haired look. Bo. It looks good, but it nearly scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you, causing you to turn white-haired from exhaustion. Nevertheless, after the initial shock, Bo scrutinized his face. Indeed, this exoskeleton combat armor was inherently stylish, and paired with his striking white hair, it exuded an aura of lethal elegance. Quite handsome. Fearing he might become vain, she refrained from saying it aloud, merely praising him inwardly before adding. By the way, just before entering, I received a short message from Dr. Soul. Saying that, she brought up the information for him to see. I received it too. Li Xiaoya showed Bo his holographic screen, revealing messages from Abraham, who was notorious for his verbosity, having sent 5 or 6 consecutive messages. The big boss seems to know Ms. Yang. He mentioned having something important to ask her. Ms. Yang has already awakened. The big boss has entered the intensive care unit. The big boss appears to be establishing a mental link with her, likely wanting to converse with her directly in the realm of mental energy. He has emerged. The big boss has finally come out. The big boss is in a terrible mood. A very bad mood. Then he left. Real-time report concluded. That is all. Bo was taken aback. Could it be? That person knows my mother? But she has never mentioned it to me. During the simulation training, the supervising instructors outside could hear their conversations, so Bo refrained from directly mentioning the commander's name, instead referring to him as that person. Not surprising, Li Xiaoya remarked. The tone your mother used when speaking of that person did not convey the impression of discussing a stranger. By the way, wasn't your mother a lieutenant? It's possible she served in the same military. Bo felt that the situation could not be so simple. After all, that was the Alliance commander. Even if all his subordinates remembered him, how could he possibly recall so many officers who served? Moreover, her mother had left the military nearly 20 years ago, right? However, matters of urgency took precedence, and Bo stated, "This is not the time to ponder such things. We should focus on the present. Let us quickly clear this level and make a video call to find out." Li Xiaoya, is it really that easy to clear this level quickly? No way. Bo immediately interrupted him. She looked around, confirming the position of the surveillance cameras before leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Keep it down. What if you clear the level in a minute? Are you intending to reveal your true identity in front of the entire school? This simulation training is monitored. They can hear everything we say. Chapter 92. Young man, I advise you not to act recklessly in your handsomeness. The youth, who had never been so close to a girl before, felt his face flush. He stammered. It's you who said to hurry through the level, Bo. I did say that. But the premise is that it shouldn't affect you. Upon hearing this, the youth stared at her in a daze and then began to entertain his own thoughts, secretly amused. So you were worried about me. Bo, young man, I advise you not to act recklessly in your handsomeness. If you keep grinning like that at your sister, she might not be able to handle it. She sighed, speaking earnestly. Didn't you say you had never experienced collective living before? You came here to military school to experience the daily life of an ordinary college student, right? Of course not. I purely came here for you. However, at this moment, he was unsure whether admitting the truth would irritate Bo. So he decided against taking that risk, nodding obediently instead. Then, if I were to ask you to do it without using any mental powers, could you manage? The youth fell silent all at once. In truth, even without utilizing his psychic powers to control the mech, he could easily vanquish the aberrations with his bare hands. However, since Bo had explicitly forbidden him from employing his psychic abilities here, he naturally complied. Yet, he sought clarification. Then, what can I use? Bo replied, weapons. For instance, I prefer cold weapons, such as swords and blades. I will use those. If you prefer firearms, any kind of gun will suffice. As long as you refrain from summoning your exaggerated psychic-powered DR mech. I too have an affinity for cold weapons, Li Xiaoya remarked, and then, with a hint of flattery, reported to Bo, previously, during my time at the Alliance headquarters, I did not employ a mech against those 5 aberrations. I dispatched them with my bare hands. The last one, an SS grade, was defeated with an ancient earth weapon, the red tassel spear. Are you familiar with it? Fearing external monitoring of their conversation, Li Xiaoya lowered his voice, ensuring only Bo could hear. Her eyes brightened with delight as she exclaimed, "You can wield that too. So can I." After all, she was a native of Earth. Whenever Bo heard something pertaining to Earth, her excitement was palpable. Her radiant smile left Li Xiaoya momentarily stunned. He inquired with surprise, "Do you fancy that kind of gun?" "Indeed. It's cool, wonderful." At that moment, while Bo spoke the word cool, Li Xiaoya had been contemplating formatting and reprogramming little a, hoping to refresh its programming. But now, Li Xiaoya commanded, "Little a, bring me a gun." Little a, "Understood, boss." Having learned from previous missteps, Little a promptly manifested a super quantum gun into Li Xiaoya's hands. The youth gazed at the quantum gun, which he had desired but not received last time. Now appearing unexpectedly, he mused, "Little a truly seems malfunctioning. I should format it when we return. But, how did you manage that? Did you just instruct your light brain to conjure a gun? Is it that convenient? No need to carry it, it can simply materialize." As she spoke, her eyes fixated on his light brain. Observing this, Li Xiaoya candidly stated, "Little a cannot be given to you. I suspect its intelligence is severely lacking. Wait until I customize a higher intelligence model for you when we return." Little a, "My intelligence is not low." Li Xiaoya continued, "Moreover, it is quite ineffective. Not all weapons can be manifested. I will explain in detail which ones can be produced after we clear the simulation." Little a, "I am quite useless." "Fine." Bo nodded, casually retrieving 2 long blades from behind her. Simultaneously, the countdown in the simulation training pod reached its final second, and the training began in earnest. Almost instantaneously, the two were transported to an unfamiliar scene. However, unlike Bo's previous training, this transfer felt prolonged, causing a queasy sensation as if experiencing motion sickness, which was quite uncomfortable. Bo furrowed her brow. Thankfully, this discomfort lasted only about 5 or 6 seconds before dissipating. Instinctively, Bo opened her eyes, but upon doing so, she froze in disbelief. "Did we fail? Why am I still in the simulation pod? Shouldn't we have entered an S-grade simulation scene?" Knock, knock. Suddenly, a soft tapping sound came from outside her simulation pod. "Bo, is that you?" It was Li Xiaoya. Bo quickly pressed the button to open the simulation pod, and as the door slid open, the sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. This was. Before her lay a desolate city. A desolate city, in the literal sense, a forsaken, abandoned urban area. Ever since Star 308 was contaminated by the blue crystals, numerous such desolate cities had emerged on the planet. When a city becomes polluted, the flora and fauna unable to withstand the contamination perish, while those that do become aberrations, sprouting blue crystals from their backs. Had they truly been thrust into such a challenging simulated city? It was said that finding cover within a desolate city was exceedingly difficult, raising the difficulty level above that of an ordinary urban area. As she contemplated this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Bo's eyes. Eagerly, she reached for the dual blades at her back. But where were her blades? Realizing this felt reminiscent of her initial arrival, she suddenly grasped that something was amiss. Being one with SSS-grade psychic powers, she swiftly swept her mind's eye around to assess the surroundings. Upon doing so, her expression turned grave. If this were merely a simulation, it was far too realistic. At that moment, Li Xiaoya inquired, "You mentioned earlier that in an S-grade simulation, how many aberrations do the instructors deploy?" 5, Bo replied. "Are you certain it's not 50? Bo's heart raced, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Yet, she quickly realized that Li Xiaoya was serious. As a small map appeared on his light brain, densely populated with red dots, a glance revealed that there were certainly more than 5. Bo frowned. Did they deploy too many? Or are they intentionally testing us to gauge our capabilities? Neither, Li Xiaoya replied, his demeanor suddenly serious as he revealed a startling fact that Bo could hardly fathom. The simulation training pod has malfunctioned. We may have been transported to an actual desolate city, rather than just a simulated one. Bo's eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Indeed. In an instant, Bo's complexion paled. Her concern was not for herself but for their classmates. Were only the 2 of them transported here? Or had others come along as well? If it were the latter, it would spell disaster. Chapter 93. The emergence of an artificial black hole. High risk. Indeed, it was a significant crisis. This did not require confirmation from anyone else. Li Xiaoya was certain. Thus, he promptly called out to Little A. Little A, immediately connect me with Instructor Zhou Rue. Little A, understood, boss. Initiating connection. About a second later, Little A reported, boss, connection failed. The signal in this area seems obstructed by strong interference. Li Xiaoya commanded, continue. Adjust your signal to the maximum strength to break through the interference. Little A, receive command. Strengthening signal, executing, level 1 increase, connection failed. Level 2 increase, connection failed. Level 3 increase, still failed. Boss, should I continue? Li Xiaoya urged. Continue until you establish a connection. Little A, receive command, continuing execution. Strengthening signal. Afterward, both could hear Little A repeatedly announcing connection failures. From the initial few notices to dozens of them later, Bo interjected. Little A, there's no need to repeat the failures. Only report when successful. Little A, receive command, will no longer report failures, executing. But soon after, Little A suddenly realized, oh, that wasn't boss's command. Oh no, I executed incorrectly. Retracting immediately, Li Xiaoya interjected. No mistake. From now on, both's commands are equivalent to mine. Little A, understood, continuing to execute Miss Bo's instructions. After that, Little A ceased the repetitive failure announcements, yet Bo's expression grew increasingly grave with the passage of time. The absence of failure notifications also indicated the lack of successful ones, implying they had lost contact with the military academy. This was troublesome. Bo thought anxiously. At that moment, Li Xiaoya attempted to reassure her. Don't worry, with me here, I will protect you. I don't need protection. Bo was confident in her abilities. Her concern lay with her teammates. Would Monica and the others be safe during this simulation? Little A, boss. Connection successful. Instructor Zhou Rue is on the line. Almost simultaneously, a worried voice from Zhou Rue echoed through the light brain. How are you over there? Respond quickly. Bo. Is that you? Are you alright? Bo replied. Instructor, we are fine, very well. But isn't this simulation a bit off? Thank heavens. If I couldn't reach you, I would have gone mad. I was nearly frantic. Instructor Zhou's relief was palpable, and he momentarily lost his composure. Cursing before continuing, that is not a simulation. Your pod has been sucked into a sudden artificial black hole. Therefore, you should now be in the real world, and it's a perilous, desolate city filled with aberrations. Indeed, Li Xiaoya had been correct. Yet, given his upbringing on the battlefield, he could easily discern between a simulated city and the real world, having traversed desolate cities and polluted zones countless times. But the issue remained. Instructor, this is absurd. This is the military academy's training facility. How could an artificial black hole appear and suck us away? Is that reasonable? Instructor Zhou replied, Oh dear, my little ancestor, why are you still pondering such matters at a time like this? Yes, it's unreasonable, but it has happened. So you two need to return immediately to by the way, Li. Not daring to expose Li Xiaoya's true identity, Instructor Zhou quickly fell silent but added, he should have brought the mech storage ball. Right? Hurry, have him bring you back swiftly. Returning is quite simple, especially since, as Instructor Zhou mentioned, Li Xiaoya is by her side. Do not think that merely being in a desolate city is an obstacle. He could even transport her back from outer space. However, Instructor, what about the other students? Are we the only two who have been drawn in? Certainly not, there are more than just the two of you. That black hole was merely the closest to you both, but while it pulled you in, it simultaneously drew in 10 simulation training pods. 10? Boha's expression immediately sharpened. Who else is there? Aside from Lucas and Ruayue, the remaining 8 are all students from Class A1, including Jin Shang. Upon hearing this name, Boha involuntarily raised her eyebrows. At this moment, she felt as if she should, like a villain, place her hands on her hips and laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, let that brat go wild. However, Boha was, after all, not a typical adolescent. She had been a soldier on Earth, and even though she was now far from her home planet, the spirit of a soldier was deeply rooted within her. Therefore, she would not indulge in schadenfreude, as Jin Shang was merely a bit disoriented, not an enemy. Since he was an ally, it was only logical to rescue him. Thus, she inquired, Instructor Zhou, have you managed to contact them? Instructor Zhou replied, No, I cannot get through. The interference on their end is too severe. Only the signal from your light brain is particularly strong enough to establish contact. Understood. Bo had already made up her mind, so she pressed on. Instructor, Are you certain they have all been transported to this desolate city? Of course, after all, you all entered through the same artificial black hole. Before he could finish, Zhou Rui suddenly realized something. He jumped up at the other end. Wait, what are you planning to do? What do you intend? Stop. Whatever you are thinking, cease it immediately, understand? You are still just a student. Saving others is not your obligation. Do not overestimate yourself. Bo did not overestimate her capabilities, she calmly stated. But instructor, if Xiaoya activates the mecha to take me away now, those 10 would have no chance of escaping this desolate city alive. Would they? Just that one sentence left instructor Zhou utterly speechless. Both the palm and back of his hand are flesh. Even if they were not his own students, they were still the pride of the military academy. Naturally, he could not bear to abandon them. However, this is truly too dangerous, do you understand? Bo replied. It is indeed perilous, but with Xiaoya present, is it not? What I cannot accomplish, he can. Instructor, please trust us. Instructor Zhou did not doubt them. He was simply apprehensive. Although Bo was an ordinary student from a common family, she was a focus of protection rated CSS, AS for Li Xiaoya. He was practically a national treasure. To place the burden of rescue upon these two children, was he out of his mind? Yet, Bo was correct. Given the current circumstances, the desolate city they had been transported to was far too distant from their military academy. By the time their personnel arrived, it would likely be too late. Chapter 94. Communication cut off 10 students. Gritting his teeth, Instructor Zhou finally decided, regardless of whether we find them or not, we must return in 1 hour, do you understand? Although I do not wish to be so pragmatic, you two are different. Anyone can be sacrificed, but you must not comprehend this. Bo. Understood, Instructor Zhou. Maintain communication. Bo. Acknowledged. Having said that, both then remembered to look up and ask Li Xiaoya, will you blame me for making this decision unilaterally? If you are unwilling, I can seek them out myself. No. I want to be with you. Bo smiled, unable to resist the urge to ruffle his hair. He was truly such a good boy. Meanwhile, the military department received the news and was thrown into chaos. Especially Bo Tingzhou, who nearly pointed his finger at Dr. Wan and yelled. An artificial black hole opened inside the training room of the Alliance Military Academy and swept away 12 military students. Do you know what this entails? Cold sweat poured down Dr. Wan's forehead, yet he could not utter a word of rebuttal. Bo Tingzhou continued to fume. Is the next black hole going to open right at my doorstep? At each of your doorsteps? Dr. Wan opened his mouth, feeling helpless. To be honest, his team had done their utmost, but the opposing party had seemingly mastered some sort of advanced technology, always preemptively forming the black hole before they could detect its emergence. This left them unable to issue any warnings. Dr. Wan. Commander, this time it is indeed our responsibility. We do not shirk it, but now, before he could finish, Bo Tingchuan's aide rushed in, flustered. Commander, the list of students from the military academy has been released. The aide's complexion was unusual, and Bo Tingchuan immediately sensed something was amiss. His first reaction was to wonder if that boy had encountered trouble just one day into his arrival. Anger surged. Were those individuals actually targeting Li Xiaoya? However, upon receiving the list, the first name that caught his eye was Bo, and beside her name was indeed Li Xiaoya. His mind buzzed, nearly exploding. Before he could react, another voice shouted, by heaven, it was the work of space pirates. Moreover, they were targeting the young master of the Lawrence family, demanding 500 million star coins as ransom. They claimed that if the payment was not made within half an hour, they would broadcast the scene of the young master being torn to shreds by alien creatures. How brazen! This was simply outrageous. What stance does the Lawrence family take? Are they paying to ransom their own? Indeed, they have already prepared 500 million star coins to transfer to the other party. However, they are concerned that even if the money is given, the pirates might still refuse to rescue their young master. Therefore, Mr. Lawrence wishes to seek assistance from the military and is willing to offer the same amount to have our best mecha warriors sent to bring back his SON. As if there were any need to say it? After all, those were students from the military academy. How could we possibly ignore their plight for money? However, the problem is that desolate city is far too distant. Even if we dispatch the fastest flying craft, it would still take approximately 40 minutes, which exceeds half an hour. Yet we must send someone. After all, he is the young master of the Lawrence family. At this point, everyone turned their gazes toward Bo Tingchuan, who solemnly declared, there is no need to send anyone. I will go personally. Upon hearing this, everyone else was utterly terrified. Even Dr. Wan instinctively lunged forward, tightly grasping his leg. Commander, it's all our fault. Our mistakes. But you cannot put yourself in danger. Such matters can be handled by sending Qingying and Hongguang. At the very least, no. I must go myself, among the 12 military students swallowed by the black hole. One is my only student, and one is my most cherished daughter. How could I possibly remain idle? Just then, the aide shouted again. Commander, it's an urgent communication from Major General Li. Quickly, connect it. The aide established the communication, and a massive electronic screen immediately displayed the spirited face of Li Xiaoya. Beside him stood a petite and adorable girl clad in military attire. The girl had a neat bob of black hair, yellow skin and black eyes, yet her gaze was remarkably sharp. Upon seeing Bo Tingchuan's legs almost gave way. It was only with the support of his aide that he managed to stand upright. He muttered a word of thanks. At that moment, the people on the screen began to speak. The interference here is extremely severe. I do not know how long the communication will hold. So I will not waste time. Instructor, Dr. Ruan's team should have detected the situation here, right? Aside from the two of us, there are 10 military students who have been drawn into this deserted city. Now, I require their precise coordinates, with a margin of error ideally reduced to within 50 meters. Bo Tingchuan. Follow his instructions. Connect the main brain to the interstellar satellite and send him the 3D terrain map of the desolate city. Do it quickly. With his command, someone immediately operated the system to send the map to Li Xiaoyi. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted at the screen. Major General Li, if possible, please prioritize saving the young master of the Lawrence family. Lucas, the space pirates have targeted him and demanded 500 million star coins as ransom, threatening that if the payment is not received within half an hour, they will live stream the scene of him being devoured by alien creatures. Upon hearing this, before Li Xiaoya could respond, Bo interjected. What? You mean space pirates? Is this incident related to space pirates? Yes, indeed. The person had initially been addressing Li Xiaoya but was caught off guard by Bo's interruption. He reflexively replied but quickly followed up with a question. Who are you? I am Bo. Bo introduced herself, but merely stated her name before quickly adding. The interference here is too intense. The signal can hardly be transmitted. We need to contact the other students as swiftly as possible. So, is there a way to resolve this interference? There must be a solution, right? There was a rush to respond. And it was Bo Tingchuan. His voice quivered with excitement as he managed to speak a word with his daughter. We are already devising a plan. It should take about 5 more minutes. He gazed deeply at him through the screen. All right, that's the situation for now. And no more talk. We must set off, however. Before she could finish her sentence, the interference suddenly intensified. The communication was abruptly severed. Chapter 95. Classmate Xiaoyi, teach me how to operate the mecha. With the signal lost, Bo Tingzhou's countenance turned ashen. At that moment, the officer who had previously shouted for Li Xiaoya to save Lucas suddenly inquired in confusion. Hey, was that girl who just spoke to me named Bo He? Is she the child I remember? Yes, indeed. It is her, the very same one whose SSS level of mental power was just measured by academician Yang. I heard her mental power compatibility with Major General Li is at an astounding 100. No wonder she is by his side. Oh, what wonderful news! The girl named Bo He is of a rare and special type, said to possess both combat and medical abilities. She has just entered the military academy, so I wonder if she has any combat experience. With her mental power at SSS and such a high compatibility with Major General Li, even if she cannot fight and can only heal, that would be perfectly acceptable. Yes, indeed. So why are we still standing here? Hurry and inform the Lawrence family. Tell them our military department has dispatched our strongest battle hero to rescue their son, assuring them to rest easy, and don't forget to remind them to transfer the 500 million star coins. We cannot afford to fall short on funds. The military department is the place least lacking in money, yet paradoxically the most financially constrained. After all, once war breaks out with other planets, no amount of money would suffice. Thus, if the Lawrence family is willing to voluntarily send money, how could we refuse? However, their confidence is built entirely upon the well-being of the 2 children. He cares little for anything else. He merely wishes to bring those 2 children back safely. Although, considering Li Xiaoya's current strength, worrying about his safety seems somewhat unwarranted. After all, it has never been the alien species that posed a threat to him, but rather the mental contamination that causes mental breakdowns and turmoil. Yet, Bo Tingzhou still felt an overwhelming chill of anxiety. Earlier, he had also received a notification from the mainframe, learning of a young girl with a mental power compatibility of 100 with Li Xiaoya. At that time, he had been overjoyed. But now, realizing that the child in question is his own daughter, the emotions welling within him were entirely different. He admitted to himself that his heart had strayed. While he also cares deeply for his students, he feels he owes his daughter far too much. He has missed her first words, her first steps, her first day at school, and countless moments of growth. He had never even held that child in his arms, so he could not bear the thought of losing her again. Bo Tingzhou could no longer remain seated. He yearned to go see her. Just then, however, Dr. Wan excitedly reported, "Commander, the DR satellite eye above the abandoned city is still operational and can transmit live footage back to us." Saying this, he promptly pressed the receive button. Almost simultaneously, the image of the abandoned city captured by the satellite eye was projected onto the conference room screen as if it were a live broadcast. Meanwhile, upon discovering that communication had been completely severed, Bo Hie's expression suddenly grew grave. She turned her head sharply, looking intently at Li Xiaoya. "Was that person who spoke to me just now the commander? His name is Bo Tingzhou?" "Indeed," Li Xiaoya responded, somewhat taken aback. "You can't possibly not know my teacher's name." Bo He shook her head and smiled faintly. "I know it, but I never gave it much thought until now." Li Xiaoya asked, "What do you mean by not giving it much thought?" Bo He felt she might have stumbled upon something significant, yet unable to confirm it. She joked lightly, "I just think it's quite a coincidence. Look, we share the same surname. Moreover, the surname Bo is rather uncommon. Perhaps he knows my father." Li Xiaoya, not one to be easily deceived, found her reasoning rather peculiar, sensing there was more beneath her words. Yet before he could ponder further, Bo He suddenly changed her tone. "Classmate Xiaoyi, teach me how to operate the mecha." "What?" Bo He reached into her collar and produced a metallic sphere, the mecha storage ball that Li Xiaoya had previously given her. With a light laugh, she playfully fiddled with the metallic chain on the sphere. "I'm asking you to teach me how to operate the mecha. I have never activated a DR mecha before." Putting everything else aside, Bo Hie's cheerful plea along with her sweet smile left Li Xiaoya with no choice but to comply. He would give her anything, even his life. He immediately nodded vigorously. "Sure. Of course, I will teach you." At that moment, Xiaoyi began to report the latest developments. "Xiaoyi, boss, the military department has transmitted the map of the abandoned city. It is currently being received. Reception at 15, 30, 45, 60, 100. Xiaoyi, map reception complete. Initiating 3D projection." Soon, a scaled-down map of the abandoned city unfolded before Bo He like a painting. Initially flat, the map began to rise, gradually sketching out the true 3D model of the abandoned city. Bo He observed intently, discerning that the greatest threat lay in the nearly destroyed buildings, making it difficult to hide anyone. This abandoned city was clearly chosen by the Star Bandits. There were many alien species present, but none of a high level. It seemed unlikely that any would exceed Class S, yet their sheer number posed a significant challenge. Bo He, Xiaoyi, how many alien species can you detect within the confines of this abandoned city? And what are their respective levels? Xiaoyi, I can detect around 60 to 70, with the highest being Class A, but most are Class C and B aliens. Indeed, that is somewhat reassuring. Xiaoyi, with all due respect, Miss Bo He, your statement is reassuring, but only in relation to you and the boss. For the other 10 military academy students, without mechas, they stand no chance even against a Class C alien. Bo He shook her head. They aren't as weak as you think. At the very least, Jin Shang and his partner should be able to hold out until the rescue team arrives. As for Lucas and Ruayue, if they have weapons on hand, they can likely evade the Star Bandits' pursuit. I am confident they can survive until we find them, but the pressing issue remains. Where are those Star Bandits? Xiaoyi, if the interference signal can be eliminated, I can pinpoint their exact location. Bo He, I see that's stating the obvious. It's precisely because of the interference that locating them is difficult. However, she suddenly turned to Li Xiaoya. Since you were able to directly invade my mental sea on the desolate star, doesn't that imply your mental power coverage is extensive? Can it encompass the entire abandoned city? Yes. Chapter 96, Damn. I knew I shouldn't have jumped. Seeing Li Xiaoya nod, Bo He felt as if she might burst into tears of joy. Wow. This kid truly is a cheat. With both of them possessing level mental power, she yearned for such abilities. Yet, Bo He believed she too harbored such potential, though she was yet unaware of how to freely wield her mental power. Time was of the essence, so she decided against personal experimentation. Since they were all drawn into the black hole together, they should not be far from us. I estimate the distribution range should not exceed 5,000 meters. If you conduct a comprehensive search using your mental power, it is possible we might find them before the military department can send specific coordinates. All right, Li Xiaoya did not hesitate. Upon Bo Hie's request, he released his mental power field, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny. Meanwhile, Lucas and Ruayue simultaneously crawled out of the simulation training pod, only to find themselves utterly dumbfounded. Ruayue, no way. This time it's too intense. The scene feels too real. Lucas, what is going on with this simulation pod? Why did we come out of it? Shouldn't we have been directly transported inside? Ruayue, perhaps there has been a system upgrade. They changed the training method? After all, this scene feels quite impressive, as if it's going to be much harder to clear. Lucas nodded in agreement, then instinctively opened his light brain. However, he was soon overwhelmed by the dense cluster of red dots that filled the screen. Ruayue leaned over to look, incredulous. What the hell? Are the instructors out of their minds? This is an S-level scenario. They let this mini alien species in. Just one could easily send us flying. Lucas, are you scared? Scared of what? Ruayue, whose personality was inherently reckless, scoffed. It's just a simulation training. If we die, we'll just be forcefully logged out. What is there to fear? But don't you find it a bit strange? Why is it different from last time? I recall that the last time we entered the simulated city, we were fully equipped right away. But now, he pointed at the uniforms worn by the two. I'm not trying to be rude, but the instructors are truly outrageous. You should tone it down a bit. The instructors can hear you, Lu Yao retorted. Even if they can hear us, I must voice my grievances. We aren't blessed with the terrifying combat prowess of Mint. Does he expect us to engage the aberrations barehanded? Who could possibly manage that? The more Lu Yao spoke, the more agitated he became, incessantly complaining. Initially, Lucas chuckled along, but as time passed, his expression gradually turned serious. Eventually, the curly-haired boy fell silent, fixated on his light brain screen, and after a long pause, he suddenly inhaled deeply. He was acutely aware of what he had adjusted himself. Consequently, he realized the gravity of the situation. But if his suspicions were correct, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, he asked Lu Yao, hypothetically speaking, what if we were not in a simulated city, but in a real environment? Regardless of the environment, we just need to act. Moreover, if we truly cannot withstand it, we could simply end our lives and exit. I must say, Lu Yao is quite naive. He didn't even catch Lucas' unease, knowing that if he didn't clarify things directly, Lu Yao would surely rush out to cause chaos. Lucas finally stated earnestly, I mean, if we are not in a simulated scenario, but in reality, surrounded by aberrations, what do you intend to do? What else can we do? Just lay down and wait for death. After Lu Yao finished speaking, he suddenly grew impatient. What exactly are you trying to say? Be straightforward. I'm really not good at thinking. Lucas was equally exasperated. I've been quite direct. Thank you very much. Are you genuinely unable to comprehend, or are you pretending not to understand? The corners of the curly-haired boy's eyes turned red, clearly on the verge of tears. Although he was prone to crying, he usually remained dependable during training. Lu Yao hadn't anticipated this reaction and hurriedly tried to console him. Oh no, why are you crying again? All right, I'm foolish and I don't understand. Can't you explain it to me properly? However, Lu Yao's foolishness stemmed from his reluctance to think. Yet, when he reluctantly engaged his mind, he realized that the environment they were in was decidedly peculiar. You can't possibly be trying to hint that this is indeed reality, not the simulated city, right? But that doesn't make sense. How could we be in reality? This simulation pod. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the simulation pod they had just occupied. To be honest, these two items seem to be the best proof. Lu Yao swallowed hard. I must admit, the current situation is truly abnormal, but if this is a real environment and, as your light brain indicates, we are surrounded by so many aberrations, what can we do besides lying down and waiting for death? Hide. Why wait to die? You say that so lightly, but in a place like this, Lu Yao gestured around, pointing at the collapsed buildings and sandy roads. Where can we hide? The wasteland is notoriously lacking in cover. It's practically exposed beneath the enemy's gaze. How do we hide? Burrow into the ground? Lucas, exactly. What did you say? Lucas, even in a wasteland, there are underground tunnels. We can hide there until rescue arrives. Lu Yao. Are you being serious? Lucas, of course I am, Lu Yao. But if there are truly that many aberrations, perhaps one is hiding in the sewer, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? That's still better than standing here and being surrounded. Despite his tendency to cry easily, the curly-haired boy's gaze was remarkably resolute at this moment. After all, he was the future heir cultivated by the Lawrence family. Even though he was still young, his innate keen instincts and determination far surpassed those of an ordinary child. He understood clearly that regardless of the circumstances, His family would never abandon him. Therefore, all he needed to do was to hold on until his family could devise a plan to rescue him. In simple terms, it was about survival. Not only would he survive, but he would also ensure that Lu Yao survived alongside him. Subsequently, Lu Yao found himself bewilderedly led to a sewer pipe, unaware of when the curly-haired boy had discovered this location. Lucas pried open the sewer grate, and a wave of foul odor surged forth. The curly-haired boy gagged a few times but, despite his evident discomfort, bravely jumped down with a pale face. Seeing him jump, Lu Yao felt he couldn't hesitate any longer. So he leaped down as well. Turning around, they were confronted by a C-grade aberration, which seemed to be waiting there specifically for them. Lu Yao, damn. I knew I shouldn't have jumped. Chapter 97 What to do? I'm filthy. However, this thought had barely flashed through his mind when Lu Yao's second reaction was to grab Lucas by the arm and pull him behind his back for protection. Go be honest. Just locking eyes with the aberration sent all the hair on Lu Yao's body standing on end. It was hard to explain. Not that Lu Yao was truly cowardly, but the existence of aberrations was, from a biological perspective, somewhat inhumane. For instance, the creature before him was a worm-like aberration covered in blue crystals. Picture a gigantic worm, as thick as a water tank, its dark body dotted with blue crystals. As it writhed, its gaping mouth opened and closed, revealing 3 rows of teeth. Lu Yao felt nauseated, cold sweat pouring down as he instinctively raised his weapon. Thank goodness. They were military academy students, and the standard weapon of the Alliance's military academy, besides firearms and daggers, was a quantum hand cannon for each individual. This hand cannon, though small, about the length of half an arm, was remarkably powerful. Moreover, the greatest weakness of the worm-like aberration was that it lacked legs. Relying solely on its writhing motion for mobility, however, the mutated aberration's enormous size limited its speed. Excellent. This is fantastic. It moves slowly, giving them a chance to escape. Lu Yao, I'll hold it off. You hurry and run. Lucas clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Yao's reaction. After all, his performance had been far from commendable when aberrations had first appeared in their camp. Had it not been for Mint, he would have been devoured by that aberrant cockroach long ago. But Lucas didn't flee. Even when Lu Yao urged him to hurry, he raised his hand cannon and aimed it directly at the worm-like aberration. Catching a glimpse of his action from the corner of his eye, Lu Yao nearly choked. What are you doing? Before Lu Yao could finish his sentence, Lucas's hand cannon went off with a loud bang, blowing the head off the worm-like aberration. Cold sweat streamed down Lu Yao's face, and his emotions could only be described in earthly terms as, it felt as if 100,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Seriously? Why are you so impulsive? Didn't we study the handbook on aberrations back in high school? What was the first rule? Surely you remember. Do not provoke aberrations, do not provoke aberrations. Because when you don't provoke them, they might observe their surroundings. After all, many aberrations are visually impaired, their sight isn't particularly keen. So, when you don't attract their attention, there's a chance they might mistake you for an immobile object or a human statue. But once you attack, with a thunderous crash, amidst his roar, the curly-haired boy fired a second shot. Lucas. Enough chatter, 2 more are coming. What? Lu Yao indeed ceased his incessant complaints and, mimicking the curly-haired boy, raised his hand and fired at the aberration. However, despite both wielding quantum hand cannons, the curly-haired boy managed to take down 1 aberration per shot, while Lu Yao's shot merely angered the one he hit. The worm-like aberration, already grotesque, opened its mouth wide, revealing its slimy throat through 3 rows of sharp teeth. Lu Yao's skin crawled, and just as he was about to grab the curly-haired boy and flee, he heard Lucas say, "There's no way out. There are 3 more behind us." Just that statement made Lu Yao's mouth twitch, and right after, with a loud bang, the curly-haired boy fired again, the quantum cannon unleashing a blue-purple electric light that pierced through the worm-like aberration's mouth and accurately shot into its insides. The disgusting creature finally began to writhe and convulse, followed by a thunderous explosion. The aberrant worm erupted, showering the 2 of them with its shattered viscera, the stench so overwhelming that Lu Yao couldn't help but retch again. Breakfast was finally expelled completely. Clutching his stomach, he complained, "It's revolting. Why does this thing smell so foul?" After speaking, Lu Yao spat a few times, as if trying to rid his mouth of any lingering taste. After he had vomited, he felt considerably better, his spirits lifting significantly. He even had the energy to ask him, "But, why does your hand cannon differ from mine? Have you modified it yourself? Otherwise, how could it possess such formidable power?" One shot, one kill. Impressive enough to take down 3 of them. Although they are all Class D aberrations, if this performance were reported to the military academy, you'd undoubtedly stand out among your peers. A soft whimpering sound accompanied his words. Lu turned around in surprise. Why are you crying again? Didn't you single-handedly take down all 3? How impressive is that? The little curly-haired boy spread his hands. Seemingly too afraid to touch anything, pouting, he gazed at Lu with teary eyes. What should I do? I'm filthy. I feel so disgusting. I smell so bad, boo-hoo. Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter despite the perilous situation. Come on. Do you have to be so comical? Is that really the focus here? You're still crying. I'm so dirty. So disgusting. I can't move. Sob sob. The little curly-haired boy was genuinely upset, tears streaming down his face. Making his freckled nose turn Lu, bemused by the sight, tried to console him. All right. Why are you crying? If you're dirty, then you're dirty. Just wash up and it'll be fine. However, as soon as he said this, the little boy cried even harder. Lu had never encountered such a tearful boy before. Truth be told, had it been anyone else, he would have kicked them for being so whiny. Yet, the little curly-haired boy had a good temperament and was quite amusing. Lu couldn't bring himself to be angry and quickly fished a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, patiently wiping the boy's face. All right. Stop crying. I'll clean you up. Once you're clean, you won't feel disgusting anymore. Look how generous I am. I just wiped my own face and I'm giving you the wet wipes. Despite knowing he was fishing for compliments, the little curly-haired boy genuinely appreciated it. Thank you. However, I didn't expect you to carry wet wipes. You don't seem like the kind of guy who would be this meticulous. What's wrong with carrying wet wipes? Don't you need to wipe after using the restroom? Such a crude remark caught the little boy off guard, and upon realizing it, he immediately turned away in disgust. I don't want you to wipe my face with something you use for that. Had he not mentioned it, Lu would have laughed. Don't worry, I haven't wiped my backside with these yet. Ha ha ha. Chapter 98. The true strength of the little curly-haired boy. Moreover, Lu was quite mischievous. Knowing the little boy was sensitive, he deliberately continued. Even after the boy insisted he didn't want him to wipe anymore, Lu only became more enthusiastic, prompting the little boy to want to scratch him. However, upon seeing the dirt covering Lu, he hesitated and ultimately endured, allowing Lu to clean his face thoroughly before asking, "What about your cannon? Let me modify it for you." The little curly-haired boy had a good temperament. He had just been angry, yet now he returned to the main topic with enthusiasm. Lu immediately perked up. Are you going to help me modify it to be like your hand cannon? That would be fantastic. He gave the boy a thumbs up and exclaimed, Hurry up. Didn't you say there are still 3 aberrations over there? What if they come crawling back? Don't worry. The little curly-haired boy sniffed and explained. I deliberately blew up their stomachs. Now we smell so disgusting. Those Class D creatures will think we're one of them and won't approach. I see. Wow. You're clever. Without a hint of modesty, the little curly-haired boy raised his chin. Of course, since my physical abilities aren't great, I must rely on my intellect to outsmart you physically strong but simple-minded types. Lu chuckled, unconcerned by the boy's description of him as simple-minded and physically robust. He was aware that he fit that description, lacking in intellect but excelling in physical prowess. Moreover, he knew the little boy meant no harm. So he remained cheerfully beside him, eager for the modifications to his weapon. Despite appearing soft and easygoing, when the little curly-haired boy was engaged in his forte, he was more serious than anyone else. His movements were swift as he seized Lu's hand cannon, quickly utilizing his mental prowess to modify it. Within a few minutes, he returned the weapon to Lu. Done? Just then, a rustling sound reached their ears, signaling the approach of yet another aberration. Lu inhaled sharply. Didn't you say they wouldn't attack us because they think we're one of them? Normally, yes, unless... The little curly-haired boy's expression hardened as he glanced toward the source of the rustling. Unless it's hungry enough to disregard whether its prey is a fellow creature. Seriously? It can happen like that? Nevertheless, since they were already in that predicament, Lu made no attempt to flee. Instead, he firmly pulled the little curly-haired boy behind him. Stay close with that, he charged forward with the hand cannon. And a loud boom echoed as yet another aberration was obliterated. Lu couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Ha ha ha. This weapon is incredible. I'm amazing. Charge. Afterward, Lu went on a rampage, wielding the hand cannon throughout the sewer. Little did he know, the exhilarating scene he was creating was being transmitted in real time to the Grand Office of the Alliance headquarters via satellite surveillance. What kind of weapon are they using? When did the military academy develop such an armament? Why was I not informed? The question came from Dr. Wan, the developer of the DR superweapon, one of the most esteemed weaponry experts of Star 308. Yet, upon witnessing the footage of the weapons employed by Liu Yu and Lucas, even he was taken aback. That device is excessively powerful. It's inappropriate for new students, although it's fortunate that they have it to survive. Why hasn't anyone from the military academy reported the distribution of such weapons to students? They had just established a connection with the satellite surveillance above the abandoned city, which relayed the footage back to the Alliance headquarters. However, no one anticipated their luck. The recording captured Lucas and Liu Yu directly. Upon discovering the whereabouts of the two boys, their location was swiftly sent to Li Xiaoya. Unfortunately, due to severe signal interference, the transmission had not been successful. The interference was even more formidable than they had imagined, making it impossible to resolve within 5 minutes. Thus, everyone could do nothing but anxiously watch the footage of the two military students, hoping they would find a way to hide. Fortunately, upon realizing the danger, the two quickly dove into the sewer. Honestly, this was both a wise and unwise choice. They had only found a good hiding spot if there were no aberrations within the sewer. Sadly, they encountered one as soon as they descended. The satellite surveillance above the abandoned city, no matter how advanced, couldn't capture what happened inside the sewer. However, it did possess a heat source penetration function, akin to night vision, capable of penetrating shallow ground and detecting living entities beneath this time. The projected image was merely a black and white world, with two red humanoid forms discernible against various blue elongated shapes. It was clear what those were. Initially, the military personnel watching the situation in the sewer exclaimed in despair that they had sent the boys to their doom. However, they quickly observed one of the red figures obliterating a blue aberration's head. With that explosion, everyone fell silent. Dr. Wan could only express his astonishment. But this was just the beginning. Thereafter, he watched the red figure take down two more Class D aberrations, and soon after, the two figures seemed to be tinkering with something together. Subsequently, the other red figure went on a rampage. As he watched Liu Yu furiously bombard the aberrations, Dr. Ruan's mouth fell open, and he could no longer articulate a single coherent sentence. He felt an immediate urge to call the military academy and inquire about this extraordinary weapon. Just then, his team finally broke through the interference above the abandoned city, and almost simultaneously, the large screen in the headquarters displayed over 100 real-time images. Within 10 seconds, the central system locked onto all military students' locations. As their positions were sent to Li Xiaoya, Bo Tingzhou eagerly initiated a video call with him. Xiaoyi, at 10 o'clock, approximately 800 meters away, the two military students requiring priority rescue are in the sewer. Received. Thank you for the reminder. Li Xiaoya's cold voice resonated. Accompanying his words was Bo He. I was wondering why we couldn't locate them for so long. They actually went underground, but it's for the best. The dangers above are far worse than those below. If they were to encounter trouble up there, it would be disastrous for them. Chapter 99. How envious, that ball. Suddenly hearing his daughter's voice, Bo Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback. He had entirely forgotten what he was about to say, but fortunately, at that moment, his aide swiftly interjected, Major General Li, the signal interference has been lifted. You may now communicate with the other military academy students to ascertain their real-time positions. Very well, replied Li Xiaoya, his voice still as cold as ice. However, immediately after he spoke, Mint's voice chimed in from beside him, this time declaring, Classmate Xiaoyi, there are enemies approaching, an estimated 5 individuals, and they are not of the. Not? Then they must be star pirates. Almost instinctively, Bo Tingzhou abruptly turned to glance at the large screen within the office. Sure enough, directly above the position of Lucas and Ruayue, a rugged vehicle had appeared. Emblazoned with a large circle painted in spray, with a horizontal line slicing through the center, cleaving the circle in two. This was the insignia of the Star Pirates. The vehicle housed 5 individuals clad in peculiar attire. It is worth noting that this was an era dominated by star shuttles. Although vehicles had not been entirely phased out, manual off-road vehicles like the one on the screen had become exceedingly rare. Only those who cherished antiques would procure such a vehicle. However, the Star Pirates were different. They frequently ventured into polluted zones to hunt for entertainment, thus favoring these robust off-road vehicles. After dispatching they would sever the heads and display them atop their vehicles to boast of their exploits. In summary, each of these Star Pirates had a criminal record. They were either notorious fugitives from one planet or murderous maniacs from another. In essence, none could be deemed virtuous. They roamed from planet to planet, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage, willing to engage in any atrocity for the right price. Every planet had bounties for capturing Star Pirates. Yet these individuals all possessed S-rank or higher psychic abilities, and the mechs they controlled were high-end models pilfered from various worlds. Any ordinary military force would stand no chance against them. However, this time, their luck had run out. They had crossed paths with Li Xiaoyi at the Alliance headquarters. Everyone believed that these five-star pirates were about to meet their demise, except for Bo Tingzhou, whose breath was uneven as he abruptly stood up. He could no longer remain seated, compelled to personally intervene. This time, no one could stop the commander-in-chief of the Alliance. Instantly, several high-ranking officials followed suit, including his aide and weapons expert, Dr. Wan. Meanwhile, having concluded their communication, both Mint and Li Xiaoya were also discovered by the five-star pirates. They had received word that the young master of the Lawrence family, along with his classmates, had been transported to this desolate city, and their objective was to capture this young master for ransom. Thus, upon spotting the duo, the star pirates immediately mistook them for the targets. "Ah, how easy you are to find!" exclaimed a scruffy man with a single braid, resembling a character straight out of a pirate film, pointing at Li Xiaoya. "Is this the young master of the Lawrence family? My, he doesn't quite resemble his picture." No sooner had he spoken than a shorter accomplice, flaunting a mouthful of gold teeth, barked at him, "You fool, it's obvious this I see him. That young master is blonde. And this one has such dark hair," the braided man retorted. "If that is not him, then it must be the one beside him. Hey, I see that a girl, and her hair is also black." The gold-toothed man snapped back, "You idiot, it's clear she is not him either." The braided man, incensed, shot back, "You little pumpkin, try calling me a fool one more time." "Fool, fool, fool." The braided man could no longer contain himself, lunging at the shorter gold-toothed man, leading to a scuffle. Surprisingly, despite being nearly 2 meters tall, the braided man found himself outmatched by the gold-toothed man, who stood under 1.7 meters. Ultimately, the gold-toothed man executed a textbook scissor kick, wrapping it around the braided man's neck. After rendering him unconscious, he cruelly scooped up some dirt from the ground and stuffed it into the braided man's mouth, savoring the moment before letting him go. The braided man, having narrowly escaped, clutched his neck and spat out dirt for quite some time, revealing bloodied teeth among the sand. Mint felt as if a small crow had flown over her head, leaving behind a trail of dark dots. Was it not a requirement for star pirates to possess a modicum of intelligence? These two were clearly dim-witted. However, it seemed that being a star pirate indeed did not demand intelligence, only combat prowess, and oddly enough, these two simpletons were the strongest fighters among the five. Nevertheless, even though they possessed S-rank psychic abilities, they were utterly insufficient before Li Xiaoya. He spoke with a frosty demeanor. "So it is you who wish to abduct Lucas?" The gold-toothed man replied. "Don't put it so harshly. We're not here to kidnap him. We're here to rescue him, so, classmate, do you know where that young master is? If you take us there, we can offer you a reward." Upon hearing the word reward, Mint raised an eyebrow. "How much?" The gold-toothed man, sensing her interest, immediately smiled. 50,000 star coins. "How does that sound?" Mint scoffed. "Isn't at 500 million? If you're willing to transfer that amount to me, I might consider guiding you." The moment the figure left his lips, the gold-toothed man's expression soured. He quickly realized that Mint and her companions were aware of their true identities. With a lewd grin, he gestured to his 3 remaining comrades, "Seize these 2 and interrogate them thoroughly about the whereabouts of that young master." Almost simultaneously, the trio promptly tossed out their capture spheres. In an instant, 3 differently designed sensor mechs materialized on the sandy terrain. One was a black heavy mech, another a dark green light mech, and the last one was a pure metallic-colored light mech, which let out a series of clicks before unfolding a pair of metallic wings from its back. It turned out to be a flying mech. "Wow, not bad," Mint's mind raced, analyzing the various advantages and disadvantages of sensor mechs. For instance, mechs could be categorized into 3 major types: manual control mechs, sensor mechs, and the highest tier, DR mechs. Among them, manual control and DR mechs could transform, while sensor mechs could not, as their operation relied entirely on human perception. Since humans could not morph, they were unable to convey such sensations to the mechs. Therefore, the best strategy against sensor mechs was to catch them off guard. Chapter 100. Kill them all. As Mint pondered these thoughts, the 3 individuals maneuvered their mechs closer to apprehend them. Yet, they aimed to capture them. Li Xiaoya's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to touch the earring on his right ear. In an instant, he transformed. Mint barely registered the change before classmate Xiaoyu was suddenly armed from head to toe. The dashing young man extended his hand. "Little A, Give me a gun. Little A trembled, shouting, do you want the quantum gun or the red cherry gun? Be clear, boss, I don't want to send you back for reformatting. Li Xiaoye commanded. Red cherry gun? Humph. No one could prevent him from showing off in front of Mint. Or else, death. Little A received the command and promptly materialized a red cherry gun into Li Xiaoye's hand at lightning speed. Upon witnessing this, Mint couldn't help but exclaim, classmate Xiaoyi, do you also have an Earth name? Like Jarvis? Little A? No, Miss Mint. I have always been called Little A. However, I do like the name Jarvis. Just as Little A finished speaking, Li Xiaoye soared into the air. Then, with the red cherry gun in hand, he unleashed a swift strike toward the white mech. With a resounding bang, the sensor mech was struck squarely in the chest, followed by a buzzing roar, before it came to a complete halt. Mint could not resist whistling, classmate Xiaoyi, you're incredible. Flattered, classmate Xiaoye's body jolted with excitement. He skillfully twirled the gun and then, in a direct and violent manner, incapacitated the other two star pirates, one after another. Finally, the gold-toothed man and the braided man released their mechs. One was gold, and the other black, both DR mechs. While they appeared foolish, they were still sensitive to danger. Upon entering their mechs, they soared into the sky, hovering at an altitude beyond Li Xiaoye's reach, before beginning to taunt, kid, you've got some skills. But who are you? State your name. Just as Li Xiaoye was about to respond, Mint interjected, don't tell them. Let them choke on it. Gold-toothed man and braided man. Huh? Braided man. You little brat, who do you want to choke? Mint ignored their taunts, her excitement evident as she urged Li Xiaoye. Hey, you're so amazing. Don't move yet. Let me have a go. You promised to teach me how to operate a mech. Although these two mechs were clearly more challenging to deal with than the previous three, Li Xiaoye thought, if Mint wanted to play, then let her play. After all, with him here, no one could harm her. All right, you can play for a while and I'll handle the cleanup. While quick resolution was beneficial, such an opportunity for real combat was indeed rare for Mint, and she was determined not to miss it. She had never piloted the DR mech that Xiaoyi gifted her. Finally, with a flick of her wrist, Mint retrieved the capture sphere from her collar. The moment she discerned his actions, the once smiling youth was rendered utterly speechless, for he had been oblivious to the fact that Bo had been carrying the ball with her all along, resting it upon her chest. How envious he felt of that ball. The young boy's cheeks flushed a vivid hue. Yet, Bo inquired of him, by the way, how does one summon this mech? You have yet to inform me. Li Xiaoye replied, it is quite simple. Close your eyes, channel your mental energy, and silently recite the name of the mech in your heart. It is called Aurora. Understanding dawned upon Bo, who promptly shut her eyes and exclaimed, come forth. Aurora. Li Xiaoye had once utilized an older mech, codenamed Aurora. When summoned, the mech emanated a brilliance that was indeed as resplendent as the Aurora itself, and Bo instantly fell in love with it. Wow, this is incredibly cool, she exclaimed with excitement. How do I get inside? Must I climb up? Li Xiaoye instructed. Call it once more. Bo immediately shouted, Aurora, let me board. Almost simultaneously with her shout, Li Xiaoye extended his right hand, bestowing a command upon Aurora with his mental energy. Aurora, from this moment on, Bo is your primary master, while I shall be second. Aurora. Command received, executing. For the first time, Bo heard Aurora's voice, a melodious tone reminiscent of a youthful AI. Concurrently, Aurora projected a dazzling green light from its chest, which enveloped Bo, and in the blink of an eye, her form vanished from sight. A moment later, she found herself drawn into Aurora's control chamber. Bo could no longer contain her exhilaration. This is beyond cool. It feels as though I am living a scene from a sci-fi blockbuster. Unable to restrain herself any longer, the antique Bo from Earth laughed joyously within the cockpit. That moment, Aurora initiated a dialogue with her. Miss Bo, please proceed with pupil and fingerprint verification. Bo responded, all right, I will do it now. Which finger should I use? Aurora, all fingers. Bo replied, very well. With a smile, she extended her index finger and firmly pressed it against the mental energy sphere before her. Inside the cockpit of the DR mech on Star 308, there existed a circular mental energy sphere, reminiscent of a sky filled with twinkling stars. All mech warriors utilized this sphere to establish a human-machine connection. The higher one's mental energy, the greater the compatibility with the DR mech, thus enhancing combat capability. When human-machine compatibility reached a perfect 100%, the combat power of the DR mech could exceed 200, essentially doubling its strength. Aurora. Primary verification mode initiated. Fingerprint validation successful. Aurora. Iris validation initiated. Successful. Aurora. ID number. A308202300529. Miss Bo? I am your mech, Aurora. Bo beamed brightly. Hello, Guangguang. However, there was no time for casual banter. As those star pirates awaited her instruction on proper conduct, she couldn't afford to keep her guests waiting too long. Taking control of Aurora, Bo issued her first command. I need to know all the information regarding these 5-star pirates. Aurora. Providing that information immediately, data transmission in progress. Aurora. Miss Bo, I do not go by Guangguang. Bo replied, that is a nickname I have given you. Referring to you as Aurora feels too formal. As if we have only just met. Guangguang sounds much more endearing. It creates a sense of closeness, does it not? Aurora. Yet we are indeed unfamiliar with each other. This is merely our first encounter. Aurora. Data transmission complete. Almost simultaneously, Bo's mind was flooded with the details of these 5 individuals, including their origins, ages, genders, and their numerous heinous crimes. There was no need for meticulous scrutiny. Each individual had at least 5 lives on their conscience. Bo's gaze turned icy, and she issued her second command to Aurora. Eliminate them all.